Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 913, Malfoy's Disappearance. Scrimgeour really did go to find Malfoy, intending to bring him back to the Ministry of Magic for trial, and Professor McGonagall agreed. Hogwarts didn't have the authority to conduct trials or pass judgment, and even if the person in question had killed a school governor, they still had to be handed over to the ministry. But when Scrimgeour arrived at the classroom where Malfoy was being held, accompanied by a large group of Aurors, they were stunned. The classroom was empty. Professor Flitwick, who had been guarding Malfoy, lay unconscious on the floor, and Malfoy was nowhere to be seen. "What's going on?" Scrimgeour shouted in frustration. "Where is he?" "That's what we'd like to know," said Professor McGonagall, her expression just as grim. If the person responsible for Dumbledore's death had escaped, Hogwarts would be utterly disgraced. Professor Sprout hurried over to check on Flitwick, but no matter what she tried, he wouldn't wake. "Pomona, go fetch Madame Pomfrey," said McGonagall. "Tell her to get here as quickly as possible." She then turned to the portrait hanging on the wall. "Tell me what happened here." "Someone broke in, Headmistress," said a witch holding a jar. "He took the student who was in the room." "Who was it?" "I don't know," the witch shook her head. "He was wearing a hood and a long black cloak. I couldn't see his face." "A hood. A black cloak." It was such a classic outfit that everyone's first thought was the same: Death Eaters. And they certainly had a motive. "They must have slipped in during the funeral," someone blurted out. Though the others remained silent, it was clear they shared the same suspicion. Who else but the Death Eaters would take such a risk to rescue Malfoy? But then, someone considered another possibility. "You didn't hide him yourselves, did you?" Scrimgeour asked sharply, clearly doubting that Death Eaters would go to such lengths for Malfoy. They weren't known for their loyalty. "What are you implying?" Professor McGonagall looked at him coldly, her lips pressed into a thin line. Anyone who knew her could tell, she was furious. "Maybe you wanted to take revenge for Dumbledore yourselves," Scrimgeour said, though he, too, was clearly holding back his anger. "We were all outside at the funeral," said McGonagall. "No one had the time to sneak back into the castle and move Draco Malfoy. Mr. Scrimgeour, you of all people should know that." "No, one person wasn't," Scrimgeour said, glancing at the unconscious Flitwick. As McGonagall had pointed out, everyone else had been out on the grounds. That meant Flitwick had had more than enough time to relocate Malfoy, then stage his own unconsciousness. A flicker of outrage crossed McGonagall's face. She couldn't accept such baseless accusations being thrown at a Hogwarts professor. "That's enough, Rufus." Fortunately, Amelia Bones arrived just in time to diffuse the escalating tension. "Minister," Scrimgeour said, frowning slightly, though he held his tongue. "I trust Minerva and Phileas. They wouldn't do something like this." "It had to be the Death Eaters," said Bones. "And right now, our top priority is to track them down. As far as I know, apparition isn't allowed inside Hogwarts. We've all been outside on the grounds, so they couldn't have escaped. They must still be somewhere in the school." "I see." Scrimgeour's eyes lit up. With a tone of forced politeness, he said, "Headmistress McGonagall, I trust you won't mind if we conduct a search of the school." "Of course not," McGonagall said with a tight, expressionless smile. "My apologies, Minerva," Bones added. "We're only trying to help Hogwarts. I'm sure you don't want the one responsible for Dumbledore's death getting away." McGonagall's eyes flickered slightly. If that weren't the case, she never would have agreed to let Scrimgeour search the school. Soon, the Aurors dispersed to search for clues. Just then, Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey arrived, rushing into the room. "Oh, what now?" Pomfrey gasped. When she saw Flitwick lying unconscious on the floor, she instinctively shuddered. Dumbledore first, and now Flitwick. "He was attacked," said McGonagall. "See if you can wake him up quickly." "Wake him? Oh." A moment later, Pomfrey realized Flitwick was only unconscious, and let out a sigh of relief before hurrying over. A well-cast stunning spell. Looks like there's a bit of a full body bind mixed in too." She moved swiftly, examining him with practiced precision. "Waking him won't be difficult. I've got just the potion for this." She waved her wand, levitating Flitwick into the air, ready to take him back to the headmaster's office for treatment. "Oh, that reminds me." Suddenly, Pomfrey paused, as if something had just occurred to her. She scanned the room. "Where's Professor Snape? Tell him to come and collect those students hogging the beds. This is the hospital wing, not the leaky cauldron." McGonagall turned and glanced around, only then did she realize Snape wasn't nearby. And now that she thought about it, he hadn't been seen since the funeral ended. Unbelievable. Those Slytherin students are unreliable, and their head of house is no different. I'll let him know. With no sign of Snape, it was all Professor McGonagall could say. Madame Pomfrey, however, still looked displeased. In her opinion, Snape ought to come and collect those students immediately. If not, he could at least transfer them to St. Mungo's, anything to stop her from wasting so many potions every day. Be sure you tell him, she reminded McGonagall once more, then continued on toward the hospital wing with Professor Flitwick floating beside her. Professor McGonagall paused, considering for a moment, then chose not to follow. Since Madame Pomfrey had said there was no issue, there was nothing to worry about for now. Finding Malfoy was clearly the more urgent matter. Besides, with Aurors conducting such an aggressive search, there was a real risk of upsetting the students. To prevent any larger conflict from erupting, it was best to have a familiar professor nearby to keep things in check. Everyone was on the move, and the entire castle quickly descended into chaos. Even Kyle's wooden hut wasn't spared. Situated on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, it was marked for special inspection. Scrimgeour hadn't come himself, but he'd sent no fewer than 3 Aurors in his place. Having received word in advance, Kyle had already opened the door, cloaking the alchemical mist, and signaled his full cooperation. You're really going all out for nothing, aren't you? Kyle stood off to the side with his arms crossed, watching as the Aurors inspected every crack in the walls as if they expected to find someone hiding inside them. Professor Sprout had come along with the Aurors. The moment she entered, her gaze instinctively went to the wall across from her, only to stop in confusion. Where was the door? The wall was spotless, no door, no window, not even a seam. It didn't take her long to realize Kyle must have made some preparations in advance, but she said nothing. After the way Scrimgeour had behaved earlier, she saw no reason to help the Aurors. It's such a tiny place. Isn't everything pretty much in plain sight? Kyle said casually from the side. Besides, I got you a huge chunk of funding, didn't I? Remember? The 30,000 galleons from the goblins. With that kind of connection, do you really think I'd go against the ministry? We're on the same side here. The Aurors didn't respond. Their expressions remained frosty and distant, but they gradually eased off their search. Kyle had a point, there really wasn't much to the place. It wasn't worth digging further. Next, the Aurors moved on to Hagrid's hut. This time, beyond just looking for Draco Malfoy, they had something else in mind, the giant they'd seen at the funeral. He appeared to be connected to the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. Professor Sprout went with them again, muttering something under her breath. She was too far away for Kyle to make out the words. Watching the Aurors disappear into the distance, Kyle turned slightly and murmured, "Professor, was that you?" There was no answer. It seemed Dumbledore wasn't in the garden. In truth, Kyle had no idea where he'd gone. After Malfoy had been broken out, Dumbledore had vanished as well. Odds were, he was the one who had taken Malfoy away. As for where they'd gone, it could be the Room of Requirement. Or maybe the Hog's Head. Either way, they definitely weren't here. The Aurors searched Hogwarts for a full day and night, but found absolutely nothing. It was as if Malfoy had simply vanished into thin air. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick soon regained consciousness and provided the Ministry of Magic with 2 crucial pieces of information. There were 2 of them, said Professor Flitwick, his arm wrapped in bandages. One drew my attention, while the other attacked me from behind. You didn't fight back? Scrimgeour demanded. As far as I know, you're a dueling champion. The second attacker was lying in wait outside. I shouldn't have chased after the first one, Flitwick admitted, his face flushing. By the time I realized what was happening, I was already unconscious. So you didn't see anything? No, I did catch something. Flitwick shook his head. Just before I passed out, I heard them mention a secret passage. A secret passage? One of the hidden tunnels inside the castle, Professor McGonagall explained. But those were all sealed up years ago. They might have reopened one, or found a new one, Flitwick mused. I'm certain I heard them talking about a secret passage. It sounded like they were planning to use it to smuggle Malfoy out of Hogwarts. Damn it, no wonder we couldn't find anything. Scrimgeour slammed a fist against the wall, earning a sharp glare from Madame Pomfrey. Where are these secret passages? Scrimgeour barked. I can have Filch take you, McGonagall replied. He knows every hidden path in Hogwarts. Filch was quickly brought in. What followed was nearly another full day of investigation, but the results were the same, nothing. All the known passages had long since been sealed and were clearly unusable, with no signs of tampering. Scrimgeour remained convinced there were other, unknown routes, but Filch had already shown him every passage he knew of. As for the so-called new passage Scrimgeour was speculating about, Filch knew nothing of it. That sent Scrimgeour into a full-blown rage. He nearly tore down the statue of the hunchbacked witch in frustration. Reluctantly, and facing increasing student resistance due to the Auror's heavy-handed searches, the Ministry forces finally withdrew from the school. However, Scrimgeour still left a small Auror unit behind, citing the need to maintain school security. There were only 7 of them, assigned to guard the gates of the school and the castle, and to patrol the castle at night, effectively taking over Filch's job. Their second task was to continue investigating the so-called secret passage. Professor McGonagall was aware of this and chose not to object. Considering the dangers Hogwarts now faced, having a team of Aurors to help protect the students was, ultimately, a wise move. Classes will resume tomorrow. After the Ministry's departure, Minerva McGonagall issued an official notice as headmistress, announcing that school life would return to normal. All extracurricular activities, including Quidditch matches, were to be suspended. There were a few grumbles, but not many. The students understood all too well, Hogwarts was no longer the safe haven it once had been. In the days that followed, the Death Eaters began to move as well. Their first tactic was to slander Kyle. They even bribed the Daily Prophet to run several defamatory articles about him. But it had little effect. Kyle had remained at Hogwarts the entire time, and both students and professors knew full well that Malfoy had been broken out by the Death Eaters. No one took the articles seriously. Some of the more perceptive students even came to a conclusion of their own. The Daily Prophet might already be under Death Eater control. That's strange. Ron was flipping through the newspaper, searching for something. I can't find Rita Skeeter's name. Normally, isn't she the one who loves writing these smear pieces? You're right, Harry said after a moment's thought. No wonder the paper had felt like it was missing something. Rita Skeeter hadn't written a word. Just days ago, she'd been publishing article after article about Dumbledore, not a single one kind. She'd painted him as nothing more than a fraud in disguise. But now that the focus had turned to Kyle, it was like she'd vanished. Not a single word from her. Maybe she doesn't know enough about Kyle, Hermione offered after thinking for a second. She didn't dwell on it and tossed the newspaper onto the table. The Daily Prophet is getting less and less reliable. Too bad we don't have other ways of getting information. Actually, we kind of do. At that moment, Neville walked over holding a magazine. I just found this yesterday. The stuff in here is totally different from what the newspaper says. The Quibbler. Ron made a face. Only lunatics read that thing. No, it's changed, Neville said, a bit awkwardly. There aren't any crumplehorn snorkax or other weird creatures anymore. It's all stuff that seems deliberately covered up. Oh, he's right. While they were talking, Hermione had already flipped open the magazine. Look at this, someone spotted a large group of Death Eaters gathering. They might be planning an attack on the Ministry. It seems like they're suddenly getting really active. Well, Dumbledore's dead. No one can stop them now, Harry said without thinking. The common room fell into sudden silence. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Harry sighed, then shifted the subject. I've actually been thinking about leaving school. Leaving school? Hermione looked at him in shock. Are you out of your mind? On the contrary, I've never been clearer. Harry's voice was steady. I know Voldemort wants to kill me. Maybe me leaving would actually be better for Hogwarts. Oh, come on, don't say the name, Ron muttered with a shiver. No, you can't do that, Hermione said, her face going a bit pale. Actually, I have another reason. Harry ignored Ron's dramatics and continued. You remember the Horcruxes, right? You mean you know who's secret to coming back from the dead? Hermione said after a second. Exactly, Harry nodded. It's weird, Dumbledore told me just a few days ago that they've already found and destroyed 5. That's great, isn't it? But we always thought Voldemort split his soul into 7 pieces, Harry said quietly. Which means there's still one Horcrux out there. I want to find it. And how are you going to do that? Hermione asked. Do you even know where it is? It was like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over Harry's head. The fire in him fizzled out in an instant. I don't know. Forget it, Harry. Even if you did know, there's no way you could go. Ron had come back to his senses and shook his head. Professor McGonagall just said yesterday that students can leave the school at any time, but only with a parent's permission. You think your aunt and uncle are going to come get you? Ron's question stunned Harry into silence. He thought about his aunt and uncle, muggles who hated magic. They'd probably scream for half an hour just at the sight of a wand. Asking them to come to Hogwarts? Impossible. Sirius could do it. As his godfather, he could take Harry out legally. But Harry didn't even need to ask. He knew Sirius would never let him leave school. I could use the invisibility cloak. You really think that cloak's going to fool the Aurors at the gates? Hermione said sharply. They're not Filch, you know. Harry had no reply. Could he really sneak past Aurors? Hermione let out a small breath of relief and picked up a thick book from the table. Where are you going? Ron asked. Ancient Runes class. What? Ron glanced at the schedule, confused. But 7th year Ancient Runes doesn't start for another 2 hours. The 5th year class is about to start. Hermione sounded a little irritable. I only just scraped an outstanding on my OWL in runes, and there are still loads of things I don't understand. I'm going to sit in. What, you mean you're voluntarily taking extra classes? Ron was stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around Hermione making that kind of decision. Learning more is always useful, Hermione said without looking back. Especially now. The Death Eaters won't go easy on you just because you're a student. She ducked through the portrait hole and vanished from the common room. Actually, she's got a point, Harry said, pulling out a charms book. Ron hesitated a moment, then grabbed one too. They weren't alone. After Dumbledore's funeral, the atmosphere at Hogwarts had shifted. Suddenly, everyone seemed far more serious about their studies. Whether that was a good thing or not, no one could say. Chapter 914, The Split Ministry of Magic. That evening, after finishing his classes, Snape didn't stay at Hogwarts as he usually did. Instead, he returned to his home on Spinner's End. You're finally back, Severus. Narcissa Malfoy sat on the sofa, sobbing uncontrollably. Lucius was beside her, his face pale. The moment they saw Snape, both of them stood and rushed over. Ever since news of Dumbledore's death had spread throughout the wizarding world, the Death Eaters assigned to monitor them had vanished. They had once again earned the Dark Lord's trust and were free to go wherever they pleased. Voldemort himself had even come in person, showering Draco with praise for his courage and cunning. But Lucius and Narcissa felt nothing but a chilling dread. They knew all too well, being praised by the Dark Lord was never a good thing. Still, that wasn't their most urgent concern. They had something far more important on their minds. Well, Severus. Lucius asked tensely. Have you heard anything from Draco? You came back so suddenly, you must have done it, right? Narcissa looked at Snape with hope in her eyes. There was a bit of a complication. Snape hesitated, but as he looked at the despair deepening in their expressions, he sighed. All right. Listen, Draco is with me. A gasp of overwhelming relief escaped Narcissa's lips as she clutched at her chest, overcome with emotion. Her body suddenly went limp and she collapsed onto the floor. Lucius didn't move to help her. He was barely holding himself together as it was. The only difference was that he was still on his feet. Thank Merlin, Lucius Malfoy whispered, a smile appearing on his face for the first time in months. Thank you. Severus, thank you. Don't thank me, Snape said, shaking his head. Like I said, there was a complication. What do you mean? Lucius tensed again. Is Draco all right? He's fine. It's not about that. Snape paused, clearly weighing his words. Honestly, I had been thinking about rescuing Draco. But it was only a thought. You both understand, after killing Dumbledore so openly at school, neither Hogwarts nor the Ministry would ever let him go. Saving him should have been nearly impossible. But you did it, Severus, Narcissa said gratefully. The best decision we ever made was choosing you to be Draco's godfather. That wasn't me, Snape said quietly. Or rather, I didn't get the chance to do anything. Draco showed up in my office on his own. What? Lucius blinked in disbelief. You mean? Draco escaped by himself. Lucius, has the Cruciatus curse scrambled your mind? Snape walked over and sat down at the table. After his wand was confiscated, Draco not only defeated Flitwick, the one guarding him, but also managed to avoid all the castle's ever-watchful portraits and make it to my office undetected. Do you really think that's possible? Absolutely not, Lucius said without hesitation. Not even he could manage something like that, let alone Draco. Defeating Professor Flitwick silently was no small feat. There were only a handful of wizards in the entire magical world capable of such a thing. A dueling champion didn't earn that title with a bag of galleons. That goblin professor could go a few rounds even against the Dark Lord himself. Could it have been Voldemort who helped him? Impossible. The thought barely surfaced before Lucius crushed it. Voldemort helping Draco. That was even more unbelievable than Draco escaping on his own. It simply wasn't possible. Then who helped Draco? If I knew, I wouldn't be wasting my breath with all this. Snape cast a glance at Lucius. That. Lucius looked a little embarrassed. Don't mind him, Severus. Narcissa, having regained some strength, stood up from the floor. Can you tell us what happened? I was at the funeral when I suddenly sensed someone had triggered the magic I'd set on the private storeroom, so I rushed over. Snape recalled the events of a few days ago. When I opened the door, I saw Draco lying on the table, alone. There wasn't a soul around. And the enchantments I had placed were still perfectly intact, as if someone had deliberately triggered them just to draw my attention. Snape's expression darkened. These events slipping out of his control left a sour, unsettling feeling in his chest. Does Draco remember anything? Narcissa asked. Maybe he saw something. He remembers nothing, Snape said with a shake of his head. When he woke up, he didn't even realize he'd been moved. Could it be that there's someone else at Hogwarts? Narcissa trailed off, hesitating to finish her thought. She'd been about to suggest that there might be another Death Eater hiding within the school. But thinking it through, if it were that easy to get into Hogwarts, the Dark Lord wouldn't value Snape's position so highly. And besides, with the way those people operated, they'd never risk themselves to help another Death Eater. But aside from that explanation, she couldn't imagine who else would have helped Draco. Ever since he killed Dumbledore, nearly every witch and wizard wanted him dead. Only people like them would even consider helping him. I've been investigating the matter for days, but I still haven't found a single lead. Snape ignored the shifting expressions on Narcissa's face and continued, I only came to tell you that Draco is alive. Don't worry too much. Focus on your tasks now. Your own situation isn't much better than Draco's. I know. Narcissa said softly. Severus, can you bring Draco? No. Snape cut her off without hesitation. We just want to see him. Then my advice is, don't. Snape spoke curtly. The Aurors and Hogwarts professors have never stopped looking for Malfoy. Just coming here was already a massive risk, I had to pass through 3 separate checks. And right now, the safest place for Draco is with me. All right, then. Thank you, Severus. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a glance. They hadn't dismissed the possibility that Snape could be lying. Until they saw Draco with their own eyes, everything he said could still be false. But they had no alternatives. Whether out of trust or desperation, they had no choice but to believe him. What should we do now? Lucius asked. Keep serving the Dark Lord, of course, Snape said coldly, shooting him a sharp look. Do I really need to spell that out for you? Lucius, the Dark Lord has already shown you more mercy than you deserve. If Draco hadn't bought you another chance, you'd have suffered far more than a Cruciatus curse. Yes, of course. Whatever little color had returned to Lucius's face vanished instantly. He looked conflicted, as though he wanted to say more, but in the end, it all came out as a heavy sigh. I understand. I'll cooperate with Rodolphus. Once we take Hogwarts, we'll finally be able to see Draco again, won't we? Of course. Snape lifted his head and gave him a quick look. As long as those damned Aurors withdraw from the school, I'll be able to get Draco out. Lucius's eyes lit up. What? You've got a way. Snape looked at him, intrigued. Me? Of course not, Lucius said. But if it's the Aurors we're talking about, I don't think they'll be too focused on guarding the school much longer. Oh. What do you mean? The Dark Lord's running out of patience with Bones. He's planning to replace her with someone more obedient. Narcissa added, once the Ministry falls, the entire British wizarding world will be under the Dark Lord's control. We'll have plenty of time to deal with Hogwarts. She looked far more at ease now, even faintly excited. When that day comes, Draco won't need to hide anymore. He'll be hailed as a hero. Let's hope so, Snape murmured. Late at night, after Lucius and Narcissa had left, Snape was alone in the house. Those who loved potions rarely liked bright spaces, and Snape was no exception. His home was lit only by a single dim oil lamp. He sat there in silence, lost in thought. The lamp's glow lit one half of his face, while the other half was swallowed by shadow. To avoid arousing suspicion from the Aurors, Snape returned to Hogwarts early the next morning, just before breakfast. He brought along a group of Cornish pixies. After all, his excuse for leaving had been to gather teaching supplies, he couldn't very well come back empty-handed. These were simply a convenient purchase along the way. The school was much the same as before, the mood was heavy, the professors still taught and marked assignments as usual, but the number of students was steadily dwindling. During breakfast, Snape discreetly set aside some food to take back to Draco Malfoy. He hadn't lied to Lucius and Narcissa, Draco really was hidden in his storeroom. But just because things were calm at Hogwarts didn't mean the outside world was the same. Ever since Dumbledore's death, the Death Eaters had come crawling out of the shadows like doxies in spring, flooding the streets. The war had gone public, an open blaze, much like the chaos after the Quidditch World Cup. In the days that followed, the Ministry of Magic was attacked twice. Though both assaults were fended off by Amelia Bones and Scrimgeour with the help of the Aurors, that didn't mean the threat had passed. After the second attack, the director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes publicly declared his support for Voldemort taking control of the ministry. A furious Scrimgeour nearly killed the traitor on the spot. But to everyone's shock, the Department of Magical Games and Sports and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement both followed suit, voicing their allegiance as well. Even more startling was the number of supporters they had behind them. Amelia Bones's expression was grim. She suddenly remembered how, since Dumbledore's funeral, there had been frequent personnel transfers throughout the ministry. She hadn't paid it much mind. Dumbledore was gone, and fear of the Dark Lord had driven many to flee abroad. She couldn't expect everyone to stay and fight, not when she didn't even have the authority to stop them. So, her attention had remained fixed on the Aurors and Hit Wizards. The rest, she hadn't scrutinized too closely. She hadn't expected this. "Minister, surely you're not thinking of dismissing us? And Scrimgeour, are you planning to kill us?" Bartok, the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, stood opposite Amelia, seemingly speaking on behalf of the others. Strangely, his expression looked oddly vacant. "You'd best think carefully. The Death Eaters aren't far from here." "Damn you, is that a threat?" Scrimgeour growled. "Not a threat," Bartok replied in a flat tone. "Just a difference in ideals. After all, we didn't take advantage of the Death Eaters' attack to ambush you. We're still part of the ministry." "What's the difference?" Scrimgeour's face darkened to a purplish shade. "There's a big one," Bartok said. "It's the difference between who draws blood from their own side first." "I don't care," Scrimgeour spat. "Do you Death Eaters still care about appearances? Well, we are planning to take over the ministry, and a bad reputation wouldn't help." Bartok forced a rigid smile. It wasn't that he hadn't considered it. In fact, back when Scrimgeour was fighting alongside the Aurors against the Death Eaters, Bartok had already been preparing to switch sides. But before he could act, they were discovered. While he and the others had been plotting their move, Chris, the director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, had stumbled in and exposed everything. And the men had bolted fast, leaving Bartok no time to silence him. So, Bartok, or more accurately, the Death Eater controlling him, had been forced to scrap the original plan and go with the backup, stepping forward now. "Don't even dream about it." Amelia Bones stepped forward, eyes sweeping across the traitors. "As long as I'm here, you'll never succeed." After a long period of recruitment and preparation, the ministry's combat forces had grown into a formidable unit. Amelia's gaze shifted to the director of magical law enforcement across from her, and she silently thanked her past self for transferring command of the Hit Wizards from that department to the minister's office. At the time, the new director hadn't yet been compromised. Although he hadn't liked the change, he hadn't resisted much either, so the transition had gone smoothly. Looking back now, if the Death Eaters had ended up with command of the Hit Wizards, their entire force might have been wiped out before they even realized it. "Bones, I really suggest you surrender to the Dark Lord," Bartok continued to press. "You could remain Minister of Magic without any consequences. Isn't that a fair deal?" "You're like a squashed leech, repulsive," Bones snapped, glaring at him without the slightest pretense of civility. "Why don't you crawl out of your sewer and say that to my face?" "What a shame, Bones." Bartok fell silent, merely standing there, eyes fixed on her. In an instant, the vast Ministry of Magic was split into two clear factions. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the Department of Magical Games and Sports had aligned with the Death Eaters, though most were likely under the Imperious Curse. Opposing them stood the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, and the Department of Magical Transportation. It was a clean 50-50 divide. Notably, Bartemius Crouch, who had been scapegoated and sidelined by Fudge after the Sirius Black affair, was still around. Or rather, he had never left. Ever since his quiet reassignment to the Department of Magical Transportation, he'd completely faded from public attention. He hadn't protested Fudge's actions, nor had he attempted a comeback. He clocked in and out each day like clockwork, staying so low profile that most had nearly forgotten he existed. And now, once again, he stood on the side opposing the Death Eaters. On the surface, with the minister herself and the head of the Aura office present, the ministry side appeared to have the upper hand. But the very moment the ministry split, it was already a sign they'd lost. Scrimgeour was seething, gripping his wand tightly and rubbing it between his fingers. He was on the verge of launching an attack, until the minister stopped him. Bones didn't dare take that gamble. She had no idea what the Death Eaters might do if open conflict broke out. Would they take the opportunity to strike again? Killing the traitors wasn't difficult. But what if Voldemort took it personally and appeared in the flesh? At the very least, the Aurors and Hit Wizards were still under her command. That gave them the upper hand for now, and possibly some breathing room. 2 back-to-back assaults had already worn down their forces significantly. These people would have to be dealt with, but not yet. If it came down to a battle of strategy, Bones was confident she wouldn't lose to a few Death Eaters. One way or another, the Ministry would return to the right path. In the main hall, the two sides faced off, neither willing to budge. Chris stood between them, his expression grim. He was thankful he'd taken a few precautionary measures against infiltrators. It was those that had allowed him to uncover Bartok's betrayal in time. He also remembered the Death Eaters who had appeared in St. Catchpole 2 days ago. If he hadn't reacted quickly, and if not for the help of a few close allies, he would probably be standing on the opposite side right now, under the Imperious curse. No. If he'd been controlled, and no one else in the Ministry had uncovered Bartok's plot, there might not have been any negotiations to begin with. He rubbed his forehead, irritated. He wasn't the only one. Arthur, Molly, Kingsley, Charlie, and other members of the Order of the Phoenix had all been attacked as well. They'd now moved back into 12 Grimmauld Place. Arthur had discovered that the protective enchantments around the house were still intact. It seemed Dumbledore had changed the secret keeper ahead of time. After moving in, they discussed who it might be. Charlie thought it was Kyle. His reasoning was that Kyle had been extremely close to Dumbledore and was the first to arrive after the incident. If Dumbledore had acted fast enough, he could have passed the secret keeper role on to him. But Molly and Arthur leaned more toward Minerva McGonagall. They believed the headmistress's calm, steady nature made her the more reliable choice. Chapter 9:15, Chapter 9:15, The Death Eater's Fear, Professor McGonagall Breaks School Rules. I'm sorry, Madam Minerva McGonagall, you don't seem to understand what we're saying. At Hogwarts, a small, hunched wizard with a rat-like face stood arrogantly in front of Professor McGonagall, tilting his head up to look at her. Last night, representatives from the Ministry of Magic met with the Hogwarts Board of Governors. We unanimously agreed that you're no longer fit to serve as headmistress. Oh. Professor McGonagall gave him a calm glance. If this is truly the Ministry's decision, why isn't Amelia Bones here herself? She's busy. She couldn't make it, the short wizard replied. Then she can speak to me when she's free. McGonagall waved him off with growing impatience. I'm not particularly attached to the position, but replacing the head of Hogwarts is a serious matter. That's not something a mere head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports can decide. What did you say? The short wizard bristled at the insult but quickly recomposed himself. The governors have already agreed. Compared to that, the minister's opinion hardly matters, don't you think? He pulled out a parchment filled with names. Shall I read it out loud for you? He asked smugly. By unanimous vote of the governors, Minerva McGonagall is hereby removed from the position of headmistress. Her replacement will be Severus Snape. McGonagall's expression darkened. She hadn't expected the board to betray her at such a time. Still, she showed no concern, casting the short wizard a look of pure disdain, as if he were something filthy. It's true the governors have the authority to remove the headmaster. Well then, that settles it. The short wizard sneered. But. McGonagall continued, as far as I know, exercising that authority requires unanimous consent, 12 signatures. And from what I can see. She glanced at the parchment. There are only 9. That's quite a bit short. So unfortunately for you, this document means absolutely nothing. You, damn it. The short wizard stepped forward, red-faced with embarrassment and rage. You need to recognize the situation, Minerva McGonagall. Dumbledore isn't here to shield you anymore. If you don't cooperate, the whole school will pay the price. Creak. The door to the headmaster's office swung open, and Kyle walked in. I heard someone say, pay the price. What, is Hogwarts lunch so good now that people are packing it to go? Who are you? The short wizard snarled, turning on Kyle. Get out, or you're dead. Oh, I know you. Kyle studied his face, thinking aloud. Right, you were in the Hebrides, weren't you? And somehow still alive. Tisk, that's on me. Kyle shook his head in mock regret. The short wizard finally got a good look at him, and the anger on his face instantly turned to horror. Of course he remembered Kyle. Every Death Eater who had been to the Hebrides remembered him. The Dark Lord had shown them Kyle's face and issued a direct order, kill him on sight. It was the first time since joining the Death Eaters that he had seen the Dark Lord so desperate to eliminate someone, so much so, he'd nearly destroyed an entire island. Even now, the image of the island wreathed in fiend fire was seared into his mind. Unfortunately, most of the Death Eaters who witnessed that scene had died. Only a handful had escaped by sheer luck. He was one of them. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he'd run into Kyle again, let alone under these circumstances. You. He pointed at Kyle, trembling, eyes wide with fear, stammering incomprehensibly. What, don't remember me? Kyle stepped forward with a friendly smile. That's fair. I've got a forgettable, passerby kind of look. Easy to slip the mind. But we are kind of acquaintances, wouldn't you say? So how about doing me a favor, be a little more respectful to Professor McGonagall. Cold sweat was pouring down the Death Eater's face. The sight of Kyle holding his wand made him go stiff. He stood rooted to the spot, too terrified to move. Professor McGonagall looked on in confusion. She didn't understand it at all. Why had this overbearing, arrogant Death Eater suddenly wilted the moment he saw Kyle? It was as if he'd turned into a completely different person. Kyle kept walking toward him. 1 step. 2 steps. Each footfall seemed to land directly on the Death Eater's chest. At last, fear gave way to instinct. He suddenly raised his wand high. More. Imperio. The raised arm dropped. The light at the tip of the wand faded. The short Death Eater stood frozen, his face slack, unmoving. I really don't have a talent for that kind of dark magic, Kyle murmured, glancing at his wand. He remembered how unnatural it felt casting the spell and shook his head slightly in frustration. Kyle. Professor McGonagall clutched her chest and whispered. What did you just do? As you saw, Professor, Imperious Curse, Kyle replied. He recognized me. If I hadn't acted first, the dark mark might have been floating over Hogwarts by now. McGonagall thought back to the spell the Death Eater had been casting. Yes, there was no doubt. That had been the incantation for the dark mark. What on earth is going on, she demanded, forcing herself to stay calm. Why would the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports come to Hogwarts and team up with 9 governors to try and remove me from office? I've no idea, Kyle replied with a shrug. He'd been in the middle of teaching when Headmaster Armando Dippet suddenly appeared in the portrait frame of the Ancient Runes classroom, telling him someone was causing trouble in the headmaster's office. So Kyle came, just in time to hear the short wizard at the door muttering about making the whole school suffer. He hadn't expected the men to be someone familiar. Back when Kyle had infiltrated the Hebrides disguised as a Death Eater, that man had stood not far from him. Kyle still remembered his face. Oh no. The Ministry of Magic. Professor McGonagall froze for a moment, then visibly tensed. Had the ministry already fallen? She stumbled back a few steps and collapsed into a chair, clutching the collar of her robe tightly. Kyle's expression turned grim as well. It's all right, Professor. Maybe he was just trying to scare us. I don't know exactly what happened, but we can find out now. He raised his wand again and pointed it at the Death Eater. Legilimens. Thankfully, this one wasn't skilled in occlumency, saving Kyle the trouble of using Veritaserum. The memories surged toward him like a tide. Kyle skimmed through them quickly, then finally let out a long breath. Well? Professor McGonagall asked anxiously. To be honest, she didn't dare look. She couldn't imagine what would happen to the British wizarding world if the ministry really had been taken over by Death Eaters. It's all right, Professor, Kyle said softly. The Death Eaters have only taken over half the ministry. Minister Amelia Bones is still alive, and the Aurors and Hit Wizards are on our side. Thank goodness. Professor McGonagall exhaled sharply and took several deep breaths. Well then, what exactly happened? It's too much to explain, Kyle said. Better if you see for yourself. He pressed his wand to the Death Eater's forehead and gently drew out a glowing silver strand of memory. McGonagall's eye twitched. Between this, the Imperious Curse earlier, and the Legilimency just now, Kyle had already violated wizarding law 3 times, right in front of her. Not school rules. Wizarding law. Especially the Imperious Curse. That one could get you a private cell in Azkaban. Ah. Sorry. Kyle seemed to realize how inappropriate that was. He paused, then awkwardly shoved the memory strand back into the Death Eater's head. With a flick of his wand, a velvet curtain dropped from the ceiling, hanging between him and McGonagall. Another vein pulsed on McGonagall's forehead. What was this, trying to cover it up? Ha ha ha. Laughter burst from the wall. Armando Dippet clutched his stomach, doubled over in delight. I knew calling Kyle was the right call. This is too entertaining. Yes, Dumbledore agreed, nodding. He always has the most unexpected ideas, but they work. Bah. The boy's out of control, Phineas Black muttered from his frame. Using the Imperious Curse in the headmaster's office. Outrageous. Someone like him isn't fit to teach. Oh. Armando Dippet's face darkened instantly. I'm the one who called Kyle here. Are you questioning my decision? Before Phineas could reply, Dippet swung a massive spiked club, who knew where he'd pulled it from, and struck across the frame in one clean sweep. Thud. Ow. A muffled crash followed by a howl of pain. None of the other portraits moved to stop it. They simply shut their eyes, pretending not to see, just like they'd pretended not to see Kyle casting the Imperious Curse. Professor McGonagall felt her head buzzing and had to resist the urge to rip a few portraits off the wall and hurl them out the window. She used to think the portraits in the headmaster's office were rather dignified. Apart from the occasional pretend nap, they never did anything odd. Now, suddenly, they were completely out of control. Had they always been like this? Or had something changed, maybe after a certain new portrait was added? McGonagall's gaze drifted, not so subtly, toward Dumbledore's frame. Fortunately, just then, the velvet curtain vanished. Kyle glanced around, then casually opened a cabinet and pulled out a pensieve, slipping the strand of memory from his wand into it. The memory swirled inside like a silver fish, flickering rapidly within the basin. Professor McGonagall knew how to use a pensieve, of course. She leaned down and plunged her head inside. The swirling current pulled her away from the headmaster's office and into the Ministry of Magic. She saw Scrimgeour, seething with rage, and Amelia Bones, locked in a standoff with the Death Eaters. Thankfully, just as Kyle had said. Though the ministry had been shaken, it hadn't fallen, and Minister Bones was still alive. Moments later, Professor McGonagall emerged from the memory basin. The situation is still rather serious, she said, glancing at the motionless Death Eater beside Kyle. What do you plan to do with him? Of course. Kyle paused mid-sentence, then continued, send him to Azkaban. But Azkaban hasn't been reliable for some time now, and you know that. It's fine, Kyle said with a wave of his hand. I know another place, pretty much the same as Azkaban. It's guarded by Dementors too. Sending him there will have the same effect. Oh. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. And where exactly is that? She'd lived in Britain her whole life and had never heard of any alternate Azkaban. Ah, best not to ask. The setup's basically the same, Kyle replied with a sheepish grin. He was, of course, referring to the Dementor in his suitcase. Ever since it had started following him, it hadn't had a proper meal. Kyle occasionally felt guilty about that. This was a rare opportunity, he figured it was time to give it a special treat and let it feed properly for once. Might stop Newt from constantly accusing him of Dementor abuse. Besides, this Death Eater might turn out to be useful in other ways too, potentially very useful. Why don't you leave him with me? Professor McGonagall said after a moment of thought. Huh. You used the Imperius Curse to control him, didn't you? She said bluntly, calling him out without hesitation. Because you don't want that man, whose name we're not supposed to say, to know you're at Hogwarts. No, that's not it. He definitely knows I'm here. Kyle shook his head. You might not like hearing it, but some Slytherins saw me. So Voldemort probably already knows. At the sound of that name, Professor McGonagall reflexively clutched at her collar. Kyle, however, remained calm. He'd just discovered something very interesting in the Death Eater's memories. Voldemort hadn't shown himself at all, not during the attack on the Ministry, nor in any other recent activity. Kyle suspected he was injured. Back in the Hebrides, Voldemort hadn't completely dodged the firestorm spell Kyle had launched. It was the strongest offensive spell he knew, rune-enhanced Fiendfire. Even Voldemort couldn't walk away from that unscathed. And then there was Godric's Hollow, where he might have been struck by lightning summoned by Dumbledore's magic. Old wounds and new ones stacked together. With Voldemort's pathological fear of death, it made sense that he'd be lying low. That had been Dumbledore's strategy, use pressure to force Voldemort into the open, catch him off guard. But from the looks of it, Voldemort had more patience than they expected. Even with Dumbledore dead, he hadn't come out to claim his victory. Lately, Kyle had been thinking of other ways. And this Death Eater might just provide one. If they could wipe out the Ministry's embedded Death Eaters in one strike, Voldemort wouldn't be able to stay in the shadows much longer. Of course, the risk was high, Amelia Bones and the others could be caught in the crossfire. In that case, why did you stop him from casting the Dark Mark? Professor McGonagall asked suddenly, breaking Kyle's train of thought. It was a split-second decision. I didn't know what spell he was about to cast, Kyle said with a shrug. I thought it was the Killing Curse. Didn't expect he was just calling for backup. Honestly, if he's that timid, what business does he have being a Death Eater? Embarrassing. Professor McGonagall's gaze flickered. She pretended not to hear the comment. Then why control him? I wasn't sure at the time, Kyle replied. I overheard a bit of your conversation at the door. Found out he's the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. At that point, I didn't know what was going on with the Ministry, but I figured, if I could control him, he might come in handy. At the very least, he could be a plant. Someone we could use against the Death Eaters inside the Ministry. Professor McGonagall frowned, carefully considering Kyle's words. She looked again at the short Death Eater, and after a long pause, slowly shook her head. I can't. What? Your Imperius Curse is a bit lacking, Professor McGonagall said, choosing her words carefully to soften the criticism. To be honest, the only reason it worked at all is because he's afraid of you. I'd say it won't be long before he breaks free from your control. As she spoke, the Death Eater's body twitched slightly. His fingers were trembling, curling, and flexing. All clear signs he was on the verge of throwing off the Imperius curse. Well, that's unfortunate, Kyle said with a sigh. There was no helping it, his magic was too clean. Dark magic like the Imperius curse relied on negative emotion to fuel it, and with his particular magic signature, it was bound to be less effective. A trade-off, really. Gains and losses. Leave him to me, Professor McGonagall said. She gave her wand a flick, and a silver net dropped down over the Death Eater, hoisting him into the air. If Hogwarts and the Death Eaters truly are headed for war, I want us to have the initiative. And evacuating the students will take time. Until everything is ready, I need their attention diverted, away from Hogwarts. No problem at all. With McGonagall making the request, Kyle had no reason to refuse. But Professor, he added, he might not be that easy to work with. Want me to help find a suitable replacement? I'd suggest Cedric. He's had experience impersonating a Death Eater before, and he's meticulous. Give him enough time with a pensive, let him study the man's behavior a few times, and he won't blow his cover. Experience impersonating a Death Eater. Professor McGonagall gave Kyle a sharp look. I seem to recall seeing Mr. Diggory in the castle before. Don't tell me. Only then did Kyle realize he'd let something slip, but he kept his expression calm. Ah, that time he was just here to see me. I meant an earlier situation, when we were hunting Dementors together. Oh, McGonagall said with a nod, letting it slide. There's no need to trouble Mr. Diggory with this, she continued. By then, the Death Eater caught in the net had already begun to thrash, the effects of the Imperius curse wearing off. But with his wand already flung aside by Kyle, the struggle was largely pointless. Loud, yes, but pointless. While I strongly dislike the Imperius curse and what it does, that doesn't mean I can't use it. McGonagall's expression wavered with hesitation, but after a moment's resolve, she slowly raised her wand. Imperio. The headmaster's office fell utterly silent. Oh, came a startled cry from the portrait of Dumbledore, his tone full of astonishment. Armando, did you see that? Minerva just used an unforgivable curse in the headmaster's office. I saw it, Albus. Armando Dippet rubbed his eyes. By Merlin above. I must be dreaming. Chapter 916, another headmaster, Harry skips school. Just as Professor McGonagall cast the Imperius curse to subdue the Death Eater, Kyle found his attention drawn to Fawkes's perch across the room and turned to look. What a beautiful perch, it was clearly crafted from fine pearwood, wrapped in delicate golden coils. Whether they were meant to be decorative or for grip, Kyle was certain of one thing, that was real gold. Trust Dumbledore to own something so extravagant. But surely he wouldn't be needing it anymore. The Phoenix had already moved into Kyle's suitcase, leaving the perch here was pointless. Maybe he should take it off McGonagall's hands, save her the trouble of figuring out what to do with it. That seemed fair enough. Kyle kept these thoughts to himself, pretending not to hear the chatter from the portraits behind him. Minerva McGonagall using the Imperius curse. That had to be a mistake. Maybe he'd misheard. Or maybe Headmaster Armando Dippet had been at the fake wine again and was rambling nonsense. He remembered that Violet, one of the fat lady's close friends, was known for her love of drinking and brewing. Her portrait almost always had a wooden cask in it. She and the fat lady would sometimes drink themselves into a stupor in the middle of the night, much to the misery of Gryffindor students roaming after hours. More than once, someone on a late-night kitchen run would return to find the fat lady passed out cold, impossible to wake. And if the fat lady didn't wake, no one could enter the common room. They'd end up crouching by the portrait hole, hugging their snacks and shivering in the corridor. If they were lucky, she'd groggily come to after an hour or two. But most of the time, they had to sit there until dawn, risking being caught by Filch. Clearly, Violet's wine packed a punch. But she was just a painting, what kind of real alcohol could she possibly brew? It had to be fake. That must have been what Dumbledore and Dippet had gotten into. Probably both drunk on imaginary wine, babbling nonsense about unforgivable curses in the headmaster's office. As if that would never happen. Kyle kept his eyes locked on the perch, his neck stiff as iron, determined not to turn around. Not until everything above him finally went silent. Kyle, you. Ah, I just remembered, I haven't watered the vegetable patch yet. Kyle smacked his forehead and, not giving Professor McGonagall the chance to say anything else, quickly added, if there's nothing urgent, I'll be going now. Goodbye, Headmistress McGonagall. Without turning back, he strode forward, snatched up the perch in passing, opened the door, and walked out of the headmistress's office with long, purposeful strides. As for whatever McGonagall was planning to do, Kyle didn't ask. He'd find out soon enough. After crossing the castle and grounds, Kyle made his way back to the little garden outside the wooden hut. His eyes drifted instinctively to the small stool near the door. Back when Dumbledore was hiding out here, he'd often sit there. But the stool was empty now. Dumbledore still hadn't returned. Ever since the funeral, he'd disappeared completely. Kyle had no idea where he'd gone, or what he was doing, but he suspected it had something to do with Voldemort. Still, time had passed, and Hagrid seemed to be doing much better these days. His familiar silhouette had returned to the garden. Thud. With a heavy crash, Hagrid was knocked several steps back by a tail swipe from the Hungarian horntail he'd tried to comfort. He slammed hard into a tree. Ow, cheeky little thing, Hagrid groaned, limping toward Kyle. Swear I just saw a bit of grop from 2 years ago in it. Hagrid, I think there's a difference between dragons and giants. For one, giants don't have spikes on their fists. Kyle glanced at Hagrid's bleeding thigh. I suggest you get some essence of dittany on that, quick. Ah, it's nothing, Hagrid said, tearing a strip of cloth from his sleeve and tying it around the wound. She probably knows I need a bit of pain right now, bless her, so consider it, eh? Kyle gave a dry laugh and offered no comment on Hagrid's odd affection for the dragon. Whatever made him happy. The next day, a completely unexpected notice appeared in the Hogwarts entrance hall. The headmaster had changed, again. Professor McGonagall, who had only recently taken up the role, was once more demoted to deputy headmistress. Severus Snape, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, had officially assumed the position of headmaster. What was going on? Was this some kind of joke? Students exchanged bewildered looks, suspecting it might just be a prank posted by some bored student. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall formally announced the change again at dinner that everyone had no choice but to believe it. At the Slytherin table, it might as well have been Christmas. Cheers and celebration erupted across the house. Snape, however, was just as confused as everyone else. He had no idea what was happening. He hadn't gone to the Great Hall for breakfast or lunch that day, and so hadn't seen the notice, meaning he learned the news later than most. From Snape's perspective, he had simply gone about his usual day of teaching. How had he suddenly become headmaster? No wonder students had been looking at him strangely during lessons. Some had even said things that sounded oddly like congratulations. Snape had assumed they were talking nonsense, and docked them points accordingly. Now that he thought about it, maybe he'd been too hasty. But no, something still didn't add up. How had he become headmaster? Had the Dark Lord invaded Hogwarts? That couldn't be it. If Voldemort had taken over, the school wouldn't be this calm. Then what was going on? Snape's expression shifted rapidly. It was that same, unbearable feeling of being out of control again. Headmistress McGonagall, what is the meaning of this? He asked, rising quickly as Minerva McGonagall returned. Oh, you should still call me Professor, she said coolly. After all, you're the headmaster now. She gave him a pointed look. As for why, didn't your colleague tell you? He came to me today, representing the Ministry of Magic, and threatened me into handing over the headmaster's post to you. Otherwise, he said the entire school would suffer. Though she kept her voice level, her tone was biting. She had already discovered the short man's identity, a bona fide Death Eater. And if a Death Eater was insisting Snape be made headmaster, well, it didn't take much imagination to understand what that meant. Obviously, Snape was a Death Eater too. Not just any Death Eater, but one whom Voldemort trusted deeply, someone he believed could keep Hogwarts under control. Truth be told, she'd suspected Snape's affiliations for years, since over a decade ago, when they'd seen him fighting on Voldemort's side with their own eyes. But Dumbledore had trusted him. He'd often implied there were unshakable reasons for doing so. So McGonagall had chosen to trust him as well. And now? It turned out he'd betrayed Dumbledore. In that short Death Eater's memories, the order to make Snape headmaster had come directly from the Dark Lord himself, and it had been the very first command issued after the Death Eaters seized half of the Ministry. That couldn't just be because Voldemort was fond of Snape, he was clearly one of them. McGonagall even suspected that Snape had something to do with Dumbledore's death. It was hard to believe Malfoy could have pulled it off alone. Under normal circumstances, the moment Dumbledore sensed his intentions, he'd never have let him raise his wand. There had to have been help. It was the only way their plan could have gone so smoothly. And when Malfoy was rescued by an unknown wizard, Snape had been the only professor whose whereabouts were unaccounted for. McGonagall pressed her lips together. Unfortunately, she had no proof. When she heard the phoenix's cry, Snape had been behind her the whole time, his alibi was airtight. Besides, the attack on Phileas had been carried out by 2 people. Snape had been alone. The numbers didn't match. Still, as she met Snape's increasingly uneasy gaze, her own grew colder. The moment she'd mentioned his colleagues, Snape had thought of the Death Eaters within the Ministry. What surprised him was how quickly they had turned their attention to Hogwarts. He'd thought they'd wait until they controlled the entire Ministry before making a move. Even more shocking was that McGonagall had agreed to go along with it, but no, of course she had. Snape walked forward and glanced at the students filling half the Great Hall. They were the reason she'd yielded to the Death Eaters' demand. Now that he understood, he steadied himself and quickly accepted the reality of the situation. Besides, becoming Hogwarts headmaster would actually make it easier to carry out his plan. Yes, his plan. Dumbledore, the unreliable old man, hadn't left him any sort of plan before he died. Not even a final word. And he'd been the only one who knew Snape's true allegiance. Since the funeral, Snape's Death Eater identity had become impossible to shake. So now, he had to find his own way to bring down Voldemort. He hadn't figured it all out yet, only part of it. The Malfoy family would be key. And so would Potter. He had heard Dumbledore say it countless times, Potter was the key to defeating the Dark Lord, and Snape must protect him at all costs. That arrogant, reckless fool. Snape quickly spotted that infuriating face across the Great Hall. But clearly, Harry, who could hardly accept Snape as headmaster, was just as confrontational. His glare was practically shouting insults, as if the words were scrawled across his face. Their eyes met for only a moment, but both walked away feeling insulted. Just look at him, Harry finally snapped, his voice loud and unrestrained. Who knows what kind of tricks he used to become headmaster of Hogwarts? I bet he's feeling pretty smug about it. As more and more students turned to stare, Ron and Hermione looked horrified, nudging and kicking Harry under the table in a desperate attempt to shut him up. Stop it, Harry. You'll get expelled. Hermione whispered, her voice trembling. He heard you, he definitely heard you. I don't care. Harry sneered, raising his voice even more. So what if I get expelled? If Snape's the headmaster, I'd rather have never come to Hogwarts at all. Snape's eyes flickered with a dangerous glint, but surprisingly, he said nothing, almost as if he hadn't heard Harry's outburst at all. That silence kept Hermione on edge until dinner finally ended, when she let out a long sigh of relief. I thought for sure you were going to be expelled right then and there, she muttered as they walked back toward the Gryffindor common room. I meant it, Harry said. You think I was exaggerating? If Snape really is headmaster, even if he doesn't expel me, I'll leave on my own. If you'd looked carefully at the staff table, you'd have noticed someone was already gone. Huh. Ron blinked. Someone missing. It was Kyle, Hermione said quietly. He didn't come to the feast, but Professor McGonagall specifically asked everyone to attend. He must have sensed something was wrong, Harry said firmly. You know Kyle, he's a phoenix. Hey, Harry Potter. A small voice interrupted them. Potter, the new headmaster wants you in his office. The speaker was a Slytherin student, probably a second year by the looks of him. Don't go, Hermione blurted out. Ron nodded. Think about what you just said in the Great Hall. I doubt he's calling you in for a friendly chat. No, I'm going, Harry said. Are you out of your mind? I've never been more clear-headed. Harry turned to the messenger. Go back and tell Snape I'll be there. He can wait for me. The boy frowned. You should learn to respect the headmaster, Potter. I could say the same to you, Pipsqueak. You ought to show some respect to seventh years, or you'll get smacked. Ron stepped forward with a scowl and gave him a shove. Move it. You're in the way. The boy stumbled, nearly falling, and shot Ron a venomous glare before turning on his heel and walking off. Ron didn't take him seriously at all. Just a second-year brat, he could take on three like him with one hand. Are you really going to Snape's office, Harry? Ron asked worriedly. He's definitely up to something. Don't be ridiculous, Ron, Harry suddenly chuckled. You really think I'd go see Snape alone? Then just now you. I was bluffing, so he'd stop tailing us, Harry said, lowering his voice. Listen, now that Snape, that Death Eater, is headmaster, more Death Eaters are bound to follow. I don't think I can stay at Hogwarts anymore. I need to leave. Now. But that's just our assumption, isn't it? Hermione said hesitantly. There's no solid evidence that Professor Snape is a Death Eater. Oh, come on, Hermione. Harry gave her a look. Didn't you hear what Professor McGonagall said to him? She called them your colleagues. I heard it. And the way she looked at Snape, it was cold, distant. Isn't that enough to tell you who he really is? Hermione said nothing, her expression conflicted. I'm coming with you, Ron said, thumping his chest with loyalty. When do we make our move? No, Ron. I'll go alone. Harry shook his head. You're a pureblood. There's no reason for you to run. Even if the Death Eaters come, they won't target you. You mean the disgrace of purebloods? Ron shrugged with a bitter smile. The Weasleys were famously labeled as the disgrace of purebloods, some had even struck them from the pureblood family registers. It wasn't exactly a secret in the wizarding world. You two go. I'll stay, Hermione said, lifting her chin, eyes growing resolute. Someone needs to stay and gather information. That way, even if the Death Eaters take over Hogwarts, we won't be completely in the dark. Then. I'll stay too, Ron said suddenly. Like you said, I'm pure blood. They won't kill me, not right away, at least. You too. Harry started, but Hermione gave him a firm shove. Get moving. But once you leave Hogwarts, have you thought about where you'll go? Of course. I'll look for Sirius, Harry said without hesitation. Or maybe Kyle. He must know a lot more than we do. Oh, right. Harry jogged ahead a few steps, then turned back. Be careful. If you ever decide to escape, the secret passage under the Whomping Willow is a good option. I'll leave the invisibility cloak in the Shrieking Shack. Oh, wait, no, that's an ice cream shop now. Heard Sirius lost a fortune on it. Now that he'd made the decision to leave school, Harry felt surprisingly light, even in the mood to joke. No, Harry, you need the invisibility cloak more than we do. I've got the firebolt, Harry said. They won't catch me. But you guys, you're really not coming. Don't be silly, Hermione replied with a forced smile. I've spent 7 years preparing. I'm not giving up my NEWTS now. All right, then. Just be careful. Harry didn't press them. He turned, slipped on the invisibility cloak, and merged into the crowd, heading for the edge of the castle grounds. Up to now, it was all just guesswork. He was leaving more out of fury that Snape was headmaster than anything else. He had savings, and his godfather had nothing but galleons. He could manage just fine without a diploma. But Hermione and Ron were different. It wasn't fair to drag them along based on a hunch. Besides, if Hogwarts really did fall to the Death Eaters, he trusted Hermione's wit. She'd get Ron to the secret passage under the Whomping Willow before things got too dangerous. And with the invisibility cloak he left behind, they'd have a decent shot at escaping safely. With that thought, Harry didn't hesitate any longer. While Snape was still unaware, he darted out of the castle. What he didn't notice was that, high in one of the castle's towers, a pair of eyes was watching the open grounds below. Whether that person had seen through the invisibility cloak or not was unclear, but one thing was certain, someone else had come to the same conclusion as Harry. Chapter 917, The Sudden Appearance of the Diadem. When Snape learned that Harry had fled Hogwarts overnight just to avoid seeing him, his face turned a deep shade of purple with rage. Very well. Excellent, Snape said, eyes cold and voice slick with malice, as he stared at Hermione and Ron. Tell me where he went. I don't know, Professor. Hermione looked as though she was on the verge of tears. Last night, a Slytherin student said you were looking for him. He left to see you and never came back. Headmaster Snape. Hermione suddenly stopped sniffling, lifted her chin, and spoke with grave seriousness. I know you don't like Harry, but this is Hogwarts. Even a headmaster has to inform a student before putting them in detention. And you've kept Harry locked up all night. Shouldn't you let him out by now? Snape's expression darkened even further. He would have loved to keep Harry Potter in detention, ideally until graduation, but the truth was, he hadn't even seen the boy. He had come looking for him to cause trouble. You're lying, Snape said, narrowing his eyes and turning his gaze back to Hermione. This time, he noticed something curious. The Gryffindor which seemed to be doing everything she could to avoid making eye contact, and when she couldn't, faint veins stood out on her neck and forehead. It looked almost like the strain of gripping something heavy, as though her brain were exerting effort on something. A clemency. Snape wondered, but quickly shook his head. A clemency didn't require you to physically strain your head. That would be idiotic. Still, Hermione had given him an idea. Perhaps he could use Legilimens, dive into her memories and find the answer himself. As Harry's closest friend, she had to know something. His hand moved to his wand instinctively. But whether by coincidence or not, all the portraits lining the walls of the headmaster's office suddenly opened their eyes and turned to look at him. Especially the newest one, Dumbledore's portrait. Those blue eyes, bright and deep, made Snape instinctively recall the line he had heard so many times. Severus, as professors, we must never read a student's mind without consent. Dumbledore had always said that whenever Snape suspected Harry of scheming behind his back and wanted to dig deeper, Dumbledore had forbidden him from probing Harry's mind. Even when he was teaching Harry a clemency, they had made a strict agreement. Maybe that was why, despite Dumbledore being long gone, Snape loosened his grip on his wand. I haven't seen Potter, he even added, offering a rare explanation before dismissing Hermione from the office. Hermione stood beside the gargoyle for a moment, then turned and hurried off. Once she had passed the fat lady's portrait and stepped back into the Gryffindor common room, she collapsed into an armchair, gasping for breath. Hearing the noise, Ron rushed over. Well. Did he believe you? He did. Hermione grinned. At first, he didn't, but he came around. I think a clemency worked. That's amazing, Ron said in awe. I didn't think you'd be able to fool Snape with a spell you just learned. Neither did I, Hermione said happily. I always thought I hadn't fully mastered it. But it seems I was wrong. I could feel it. Snape definitely suspected me. He probably wanted to use legilimens, but he ended up trusting what I said and let me go, which means he didn't see anything about Harry in my mind. There was a thrill of excitement in her voice. Occlumency, along with the Patronus charm, was almost like a third wizarding exam, separate from the OWLS and NEWTS. A kind of adult wizard's test beyond Hogwarts. The Patronus charm was used to send messages, while occlumency was used to guard secrets. Only those who had truly mastered both could be considered capable, mature witches and wizards. But there was a difference. Occlumency was harder to learn than the Patronus charm. Most Aurors and Order of the Phoenix members could probably produce a Patronus, but not all of them could use occlumency. There were definitely Aurors who couldn't. Back when Kyle was teaching Harry the spell, Hermione had been envious beyond words. But that method didn't suit her, it was far too brutish. After all this time, she had combed through nearly every book in the library on occlumency and had finally managed to learn it. And before graduating, no less. Truth be told, Hermione couldn't help feeling a bit proud of herself. What do we do next? Ron's voice pulled her from her thoughts. She lowered her voice and said, nothing. Just keep going to class. Class? Yes. We have to act like we know nothing. We can't slip up, not even once. Got it. The two of them looked tense and resolute, the weight of fate heavy on their shoulders. At the same time, over at 12 Grimmauld Place. I fully support your decision, Harry. Sirius clapped his godson firmly on the shoulder. Snavellis as headmaster. Honestly, Hogwarts isn't even worth going to anymore. To be fair, after finding out what had happened, he'd had the same thought, pull Harry out of Hogwarts before Snape could use his position for petty revenge. That small-minded Snavellis was exactly the type to do something like that. What he hadn't expected was that Harry would beat him to it, running off in the middle of the night and coming straight back on his own. They really were family, right down to their instincts. I want to come with you, Harry said. No problem. Sirius agreed without a second thought. Do whatever you want. Even if that's doing nothing at all, that's fine too. And if you ever need money, just say the word. Sirius was acting the generous godfather, and he had the means to back it up. The vault at Gringotts was stacked with gold like a miniature mountain, enough for him and Harry to spend lavishly for centuries, assuming they didn't try to start a business. Back when Sirius had wanted to stay close and protect Harry, he'd opened a cold drinks shop in Hogsmeade. Business had actually gone decently. It wasn't until he tallied the books after the mission ended that the truth hit. Not only had he failed to turn a profit, he'd lost nearly 8,000 galleons. Remus Lupin had been so furious, his face turned visibly darker with rage. 8,000 galleons. That was more than Remus had probably spent in his entire life combined. No one could figure out how Sirius had managed to lose that much money, not even with rent out of the equation. Really? Harry's eyes lit up. I want to fight the Death Eaters with you. Sirius's expression froze. He went quiet, and for a moment, looked like he wished he could swallow his words back down. Harry, this isn't as simple as you think, Sirius said hesitantly. Going up against Death Eaters isn't safe. You could be in mortal danger at any time. I'm not afraid. Harry said firmly. These ones, they're not like the Death Eaters you faced before, Sirius went on, still trying to dissuade him. They're far more vicious. I don't care, Harry said, his tone resolute. And I wouldn't call the ones I've met gentle, either. Sirius thought about it, and had to admit Harry had a point. Whether it was the Triwizard Tournament, the nameless hillside he'd been taken to, or the Department of Mysteries afterward, Harry had faced some of the most elite Death Eaters. One wrong move and he could have been killed. Even so. Sirius frowned, torn. Like most parental figures, he didn't want Harry facing danger, no matter how much he'd already endured. In that moment, he truly wished Harry could just stay at Hogwarts. It was still relatively safe there, and at least he wouldn't have to worry about Death Eaters. By the way, is Kyle here? Sensing Sirius's hesitation, Harry changed the subject on his own. Stay cooped up in a safe house. No chance. Not even a remote possibility. He was going after Death Eaters and Voldemort, and not even Sirius could stop him. Kyle. Sirius blinked. Isn't he a professor at Hogwarts? You should be closer to him than I am, why are you asking me? He's probably already left the school, Harry replied, briefly explaining what he'd discovered yesterday. Professor McGonagall had ordered that everyone be present, even Hagrid showed up, but Kyle was the only one missing. I'm guessing he must have sensed something, Sirius said after a moment's thought. I remember someone mentioning that you know who's been desperate to kill him. Kyle went to Hogwarts in the first place because Dumbledore could protect him. What did he do, to have to go into hiding like that? Harry asked, surprised. From what he knew about Kyle, ordinary Death Eaters were no match for him, something that had been confirmed by others in the Order of the Phoenix. At Lupin and Tonks's wedding, it was Kyle who had saved everyone. He'd grown even stronger than he was back at school, much stronger. If he was hiding now, the threat had to be Voldemort himself. But that seemed like an overreaction. Harry had killed Voldemort once and never been hunted down like that. Then again, maybe it was just because he'd stayed at Hogwarts all this time. Still, Kyle seemed to be the only one in the Order who got that kind of treatment. What could he have done to make Voldemort so furious? Harry was dying to know the answer. If it were possible, he wanted to do the same thing. Anything that could piss off Voldemort was worth celebrating. But he was disappointed. Sirius shook his head. No idea. No one's ever talked about it. Maybe only Dumbledore knew. But he's gone. If there were a prize for worst conversational timing, Sirius would win it. After that sentence, Harry couldn't help thinking of that kind old man, and suddenly had no desire to keep talking. The room fell into silence. Just then, the door outside opened. Oh, come take a look, big news. Lupin rushed in from outside and, looking up, immediately caught sight of Harry's eyes, the same bright green as Lily's. Harry, he blurted out. Aren't you supposed to be at school? What are you doing here? Oh, nothing major. I got expelled from Hogwarts, Harry said, trying to sound as lighthearted as possible. What? Lupin was startled. Harry, this isn't funny at all. You can't be so impulsive. Come off it, Remus, Sirius stepped forward. Dumbledore's dead, and that's Novellus's headmaster now. Keeping Harry away from Hogwarts is the smartest thing we could have done. Don't tell me you've forgotten who he used to serve. Lupin fell silent, which was as good as agreeing. They all knew Snape had been a Death Eater, once, and quite possibly still. Enough about that, Sirius waved it off. What's this big news you brought? I mean, I'm curious. What could possibly shock you like that? Don't tell me Dumbledore came back from the dead. Hardly, Lupin said, shaking his head reflexively. But it's still Hogwarts related. He laid out a copy of the Daily Prophet on the table. Harry leaned over curiously and immediately spotted the photo on the front page, a gleaming, elegant diadem with a stunning gemstone set at its center. His eyes moved to the headline. The Ravenclaw diadem, missing for 1,000 years, discovered in Diagon Alley. Harry read aloud, almost without realizing. Ravenclaw's diadem. That's right, Lupin said, smacking his lips. The one said to grant wisdom to the wearer. Who'd have thought the legend was true? Harry read on. According to sources, the unknown wizard visited the famed dark magic shop Borgin and Burke's to authenticate the diadem. Never in my life did I expect that legendary diadem to truly exist. I offered my entire fortune for it, but was refused. So said old Borgin. And judging by his words, it wasn't hard to tell just how badly he wanted Ravenclaw's diadem. Unfortunately for him, the mysterious wizard clearly wasn't impressed by Borgin's entire life savings. Maybe he figured a dark magic shop owner didn't have much to offer. Either way, he turned Borgin down and planned to find a more well-heeled buyer. After finishing the article, Harry pursed his lips. Is that Ravenclaw's diadem really worth that much? He was familiar with Borgin and Burke's, he'd stumbled in once by accident. It was a dark magic shop, sure, but nothing in there came cheap. In fact, most of it was absurdly expensive. Surely the shopkeeper's entire fortune was more than the gold Harry had in his own vault, and it still wasn't enough. That's Ravenclaw's diadem we're talking about. Sirius was flipping through the newspaper again and again. If I ran into the guy, I'd give him everything in the family vault in exchange for that diadem. Remus, what do you think, can we find him? Unlikely, Lupin said after a moment's thought, shaking his head. Bang. Another door slammed open. In came Mrs. Weasley, Tonks, Auror Kingsley, and Mundungus, the slippery thief who always skirted the edge of the law. Oi, have you heard? Mundungus blurted out eagerly. There's a massive treasure in England, a real one, I mean. Of course, Sirius nodded. He didn't much care for Mundungus, but he didn't outright dislike him either. We were just talking about it. Talking about what? Whether we can find the guy, Sirius said. I'd pay everything I've got for that diadem. All the Black family's gold. Mundungus looked momentarily dazed, like he'd just glimpsed a dream. He nearly drooled on the spot, but quickly snapped out of it and shook his head. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Why not? Because every wizard in Britain is looking for him, Tonks added. No one knows how his location got leaked, but ever since that article came out, almost the entire magical community has been stirred into action, Aurors, Death Eaters, even wizards from other countries. It'll be nearly impossible for us to find him before they do. Exactly, said Mundungus. There's already a bounty on him in the black market. You'd never guess how much he's worth. So that's why you were chasing me earlier, trying to get information on what the Aurors know, just so you could cash in, huh? Tonks narrowed her eyes at Mundungus, her hair flaring bright red. I. Mundungus stammered, unable to respond. He had been thinking just that. Coming to 12 Grimmauld Place this time was all about tapping into the Order of the Phoenix's intelligence network. But now, it seemed they didn't know any more than he did. Which made sense, after all, the Order had been disbanded, with everyone reassigned to the Aura office. It wasn't until after Dumbledore's death that the group had even begun to reassemble. In such a short time, there was no way they'd have gathered any particularly valuable intel. Realizing that, Mundungus quickly made up an excuse and slipped out of the house. Watching his greedy little exit, Mrs. Weasley muttered in disgust. I really don't know why Dumbledore let that man into the Order. Probably because he could get information the rest of us couldn't, Lupin said offhandedly, clearly not bothered. Then he turned to look at Tonks, as if waiting for her to say what she'd come to say. You know who has appeared. Sure enough, the next moment, Tonks delivered a piece of news that stunned the room. Seriously? Harry asked reflexively. Someone saw him in Nocturne Alley. He killed more than one person, said Mrs. Weasley. It was only then she seemed to notice Harry. Dear, what are you doing here? Let's talk about that later, Molly, Sirius cut in. What's strange is, you know who never showed up during any of the Death Eater's 3 attacks on the Ministry. So why would he suddenly appear in Nocturne Alley now? Maybe because of the diadem, Kingsley said. It's Ravenclaw's diadem, we all know Voldemort would want it. But still, a diadem can't be more important than seizing control of the Ministry, Lupin said under his breath. He'd been worried back when the Death Eaters attacked the Ministry that Voldemort might show up himself. If that had happened, the Aurors and Hit Wizards wouldn't have stood a chance. But Voldemort never came. Even after the Death Eaters failed 3 times, there was no sign of him. Some speculated he was preoccupied with something more crucial, something that kept him from joining the fight for the Ministry. And that theory had gained quite a bit of support. Amelia Bones had even considered targeting a few Death Eaters working within the Ministry, either to test Voldemort's limits or to take them all down in one stroke. But before she had the chance to act, Voldemort showed up, for a diadem. Lupin's words made the others fall silent in thought. It was true, no matter how valuable the diadem might be, it couldn't be more important than taking over the Ministry. That was the biggest obstacle standing in the way of Voldemort ruling the British wizarding world. That diadem must mean a great deal to him, Kingsley said, lifting his gaze. We need to look for it too. No matter what, we can't let it fall into you-know-whose hands. No problem, Harry said immediately, volunteering to team up with Sirius. I'll go with you. That should put your mind at ease, he added. Sirius's mouth twitched, reluctant, but he gave a small nod of agreement. Chapter 918, Chapter 918, The Eve of the Great Battle. In recent days, Nocturne Alley had been thrown into complete chaos thanks to an article in the Daily Prophet. What was once a desolate and empty place, where you could go days without seeing a soul, was now even livelier than the neighboring Diagon Alley. Especially outside Borgin and Burke's, which had been prominently mentioned in the article, hooded figures in dark cloaks now loitered everywhere, lurking with clear purpose. They had all come for their own reasons, but one thing was the same, none of them had managed to see the shop's owner. Though the store was open, it was completely empty inside, and stepping through the doorway gave off a bone-deep chill. It was as if a powerful curse had been cast there. Many of the visitors were dark wizards, no one more familiar with curses than them, and they were certain something had happened inside Borgin and Burke's. It was best to stay away. Still, having come all this way, none of them wanted to leave empty-handed. So they lingered, loitering around the area in hopes that some opportunity might arise. Of course, not everyone had the patience. Quite a few barged into the shop anyway, but most of those who entered never came back out. The rare ones who did re-emerge were usually missing something, an arm, a leg, that sort of thing was common. Only then did people remember, this wasn't some innocent sweets shop in Diagon Alley, it was a real, fully-fledged dark magic store. Such places were always dangerous. It wasn't even unheard of for customers to end up as merchandise. Or perhaps that was just one of the unique supply chains used by the owners of such establishments. Gradually, fewer and fewer dared to force their way into Borgin and Burke's. So attention shifted. Since the article had included so many details, the reporter behind it, Rita Skeeter, must know even more. After all, there was only so much space in a newspaper. The real treasure lay in what hadn't been printed. Perhaps, with enough digging through those seemingly insignificant details, they could figure out where the mysterious wizard with the diadem had gone. But something strange had happened. Rita Skeeter, the journalist who wrote the article, had vanished without a trace after the Daily Prophet went out. She had left the newsroom, and not even the Ministry of Magic could track her down. No FLU network usage. No port keys. No apparition. Not even the night bus. She had simply disappeared, vanished without a clue, and no one knew where she had gone. Well, no one except a very few. In a dingy, forgotten wizarding pub in Wiltshire, Rita Skeeter huddled beneath a large hooded cloak, trembling with excitement. "This is insane, absolutely insane," she muttered, barely coherent. "You're a genius, just a few lines, and now the entire wizarding world is running in circles. Even him. Even that one we can't name. Did you see Borgin? The way he was tortured. He's no pushover, but he didn't stand a chance against that man. I swear, I nearly got caught. I'm telling you," he glanced right at the crack in the wall where I was hiding. He had to have noticed something. "So terrifying, don't you think?" Rita rambled on, downing drink after drink. Just thinking about those crimson eyes made her shiver. She picked up the half-full bottle of brandy and finished it in one go. Yes, it had been dangerous, but thrilling too. And she had the exclusive. First-hand. Who else but Rita Skeeter could hide in plain sight from you-know-who? No one. No one but her. She sat there, almost floating with pride, a deep sense of satisfaction settling in her bones. "Yeah, pretty terrifying," said Kyle quietly, seated beside her. "Seriously though, how did you come up with this idea?" Rita asked, curiosity getting the better of her. "Just a fake diadem, and the whole wizarding world's gone mad. Even he came out. We're famous overnight. By Merlin, why didn't I think of this before? It's 1,000 times more effective than gossiping about old wizards' love lives." "Fake diadem?" Kyle raised an eyebrow. With a flick of his hand, a silver diadem appeared, glittering in his grasp. "Who told you it was fake?" On the front of the crown was a raven with outstretched wings. A large blue gemstone gleamed at its center, dazzling even in the dim light of the pub. "Of course it's fake. Everyone knows the real diadem's been missing for thousands of years." Rita's voice trailed off as she stared at it. Something wasn't right. This thing, it didn't feel fake. She wasn't some clueless witch. On the contrary, as one of the Daily Prophet's most famous reporters, she'd been inside the homes of many powerful figures. Granted, not always through legal means, but she'd been there. She'd seen a lot of rare magical artifacts. This diadem radiated power. It felt like a vortex of enchantment, drawing in everything around it, magic included. This wasn't a replica. Rita's throat worked, and cold sweat began to trickle down her temple. Could this actually be Ravenclaw's diadem? The thought came unbidden. In some ways, she wanted it to be real. The legendary diadem, lost for a millennium, resurfacing, what a headline. It could dominate the front page for weeks. And she'd be at the center of it all. But that only applied if it was found in a safe place, like Hogwarts, or the Ministry of Magic. Only then could she benefit from the story. Right now, the diadem was unaccounted for. Everyone was looking for it. And that made her the liability. Anyone with their eye on the diadem would eventually come for her, especially him. And they wouldn't hesitate to use any means to extract more information. Just thinking of what had happened to old Borgin made Rita's blood run cold. She scanned the room stiffly, eyes filled with fear. Any moment now, someone could burst in and kill them on the spot. "Relax. They can't see us," Kyle said, still running a thumb along the edge of the diadem. It was only then that Rita realized, despite the people passing through the pub, none of them had noticed the glittering object in Kyle's hand. None of them saw the two of them at all. It's really real?" Rita asked, her voice hoarse. "What else would it be?" Kyle replied matter-of-factly. "A fake diadem wouldn't fool him." Rita shivered. "You weren't this jumpy before," Kyle remarked, glancing at her. "You even had the guts to watch you-know-who interrogate Borgin up close. What changed?" "It's not the same," Rita muttered, pouring herself another full glass of fire whiskey. If the diadem had been fake, and she got caught, well, she'd issue an apology, maybe let it blow over in a few days. She'd written plenty of flashy nonsense before. Sometimes she didn't even have to apologize. But if this was real, she wasn't a reporter anymore. She was a walking key to a treasure vault. That changed everything. Rita drank faster now, trying to drown her panic in alcohol. Kyle stood by silently, watching her drink without interruption. Only when she truly couldn't take another sip did he speak, slowly and deliberately. "Go on. They've worked so hard to track down the diadem, it's only fair to toss them another clue." "I'm not doing it." Rita Skeeter refused without hesitation. "Bloody hell, if I'd known it was real, I never would have helped in the first place." "Suit yourself," Kyle sighed. "But tell me, How long do you think it would take them to find you, if they knew Rita Skeeter's animagus form was a beetle? You. Oh, and what if I lifted the concealment charm right now? Kyle glanced around at the surrounding wizards, their faces hidden in shadow, radiating the unmistakable air of danger. Think they'd try to grab the diadem? With a smile, he casually shoved the diadem into Rita's hands, raised his wand, and gave it a delicate flick. How can I help you? Rita blurted out, suddenly sobered, her drunken haze vanishing in an instant. Smart choice, Kyle said, lowering his wand. You're a bastard. Rita glared at him in frustration. After everything I've done for you, and you threaten me. Think of it as a trade. How about an exclusive interview as compensation? Kyle offered. What kind of interview? Can't say yet, Kyle said thoughtfully, but I promise it won't disappoint. I'll give you one more chance, Rita growled through clenched teeth. Not that she had a real alternative. Agreeing meant she might gain something. Refusing. That got her nothing. Rita knew exactly which way the scales tipped. And now, with the diadem in her hands, she was more certain than ever, it was the real thing. Her heartbeat quickened. She felt an overwhelming urge to put it on. If she could just wear it, she could inherit Ravenclaw's wisdom, become the smartest witch in the world. If she wore the diadem, she'd write articles so compelling that no one could stop reading. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Dazed, Rita seemed to hear Kyle's voice, snapping her back. She realized she'd already raised the diadem to eye level, one more movement and it would be on her head. What if I just go for it? The thought crept into her mind. Ravenclaw's diadem. Even wearing it once would be worth it. If I were you, I wouldn't, Kyle said again, as if reading her mind. It wasn't hard to guess. Everyone who got their hands on the diadem had the same thought. It was almost too easy to predict. I know what you're thinking, Kyle continued. So, go on, guess. Why haven't I worn it? Or do you think I don't know it grants wisdom? Rita hesitated. Right, if it really worked, why wasn't he wearing it? All I'll say is this, the diadem brings wisdom, and a curse. I suspect that anyone other than Ravenclaw herself who wears it would be driven mad. Rita didn't quite understand what he meant. But suddenly, the weight in her hands vanished, the diadem was gone. A sharp pang of loss hit her. Take it back. The thought came unbidden. But what little sense she had left warned her not to try. How can I help you? She asked again, trying to focus her mind elsewhere. Same as before, Kyle replied. Write another article. Tell them the diadem has reappeared. Oh, and this time, add how it felt. What you experienced just now, holding it. Why? To make it more convincing, Kyle said simply. And the location? Right here, Kyle said. A pub like Nocturne Alley, gritty enough to be believable. Can I ask why you're doing all this? Rita finally asked, unable to contain the question any longer. She'd been wondering from the start, what did Kyle gain from using the diadem to draw so much attention? You really want to know? Kyle lifted his wand and gave it a light wave. To lure out you-know-who, and get another chance to kill him. How's that for an answer? Something seemed to vanish around them. The diadem, now glinting openly in the dim pub, drew every eye to it in an instant. The room, once buzzing with background noise, fell into eerie silence. And then... pop. With a sharp crack, Kyle vanished, taking the diadem with him in a burst of apparition. A second later, the pub erupted into utter chaos. Louder, wilder, more frenzied than before. By Merlin's beard, what did I just see? The diadem. That had to be Ravenclaw's diadem he was holding. Haha, I'm in luck, it's mine now. Keep dreaming. I saw it first, it belongs to me. Do you have a death wish? The bar erupted into chaos. Some were already brawling over who had the right to claim the diadem, while others, sharper, quicker, had already tried to apparate after Kyle. Outside, a beetle wobbled and landed shakily on the branch of a tree. That beetle, of course, was Rita Skeeter. She still hadn't recovered from what Kyle had just said. Kill you-know-who again. Could he be serious? Dumbledore is dead, how can he possibly think he can do it? And now that she knew his intentions, what if she got caught up in it? Bloody hell. Why did I have to ask that question? Remembering Voldemort's terrifyingly irrational nature, Rita's face grew pale. She looked like she wanted to slap herself. Meanwhile, Kyle had already returned to Hogsmeade after leaving the bar. He'd made 2 detours along the way, dramatically increasing the difficulty of tracking him. Unless the Ministry itself got involved, no one else would be able to trace his route. He walked quickly through the streets of Hogsmeade, heading straight back toward Hogwarts. He'd only been gone a few days, but even from the outside, the castle's changes were obvious. First, the entire atmosphere felt heavier, oppressive. And there were two unfamiliar faces among the staff, new professors of dubious background. "They're hideous," Kyle muttered, frowning at the two smug wizards standing in front of Professor McGonagall. Voldemort's taste was clearly getting worse. Say what you would about Bellatrix or Antonin, yes, they were insane, but at least they looked presentable. Wash their faces and they could pass for someone respectable. But these new Death Eaters. Kyle seriously suspected they might be related to ghouls. They looked like dark magic had clawed at their features and left them half-melted. Maybe Voldemort just felt more at ease surrounded by people who looked like him. Kyle shook his head and walked over. "Professor McGonagall, I've almost finished preparations on my end. Is the evacuation plan for the students ready?" "Yes." At the sight of Kyle, McGonagall promptly ignored the two men before her. "But Kyle, is it really this urgent? The NEWT exams are right around the corner. Can't we at least let the 7th years graduate?" "What are you talking about?" one of the Death Eaters barked, a twisted horn growing unevenly from his head. "And who the hell are you?" "I'm afraid there's no time, Professor," Kyle said, completely ignoring the men. "My guess is that Voldemort hasn't shown himself because he's still recovering from injuries. That makes this the perfect window to strike. As for the NEWTs, just let the Ministry arrange retakes. It's not a big deal." "Hey, you. If that's your assessment, then fine," McGonagall said firmly. "The Hogwarts Express isn't safe, so I've secured the night bus instead. It's a specially modified one, should just barely be able to carry all the students. It will wait in Hogsmeade. Just give the signal with a stealth charm wand gesture, and it will appear." "Enough." The horned wizard finally snapped, shouting, "Answer me, Minerva McGonagall. What are you planning? Unless you want a few students to suddenly turn up dead. You're sending students away right in front of us," the second wizard sneered. "Do you think we're invisible? All of this will go straight to the Dark Lord, you'll pay for." He didn't finish his sentence. He suddenly shuddered, then collapsed face first onto the ground, stiff as a board. "Oof. That looked like it hurt," Kyle said mildly. "Thanks for the reminder. I almost forgot I needed to deal with you too." Bang. Another thud followed as the second man dropped on top of the first. What on earth just happened? McGonagall started in alarm at the abrupt scene. She'd been ready to act, but the Death Eaters had gone down before she could even lift her wand. Maybe they got sleepy. "I've known a lot of dark wizards who enjoy napping wherever they please," Kyle said offhandedly, catching a bowtruckle that had leapt onto him. It had a tiny fang-shaped sword tucked into its waist, looking every bit like a miniature knight. McGonagall gave the bowtruckle a slightly puzzled look, but didn't dwell on it. She turned and headed back into the castle. She'd always been decisive. If they were going to evacuate the students, then there was no point hesitating. As for the two Death Eaters, with Kyle around, she wasn't worried in the slightest. Chapter 919, The Note in the Pendant Box, Voldemort's Rage. Not long after Professor McGonagall left, all of Hogwarts sprang into action. Even though it was already late, the professors rushed in from every corner as quickly as they could. "Oh. Minerva." Slughorn came huffing down the stairs, panting heavily, his footsteps echoing as he reached Professor McGonagall. "Minerva. Could you please explain why the students are being woken up at this hour?" "For their safety," Professor McGonagall replied. "Safety, right." Slughorn adjusted his luxurious silk pajamas and looked around. "Does Severus know?" "I haven't seen him." "There's no need to trouble our headmaster with something so minor," McGonagall said. Whether by accident or design, the silver tabby cat Patronus had entered every professor's office, except the most important one, the headmaster's. "I'm sorry to have called you all here," said McGonagall, wand in hand. "But I believe the one whose name must not be spoken may be coming soon. Before that happens, we need to ensure every student is safely evacuated from the castle." Professor Sprout gasped and instinctively stepped back, only to stumble, nearly falling. "Sorry, Phileas," she said quickly. Professor Flitwick rubbed his shoulder. He was just as shocked by McGonagall's news and hadn't noticed the people around him moving. Otherwise, he would have dodged her. But Flitwick didn't seem to mind. "What should we do?" he asked, his voice sharp. "You know as well as I do, whatever we do, we can't actually keep the Dark Lord out, can we?" "That used to be true," said McGonagall, her eyes flashing. "But Kyle just brought us some good news, he's been hurt." "Injured?" Flitwick exclaimed. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, Professor." At that moment, Kyle walked over from nearby. "I didn't mean to doubt you," Flitwick said, steadying himself. "It's just, this is such a shocking revelation. Can you explain in more detail?" "As far as I know, it's happened about 3 times. Kyle paused to think. The first time was a few months ago, when the Death Eaters ambushed the Ministry of Magic. At that time, the Dark Lord and Professor Dumbledore fought a fierce battle overseas. He managed to steal Dumbledore's wand, but paid dearly for it. Then, in Godric's Hollow, I saw half of his body scorched black by Dumbledore's magic. And not long after that, the same side of his body was hit again, this time by fiend fire. With each word from Kyle, the surrounding professors drew sharp breaths, their hissing gasps filling the room. Most of them had been holed up in Hogwarts, relying solely on the daily prophet or idle chatter for news. They hadn't known these details, especially the last two incidents. Was Dumbledore at Godric's Hollow too? Professor Sprout muttered in confusion. He never mentioned a thing. And what's this about fiend fire? McGonagall knew more than the rest, though she wasn't clear on all the finer points. After thinking through Kyle's description, she said, it must have been a weather spell. What? That battle in Godric's Hollow, she explained. Albus probably used a weather spell, enhanced with runes, to summon lightning. That was one of his specialties. Remember? 30 years ago, when those thieves broke into Hogwarts, they were taken down in the same way. The sudden lightning bolts disabled over 20 wizards in an instant. Oh, I remember now, said Flitwick. I had just started at Hogwarts. I was so envious of his technique. It was incredibly powerful, Kyle added. The Dark Lord could barely walk afterward. Then he got hit with fiend fire. I'd say he's in terrible shape right now. He didn't even show up when the Death Eaters attacked the Ministry, despite Dumbledore being dead. Hearing this, the professors all fell silent in thought. Given the circumstances, now really did seem like the best chance to destroy the Dark Lord. But Kyle. Slughorn, now breathing more steadily, finally spoke. If that's true, why would someone like him come to Hogwarts? He must know this place is even more dangerous than the Ministry. If I were him, I'd go into hiding. Dumbledore's dead, after all. Hey, don't look at me like that, I'm just stating facts. Seeing the expressions of the other professors, Slughorn quickly added, what I mean is, his greatest enemy is gone. There's no reason to rush into a confrontation with Hogwarts. In theory, you're right, Kyle said with a smile. But I've given him a reason he can't ignore. What is it? This. Kyle held up Ravenclaw's diadem. Professor Slughorn, I'm sure you're familiar with Horcruxes. Slughorn went pale and instinctively stepped back, stammering, I've heard of them. Of course he had. In fact, it was his teachings that had led Tom Riddle to learn how to create Horcruxes. To hide this truth, and to avoid being silenced by Voldemort, Slughorn had even altered his own memories and gone into hiding. Could it be? Slughorn couldn't help but glance up at the diadem, and in the next moment, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was no trace of Horcrux magic on it. I never would have guessed that mysterious wizard in the papers was you, Slughorn said, regaining his usual confidence. So, you think you know who wants the diadem so he can turn it into a Horcrux? Seeing Slughorn putting on airs, Kyle didn't call him out. He simply shook his head and said, he didn't just want to, he already did. More than 10 years ago, he turned the diadem into a Horcrux. That's impossible. Slughorn blurted out. Horcruxes don't look like that. That's because the soul fragment inside has already been removed, Kyle replied, smiling. Mr. Nicholas Flamel did a fine job, don't you think? Looks good as new. The diadem gleamed brilliantly, just like the gleam in the professor's eyes. Though they knew that a portion of Rowena Ravenclaw's memory had been preserved, actually seeing the diadem still stirred their emotions. Professors like McGonagall and Sprout, being heads of house, were better prepared, they'd been briefed by Dumbledore in advance. But for the others, those who taught general subjects, it was a different story. From the moment Kyle produced the diadem, their eyes hadn't left it. Nicholas Flamel. Slughorn clutched his chest, sensing that Kyle might know more than he was letting on. A Horcrux that's been cleansed shouldn't be enough to trick you-know-who, he said, quickly changing the subject. Even if he gets it back, it's useless. But you know who doesn't know it's been cleansed, Kyle shrugged. You do know, don't you? Soul fragments are independent, they can only sense each other when they're close enough. And when we removed the fragment from the diadem, you know who hadn't even been resurrected yet. There's no way he could have known one of his Horcruxes was destroyed. Ah, all right, of course, Slughorn stammered. I'll go summon the Slytherin students right away. He hurried off, as if terrified that Kyle might expose one of his old blunders at any moment. When did Horace get so enthusiastic, said Professor McGonagall. Well, in any case, I suggest everyone gather the students and meet in the Great Hall. Most of them will need to be evacuated. But if any of the older students are willing to stay and fight, I believe we should give them that choice. Agreed, said Professor Sprout, already heading for the door while muttering, venomous tentacula, devil's snare, chomping cabbage. Professor Flitwick followed behind her, his steps heavy, but a spark of anticipation gleamed in his eyes. You know who's wounded, maybe this time, we really can win, he murmured to himself, unable to resist glancing back at the diadem in Kyle's hand. As the head of Ravenclaw House, he knew more than the others. He'd assumed Dumbledore had locked the diadem away in his office, but instead, he'd given it to Kyle. Or perhaps it had been Lady Ravenclaw's decision. After all, she was still somewhere within the castle. Whether she would intervene this time, though, remained to be seen. This was Rowena Ravenclaw they were talking about, the most brilliant witch in history, a founder of Hogwarts, bearer of countless honors, and with that thought, Voldemort and the Death Eater suddenly didn't seem quite so frightening. Oh no. We can't pin our hopes on a 1,000-year-old witch, Flitwick muttered, shaking his head and quickening his pace. Soon, only Kyle and Professor McGonagall remained. I still need to be sure, McGonagall said. Do you really think you know who would drag his injured body to Hogwarts for a single Horcrux? Maybe not for one, Kyle replied. But what if there are several? The diadem isn't the only one we have. He'll come. He has to. When? I don't know, Kyle said. It depends on when he realizes his Horcruxes are gone. I left him a trail, he should figure it out. Oh. At the same time, in a room at 12 Grimmauld Place, Harry jolted awake, drenched in sweat. His pajamas were soaked, and his hair clung damply to his head. But he didn't care. The moment he sat up, he clutched his forehead, pressing against the scar. Bang. The door burst open from the outside. Sirius rushed in, looking alarmed. I heard you shouting, what happened? He held his wand ready, eyes scanning the room warily, even though he knew they were in a secure place. No, nothing, just. I dreamed about Voldemort. What did you say? I dreamed about Voldemort. Harry rubbed at the burning scar on his forehead, the pain sharp, as if a knife had been driven into it. He hadn't felt anything like this in a long time, not since learning occlumency. What did you see in the dream? Sirius asked, frowning. He was angry. Harry pressed a hand to his forehead, trying to recall the images that had flashed through his mind. He'd seen Voldemort leave Knockturn Alley, go to Gringotts, and slaughter a number of goblins there. Then the scene shifted. Voldemort was in a cave, sitting in a small, eerie boat, gliding swiftly across a pitch-black lake. And that's when Harry had jolted awake. Listen to me, Harry. Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder. Whatever he's planning, it doesn't matter anymore. Harry blinked. Why do you say that? Because we've just received word, he's likely planning to attack Hogwarts, Sirius said quickly. That's bad, Hermione and Ron are still there. Exactly why we have to move, now, said Sirius. Hurry up. Remus is already waiting, we're heading out immediately. Right. Harry said without hesitation. He swung his legs over the bed and tried to stand, but before he could steady himself, a wave of searing pain slammed into his head. It felt like his skull was about to split open. In that instant, he looked down and saw a pale, shriveled hand, Voldemort's hand, clutching an open locket. Inside was a scrap of paper. Harry strained to read what was written, but the pain was too much, the burning scar kept pulling his focus away. He could barely make out 3 letters on the note. R.A.B. Harry, are you all right? A voice said. Harry snapped back to reality and found himself sitting on the floor, Sirius gripping his arm. You scared me there. Did you see him again? Yeah. Harry nodded, then asked instinctively, Sirius, do you know what R.A.B. means? R.A.B. Sirius shook his head. Sounds like someone's initials. Actually, those are the initials of my brother, Regulus. But you wouldn't know him, would you? No, I don't. Harry thought for a moment. The name Regulus meant nothing to him. What exactly did you see? A cave. Voldemort was in it. He was holding a locket, and that's what was written inside. Harry didn't notice the way Sirius began to tremble the moment he mentioned the cave and the locket, or how a mist formed in his eyes. Could you describe it in more detail? Sirius asked cautiously. What was the cave like? It was really dark. Harry didn't understand why Sirius was so interested in the cave, but he answered honestly. There was a pitch-black lake in the middle, with a stone basin in the center. Voldemort took the locket from there. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Sirius suddenly burst into laughter, making Harry jump. The laughter grew louder, so loud it drew Lupin in from outside. Sirius, what's going on? But Sirius didn't answer. He looked straight at Harry. What did Voldemort do? I mean, when he saw the locket. He was furious, Harry said. I saw him destroy the entire cave. The falling rocks filled the lake. Wait, you're saying you saw? Lupin fixed his eyes on Harry. You were in you-know-whose mind again, weren't you? Dumbledore must have warned you how dangerous that is. What you see might be just what he wants you to see. I know. But I think it was real this time, Harry said, pointing to his scar. It only hurts like that when he's really angry. Just now, it felt like my head was going to split in two. Ha 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 ha, this is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sirius's laughter cut them off again. Brilliant. Harry twitched at the corner of his mouth. What was that supposed to mean? His skull nearly bursting was brilliant. And Sirius wasn't just laughing, he was muttering under his breath as he did. Regulus, you did it. He saw what you left behind, and now he's furious. That was the whole point, wasn't it? Of course Sirius knew about the cave. A few years ago, with the help of Dumbledore and Kyle, he had retrieved Regulus from that very place. He also knew the Horcrux in that cave had been a fake. The real one had been swapped out long ago by Regulus, and now, it should be in Kyle's possession. And from what Harry described, Regulus had even left a note inside the fake, just to mock Voldemort. That was so very like him. Sirius could just imagine the look on Voldemort's face when he read that note. Lupin, what's going on with Sirius? Harry asked in a low voice. He couldn't help but feel that his godfather had suddenly become a bit unhinged. Was there something special about that cave? I'm not sure, Lupin replied, shaking his head. Regulus's story was something of a well-kept secret. In order to avoid alerting Voldemort by revealing that one of his Horcruxes had already been destroyed, Sirius had deliberately kept the truth hidden. He hadn't even told Lupin, or Harry. But now, that secrecy seemed no longer necessary. With a sharp flick of his wand, Sirius cast a spell, looking visibly relieved, as though he'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. From outside came a loud clack, as if something had fallen into place. Harry and Lupin rushed out and found a new portrait hanging in the entrance hall, right beside Phineas's, but even larger than the portrait of the former headmaster. It depicted a young man who bore a strong resemblance to Sirius, though his expression was more solemn, or perhaps sullen. Harry could tell right away, he was a Slytherin. That particular look was almost a signature of the house. Sirius, who is he? Regulus Black, Sirius said. The RAB you saw, that was short for Regulus Arcturus Black. He's the one who left the note. Him? Harry asked, stunned. Sirius nodded, wiping the corner of his eye, a rare sense of ease settling over him. Let's get to Hogwarts first. I'll explain everything once we're there. Chapter 920, The Joy of Stone Stumps. Because apparition wasn't possible within Hogwarts, Sirius, Lupin, Mrs. Weasley, and the others had no choice but to go to Hogsmeade first before making their way to the castle. To avoid being ambushed by Death Eaters who might have been lying in wait, they deliberately chose a more secluded spot, a sunken hollow beside the left side of the Screaming Ice Cream Shop. This place used to be the Shrieking Shack, but after Sirius took it over a year ago, he changed the name. Though the name sounded a bit odd, after hearing it enough times, it sort of rolled off the tongue. After all, you can't really expect someone who lost 8,000 galleons in a single year to come up with a great shop name. The group concealed themselves and moved quickly toward Hogwarts. Along the way, Sirius took the opportunity to tell Harry and Lupin about how Regulus had swapped out the Slytherin locket and fooled Voldemort. He looked quite proud as he spoke. Proud that such a brave and fearless young wizard had come from the decaying Black family. That's incredible, Harry whispered. I can hardly believe a Death Eater would betray Voldemort because of a house elf. He must have been fully prepared to die when he drank that potion. Creature was only part of the reason, said Sirius. Regulus fundamentally disagreed with the Dark Lord's methods. In his heart, that wasn't how a pureblood wizard should act. He was a true Slytherin, Harry said sincerely. So the thing in the cave, was it a Horcrux? And you took it? Exactly, Sirius nodded. That was a few years ago. When we were cleaning out 12 Grimmauld Place, Kyle found Slytherin's locket in the display case in the entrance hall. That one was the real Horcrux. The one in the cave was a fake Regulus had swapped in. No wonder Voldemort was so furious. Harry recalled the grotesquely twisted face from his memory and suddenly felt the urge to laugh. It was probably the first time Voldemort had ever been played like that. Not only had Regulus deceived him for over a decade, it seemed he'd even mocked him. More importantly, Regulus had sacrificed himself, and Voldemort hadn't even had the chance to get revenge, he could only endure it. The group chatted as they walked and soon entered the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village. Unlike the bustling scene Harry remembered, the village was completely deserted. Even the shops had closed early. Except for one place. The Hog's Head, this shady haunt where all kinds of people gathered, still glowed faintly with light. Harry glanced that way instinctively, then suddenly froze and rubbed his eyes hard. What is it? Sirius asked. No, nothing, Harry replied. He must not have slept well after a nightmare. Just now, he thought he'd seen Dumbledore's silhouette in the window. But that was impossible. He had personally attended Dumbledore's funeral not long ago. Dumbledore was gone. No matter how much he didn't want to believe it, it was still the truth. Maybe it was just the pub's owner. He did look a lot like Dumbledore. Harry recalled seeing the owner last time he'd visited the Hog's Head. Silver hair, a long, naturally drooping beard, and those unmistakable blue eyes. If it weren't for the slight differences in facial features, he could have passed for Dumbledore's double. Could they be related? Harry couldn't help wondering as he looked away. The three of them continued forward and soon disappeared at the end of the lane. Just then, the door of the Hog's Head swung open, but no one entered or exited. It was as if the wind had blown it ajar. If Harry had still been there, he would have seen, through the narrow gap in the doorway, that the Dumbledore look-alike was standing at the center of the bar. Before him, three people lay motionless across a table, as if fast asleep. "Bloody Dumbledore," Aberforth muttered, waving his wand with distaste. "Why am I the one stuck cleaning up this mess?" With a flick, the three unconscious bodies vanished. But by then, Harry had already entered Hogwarts and saw none of this. At that moment, Hogwarts itself had completely changed, transformed into something like a vast greenhouse. Harry didn't know how to describe the dazzling light barrier above the castle. The first thing that came to mind was the windscreen that covered the greenhouse roof. Some magical plants couldn't be exposed to wind. For example, umbrella-shaped leaping toadstools, just the slightest breeze, even a sharp exhale, could blow them away. That was why Professor Sprout not only required students to wear full protective gear in class, but also cast a wind-blocking charm over the roof of Greenhouse 5. It looked exactly like what they were seeing now, Hogwarts covered as if by a giant greenhouse dome. Several professors stood on the field, raising their wands high and chanting. Protego Horribilis. Fianto Duri. Protego Horribilis. Fianto Duri. As they spoke, beams of light shot from the tips of their wands, merging into the uppermost layer of the glowing barrier. "It's a massive protective spell," Sirius muttered beside him. "It's the first time I've seen a Fianto Duri of this scale. Looks like the professors are ready to go all in." "Phileas, old friend, I'm here to help," he called out, striding over. As a former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, calling Professor Flitwick old friend seemed perfectly natural. Sirius quickly found his place and joined the group casting the protective enchantments. Lupin did the same. As a werewolf, he possessed a sense of smell far superior to that of ordinary wizards, as well as the ability to navigate darkness with ease, making him ideal for scouting the area. There was just one problem. Lupin glanced up at the glaringly bright moon overhead. It was a full moon tonight, never a good sign for a werewolf. His legs began to stretch uncontrollably, and coarse, black-brown fur sprouted across his body. But Lupin had clearly come prepared. The moment the transformation began, he pulled out a bottle of potion and quickly downed it. In the moonlight, the orange gleam in the werewolf's eye seemed to dull slightly. "Remus, oh, heavens. Are you all right?" Mrs. Weasley came rushing over. The transformation had happened so suddenly, she hadn't even had time to react. Harry followed close behind, but she immediately stepped in front of him to shield him. The werewolf didn't respond. By now, he had lost the ability to speak, but thanks to the wolfsbane potion, he still retained a shred of reason. To avoid accidentally hurting anyone, Lupin instinctively backed away a few steps, his long wolf snout twitching. His sense of smell, now even more acute, picked up the stench of cheap alcohol wafting from the Hog's Head. Disgusting. That stuff must be dirt cheap. The werewolf Lupin quickly redirected his attention to a scent he didn't recognize, an unfamiliar wizard. "Professor Lupin, are you all right?" Harry stepped forward cautiously and repeated his question, while Mrs. Weasley continued to shield him with her arm. To put them at ease, Lupin took 2 more steps back and gave a slight shake of his ferocious, wolfish head, his way of answering. Perhaps tonight, the full moon wasn't such a curse after all. Without lingering at the school, Lupin in his werewolf form turned swiftly and vanished into the night with a few bounding leaps. Harry continued toward the castle with Mrs. Weasley. They had the same goal. Run. When they'd arrived, Sirius had told him the students had all been evacuated elsewhere, but he'd also mentioned that adult wizards were exempt. Harry was certain Hermione and Ron would have stayed. Just as he would have, if given the choice. "Horace, you'd better remind the Slytherins who stayed behind." Inside the castle, Professor McGonagall was speaking gravely to Slughorn. "If any of them take up arms against us from within the castle, I'm sorry, but we will fight to the end." "Minerva, you." Slughorn's body trembled slightly. "Slytherin must choose a side," McGonagall interrupted him. "Once that choice is made, I will no longer treat them as students." Slughorn let out a weary sigh. Harry was puzzled. Why was Professor McGonagall saying this to Slughorn? Wasn't Snape the head of Slytherin? Speaking of which, where was he? Something this big was happening at Hogwarts, and yet the headmaster hadn't shown up. Harry looked around and noticed clear signs of a struggle. A massive floor-to-ceiling window had been shattered, leaving a jagged, vaguely human-shaped gap. "Molly, I'm so glad to see you, oh, Potter. What are you doing here?" Just then, Professor McGonagall spotted him and strode over quickly. "Do you have any idea how hard they've been looking for you? This is sheer foolishness." "I know. But I had to come," Harry said. "I'm part of Hogwarts, Professor. And I'm of age now. You have no reason to send me away." McGonagall opened her mouth, hesitating. There was frustration in her expression but also a trace of pride. In the end, she silently accepted Harry's decision. Just as she'd failed to convince Kyle to leave earlier. Even during the evacuation, some of the younger students had tried all sorts of ways to stay behind. Every one of them had their reasons. Harry went off to look for Hermione and Ron. McGonagall stepped forward into the center of the corridor, raised her wand, and shouted with a slightly trembling voice. "Pyre Totem Locomotor." All across the corridor, along with the statues and suits of armor from the upper floors, figures leapt down from their pedestals. Loud thuds echoed up and down the castle. "Hogwarts is under attack," McGonagall declared. "Hold the line, protect the students and staff, and do your duty to the school." Countless stone statues and armored figures marched out of the castle with steady, unified steps. Feeling the ground quake on either side, McGonagall rubbed her hands together in excitement and whispered to Mrs. Weasley beside her. "I've wanted to use that spell for a long time." Mrs. Weasley stared in stunned silence at the towering stone figures wielding massive axes and chain-spiked maces. By Merlin's beard, she'd always thought they were just decorations when she was at school. She never imagined they could actually move. "Wait, Professor." Just then, Kyle came running down from upstairs. "Professor McGonagall, can you stop the statues for a second?" He'd rushed down the moment he heard the noise, but still missed the most exciting part, though he'd made it in time for the rest. "Stop them." McGonagall looked at him, puzzled. She wasn't sure what he meant, but she still waved her wand. The stone statues and suits of armor came to a simultaneous halt, lining up neatly on both sides like soldiers awaiting inspection. "Can I try it?" Kyle asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together. "The statue spell?" McGonagall raised an eyebrow. No." McGonagall didn't seem as tense now, and even found the humor to tease him. "That spell only works for the headmaster or deputy headmistress. Even if a professor knows the incantation, it won't do anything." Kyle immediately looked crestfallen. "What a useless spell." McGonagall chuckled, raised her wand again, and prepared to set them back in motion. "Wait a moment," Kyle quickly stopped her. "If not, then forget it. I'll just give them a little extra firepower, at least that way, I'll feel like I contributed." With a wave of his wand, over a dozen glass bottles, each the size of a wine bottle, floated out from his moleskin pouch. Each bottle contained a shimmering blue liquid. Under Kyle's control, the liquid separated into numerous glowing blue spheres, which then coated the blades of axes, great swords, and spiked maces. Professor McGonagall's mouth twitched sharply. Her voice came out dry. "What is that?" "Oh, acromantula venom," Kyle replied. "Good stuff. Should at least double the lethality of those weapons." Clink. As luck would have it, Slughorn, who had just hurried back, happened to overhear Kyle's words. He froze on the spot, and his wand slipped from his hand, clattering to the floor. "What the bloody hell did I just hear?" That much liquid, enough to fill at least 20 cauldrons, was acromantula venom. Venom that costs 100 galleons a pint. What a waste. What a total waste. Slughorn's face contorted in disbelief. He'd worked tirelessly to collect even a small vial, and Kyle was splashing it around like water. Using it just to boost the power of those stone statues. Are they even worthy of it? Wasteful beyond belief. Professor McGonagall rubbed her temples, equally distressed. She could completely sympathize with Slughorn. There had to be nearly 30 pints of venom in total. That was 3,000 galleons, just to make the statue's weapons a bit more lethal. To be fair, Kyle was being rather extravagant. But still. "Where on earth did you get that much acromantula venom?" she couldn't help but ask. "Some well-meaning neighbors in the Forbidden Forest donated it," Kyle said casually. "They insisted on doing their part to help protect Hogwarts, even said they'd drain themselves dry, and their mates too, if that's what it took. I really couldn't turn them down." "Is that so?" Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes. "Since when did the Forbidden Forest have such friendly neighbors?" And they were acromantulas, no less, infamous for being vicious and cold-blooded among all magical creatures. Friendly. Really? Just go with it, Kyle said with a dismissive wave. It's not like they'll come out here to file a complaint. And after living in the forest for so long, isn't it only fair they pay a bit of rent? Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together and said no more. But she had to admit, Kyle might actually have a point. The stone statues and suits of armor were already highly resistant to magic. Now, soaked in acromantula venom, it was like arming them with weapons laced with a killing curse, just a scrape would be fatal. The only downside was their sluggish movement. But in a large-scale battle, that barely mattered at all. Professor McGonagall gave her wand a wave, and the statues resumed marching toward the edges of the castle. Their weapons glinted with a ghostly blue light in the moonlight, not just from the venom, but also from the lingering aura of Slughorn's heartbreak. Even now, he couldn't accept Kyle's reckless extravagance. He sat crouched on the ground, pounding his chest in despair. Elsewhere, Harry had found Ron and Hermione. As expected, they hadn't left the school and were now working with a larger group of students, clearly planning something. Kyle spotted several familiar faces. Oliver Wood, Angelina Johnson, Bill, Charlie, Fred, George, Cho Chang, Cedric. It wasn't just the older students who had stayed behind, many graduates had returned as well. "Oh, Harry." Ginny ran over and hugged him. The gesture earned a unified frown from the gathered Weasleys. But that was the extent of their reaction. Hermione came over as well. "I was actually going to tell you that you shouldn't have come back, but you wouldn't have listened anyway, would you?" "Of course not," Harry said with a smile. "But how did you all find out about this?" "Cedric," Fred stepped forward. "He told us, and we passed it on to the others. No one wanted to miss out on the fun, so here we are." "Still," George muttered, "do you really think he'll come to Hogwarts?" He was worried this might all be a false alarm. And if that were the case, then the next time Voldemort truly attacked, they might not be able to rally such a large group again. Harry understood what he was thinking, and couldn't help wanting to check on Voldemort himself. Almost as if in response, the scar on his forehead erupted in pain. He clutched his head and grabbed onto Ginny's arm to steady himself. "Oh, Harry, are you all right?" a worried voice asked beside him. "I'm fine." Harry shook his head, then looked at George with a faint smile. "Don't worry. He'll come. Definitely." Just now, he had seen it, Voldemort, blazing with fury, was heading straight for Hogwarts at full speed. "Oh, that's a neat trick," Fred said, glancing at the scar on Harry's forehead with a hint of envy. Then he quickly added, "Sorry, Harry, I didn't mean it like that." "I know." "Good." Fred chuckled. "By the way, have you seen Kyle? I caught sight of him sneaking out of the Forbidden Forest earlier, but when I turned around, he was gone. I've been looking for him." "I saw him on the 3rd floor," Harry replied after thinking for a moment. "By now, he should be down in the entrance hall." "Thanks." Fred and George exchanged a glance, then hurried toward the door. They both agreed, at a time like this, sticking with Kyle was bound to be more exciting. Chapter 921, The Battle of Hogwarts. When Fred and George found Kyle in the entrance hall, he was in the middle of hunting down the younger students. No one knew who had let the news slip, but the students had already heard rumors that Voldemort was coming to Hogwarts before the evacuation began. As a result, some of the more justice-driven students had immediately decided to stay and fight alongside Hogwarts, no matter the cost. They did everything they could to sneak out of the evacuation lines and hide in corners throughout the castle. The professors were too busy escorting most of the students out to go looking for each one individually. So the task of rounding them up had fallen to Kyle, by far the most unoccupied person in the entire school. By the time Fred and George tracked him down, 3 little kids were already trailing behind him, heads hung low. "It's one thing for the 5th and 6th years to want to stay, but what are you 2nd years doing here?" Kyle said, scowling. "You're not even as tall as a Death Eater's leg. What could you possibly do here?" "Poke them in the butt with our wands," came a quiet, childish voice. "My wand's made of iron birch. It's really hard." "Ambitious," Kyle said, giving a thumbs up. "But you're still not staying." "Why not?" "Because I'm a professor. What I say goes." Kyle kicked them one by one out the door toward Professor Sinistra, who was waiting at the castle gate. It would be the astronomy professor who would escort them to Hogsmeade. Though the night bus had already departed, Professor McGonagall had arranged other means of transport. The older students would apparate under supervision, taken directly by the shopkeepers of Hogsmeade. The younger ones would fly out on Bluebottle's broomsticks. It might not be the most comfortable ride, but then again, the night bus wasn't exactly luxury travel either. More or less the same in the end. "Hey, Kyle." Fred called out, but before he could say anything more, Kyle, eyes gleaming, grabbed him and pulled him along. Looking for people in Hogwarts. This was practically a job custom-made for Fred and George. They knew every hiding spot in the castle. And sure enough, once the twins joined in, Kyle's efficiency skyrocketed. Before long, they'd rounded up the last of the hidden students. Ginny was among them. She was still underage. Fred and George had been thinking about cutting her some slack, but unfortunately, Mrs. Weasley showed up at just the wrong moment. "You're not old enough," she said, frowning at Ginny. "I won't allow it." "Why can Ron stay?" Ginny shouted, unwilling to back down. "He's of age and you're not. So you're going home." Mrs. Weasley snapped, grabbing her by the arm. Ginny struggled, yanking herself free from her mother's grip. "No. I'm part of Dumbledore's army. That's just a bunch of teenagers." "But they're a bunch of teenagers getting ready to fight you-know-who," Fred stepped in to defend his sister. "Not many would dare do that." "Shut up, she's only 16. Mrs. Weasley turned on him furiously. "She's still too young. What were you two thinking, actually teaming up to hide this from me?" "Oh, Mum, don't look at me. I had nothing to do with it," George said quickly, throwing Fred under the bus to save himself a scolding. Kyle didn't even glance their way, slipping right past Mrs. Weasley without a word. "Oh, right, I think Professor McGonagall wanted to see me. I'll come with you." George hurried after him. At a time like this, saving yourself came first. Brotherly loyalty. That could wait. The two of them returned to the ground floor. In just that short time, it seemed even more people had arrived. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall was dim and shrouded in shadows, flickering faintly with starlight. Beneath it, the 4 long house tables were filled with people, hair tousled, wrapped in travel cloaks. They all looked like former students who had rushed back upon hearing the news. Some were filled with anticipation, others with nerves, but anyone who chose to return to Hogwarts at a time like this had clearly made up their minds. Professor Sinistra bustled back and forth, easily the busiest person in the hall. "Kyle, what are we doing next?" George asked eagerly, mainly looking for an excuse to get out of the castle before Fred could get his revenge. "Looks like I'm not too late after all," a voice interrupted Kyle. 2 beautiful witches stood side by side at the entrance to the Great Hall. "Kanna." Kyle blinked, thinking he was seeing things. "How did you? Surprised to see me?" Kanna asked as she and Fleur walked over. "To be honest, yeah," Kyle replied. He had considered the possibility. Given Kanna's personality, there was no way she'd just sit back and do nothing while Voldemort was on the move. She was bound to return. Still, this entire battle had come together almost on a whim. Up until recently, everyone believed Voldemort was still hunting for Ravenclaw's diadem. No one had expected him to strike at Hogwarts so soon. If Fred and George hadn't gotten the word out immediately, hardly anyone might have shown up in time. And yet, Kanna and Fleur had been in France. Even if they'd received the message, it didn't seem like there would have been enough time. "We've been back for a while now," said Fleur. "Since after Dumbledore's funeral." "What?" Kyle was caught off guard. "How come I didn't know?" "Because you've been at Hogwarts this whole time," Fleur said. Kanna figured things wouldn't stay quiet in Britain after Dumbledore died. And it turns out she was right, hasn't even been that long, and that dark wizard is already coming after Hogwarts. Kyle turned to look at Kanna. But she seemed distracted, her gaze scanning the room, as if searching for someone. "Kyle, have you seen Uncle Severus?" "No," Kyle replied. "I've been busy evacuating students." "I haven't seen Professor Snape, maybe he went to Hogsmeade to apparate students out." "All right." Kanna nodded, not questioning it, and quickly joined the ranks of the returning graduates. At the same time, up on the 8th floor, Harry was asking the same question. "Snape. He got kicked out," Ron said with a gleeful expression. Professor McGonagall saw the dark mark on his arm. "He came clean, admitted he was a Death Eater. The two of them fought, and in the end, he smashed through a window and ran." "Ha. I knew it, he was a Death Eater," said Harry. "Looks like I made the right call." "Absolutely," Ron said, smacking his lips. "You have no idea what Snape was like after becoming headmaster. He tried to bring in Death Eaters to teach, and even wanted to lock all the students inside their common rooms. Good thing Professor McGonagall found him out in time," Hermione added. "Too bad he still got away," Harry sighed. "Can't be helped," said Ron. "Death Eaters are good at running." "Yeah, that's true. I know you're preparing to resist." Harry's words were drowned out by a chilling voice that echoed through the castle. It was high-pitched, cold, and seemed to come from everywhere at once, as if the very stones of the castle were speaking. "Your efforts are futile. I don't want to kill you, nor do I wish to see wizard blood spilled." Everyone fell silent. In the Great Hall, several people turned pale, and a heavy tension pressed down on the room. Even though they'd all chosen to stand against Voldemort, the moment they heard his voice, fear surged through their minds like a wave. "Hand over the diadem, and I'll let you all leave unharmed." Hand over the diadem. By the end, Voldemort's voice had turned nearly hysterical, he was clearly running out of patience. Then. Buzz. Something vibrated in the air, and the entire ceiling lit up. The Fianto Duri charms cast earlier by the professors had activated, blocking a powerful incoming spell. Kyle immediately left the Great Hall and stepped outside. In the brightened sky, he saw that Death Eaters had already surrounded Hogwarts. They all wore the same black cloaks, forming a dark mass like a storm cloud blotting out the light. No wonder he was running late, it looked like he'd gone to rally reinforcements. Still, the professors didn't seem particularly surprised. They must have had some warning. The first spell had failed, but it had only been a signal. In the next instant, thousands of spells came raining down like a magical downpour. Beams of every color flashed in the sky, turning the area around Hogwarts as bright as day. Professor McGonagall stood at the forefront, calmly and efficiently organizing the defense. She, Flitwick, and Sprout each led a battle group to one of the 3 strategic towers, Ravenclaw Tower, Gryffindor Tower, and the Astronomy Tower. All 3 offered wide views, ideal for spell casting. Lupin, Arthur, take a group out to the grounds. We also need people posted at the entrances throughout the school. The Aurors checked them last time, and I suspect the Death Eaters know about them now too. Sounds like our kind of job, George said with a grin. I'd better go find Fred. Catch you later, Kyle. He took off running, just as Fred came down the stairs. The twins quickly gathered a few familiar Gryffindors and scattered to cover the school. Everyone had been assigned a task, everyone except Kyle. Once again, he'd been forgotten. Which was just as well. Kyle slung his broomstick over his shoulder and sat casually off to the side, looking like he didn't have a care in the world. Just then, a beetle landed on a rock in front of him, and transformed into a witch. What the hell did you do? Why is you-know-who leading a full-scale assault on Hogwarts? Rita Skeeter was nearly hysterical. She'd come to find Kyle to collect on his promise, that exclusive report he had agreed to. She'd arrived just fine, but now there was no way out. Hogwarts was completely surrounded by Death Eaters, not even a beetle could sneak through. This has nothing to do with me, Kyle said with a shrug. You saw it yourself, we're just defending ourselves. You. Rita Skeeter suddenly remembered something Kyle had said earlier. So it was all true. The diadem really could attract Voldemort. Otherwise, why had he stayed hidden for so long, only to show up immediately after she used her special channels to publish the story about it? And there was something else. Back in the tavern, Kyle hadn't disguised himself at all. She'd even attached a high-resolution photo on purpose, and that had been his idea. He provided the photo himself. Why had secrecy been necessary back in Diagon Alley, but not now? There had to be some connection Rita Skeeter wasn't seeing. She stared hard at Kyle, clearly demanding an explanation. But Kyle only shrugged, making it plain he had no intention of satisfying her curiosity. In truth, the photo had been a message, a signal to Voldemort, meant to tell him exactly who had taken the diadem. Kyle figured his name still carried some weight in Voldemort's mind. He'd caused him no small amount of trouble in the past and had always stood on Dumbledore's side. If someone like that had gotten hold of a Horcrux, Voldemort was bound to panic, and his instinct would be to check on the rest. Voldemort knew Dumbledore far too well. He'd be certain that once Dumbledore uncovered the secret of the Horcruxes, he would stop at nothing to find and destroy every last one. Under those circumstances, the already exposed diadem would seem less important. Voldemort's priority would be confirming the safety of the others. And once he made the rounds and realized every one of them had been destroyed, of course he'd come looking for Kyle. After all, each Horcrux was essentially a piece of his life. With the diary, the diadem, the cup, the locket, and the resurrection stone all gone, it was like he'd been killed 5 times over. As for who had done it, Voldemort's first thought would naturally be Dumbledore. But with Dumbledore dead, that hatred would shift right to Kyle. Harry had only killed him once and had still earned Voldemort's grudge for over a decade. Kyle had killed him 5 times. Did Voldemort seem like someone who'd just let that go? If he were capable of that, he wouldn't be Voldemort. So here he was, driven by vengeance, and a bit of delusion. From what he'd shouted earlier, it was obvious he was still clinging to the hope that the soul fragment in the diadem might be intact. But he hadn't stopped to consider, the diadem looked brand new. There was no way it still held his filthy soul. Kyle couldn't help laughing out loud, which only made Rita Skeeter even angrier. Isn't it perfect? Kyle said with a grin. The final showdown with the Death Eaters. What could be bigger news than that? You're the only reporter on the scene. Don't you realize what that means? His voice was light, almost whimsical, and carried a strange, enchanting undertone. Rita Skeeter started to tremble all over. A final battle with the Death Eaters. Yes. There was no bigger headline than this. Not even Dumbledore rising from the grave could top it. She was going to be famous. Her breathing quickened. This wasn't about galleons, it was about the recognition. The glory. No matter who won, publishing this story would make her name known everywhere. Even if it's dangerous, it's worth it, Rita muttered, clenching her fists. But a moment later, she calmed down. One critical thing was still missing. Without it, none of her plans would matter. Here, this is for you. Kyle handed her a brand new camera. I'm guessing you didn't bring one, did you? How did you know? Rita's heart skipped a beat. He was right. That was exactly what she lacked. Without photos, no matter what she wrote, it wouldn't be enough. No one would believe her. Oh, how did you even get this? Rita gasped, her red-painted nails gripping the camera tightly. This one's from my private collection. Imported from France. Expensive stuff, Kyle said, giving her a look. So take care of it. Don't break it. Don't worry, not a scratch. Rita said. And silently, she vowed that no matter what, she wouldn't let the Death Eaters destroy it. She'd shield it with her own body if she had to. And one more thing. I want half the profits from this report, Kyle added. Fine. Rita hesitated, then agreed. But one condition. We split the profits, but my name goes first on the byline. No problem, Kyle nodded. He was after the galleons. Rita wanted the fame. They were both getting what they needed. Moments later, Rita transformed back into a beetle and vanished into the night. Kyle didn't ask where she was going, nor did he invite her to stay at Hogwarts for protection from the professors or the Order of the Phoenix. When it came to keeping herself hidden, Rita Skeeter was a seasoned expert. Boom, boom, boom. Another volley of dazzling fireworks exploded overhead, yet another wave of attacks from the Death Eaters. This time, the Fianto Duri charms the professors had cast in advance finally gave out, shattered by the barrage of spells. At Voldemort's command, the Death Eaters surged forward like a tidal wave. Voldemort moved too, heading straight for Kyle, who was still seated calmly by the Black Lake. He'd spotted Kyle earlier, and the fact that Kyle had just sat there without flinching felt like a deliberate provocation. Your opponent is me. At the crucial moment, an old wizard with a white beard stepped in front of Kyle. You're finally here, Professor Dumbledore. Wait, what? It's you. What's your problem? Aberforth said darkly, shooting Kyle a sideways glance. Want me to step aside so you can face Voldemort yourself? No, I was joking. Kyle said that, but his eyes were still sweeping Aberforth from head to toe, trying to spot signs of a transformation charm. It didn't make sense. They'd agreed beforehand, Kyle would draw Voldemort's attention, and Dumbledore would handle everything else. Why had there been a last-minute switch? Aberforth, could he really handle this? What if he died at Voldemort's hands? Stop staring. It's not a disguise, it's just me. With a sharp motion, Aberforth flicked his wand, sending out a whip of red light that cleanly deflected Voldemort's killing curse. The swift, decisive action let Kyle exhale in relief. That bastard had something else to take care of. He sent me to save your neck. Something else. Kyle frowned. At a time like this, what could possibly be more important than taking down Voldemort? How should I know? Aberforth's expression was equally sour. I asked him. That bastard wouldn't explain, just said something like, if that's not dealt with, Voldemort can never be truly destroyed. Chapter 922, The Blown-Up Bridge and the Chomping Cabbage. Aberforth was a Dumbledore, after all. Sure, back in 1899, Kyle could have beaten him more easily than a dog, but that had been over 100 years ago. Now, even if Aberforth wasn't quite on par with his brother, he was still far stronger than most wizards. At the very least, he could hold off Voldemort. The two clashed midair, their spells exploding around them in bursts of multicolored light like fireworks. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyle turned and ran. A few of the quicker-thinking Death Eaters around him made the same choice. As for those who reacted too slowly, well, they didn't need to run anymore. Unlike Professor Dumbledore, Aberforth used mostly high-powered offensive spells, occasionally throwing in a killing curse or two for good measure. Voldemort needed no mention, his spells weren't anything ordinary Death Eaters could hope to withstand. It was only thanks to Kyle's quick getaway that he didn't get caught in the crossfire. He thought back to what Aberforth had said to him just a moment ago. Go do what you're supposed to do. Kyle scratched his head. Aberforth wasn't like his brother, he was straightforward, blunt, and not exactly subtle. If he said something, he meant it literally. Given the situation, the thing he was supposed to do probably meant dealing with the Death Eaters. Well, that was simple enough. Kyle opened his suitcase, fished around inside for a bit, and then yanked out a huge, furry dog head. Moments later, a fully grown, three-headed dog, easily over 10 feet tall, was dragged out, struggling, into the open. Smack. Fluffy, quit sleeping. Time to go to work. Kyle gave the drowsy beast a slap, finally waking it up. Two smaller black shapes had followed behind Fluffy. Kyle quickly snatched one of them mid-pounce and shoved it back into the suitcase. There were students and professors around, not just Death Eaters. A none do. Yeah, no thanks. They wanted a victory, not mutual annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. A string of explosions rang out from the distance. Kyle turned to look. One of the bridges on the north side of the school had just been blown up. It connected to a cliff on the other side, functioning, in a way, as a back entrance to Hogwarts. Now it had been destroyed. Vicious Death Eaters. They were going to pay for that. From Kyle's vantage point, he could still see many Death Eaters scattered across the bridge. But with the structure collapsing, those still on it tumbled, screaming, into the gorge below. Vicious Death Eaters indeed, killing their own people. Kyle shook his head and gave Fluffy another slap. Go. Every last wizard in black, radiating with bad intentions, don't let a single one get away. All three of Fluffy's heads lit up with excitement, and he charged forward, growling with fresh irritation from his interrupted nap. The massive dog moved like a charging fortress, a blur of fur and muscle. The Death Eaters nearby didn't even think about trying to stop it, most couldn't even look in its direction without flinching. But Fluffy didn't care. If they wouldn't come to him, he'd just go to them. The thick fur of an adult three-headed dog made ordinary spells feel like nothing more than a tickle. In seconds, the air filled with the shrieks and screams of Death Eaters caught in his path. Kyle, a little put off by the sound, made his way toward the back of the castle, where the explosions had come from earlier. No professors were stationed here, only a group of students. Maybe because they'd just watched a swarm of Death Eaters plummet into the ravine, their spirits were unusually high. Dust-covered and grimy, Neville stood front and center. His face was as black as Lee Jordan's, with only 2 rows of white teeth showing through the soot. Behind him stood Seamus, Justin, and Ginny. Kyle looked surprised. Mrs. Weasley actually let you stay. She didn't, Ginny replied proudly when she spotted him. But I snuck back. She doesn't exactly have the time to keep an eye on me right now. Well done. Kyle gave her a thumbs up. Just make sure you don't tell her you saw me. Don't worry, I know the drill. Ginny nodded. Hey, Kyle. Haha. I knew you'd be here. 2 familiar voices rang out from the crowd. Kyle looked up, and the nearby flickering firelight illuminated their faces. Mikkel. Ryan. Kyle was genuinely surprised this time. He hadn't expected to see his 2 roommates here, and somehow he hadn't noticed them earlier. What are you doing here? Helping, of course. Mikkel grinned. Ryan's dad works at the ministry. He told Ryan something big was going down at Hogwarts tonight, so we came. Don't talk to me about him, Ryan said with a scowl. He actually wanted to run away with me. Coward. Even my mum knows this is when we're supposed to stand and fight. Maybe your mum doesn't know how terrifying Voldemort really is, Kyle muttered, smacking his lips. He suddenly remembered, Ryan had mentioned at the start of the year that he was a half-blood, and his dad was a wizard. What he hadn't expected was that his dad worked in the ministry. As for how Ryan had defied his father and ended up here instead of fleeing, Kyle didn't ask. But he was pretty sure there was a complicated, dramatic tale of fatherly love behind it all. Ah. A sudden scream cut short the friends' reunion. Look, a witch shrieked. They're coming. Kyle looked up and finally noticed the dense mass of Death Eaters gathering across the way. There were so many of them, it looked like the far mountainside was covered in black moss, and this was just one portion. There were even more elsewhere. How on earth had Voldemort assembled such a massive force? Right now, the Death Eaters were frantically building a bridge. Building a bridge sounded like a laborious task, but for magic-wielding Death Eaters, it was hardly difficult. And with so many of them working together, they quickly completed a passageway linking to the castle. Some students tried to interfere, but the Death Eaters weren't about to let them disrupt the process. They'd already designated a group specifically to protect the construction. Spells from Ginny and Neville never even reached the bridge, they were blocked before they could hit. I'll go. Mikkel pulled out his wand, ready to charge. Not yet. Kyle stopped him, turning his gaze to the broad, flat clearing around the castle. Fall back. Everyone, back inside. What? Neville froze. But they'll storm the place. It's fine. Trust me. Kyle's tone was steady. All the lower year students have already been evacuated. Even if they get in, it won't matter. He waved his hand. And even though he'd only taught a few classes, he still had the authority of a professor. Neville hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and chose to retreat. The others followed him, heading back toward the castle. Kyle remained at the front, calm and unmoving, watching as the Death Eaters finished their passageways, gathered in a frenzy, and began charging toward Hogwarts. Behind him, Neville was sweating bullets, practically twitching with the urge to run back out and fight. But Kyle didn't move, as if he couldn't even see the swarm of Death Eaters flooding the field. He waited. Only when all the Death Eaters had fully crossed the bridge, and those at the front were just about to breach the castle, did Kyle slowly open his suitcase and give it a little shake. A round, leafy ball tumbled out and bounced twice on the ground, almost playfully. Then another. And another. In the blink of an eye, cabbages, dozens, hundreds, began rolling out, spilling across the earth like a green tide. "This is a pile of cabbages," Neville muttered, squinting as he stared at the scene, briefly suspecting the Kyle standing before him was an imposter. The Death Eaters were literally at their doorstep, and Kyle had tossed out a mountain of cabbage. Was he planning to feed them? Wait a second. Neville blinked rapidly. Thanks to his excellent grades in herbology, he immediately sensed something was off about the cabbages strewn across the ground. After all, normal wizard-grown vegetables didn't have teeth. Chomping cabbages. Neville's voice shot up a pitch, suddenly tight like someone had grabbed him by the throat. Not even when the Death Eaters launched a full-scale assault had he lost his composure like this. This can't be happening. He stammered, staring at the rolling sea of cabbage spreading across the field. His knees were starting to shake. Chomping cabbage was a ministry-restricted magical plant. Even just two could easily kill a fully grown wizard. In terms of danger, they ranked just below venomous tentacula, and were the only non-poisonous plant to make the dangerous classification list. This many, they can't all be chomping cabbages. Neville licked his lips, his eyes dazed. But before he could dwell on it, the hulls of screaming Death Eaters snapped him back to reality. Bang. Just as he leaned in for a closer look, Kyle slammed the door shut. What happens next is not suitable for children. We're adults. Mikkel grumbled from the crowd. He'd caught a glimpse, those cabbages had mouths the size of dinner plates and teeth sharp enough to gleam in the light. He'd just started getting fired up, and Kyle shut the door. Unacceptable. Not suitable for adults either, Kyle said, shooting him a look. And now is not the time for this conversation. Hogwarts needs all of you, go find somewhere else to help. In just a few words, Kyle sent most of the students on their way. But Mikkel and Neville remained where they were. "Hey, Kyle," Mikkel asked as he walked over, "what kind of crazy stuff did you bring out this time?" "Chomping cabbage," Kyle replied. "You saw it back in first year." "Don't remember." "I don't even remember what I learned in 7th year," Mikkel said with mock indignation. "And you expect me to recall something from first year?" Still, once he learned it was just something from herbology class, his curiosity dropped off fast. He turned and jogged after Ryan toward the tower. "Kyle." Neville's voice was still shaky, the astonishment in his eyes lingering. "Are those all chomping cabbages?" "Should be," Kyle said after thinking for a moment. "Might be a few venomous tentacula or devil's snare mixed in, but mostly chomping cabbages." "How many do you have?" "No idea," Kyle said with a shrug. He really didn't. Ever since transferring the chomping cabbages from the room of requirement into his suitcase, he hadn't paid much attention to them. Mostly because, well, he'd never needed to. When Dumbledore helped expand the suitcase, he'd based it heavily on Newt Scamander's design. The interior not only recreated full natural environments, but even featured dynamic weather, rain when it needed to rain, wind when the ecosystem called for it. And their neighbors, the mooncalves, had multiplied over the years, producing generous quantities of dung daily. Whenever the wind blew, it scattered the waste down toward the lower areas where the chomping cabbages grew. Norbert occasionally dropped by with a fresh batch of high-grade dragon dung as well. On top of that, chomping cabbages could self-seed, which meant Kyle hadn't needed to care for them at all. Naturally, he had no idea how many there were now. But he'd been growing them since his first year. The soil was rich, the conditions ideal, and the fertilizer top-notch. After all these years, it was safe to say, there were a lot of them. The ones he'd just dumped out. Easily 800, maybe 1,000. And Kyle had a strong feeling that wasn't even close to all of them. If he started digging around, he could probably find plenty more. The noise outside the door grew louder. Kyle patted Neville on the shoulder. "All right, no one else should be coming here for a while. Let's head somewhere else." Neville's legs were completely numb, and every time he looked at Kyle, a flicker of fear would pass through his eyes. As someone who excelled in herbology, he knew exactly how dangerous chomping cabbage was. And that's precisely why Kyle scared him so much. Those Death Eaters. Neville's thoughts flashed back to their deranged, frenzied expressions, and then, without warning, those same faces began overlapping in his memory with others. A witch. She looked a little like Bellatrix, only younger and far less ragged than the images from the Daily Prophet. There were people with her too. Who were they? The images in Neville's mind flickered faster, like a television with bad reception. He couldn't make out anything clearly. They deserved it. What? Nothing, nothing. Neville quickly lowered his head. The words had just slipped out, pure instinct. Even he didn't know why he said them. Kyle didn't press the issue. Where are you going? Neville asked. To find Fred and George, Kyle said, already heading into the castle. They should be near one of the secret passages. Neville didn't really have anywhere else to go, so he simply followed him. They reached the front entrance just in time to run into Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushing down from the upper floors. Don't worry, Ron, Fred can handle himself, Harry was saying. Right now we need to figure out how to kill that snake. I can feel the connection between it and Voldemort. It has to be a Horcrux. All three of them were injured in one way or another. Harry clutched his forehead, Hermione's clothes were scorched, and blood streamed steadily from Ron's arm. Are you all right? Neville rushed up and pulled out a small bottle of powdered essence, handing it to Ron. Your arm's still bleeding. This is Dittany. Thanks, Neville, Hermione said, taking the bottle and quickly applying it to Ron's shoulder. He winced and hissed in pain. That should stop it, Hermione said, relieved. I heard you mention Fred, Kyle said as he walked over. Where is he? What happened? Oh, Kyle. Hermione seemed to only now realize he was there. It's nothing serious. A Death Eater broke into the third floor, and Fred was there. He got hurt. That bloody Death Eater. Ron burst out, his anger flaring again. He struggled to get back up the stairs. He nearly killed Fred, that bastard. Nearly. Kyle latched onto the word immediately. It was Cedric, Hermione explained, trying to keep Ron from charging off. Cedric saw the Death Eater in time and attacked. His spell forced the curse off target. Cedric. Kyle paused, then suddenly let out a quiet chuckle before turning and walking back down the stairs again. Kyle. Neville looked confused. Weren't you going to check on the Weasley twins? Hermione just said they're on the third floor. Ah, no need, Kyle said. Right now I'm more interested in that snake you mentioned. Can you tell me more about it? It's a snake with 3 heads, Harry said, pressing a hand to his burning scar. It had been aching for hours now. He'd seen flashes, sometimes the barman from the Hog's Head, other times a shattered, ruined floor. He was certain it was the snake's point of view. And it just so happened that Voldemort kept a massive 3-headed snake near him. Harry had seen it. A 3-headed snake. Neville turned pale. His fear of snakes ranked just below his fear of his Gran and Snape. It's nothing serious. Just a runespore, a type of magical beast, Kyle said calmly. He remembered the creature too. It had been near Voldemort when Aberforth intercepted him, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. Kyle hadn't had the chance to track it down. Go on. What happened with it? It must be a Horcrux, Harry said. Worried Neville might not understand, he clarified, it's something really important to Voldemort. We have to destroy it. No problem. Leave it to me, said Kyle. He'd never intended to let the runespore go. The only reason he hadn't pursued it right away was because the bridge explosion had distracted him. Now he had time. But it's a 20-foot-long serpent, Harry warned. When it lifts its head, it's taller than a grown wizard. We should go together. That's all. Kyle waved a hand dismissively. A 20-foot runespore. I could handle one twice that size. Trust me. I've got this, Kyle said, looking at Harry. Just tell me where the snake is, if you know. Give me a moment, Harry replied, then closed his eyes. He was confident he could find it. Maybe it was because he'd never been this close to Voldemort before, but ever since the Death Eaters stormed the castle, his scar had been on fire, almost like it was trying to force Voldemort's thoughts into his mind. It was as if they were becoming one and the same. Chapter 923, Chapter 923, the battle intensifies, and the Elder Wand changes. Harry felt the world around him shift abruptly. Once again, he saw that wizard who bore such a striking resemblance to Dumbledore, the owner of the Hog's Head. He'd never imagined that the scruffy old wizard could be so formidable. He had been battling Voldemort ever since a moment ago, and the fight was still going. Though he clearly looked far more strained than before, the fact that he had lasted this long was already incredible. After all, this was Voldemort. No, that's not right. Harry shook his head. What he needed now was to locate the 3-headed snake, not to watch whatever Voldemort was doing. Change, come on, change. Harry repeated over and over in his mind, trying to will a shift in perspective, to possess the snake. But unfortunately, this wasn't something he could control. Perhaps the Horcrux's consciousness was too faint. Most of the time, Harry could only access Voldemort's thoughts through his scar, he only caught glimpses of the snake once in a great while. In other words, Harry could watch through Voldemort's mind, but he didn't get to choose what he saw. He tried everything he could, deep breaths, rapid blinking, but he still couldn't shift his view. All he could see was the increasingly grim face of the Hogshead's owner. No, he's not going to hold out much longer. Harry suddenly shouted. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione was startled, thinking something was wrong with him, and quickly rushed over to check. But Harry didn't respond. At that moment, he had no time to worry about the three-headed snake. He stared, tense and anxious, at the images forming in his mind. Just now, he'd suddenly seen the Hogshead owner's hand tremble. He nearly dropped his wand. He wasn't a match for Voldemort. If this went on, he'd be killed. Harry couldn't help but panic. If the owner of the Hogshead was killed, who else could stand against Voldemort? Could Professor McGonagall? The thought slipped into Harry's mind. Yes. She could. She had to. Professor McGonagall was a powerful witch. She had even been headmistress of Hogwarts. Harry clung to that thought, trying to convince himself. But just then, his vision abruptly changed. The Hogshead's owner vanished, replaced by a vast, starless night sky. Out of the corner of his eye, he could faintly see the astronomy tower of the castle, growing smaller and smaller. After a few seconds, Harry suddenly realized Voldemort had fled. Strange, he thought. Didn't Voldemort still have the upper hand just a moment ago? Why would he run? Harry quickly told the others what he had seen. Ron and Hermione both stared at him, mouths agape, visibly shocked and confused. Kyle said nothing. He simply sprinted out of the castle and looked up toward the direction of the Whomping Willow. Sure enough, only Aberforth remained there, hunched over, one hand on his back, gasping for breath. As Kyle approached, he could still hear him muttering under his breath. That shameless bastard Albus actually didn't come out. Just wait, I'll break his nose again. Kyle paused for a moment, then continued walking as if he hadn't heard Aberforth's curses or the bitterness in his voice. It was understandable. After all, he had nearly been killed by Voldemort just now. A little resentment was only natural. Mr. Aberforth, you actually defeated Voldemort. Kyle stepped forward and cleared his throat. Looks like no one realizes that you're an even more powerful wizard than Professor Dumbledore. Humph. Aberforth snorted, though his expression softened slightly. He could tell Kyle was just flattering him, not being sincere, but still, he liked hearing it. Even if he knew it wasn't true. I've done what I promised. The rest is up to you, he said. And I didn't defeat that dark wizard, his wand was the problem. His wand? Kyle asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Something was wrong with it. You don't get it even when it's that simple. Aberforth shot Kyle a look, then explained with some effort, I could feel it. The wand was rejecting him, especially when he tried casting powerful spells. The stronger the magic, the more obvious it was. Just now, the wand even cracked. That's the only reason I'm still alive. Aberforth made no attempt to hide the fact that he couldn't beat Voldemort. In truth, even now, he was still shaken by the battle. It was an overwhelming kind of power, irrational and beyond anything he'd imagined. In Voldemort's hands, dark magic, strange, potent, and deadly, flowed with ease, no incantations needed. In terms of raw spell strength, this Voldemort was every bit the equal of Grindelwald from over 70 years ago. For a moment, Aberforth had truly thought he would die there, until the wand turned on Voldemort at the critical moment. Let me ask you something, he said abruptly. That thing he's using, is it the Elder Wand? Did Albus give it to him? Huh. Kyle had been lost in thought and didn't react at first. After a moment, he nodded. Yes, it's the Elder Wand, but he stole it. The Elder Wand was with Professor Dumbledore until Voldemort somehow found out and plotted to take it. He managed to steal the most powerful wand. No wonder, Aberforth let out a cold laugh. He had the nerve to take something from that treacherous bastard. Whatever happened to him isn't surprising. Mr. Aberforth. Kyle said softly, he didn't exactly take it. Voldemort used Ollivander to threaten Professor Dumbledore. That's how he got the wand. Naive fool, Aberforth muttered. It wasn't clear whether he was talking about Kyle or Voldemort. He didn't elaborate. He simply switched the wand to his other hand and limped toward the school. Tell Albus I've done what I promised. And tell him not to bother me again. He had just about reached his limit. If Dumbledore had died, he might have stayed to fight to the end. But since Dumbledore was still alive, he'd much rather go home and check whether his goat had been frightened, than stay here playing the hero. The main gates were no longer an option, so he'd have to return to the Hogshead through one of the school's secret passages. Kyle didn't try to stop him. Voldemort wasn't someone you could just hold off, and Aberforth now had to grip his wand tightly just to keep from dropping it. In his current condition, let alone facing Voldemort again, even a single Death Eater could be enough to kill him. Oh, right. Aberforth suddenly seemed to remember something. He stopped, turned back, and said, that dark wizard's probably going to deal with his wand next. You'd better hurry and clean up the rest of those scumbags. Before Kyle could respond, Aberforth turned around and walked off without a glance back. What an impatient man, Kyle muttered, rubbing his forehead. But Aberforth wasn't wrong, they really did need to take care of the Death Eaters now. Kyle looked around. At the moment, the largest group of Death Eaters was near the school gates, along the same path the Thestral carriages had taken at the start of term. Voldemort had somehow brought in several giants, not many, only 5. They were likely ones who'd been exiled over the years and tricked by the Death Eaters into joining the attack. They led the charge with thick wooden clubs, trying to smash through Hogwarts' defenses in one go. But the statues and armor guarding the gate met them with long-handled axes, cutting them down swiftly. The Death Eaters behind them didn't fare much better. With their magic-resistant bodies and weapons laced with acromantula venom, the stone-armored statues managed to hold off the brunt of the Death Eaters' assault. Of course, that main force only referred to numbers. The truly powerful Death Eaters could fly, they had no need to charge in with the main group. Dark mist churned above Hogwarts, blotting out nearly all moonlight. Kyle returned to the castle, but Harry and the others were nowhere to be seen. They must have moved on with a different plan. Crossing the Great Hall, Kyle made his way up the stairs. He wanted to find Conna first, but the castle was in utter chaos. In this kind of mayhem, it was nearly impossible to locate anyone. Even the two-way mirror gave no response. As he reached the 6th floor, a tapestry suddenly ripped open, 2 masked Death Eaters burst out from behind it. It's you. They clearly recognized Kyle, but before they could even draw their wands, a powerful force hurled them backward into the secret passage. Then, a bare mandrake root dropped from the passage's entrance, landing squarely between them. Bang. Kyle shoved a table over to block the entrance, trapping the mandrake's ear-piercing screech inside. Incidentally, he'd grabbed the table from nearby. Professor McGonagall was commanding them into battle, charging forward with incredible momentum. Her hair was loose, her cheeks bore several fresh cuts, but she didn't seem to care. If anything, she looked years younger. She glanced briefly at Kyle in greeting, then turned to lead her marching battalion of tables and chairs around a corner, shouting, "Charge!" She really is the head of Gryffindor, Kyle muttered, clicking his tongue before continuing upward. He searched all the floors but didn't find Conna. Instead, he ran into Bill and Charlie on the 8th floor. The fighting here was even fiercer, maybe because it was close to the astronomy tower. Many of the Death Eaters who had descended from the sky had chosen this area to land. The corridor was packed. Masked and unmasked Death Eaters clashed with staff and students, while portraits on both walls were crowded with shouting figures offering advice and cheering support. Kyle instinctively reached for his suitcase, but after a moment, shook his head and shut it again. No good. Things were far too chaotic. Death Eaters and Hogwarts students were all tangled together, nothing in the suitcase would be of use here. He'd have to stick with the basics. Peeves came screeching overhead, yelling, "Ho ho ho ho," as he hurled Snargaluff pods at the Death Eaters' heads with reckless enthusiasm. "That's not going to cut it, Peeves," Kyle shouted. "Go to Greenhouse 5, there are Ironthorn pods there. Pick the ones with the longest spikes. And those dung bombs I gave you last time, you've still got some, right? Don't hoard them, bring out the whole stash. At once, sir." Peeves flipped twice in the air and zipped out the window, heading straight for the 5th greenhouse. Ironthorn pods looked like sea urchins and were incredibly hard, far more effective than Snargaluff pods in a fight. Once he was gone, Kyle drew his wand and aimed at the nearest Death Eater. Each swing sent one crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Let's take this one out first." Maybe Kyle's spells were too loud. One masked Death Eater noticed how fast he was clearing enemies and tried to rally others to eliminate him first. Kyle raised his wand and slashed it down with force. A few seconds later, a painting on the left wall suddenly expanded and slammed into the Death Eaters' heads with a loud thud. Stupefy, Physical Edition. Kyle had originally intended to transfigure part of the wall, but it hadn't worked. His magic didn't affect the castle walls. So he'd quickly shifted his aim to the portrait instead. Luckily, that had done the trick. "Well done, young man. That's it. Smash them to bits," the knight in the portrait cheered, practically bouncing with excitement. He couldn't do anything directly, but if his painting knocked out a few Death Eaters, then it counted as helping, right? In that instant, it was as if all the portraits found new hope. They started enthusiastically recommending themselves to nearby students and staff. "Hey there, lad. Looking for a proper weapon? Try this frame, nice and sturdy. Check out mine, pure iron birch. Not much else to it, but tough as nails. Tough? Pah. Pick me. I'm heavier than a boulder." Prompted by the portrait's persistent recommendations, some students really did start pulling them down from the walls. They might not be ideal for a fence, but as makeshift shields, they work surprisingly well. After all, portraits were, in a way, part of Hogwarts itself, imbued with the same protective qualities as the castle walls. At the very least, they could deflect 2 or 3 spells. With Kyle joining in and bringing new weapons into play, it wasn't long before the surrounding Death Eaters were cleared out. "Kyle, perfect timing," Charlie called, walking over while suspending several Death Eaters in midair with netting. He shouted to the students nearby, "Head up to the observatory. The Aurors are on their way. Hang in there, we just need to hold out until they arrive." Led by Dean and Parvati, a group of students immediately climbed the astronomy tower and formed a defensive circle, ensuring they couldn't be ambushed from any direction. "What's going on?" Kyle asked. Sirius was knocked down. "We have to hold this position," Bill said, wiping blood from his face. He pulled out a crate of potions and began handing them out to the others, then looked up at Kyle. "You should stay here with us. There are a lot of Death Eaters in this area, and we're short on hands." "I don't mind," Kyle replied. Then he added, "But have you seen Kanna? She and Fleur returned from France before the battle began." "Yeah, I know," Bill said as he tightened a bandage around an injured student's arm. "She was with us the whole time, up until Sirius was ambushed." "Kanna was attacked too?" Kyle asked, visibly concerned. "No, she wasn't," Bill said, then fell silent for a beat. "I'm not sure how to say this. Do you know who ambushed Sirius?" The look on his face made Kyle immediately think of someone. "It was Snape," Bill said softly a second later. Just as he'd suspected. Kyle rubbed his forehead. "At the time, we were helping Sirius hold the line and stop Death Eaters from entering the castle," Bill continued. Then Snape appeared. He attacked Sirius, openly, as a Death Eater. Kanna saw it all. And Snape saw her too. He looked shocked. Maybe even terrified. Then he ran. "Where did he go?" Kyle asked urgently. "I don't know," Bill said, shaking his head. "Sirius tried to stop him, and the 2 of them fell from the astronomy tower. But they're fine. I checked, there was no sign of them at the base of the tower, so they must have landed elsewhere. And Kanna disappeared too," he went on. "It must be hard for her, realizing that her own relative is a Death Eater. I should have gone after her, but as you can see, I can't leave the tower." As he spoke, 2 more Death Eaters came flying in, trailing thick black smoke. But before they could land on the astronomy tower, a flaming dragon's head materialized out of thin air and lunged at them. The fire dragon's head was larger than the entire tower. The 2 Death Eaters were swallowed whole in an instant, without a chance to resist. Its jaws snapped shut, and crimson flames burst out in all directions. Moments later, everything went still, almost as if those 2 Death Eaters had never existed. "Kyle, you..." Bill's throat bobbed as he stared in disbelief at the thin thread of flame glowing at the tip of Kyle's wand. He already knew Kyle was powerful, stronger than most members of the Order of the Phoenix, but conjuring fiend fire of that magnitude, just like that, wasn't that a bit much? This was the fiend fire curse, not a simple fire-making charm. Didn't he even need to prepare? And in just seconds, the fire dragon had sprouted a body and wings. Its sheer size and heat were nearly enough to set the entire tower ablaze. "I'm fine," Kyle said calmly, taking a deep breath as he flicked his wand. The flame at the wand's tip vanished, and the towering fiend fire dragon outside dissolved into ash within seconds. As much as Kyle wanted to let it circle the battlefield, he couldn't risk it. Fiend fire was far too easy to lose control of. A moment's distraction could endanger Hogwarts students and staff. That was a risk he could never take. "Where did Snape and Sirius go?" "My guess is that way," Bill said, pointing to a shattered window just below the astronomy tower. He no longer pressed Kyle to stay and help. "You might want to ask the portraits and ghosts along the corridors, someone might have seen them." "You're probably right," Kyle replied. He turned to leave. "I'll go check it out and come back shortly." "No worries. It's not that bad here," Bill said, glancing at the students nearby, several of whom still looked faint from the shock of seeing the fiend fire dragon. Chapter 924, Snape's Choice, Kanna in a Coma. Kyle had no idea what Snape was playing at. Was it really necessary for him to join the attack on Hogwarts in person? Did he actually see himself as a Death Eater now? Kyle made his way back down to the Great Hall from the astronomy tower. It looked like Voldemort had struck again, this time, destroying Hogwarts' strongest line of defense. The stone statues and suits of armor lay shattered across the floor, their magical traces completely gone. A surge of Death Eaters had poured into the castle, packing the staircases and entry halls. Professor Flitwick was dueling a blonde Death Eater nearby, sparks flashing with every strike. Beside them, a masked Death Eater was locked in combat with Mr. Weasley. Even with his face hidden, the Death Eater's bulky frame and clumsy movements gave him away. He had to be Old Goyle, another long-standing member of Voldemort's forces. Several recent graduates were helping out, and Oliver would manage to land a stunning spell that brought Goyle down, giving Mr. Weasley the upper hand. Goyle's massive body crashed to the floor, crushing the Gryffindor hourglass beside him and sending rubies scattering in every direction. Kyle raised his wand. The fallen rubies lifted into the air, reshaping into floating daggers, then, in a flash, they streaked toward a specific spot. A gray figure had just leapt down the stairs, and was immediately struck by the flying gem daggers, impaled like a pincushion. 3 daggers pierced its throat simultaneously. The werewolf didn't even get a chance to struggle. It collapsed, lifeless, on the floor. Just then, another werewolf landed nearby. Seeing his comrade lying in a pool of blood, he looked briefly relieved. He seemed ready to back away quietly, but the moment he saw the red daggers rising into the air again, he panicked and began howling, waving his arms as if trying to communicate something. Remus Lupin? Kyle asked in a low voice, watching the way the werewolf gestured. Lupin nodded furiously. Sorry, Kyle said. Once they've transformed, werewolves all look pretty much the same. I couldn't tell. The werewolf, Lupin, shook his head, clearly indicating it was fine. Truthfully, when he'd seen those daggers begin to rise, he'd been terrified, afraid Kyle might stab him by accident too. It was a full moon tonight, the peak of a werewolf's strength. That other one had held his own against Lupin for over 10 minutes, and Kyle had taken it down in just a few seconds. If Kyle had acted even a little faster, Lupin might not have had the chance to explain himself. Right now, he just wanted to get out of the castle, anywhere away from Kyle's line of fire. Hold on, Remus, Kyle called after him. Can you find Sirius right now? The thought had just struck him. Lupin, in his werewolf form, had an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. He was the perfect person to track someone down. Sure enough, Lupin only sniffed around for a few seconds before pointing a clawed hand outside the school, toward what looked like the Quidditch pitch. He let out 2 drawn-out howls, seemingly trying to say something. But whether it was because werewolves weren't classified as magical creatures or for some other reason, Kyle couldn't understand a word. He didn't mind, though. He gave a quick wave and sprinted off in that direction. Thanks. Kyle passed through the entrance hall, leaving the Wampus Cat behind to help deal with the Death Eaters. Wampus Cats were perfect for chaotic battlefield situations like this. Their natural legitimacy allowed them to easily tell friend from foe, there was no risk of them attacking the wrong side. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kyle reached the open grounds outside the castle. Several massive spiders were clinging to the castle walls, their limbs scraping and clicking as they tried to squeeze through a breach in the stone and crawl inside. Still stragglers. Kyle frowned slightly. He'd already cleared out the Acromantulas from the Forbidden Forest earlier, even collecting some venom while he was at it. If he hadn't, it wouldn't just be a handful of spiders showing up now, it would have been a swarm. He hesitated, debating whether to take care of these remaining Acromantulas first or go find Snape. Just then, a Hungarian horntail suddenly swooped down from the sky. Like it was picking off jelly beans, it snatched the spiders from the wall one by one and devoured them all. It even gave them a quick roast with its dragon fire beforehand. I hope Hagrid didn't see that, Kyle muttered under his breath and took off running toward the Quidditch pitch, but barely made it halfway before he was forced to stop again. A group of more than a dozen Dementors had gathered, and the air around them had turned deathly cold. Kyle's expression shifted to something oddly bemused. Really, this Death Eater invasion of Hogwarts was starting to feel more like a reunion tour of old acquaintances, first the surviving giants, then the surviving werewolves, now the Dementors. But what good would a few of them do? There weren't even enough to make an impressive formation. He truly didn't get it. The Dementors had already been purged, twice. Why couldn't they just stay gone? Did they really believe in Voldemort that much? A Patronus shaped like a silvery jellyfish shimmered into being behind Kyle. The Dementors tried to flee, but it was far too late. Its long, flowing tentacles had already wrapped around their necks, dragging them along behind it like grotesque floating ornaments. And under the Patronus's influence, their bodies began to wither, collapse, and finally dissolve into nothingness. That should finally be the end of it. Kyle pressed forward and quickly arrived at the Quidditch pitch. The place had been ravaged. The stands were nothing but rubble, and all 6 goalposts lay snapped and scattered across the grass, which was still smoldering with fire. Nearby, someone was lying motionless on the ground. Kanna. Kyle's heart skipped, and he dashed over, only to stop short a few steps later. Wrong person. It was a witch he didn't recognize, dressed in black robes. Likely another Death Eater. Thank Merlin. Kyle forced himself to calm down and scan the surroundings carefully. At last, he spotted Sirius, swaying unsteadily in the Slytherin stands, with an unconscious Kanna slumped across his back. And directly across from them stood over a dozen Death Eaters in black robes. Sirius Black. What luck, one of them sneered. You've been a real pain. As long as we kill you, the Dark Lord will definitely reward us. Enough talk, do it, a female Death Eater snapped. What's the rush? There's 12 of us. He's got dead weight on his back, he's not going anywhere. Another Death Eater added lazily, I'm not going into Hogwarts just to get myself killed. This is much better. If we take him out here, it's still a big win, and we don't have to risk our necks like those other fools. Exactly, someone else agreed. And no one's coming to save him. Schlick. The Death Eater's words were cut short, as though something had slashed clean across his throat. Then, suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the stands. Damn it, who's there? The other Death Eaters hadn't even figured out what was happening when two more of them went down, long, bloody gashes splitting their chests open as though sliced by an invisible blade. It's a curse. Kill Sirius, now. One of them finally caught on, but before they could act, the solid ground beneath them suddenly turned to swamp, and they all began sinking. Sectum Sempra. A gust of wind tore through the air, and silence fell over the stadium. Sirius sat heavily on the ground, panting, eyes fixed on the figure now standing behind the fallen Death Eaters. You're just in time. Kyle. Yeah, just in time, Kyle replied, glancing behind Sirius with a hesitant expression. Oh, don't worry. Kanna's fine, Sirius said. But Kyle noticed a flicker of unease in his voice as he said it. I don't really know how to explain this. Sirius gently set Kanna down. Snape knocked her out and left her in my care. I don't even know how to describe the feeling. That Snavelis is a Death Eater, and yet he handed his niece over to me, his enemy, to look after. The more he spoke, the more his expression twisted, like his whole worldview had shattered and he didn't know what to make of it anymore. He'd known about the connection between Kanna and Snape for a long time. It wasn't a secret. A lot of people knew. And he'd complained to Lupin more than once, how could someone like Snape, that greasy git, have such an exceptional niece? What baffled Sirius wasn't just that, but Snape's attitude toward the Death Eaters. He seemed genuinely afraid of them. To Sirius, a typical Death Eater was like a Malfoy, parents were Death Eaters, kids were mini Death Eaters, the whole family devoted to Voldemort. Even if the children didn't agree, their parents would drag them into Voldemort's camp by force if necessary. That was the reality for most Slytherins. The Death Eaters would go to any lengths, use any means, to prove their loyalty. But Snape didn't follow that pattern. He was clearly a seasoned Death Eater, yet he was terrified of Kanna being exposed to Voldemort. Sirius could feel it, Snape didn't want Voldemort to know Kanna existed. He was even willing to risk his life just to hand her over to Sirius. When Snape stood there, he was completely unguarded. He'd even thrown away his wand. If Sirius had wanted to, he could have killed him right then and there. But he'd hesitated, and watched Snape walk away, out of sight. Even now, remembering it made Sirius want to claw at the walls with regret. Snape was the one responsible for Lily and James's deaths, so why had he let him go? Kyle didn't pay attention to Sirius's shifting expressions. He stepped forward and carefully examined Kanna. Just like Sirius had said, she was unharmed, only hit with a stunning spell. Wait. Kyle's hand froze midair. He suddenly realized the bracelet on Kanna's right wrist was missing. It was a silver bracelet shaped like a phoenix with its head and tail joined, and its eyes were inlaid with fragments of the Philosopher's Stone. But the materials didn't matter. What mattered was that it had been a gift from Nicholas Flamel, and it could block 2 killing curses. Its value went far beyond anything measured in galleons. Kanna had always worn it. But now it was gone. Could she have already used it? Kyle felt a pang of uncertainty. He tried to wake Kanna, only to discover that Snape hadn't just used a stunning spell, he'd also given her the draft of living death. That made things much more complicated. There was no way he could go brew an antidote in class right now. So Kyle simply placed Kanna inside his suitcase. Sirius, watching from the side, asked, Kyle, you looked worried just now. Is something wrong with Kanna? No, nothing serious. I just realized she drank the draft of living death, so she probably won't be waking up anytime soon. Kyle shook his head, choosing not to mention the bracelet. Its effects were far too extraordinary, and it was tied to Nicholas Flamel. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. It wasn't a matter of trust. The magical world had too many strange and unpredictable ways of prying into secrets. Sometimes, wanting to keep something hidden wasn't enough, not unless he made an unbreakable vow with Sirius right then and there. Sirius, what the hell happened? Kyle asked, changing the subject as he shut the suitcase. I'm not exactly sure what happened either, Sirius replied, his expression turning grim. Let's talk about it later. Right now, the priority is dealing with those Death Eaters. That's easy enough. Kyle waved his wand, and a fire dragon made of fiend fire reappeared above the Quidditch pitch, diving straight into the area where the Death Eaters were most heavily concentrated. Earlier, he hadn't had the time or energy to control fiend fire. But now he had time to spare. The roaring flames lit up the night sky, and in an instant, the Death Eater's frenzied assault came to an abrupt halt. Where the fiend fire dragon loomed, it was like an insurmountable barrier, no one dared take a step forward. Sirius watched the scene, unconsciously licking his lips. His thoughts drifted to the dozen or so Death Eaters Kyle had killed earlier. It was a different kind of magic, but just as swift and ruthless. No wonder so many said Kyle was the next Dumbledore. With the power he had now, he seemed only a step behind Dumbledore himself. Honestly, it could be said he was leagues ahead of anyone else in the Order of the Phoenix, including Sirius. Can you tell me now? Kyle asked. I'm really curious. After Snape dragged me down from the tower, I chased him out of the castle. With the Death Eaters having retreated, Sirius was no longer in such a rush. He thought back briefly, then said, I lost him not long after. Snape's cunning, he created a diversion that made me think he was heading for the dungeons. By the time I got there, I realized I'd been tricked. Then how did you end up here? Kyle asked, while guiding the fiend fire forward, engulfing more enemies and driving the remaining Death Eaters all the way to the school gates. Ever since killing those 2 Death Eaters atop the astronomy tower, he hadn't worried about conserving magic. It felt so liberating to fight without restraint. Kyle flicked his wand again, and 5 small phoenixes broke off from the fire dragon's massive body, each about the size of a sparrow. The little phoenixes zipped through the school at blazing speed. When they spotted a lone Death Eater, they would dive down and deliver a scorching embrace. Unfortunately, Kyle could only control 5 at once, anymore, and the risk of friendly fire was too high. Sirius licked his lips again. That kind of fine magical control, he couldn't help feeling like Kyle was showing off. Eventually, he just turned away, pretending not to notice. Because of Lucius Malfoy. Sirius went on, after I lost Snape, I was heading back to the astronomy tower when I happened to see him and Narcissa hurrying across the grounds. I figured they were plotting something against Hogwarts, so I followed them to see what they were up to, and I ended up here. They pulled someone out from the Quidditch changing rooms, someone who was supposed to have vanished long ago. Draco Malfoy, Kyle said softly. Exactly. Sirius nodded, gritting his teeth. Draco Malfoy. That little Death Eater who killed Dumbledore has been hiding in the school this whole time, in the Quidditch changing rooms of all places. Perfect hiding spot, isn't it? Ever since Quidditch matches were cancelled, no one's gone near the place. Not even the Aurors on patrol bother checking there. As he spoke, Sirius gave his wand a furious swing, wanting to take his anger out on any Death Eater he could find. But the area had already been cleared by Kyle, there wasn't a single Death Eater left. Not even a bug. In the end, he could only blast a few rocks to vent his frustration. Then what happened? Snape showed up too, Sirius said. He seemed to already know that Draco Malfoy was there, and right then I realized, he was the one who saved that little Death Eater. I wanted to rush in, but there were 3 of them, and I didn't know how to take them all down in one go. So I hesitated. Good thing I did, he added with a lingering sense of dread. Because the Dark Lord arrived as well. Looked like he was planning to kill that little bastard Draco Malfoy. Lucius and Narcissa dropped to their knees and started begging him. They said something, but I was too far away to hear clearly. When I circled around from another path, the Dark Lord and the Malfoy family were already gone. All I saw was Snape, and it felt like he knew I was close. You're saying he was waiting for you? Kyle raised an eyebrow. It just seemed that way, Sirius said. He led me into a patch of shrubs, and there I found Kana, unconscious. Snape asked me to take her back to the castle, said that what he was doing had nothing to do with her. I could hardly believe it. That someone like Snape would willingly lower his head to me. But Snape assumed too much, thought everyone else was like him. Even if he hadn't said a word, I still wouldn't have left her. We all know Kana's a good kid. Nearly half the potions used in this war came from her. What potions? Kyle paused, caught off guard. You didn't know. Sirius looked at him in surprise. Ever since Kana went to France, she's been sending us all kinds of healing potions and antidotes. I thought you knew. I didn't, Kyle said, stiffly shaking his head. No wonder, both times he went to find Kana, her potion shop had been closed. So that's what it was. All the potions had been sent back to Britain. Of course the shop would be shut. Kyle rubbed his forehead. How did I not notice something was off back then? You really didn't know? Sirius asked, clearly curious. She didn't tell you? No, Kyle said, shaking his head again. And I doubt Snape knows either. All right then, Sirius said. You know the rest. I was just about to take Kana back to the castle when I ran into those Death Eaters. Lucky you showed up when you did. By the way, what spell were you using earlier? It looked familiar. The laceration curse, Kyle replied. It's a curse Snape invented. Chapter 925, The Owner of the Elder Wand. Snape, you actually learned that spell from Snavelis? Hearing Kyle say this, Sirius suddenly remembered where he'd seen that blade-like spell before. Back when they had just graduated, more than 10 years ago, Snape, still a Death Eater at the time, had used that very spell against them. It had just been too long ago, and after being locked in Azkaban for over a decade, it hadn't come to mind right away. But the spell's incredibly effective, Kyle said, swinging his wand again and slicing a large spider creeping up behind him clean in half. It's still a Snavelis spell, Sirius muttered, still visibly annoyed. But Kyle, how on earth did he teach it to you? Don't tell me it was Kanna. Sirius asked with a mocking lilt. Of course not. Kyle shook his head. I found a book. Well, one of Snape's old school potions textbooks. It not only contains his personal notes on potion making, but also quite a few spells he invented. The Laceration Curse is one of them. A potions book. Sirius was stunned. He blurted out, you're saying he invented that spell while he was still in school? That's probably the case, Kyle nodded. Sectum Sempra is written in the second half of advanced potion making. Judging by the section, he likely came up with it in the first term of 7th year. That's impossible. Sirius's tone grew more irritable. He must have stolen it, typical Snavelis. If he really did, do you think Professor Dumbledore would have just ignored it? Well, maybe he tricked Dumbledore. Sirius kept grasping at different explanations, unwilling to believe that Snape had actually invented such a powerful spell as Sectum Sempra during his school years. Sirius, don't tell me you're jealous. Kyle raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Jealous. Sirius sprang up like a dog whose tail had just been stepped on. Jealous of Snavelis? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I ever be jealous of him? Maybe because he can create his own spells. Kyle suggested, eyeing Sirius's dramatic reaction. That had to be it. For a student, getting an O on an exam wasn't too hard. Even getting all O's wasn't unheard of. At Hogwarts, there were always a couple of top-performing students each year. But 99% of students couldn't invent a single spell before graduating. In fact, most adult wizards couldn't, either. And Snape. Kyle knew of several spells he'd created. From the rather silly toenail growth hex, to the practical Muffliato charm and Langlock, to more combat-oriented spells like Libera Corpus and Sectum Sempra. Looking at it that way, a wizard who had invented 5 original spells, Snape, was nothing short of a genius. A true genius. And that wasn't even factoring in his accomplishments in potions. Thinking about it, how else could Snape have become the youngest head of house at Hogwarts? It certainly wasn't because he didn't like washing his hair. Snape was made head of house not long after Voldemort fell. He was only in his early 20s then, pushing the record for youngest head of house way ahead. At that age, even if Dumbledore had wanted to promote him, he would have needed the qualifications to match. Otherwise, the school governors and parents wouldn't have allowed it. Slytherin wasn't like the other houses, their students' parents were always the most difficult to please. And if they had no complaints about Snape as their head of house, that already said a lot. After Kyle laid all this out, even Sirius was speechless. He stood there, mouth open, lost in thought. He had to admit, setting aside his personal bias, Snape really had far surpassed most of their generation. But that bias wasn't something Sirius could just turn off. He's still Snavelis, he said stubbornly. And he's biased. No matter how talented he is, he doesn't deserve to be a professor. You're both just as bad, Kyle said with a chuckle. Honestly, if Sirius had been head of house for longer, Gryffindor probably would have racked up 5 or 6 straight house cups. All right, that's enough talk. Kyle stood up, surveying the now empty battlefield. With a sharp motion, he slashed his wand through the air in front of him. The fiery thread linking the tip of his wand suddenly snapped in midair, and the unbound fiendfire dragon immediately began to unravel. Then, Kyle thrust his wand forward. Incarcerus Incendio. The erupting fiendfire morphed into a long serpent midair, darting toward the petrified Death Eaters at blinding speed. They tried to flee, but apparition was forbidden at Hogwarts. On foot, there was no way they could outrun fiendfire under Kyle's control. In no time, the entire area was encircled by roaring flames. As the fiendfire closed in, the Death Eaters were forced inward, crowding together until they were packed into a space barely the size of the Great Hall. Some tried to break out, but without exception, each was reduced to ashes within seconds. A pity Kyle couldn't fully turn the fiendfire blue yet, otherwise, it would have been even more satisfying. He had tried, but yellow was his current limit. Only the outer edge showed the faintest tinge of blue. Well done. Sirius's eyes were gleaming. Say, this is one of your own spells, isn't it? Strictly speaking, only partially, Kyle lowered his wand and shook his head. The original spell was created by Professor Dumbledore. I just made a few modifications. Kyle had spent a long time studying the firestorm charm. In simple terms, it was a form of transfiguration that manipulated the shape of fire. And being a transfiguration spell, it wasn't limited to one shape, it could be a straight line, a circle, or whatever the caster imagined. That's still incredible, Sirius said. You must have some original spells of your own too. He seemed almost fixated on surpassing Snape. If he couldn't do it himself, he was determined to find someone who could do it for him. And Kyle was that someone. My own spell. I suppose I have one, Kyle said after a moment's thought. He had dabbled in spell creation, but most were odd little tricks, things like rapidly growing eyelashes or tangling someone's hair. Most of them were prank ideas Fred and George had dreamed up before they graduated. Kyle had given them a try when he was bored, just to see if he could turn them into functional spells. They were more like ways to kill time than anything serious. The only one he truly considered his own was Ferrovirio, the spell he used to manipulate trees and vines. Kyle was quite fond of that one, especially in dense forests like the Forbidden Forest, where its power could easily double, if not more. Too bad the Death Eaters never headed that way, otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to resort to fiend fire. Brilliant stuff. You're clearly way more powerful than that greasy Snavelis, Sirius said proudly. But why didn't you finish off those Death Eaters? Because the Ministry's here. Kyle glanced toward the castle. A moment ago, Amelia Bones and Scrimgeour had arrived on the battlefield with their team of Aurors. They hadn't come immediately, probably because they were busy dealing with the traitors inside the Ministry first. The Ministry of Magic. Sirius frowned. What about them? Haven't you already taken out quite a few? It's not the same. They didn't see what I did before, Kyle said, shaking his head. Put it this way, if I killed hundreds of Death Eaters right in front of the Minister for Magic and the head of the Aura office, what do you think they'd think? Sirius's expression shifted. Even if he didn't know all the ins and outs, he understood now. The Ministry wanted stability. And with the wizarding population already so small, every witch or wizard was bound to someone else, connections through family, bloodlines, or ties of old. Pick any two pureblood wizards, and chances are they were related. So never mind killing hundreds, slaughtering even a tenth of that would still cause a major uproar. After all, just over a decade ago, even the most vile Death Eaters were usually locked up in Azkaban rather than executed. Everyone knew that, Kyle and Sirius included. Take Godric's Hollow, for instance. Kyle had killed over 70 Death Eaters there. The story sounded impressive, but no one knew how much Dumbledore had done behind the scenes to keep Kyle out of the Wisengamot's courtroom. Something like that could only happen once. If Kyle had truly wiped out every Death Eater present, maybe no one would have said anything at the time, but once the war was over, the Ministry would have come after him without hesitation. Of course, that was only part of the reason. The bigger issue was stability. Who wouldn't fear a powerful wizard who could kill without hesitation? That kind of fear was instinctive. Dumbledore had always played by the rules. Even after practically sealing himself within Hogwarts, he still couldn't dispel the lingering suspicion many held toward him. If Kyle were to start slaughtering people in front of everyone, he'd instantly become the enemy of all wizards, stepping right into Voldemort's shoes as the second Dark Lord. A classic tale, the hero who slays the dragon eventually becomes the dragon himself. As for what happened earlier, that was another matter entirely. Back then, the Ministry hadn't arrived, and the situation was utter chaos. He was protecting Hogwarts, no one would question how many he killed under those circumstances. Besides, very few knew the fiend fire had come from him. The handful who did, like Sirius and Professor McGonagall, were on his side and would never say a word. Sirius opened his mouth, but for a moment, he had no idea what to say. He knew the Ministry's stance was flawed, yet he also understood the reasoning behind it. It was a contradiction he couldn't ignore. And in some ways, he had benefited from it too. The charges against him from over a decade ago weren't exactly minor, betraying the Potters, blowing up a street, killing 12 Muggles. Even so, all he got was a sentence in Azkaban. Kyle glanced toward the castle, where the battle had grown even fiercer, and muttered under his breath, even if those Death Eaters are to be killed, it can't be me who does it, at least not where anyone can see. But he spoke too softly, and Sirius, lost in thought, didn't hear a word. With the field threat handled, the two of them prepared to return to the castle to help the others. But just as they passed the Whomping Willow, Kyle suddenly caught a glimpse of 2 pairs of shoes flashing by on the ground. 2 pairs of shoes, moving on their own, in the dead of night, definitely unsettling. Thankfully, Kyle was a wizard, and it didn't take him long to figure out the cause. The invisibility cloak was too small to fully conceal 2 people. You head back and help out first, he said, turning to Sirius. I'm going to sweep the area again, just in case someone slipped through. No problem. Sirius didn't question it. After being mocked by a group of underhanded Death Eaters on the Quidditch pitch, he was burning to let off some steam. Hearing that Kyle would stay outside, he charged back into the castle on his own and quickly found a lone Death Eater to take it out on. Once he was gone, Kyle turned and headed back to the Whomping Willow. He looked down and saw several clear footprints on the ground, leading all the way to the base of the tree before vanishing. Just as he stepped forward, a branch lashed out at him with a sharp whoosh. Kyle dodged to the side and pointed his wand at a stone on the ground. The stone shot upward, slipping through the dense tangle of branches and striking a specific spot on the trunk. Instantly, the violently thrashing tree stilled. Without hesitation, Kyle stepped forward and jumped into the hidden tunnel beneath it. Once inside, the noise of the battle above faded significantly, replaced by faint, rustling sounds coming from somewhere ahead. Kyle moved quickly down the passage. This was probably the only route that hadn't been sealed off. Harry had used it often to meet Sirius when he was hiding in Hogsmeade. Even after Sirius left for other assignments, Harry would still occasionally come here. But why now? Weren't they supposed to be searching for the Runespore Horcrux? Kyle frowned. This passage led to the Screaming Ice Cream Shop. Could it be the snake had a thing for ice cream? Then again, Harry and Voldemort had almost a sixth sense for each other at this point. He probably hadn't made a mistake. Kyle wanted to catch up to Harry and the others as quickly as possible, but the passage was too narrow for him to move fast. Then he heard voices. One of them was sharp and cold, devoid of any emotion. "I need you to pledge your loyalty to me, Draco. The time has come." It was Voldemort. Kyle froze. Just ahead, he spotted two pairs of shoes, likely Harry's. If he went any farther, he risked alerting them. And if one of them let out a startled cry, things could get very interesting. What truly caught him off guard was that Voldemort had actually abandoned so many Death Eaters just to sneak into an ice cream shop. What on earth was he thinking? Kyle narrowed his eyes, trying to peer through a crack near the doorway into the room beyond. From his position, he couldn't see anything, but he could hear everything with unsettling clarity. The ever-arrogant Voldemort wasn't bothering to hide his intentions at all. It sounded like Lucius and Narcissa were also inside. They must have come straight here after leaving the Quidditch pitch. To fight for the Dark Lord is Draco's greatest honor. Lucius's voice held a trace of excitement, and Narcissa chimed in with agreement. Only Draco Malfoy himself said nothing. Not until Voldemort spoke again. "So, Draco, are you ready to give your life?" Wait, my lord." Lucius's voice turned dry and strained. "I might have misheard. Draco just helped you kill Dumbledore." "You heard me perfectly, Lucius," Voldemort said flatly. "It wasn't until Dumbledore was dead that I realized something. The wand does nothing for me." It sounded like Voldemort had stood up, his voice shifting direction. "This so-called most powerful wand of legend hasn't shown any of the miracles it's supposed to. I've pondered this endlessly, and finally, I have an answer. The Elder Wand belongs to the wizard who kills its previous master. You killed Dumbledore, Draco." A choked sob echoed from inside the room, heavy and suffocating. "My lord. Dark Lord. Draco only did it to carry out your orders." Lucius's voice was barely a rasp, all pride drained away. "That is why you will be honored," Voldemort said calmly, with a distinction no other Death Eater will ever receive. There was a dull thump, as if someone had collapsed and hit their head on the floor. That had to hurt. "Answer me, Draco. Will you help me claim mastery over this wand?" Draco Malfoy still said nothing. Whether from terror or because he'd been silenced, it was hard to say. Because when Voldemort set his mind to something, he never asked permission. He only gave orders. And this time was no exception. Something in the room gave a soft pop, like a balloon bursting, though quieter. Then came the thud of a heavy body hitting the floor. "Master, I don't believe Draco is the wand's true master," said another voice, Snape. "You disagree with me, Severus?" Voldemort's voice cooled further, edged with a disturbing sound, like something crawling. "I wouldn't dare think that," Snape replied. "But, my lord, I was there that night. Dumbledore was killed by the killing curse you left within your wand. Draco had nothing to do with it. Or to put it another way, how could someone who merely passed the wand along be recognized as its true master?" The rustling noises stopped completely. It seemed Voldemort found that line of thinking persuasive. "Then tell me, Severus, if I'm the one who killed Dumbledore, why won't the Elder Wand obey me?" "I believe Dumbledore wasn't its true master," Snape said evenly. "Then who was?" "I believe Grindelwald." Chapter 926, Chapter 926, Harry is discovered. Truth be told, when Snape uttered the name Grindelwald, not only did Voldemort fall silent, even Kyle, listening from outside, was completely stunned. What on earth was going on? Why would Snape bring up Grindelwald out of nowhere? He'd withdrawn from the wizarding world nearly 70 years ago and had been shut away in Nurmengard ever since. Pinning this on him was more than a stretch, it was downright absurd. But Lucius, desperate for a lifeline, clung to the name like it was salvation. After a brief pause, he began to echo Snape's words with frantic enthusiasm. Yes, my lord, Severus is right. It must be him. Draco, he couldn't possibly be the Elder Wand's true master. My lord, Draco, he. Silence, Lucius. Voldemort's voice was soft, but absolute. Lucius Malfoy instantly went quiet. Kyle could hear nothing now but the heavy, muffled sound of footsteps inside the room. Give me a reason, Severus, Voldemort demanded. Why should I believe you? Why would a disgraced, imprisoned failure have any say over the Elder Wand? Or is it that you simply don't want Draco to help me master it? If I'm not mistaken, you're still Draco's godfather, aren't you? A chill seemed to blow out from the room, cutting across Kyle like a blade. There was no emotion in Voldemort's voice, only open, undisguised killing intent. Kyle could feel it clearly. If Snape said the wrong thing, or rather, if Voldemort believed he'd said the wrong thing, he'd be dead on the spot. The faint rustling of something crawling returned, this time accompanied by sharp, repeated hissing, several snakes, it seemed, flicking their tongues in unison. Most likely the runespore Harry had mentioned, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. In fact, Kyle had a connection to that very runespore. Originally, that Horcrux was meant to be the creature named Nagini, a blood maledictus transformed into a snake from a pureblood witch, and Voldemort's most prized vessel. Voldemort had always been obsessively selective with his Horcruxes, to the point of perfectionism. Aside from the diary he used as practice, all his remaining Horcruxes, the diadem, the cup, the locket, the resurrection stone, were fabled magical artifacts with deep symbolic meaning. Naturally, for his final Horcrux, he wasn't about to settle for anything less. Blood maledictuses were rare enough, but a snake-form maledictus was practically unheard of. Though Nagini took the form of a snake, she was in essence a pureblood witch. Even as a Horcrux, she wouldn't taint Voldemort's soul. It was the perfect vessel, Voldemort couldn't have been more pleased. Unfortunately, that vessel was taken from him. On the very night of his resurrection, Kyle had yanked her right out from under his nose. No elaborate schemes, no clever traps, just brute force, relying on Dumbledore's presence to back him up. Voldemort had searched for her, of course, but it was futile. Nagini vanished as if into thin air, and even the magical traces he'd left were scrubbed clean. Left with no better option, Voldemort had settled for the next best thing, the largest runespore he could find in the Albanian forest. That was also why he hated Kyle so deeply. The feud between Voldemort and Harry had been forged by prophecy, fate demanded one of them kill the other. But with Kyle, it was different, a slow-burning grudge, built up bit by bit, over time. And it ran very, very deep. Although it's just a theory, I believe it's highly likely, came Snape's calm voice from within the room. He showed no sign of unease in the face of Voldemort's cold tone. You're quite confident, Severus. I only just thought of it, Snape replied. But surely, my lord, you know the Elder Wand once belonged to that dark wizard, Grindelwald. Dumbledore defeated him and took the wand as a trophy. Of course I know that. That's exactly my point, Snape continued. You defeated Dumbledore and took the Elder Wand from him. It's a nearly identical situation. Even without seeing inside the room, Kyle could imagine the smug expression forming on Voldemort's face. Though the methods had been less than honorable, the fact remained, he had bested Dumbledore and seized his wand. It was a victory worth remembering. But you haven't mastered the Elder Wand. Snape's voice came again, steady as ever. And that happened before Draco killed Dumbledore. Which suggests that defeating your opponent isn't enough. The Elder Wand only recognizes a master who kills. Severus, I never knew you were so fond of pointless chatter, Voldemort said coldly. That's why I need Draco. But, my lord. Grindelwald is still alive, Snape said. That single line plunged the room into silence once more. Based on our logic, if the Elder Wand belongs only to the one who kills its previous master, then Dumbledore, who didn't kill Grindelwald, could never have truly possessed it. Perhaps he, like you, was merely borrowing it. Bang. Bang. Something shattered inside the room, followed by a rapid string of explosions. The door at the entrance of the passageway blew open with a crash, and something whizzed past, grazing Kyle's hair. But he didn't move. He had been wondering how to widen the crack in the door just enough to get a better look inside, but he hadn't expected it to blow open like this. Now, he had a perfect view of Voldemort's face, pale, snake-like, inhuman. Snape stood across from him, composed. Lucius was kneeling on the floor, clutching a stunned Draco in his arms. Both looked deathly pale, like carved marble rather than living beings. It was hard to believe they were still alive. Kyle tensed. He couldn't be sure whether Voldemort could see through his concealment. All he could do was hope he couldn't. Fortunately, Voldemort was too preoccupied to turn around. He hadn't noticed the entrance to the hidden passage at all. Kyle let out a faint breath of relief. Just to be safe, he crept backward a few steps and tucked himself into a corner farther from the door. Inside, Voldemort had fallen into deep thought. Snape's reasoning was starting to make unnerving sense. Yes. Dumbledore never killed Grindelwald. So how could he have been the wand's true master? But that would mean all his careful scheming, his effort to steal the Elder Wand from Dumbledore, had been meaningless. A joke. Voldemort's face shifted through shades of red and green as humiliation surged in his chest, raw, stinging shame at having been deceived. He couldn't contain it any longer. With a sudden snap of his arm, he slashed his wand. Crucio. Lucius and Draco collapsed instantly, writhing on the floor. Their bodies curled into themselves, hands clawing at their throats, emitting terrible wheezing sounds. To Voldemort, casting the Cruciatus curse on two people at once was as effortless as breathing. Snape looked on without a flicker of emotion, as though the ones being tortured weren't his friend and godson, but a pair of insignificant insects. Narcissa, having fainted earlier, escaped the pain this time by sheer luck. Then Kyle heard a sudden gasp, rough breathing from somewhere ahead. One of Harry's group had been startled by the Cruciatus curse and reacted on instinct. Kyle's heart jumped. He stared intently at Voldemort's profile inside the room. Thank Merlin. The agonized whimpers of the Malfoys filled the air, and Voldemort remained oblivious to the noise from the hidden passage. Do you think I should take a trip to Nurmengard, Severus? After what felt like an eternity, Voldemort finally calmed down and lifted the Cruciatus curse from Lucius and Draco. But the two of them remained sprawled on the ground, their mouths opening and closing as if silently pleading for mercy. Master, we've all witnessed your unmatched magical prowess with this wand. I truly don't believe anyone could stand against you. But Harry Potter is still alive. The Elder Wand spun idly between Voldemort's fingertips. My wand always obeyed me completely, yet it failed to kill Harry Potter. Once it failed outright, and once I felt it resist me. Can you believe it, Severus? Harry Potter blocked an attack from the Dark Lord with nothing but a ridiculous disarming charm. My wand refused to strike him. Snape bowed his head without speaking. Kyle, meanwhile, was thinking back, when exactly had Harry and Voldemort come face to face? The first failure was easy to place, over a decade ago, when Voldemort was destroyed by his own killing curse. But what about the wand's resistance? To be honest, Kyle didn't remember many instances where Harry had faced Voldemort directly, except during the Triwizard Tournament. He clearly recalled being transported to that unknown hilltop by the Portkey Cup. By the time he arrived, Voldemort had already completed the resurrection ritual and had Harry under control. Maybe they'd had a brief clash before Kyle got there. In any case, the result was obvious. Harry had been completely overpowered, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up captured. I don't want that to happen a third time. Voldemort walked over to the runespore and gently ran a finger across its middle head. Ollivander revealed the truth about the Brother Wands under torture. He told me to try using someone else's wand. I am at your service. Snape didn't hesitate. He drew his wand and respectfully offered it. But Voldemort didn't take it. Can you guarantee your wand has no so-called brother? Voldemort lifted it with 2 fingers, examined it for a moment, then let it fall. Snape shook his head. He knew little about wand lore, not even what exactly constituted a brother wand. It couldn't simply be cores from the same magical creature, could it? A single dragon heartstring could be used to craft at least 5 wands. Unicorns were even more generous, 1 tail hair could yield 3 wand cores, and not just once, a few more could be collected each year. If those all counted as brother wands that couldn't battle one another, the magical world would have descended into chaos ages ago. Britain didn't exactly have an abundance of unicorns. Maybe it was something unique to phoenix feather wands. As far as he knew, both Voldemort's and Harry's wands were made with phoenix tail feathers. He didn't know what the deeper truth was, so he wisely stayed silent. None of us knows whether the wand in our hand has a brother it's bound to, Voldemort murmured. That's why I need a wand unlike any other, something beyond sentiment, that serves only power. The Elder Wand, the Wand of Destiny. You understand, Severus? Yes, my lord, Snape said, swiftly tucking his wand away. But if you go to Nurmengard, Master, what about the battle here? Our offensive is steadily being unraveled. Disappointing, Voldemort said quietly. My finest forces, noble Death Eaters, brought down by a handful of teachers, half-bloods, and mudbloods. Tell me, Severus, do I really still need such pathetic trash? It's because we were betrayed, Snape stammered. The wandering wizards turned against us. Not only did they leak our plans, they struck us from behind. Buble Lennis. Voldemort's hand froze atop the Runspor's head, his scarlet eyes blazing. He will learn what it means to betray the Dark Lord, and the price will be unbearable. Well, even garbage has its uses. Throwing it all away would be a waste. It's time to end this farce. Voldemort rose and looked down at Draco Malfoy, still lying on the floor. He tapped his wand lightly at his side. After a brief pause, he decided not to kill him. It wasn't mercy. They were still useful. Of course, if his trip to Nurmengard failed to produce what he needed, he would not hesitate to kill Draco. "Let me go find the boy, Master," Snape continued. "I'll bring Potter to you. I know he's somewhere in the castle." "There's no need, Severus. Harry Potter isn't the real concern. The one who matters is the other boy," Voldemort said calmly. "I want you to bring him to me. You know who I mean." "But Master, Harry Potter." "I said he's not important," Voldemort cut him off. "Funny, isn't it? Remember what we were just discussing? I told you, none of you understands Potter like I do. He'll come to me on his own. I know his weakness, he can't stand to see the people around him fall. He'll go to any length to stop it. I gave him a chance to kill me. I exposed my own weakness. And look, here he is, just as I said he would be." Boom. Without warning, the secret passage entrance exploded, blasting the door into splinters. Harry and Ron were thrown to the ground by the shockwave, the invisibility cloak torn from their shoulders. Hermione was exposed next. Only Kyle, who had shifted positions in advance, avoided the blast, sheltered by the stone wall at the corner of the tunnel. When the three were suddenly revealed, the expressions in the room varied. Lucius and Draco looked completely numb. Then again, they'd worn that same look long before Harry arrived. After all, anyone subjected to Voldemort's Cruciatus curse would look just like that. Narcissa remained unconscious, the explosion hadn't even stirred her. But Snape's expression was something else entirely. He clearly hadn't expected to see Harry appear, mouth agape and eyes wide in shock. Instinctively, he drew his wand. Whether by coincidence or not, while his gaze was fixed on Harry, the wand tip was subtly angled toward Voldemort's back. He quickly adjusted it, and no one noticed the slip, not even Voldemort himself. At the moment, the Dark Lord was watching the dusty, disheveled Harry with keen interest. "I've been wondering why you hadn't shown up, Potter," Voldemort said, turning to face him. "I thought perhaps I didn't know you as well as I thought. I wondered if maybe you were too afraid. But no, you just found another route I didn't know about." He glanced toward the secret passage. "Looks like I do understand you, after all, doesn't it? Run." Without hesitation, Harry, Ron, and Hermione scrambled to their feet and sprinted down the passage, stumbling as they went. They knew one thing for certain: if they stayed, Voldemort would kill them. Harry was furious with himself, he'd fallen for it again. He'd seen the runespore and rushed in, never suspecting Voldemort might be there too. Even when he realized it, he hadn't turned back right away. Instead, he stayed to eavesdrop, hoping to learn something useful. "I'm sorry." Ron panted as he ran. "It's my fault. If I hadn't made a sound, you know who never would have found us." "Not now, Ron." Hermione snapped. A jagged stone had sliced her leg open, but she didn't seem to feel it, sprinting toward the exit at full speed. She had a plan, a reckless one, but one that might just deal Voldemort a serious blow. The whomping willow at the tunnel entrance. She knew that tree well, strange, powerful, and dangerously aggressive. Any wizard hit by one of its branches would suffer real harm, even Hogwarts professors weren't immune. That's why only Professor Sprout, the school's herbology expert, was allowed to tend it. And from what Voldemort had said, it was clear he didn't know about the secret passage leading to the Shrieking Shack, much less the willow that guarded its entrance. This was their chance. If they could get out first and provoke the tree, it might just give Voldemort a nasty surprise. A branch thicker than a grown man's arm hitting full force, Hermione was sure even Voldemort wouldn't walk away from that unharmed. If they could make it out before he caught them. "Please, Merlin," Hermione prayed silently, forcing her legs to move faster. For the first time, she was glad the tunnel was so narrow, it might just slow Voldemort down enough. They sprinted at full speed. But if any of them had looked back, they would have seen something surprising. No one was actually chasing them. Well, not quite. Voldemort and Snape were following them, but not in the way they expected. Voldemort was strolling leisurely through the tunnel, unhurried, as if out for a walk. He had no intention of catching them right away. He looked like a hunter, one who enjoyed playing with his prey. Chapter 927, Chapter 927, Face-to-face combat, Voldemort screams. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had never run so fast in their lives. Harry even felt, absurdly, that he could catch a golden snitch on foot if he had to. Driven by sheer terror, they pushed themselves to the limit, rolling, stumbling, scrambling through bend after bend. The exit was just ahead. But then, a thought hit Harry like a bludger. Voldemort was chasing them. If they ran outside now, wouldn't that be the same as leading Voldemort straight into Hogwarts? Damn it. The realization drained the color from his face, but it was too late to stop. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were already at the base of the passage's exit. A blast of hot air blew in from above, snapping Harry out of his daze. "Wait, listen to me," he gasped, throwing an arm out to stop Ron. "We can't go out. We'll lead Voldemort right into Hogwarts." Ron's face turned just as pale. Lead Voldemort to Hogwarts. Just that alone would be enough for Mrs. Weasley to kill him 10 times over. This isn't the time to worry about that. Hermione, slightly more composed, grabbed Ron and shoved him toward the tunnel wall, speaking quickly. "The second Voldemort spotted us, this secret passage was already compromised. And even without it, do you honestly think he wouldn't go to Hogwarts anyway? Hurry, he's almost here." Urged on by Hermione, Ron gritted his teeth and scrambled up through the tunnel's opening. Hermione followed right after. The moment the intruders emerged onto its territory, the Whomping Willow reacted. One of its thick branches swung around violently. Harry, just beginning to climb out, didn't have time to dodge. He was smacked clean into the air. Fortunately, years as a seeker had sharpened his reflexes. He managed to grab hold of the branch mid-swing, clinging on for dear life instead of being hurled away. "Harry!" Ron shouted, lunging to press the knot near the tree's base, the trigger that would freeze the Whomping Willow. A simple prod would stop it cold. But his hand was abruptly yanked back. "Hermione, you... Wait. Harry's not in danger yet, wait." Hermione panted, her eyes locked on the tunnel entrance with unblinking intensity. Ron didn't ask again. Instead, he turned and tried to help pry Harry loose from the branches. But the tree was too powerful. They made several attempts to no avail. In the end, Harry timed it perfectly. Just as the branch swung near the ground, he let go. He flew through the air and crashed into Ron. The two of them tumbled into a heap on the grass. "Hermione." Harry sprang up, shouting. "Come on, he's coming out." Ron joined in, yelling, "Hermione, what are you doing? Hurry." But Hermione didn't respond. She didn't even turn her head. Her teeth sank into her lip, her eyes fixed on the mouth of the passage. Thud, thud. Footsteps echoed from within, growing closer, heavier, louder. Hermione held her breath. Every muscle in her body tightened like a drawn bowstring. The footsteps drew nearer. And now, she could see them. Two long, narrow, blood-red pupils glowing from the pitch-black tunnel. Hermione snapped her wand forward. Confringo. But it was too late. The moment the spell left her lips, Voldemort had already stepped into the open. The blasting curse came far too late for an ambush. It struck the trunk of the Whomping Willow instead, blowing out a crater of splintered bark. The impact instantly enraged the tree. Nearly every branch began to whip through the air, thick, gnarled limbs thrashing like a swarm of wild beasts. Dozens, no, hundreds, of limbs lashed out in fury, intent on crushing the intruders who dared harm it. Hermione, prepared for the retaliation, mimicked Harry's earlier move, throwing her arms around a thick branch just in time to dodge the first wave. Voldemort and Snape were not so lucky. They had just stepped out of the passage, barely catching their breath, when the chaos descended. A forest of branches tore through the air, descending on them like a storm of living, flailing battering rams. Snape was sent flying instantly. A branch as thick as a barrel slammed into his chest, and for a moment, it felt as if a giant had punched him with full force. He was hurled backward uncontrollably, crashing hard against the ground. A sickening crack echoed through the air. His legs twisted unnaturally in opposite directions, clearly broken. The pain was excruciating. Snape's face turned ghostly pale. He couldn't even begin to understand how, in the middle of walking, he had suddenly been knocked through the air. Did it work? Seeing Snape's battered state, a flash of hope lit up in Hermione's eyes. Everything had gone just as she predicted, even a professor couldn't escape injury when ambushed by the Whomping Willow. Snape was down. That meant Voldemort couldn't be much better off. Hermione turned to the tunnel entrance, anticipation mounting, only for her heart to plummet. Voldemort was still standing there. Completely untouched. The frenzied branches seemed blind to him, lashing in every direction but his. None struck even close. With unhurried steps, Voldemort strolled into the open, his expression calm and almost amused. With a faint flick of the Elder Wand, Hermione was lifted off the ground and floated helplessly before him. A clever plan. Unexpected, and bold, he said, eyeing her from head to toe. Then his voice dropped, cold as ice. It's just a pity you're a mudblood. As a reward, I'll kill you myself. To die by the hand of the great Dark Lord, you should be honored. Now that she was closer, Hermione noticed something. There was a faint magical shimmer surrounding Voldemort. It must have been this enchantment that kept the Whomping Willow from recognizing him. What kind of magic it was, she had no idea. She saw Voldemort raise his wand. Hermione struggled with all her strength to break free, but it was useless. She felt petrified, she couldn't even move a finger. Just as she braced herself for the end, Voldemort hesitated. His expression flickered, conflicted. As if, in Hermione's face, he'd seen another witch. Another mudblood. Lily Evans. Voldemort, a wizard who exalted pureblood supremacy above all else, despised mudbloods. He considered their blood too filthy even to be worthy of death by his magic. And yet, more than a decade ago, he had been defeated by one. Lily Evans, with some obscure protective magic, had deflected his killing curse, dooming him to drift like a wretched spirit through the shadows for years. Now here was another mudblood witch. Clever. Trouble. Close to Harry Potter. Coincidence? Voldemort knew not every mudblood was like Lily. She was an anomaly. But the memory surfaced anyway, unbidden. And the killing curse, brimming at the tip of the Elder Wand, did not fall. That hesitation was the chance the others needed. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Two furious shouts rang out in quick succession. Let her go. Harry snarled, gripping his wand tightly. Ron stood beside him, his face red with rage. Voldemort batted both spells aside with casual ease, but in doing so, lost control of Hermione. Hermione didn't waste the moment. She dropped to the ground and bolted, making it back to Harry and Ron's side. Voldemort didn't react with anger, or perhaps, this had been his plan all along. There were countless ways to kill a mudblood. Someone like her wasn't worthy of the Elder Wand. And besides, his pet hadn't eaten yet. With a lazy flick of his wand, Voldemort summoned a massive dark mark into the sky above him. The chaos drew attention. Within moments, Death Eaters began to arrive. But Voldemort surveyed the pitiful group that had gathered, fewer than 100, and his expression darkened. Snape had warned him of the Death Eaters' defeat, but even so, he hadn't expected it to be this complete. How long has it even been? Only 1/10 of them remained. Even if he'd unleashed several hundred pigs, they wouldn't have been slaughtered this fast. You must be joking. Master. Barty Crouch Jr. stood at the front, his voice shaking. He knew exactly why Voldemort was furious, but even they hadn't expected things to turn out like this. More of our people are trapped in the fire, he said, forcing the words out. If we can just get them out, we can still break through Hogwarts' defenses. Following Barty Jr.'s pointing finger, Voldemort saw an enormous column of fiend fire. It was massive, nearly the size of the Quidditch pitch. The roaring flames surged into the sky, far more eye-catching than even Hogwarts Castle itself. Within the blaze, he could clearly make out the dark mark. It was obvious, his Death Eaters were trapped inside. Humph. Kyle. Very good. Voldemort narrowed his eyes, instantly identifying the culprit behind the blaze. There was no need to guess, Kyle was the only one in Hogwarts capable of wielding that much fiend fire. It wasn't arrogance toward the professors or the Aurors from the Ministry. The fact was, they simply weren't capable of this. Controlling fiend fire was exponentially harder than conjuring it. To reign in flames of this scale without letting them spread was almost impossible. But Voldemort had seen Kyle cast similar magic before, back on the Hebrides Islands. At the memory, Voldemort subconsciously touched one side of his face. A phantom sting of fiend fire burned across his skin. You think this will trap my Death Eaters? Foolish dreamers. Voldemort raised his wand. Think again. A cascade of desks, chairs, and benches suddenly rained down from above, crashing hard toward Voldemort. He had no choice but to turn his wand, blasting apart the airborne furniture, many pieces oddly armed with greatswords and flails. A tabby cat landed on the ground and transformed midair into Professor McGonagall. She immediately stepped in front of Harry and the others, shielding them. Boom. 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 The ground trembled. A full-blooded giant and a slightly shorter half-giant thundered toward the battlefield like two rampaging elephants. It was Hagrid, and his brother, Grop. Scrimgeour arrived too, one leg broken and replaced with a makeshift wooden brace. But his grip on his wand was rock-steady. Behind him came Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Lupin the werewolf, Tonks, and Kingsley, all storming forward with grim resolve. Chris swept a quick glance over Harry and his friends. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face, but he said nothing. Instead, he strode quickly to stand opposite Voldemort. Kyle's probably fine. Chris reassured himself. If even Voldemort could figure out that Kyle was the one who trapped the Death Eaters in the fiend fire, so could he. And since the flames hadn't collapsed yet, it meant Kyle's magic was still holding. That was all he needed to know. Well, everyone's here, Voldemort said casually, utterly unsurprised. Because this had been his goal from the very beginning. Killing Harry had never been the problem. If he truly wanted to, he could have done it back in the secret passage. Harry wouldn't even have had the chance to run. But Voldemort hadn't done that, because he wanted an audience. He wanted to kill Harry in front of everyone. Shatter their faith in the boy who lived. Make them watch as their hopes died with him. Show them that their dreams were nothing but fantasy, that he, the Dark Lord, was invincible. Now the audience had arrived. Unfortunately, they didn't seem interested in quietly watching the show. No matter. A few preliminary adjustments were in order. Voldemort flicked his wand. The earth split open, and from the cracks burst countless blackened hands, reaching up to grab whoever was closest. Scrimgeour stood nearest to the fissure. One of the hands grabbed hold of his wooden brace, and in seconds, it rotted into mush. Watch out. Don't let those cursed things touch you, he roared, retreating quickly. Voldemort swept his wand again. The black arms began to stretch and twist, snaking forward like agile, venomous serpents. Crack. A faint sound came from the Elder Wand, so soft only Voldemort heard it. He looked down. Another deep fracture had formed in the wand, wide enough to expose the charred black core within. Again. Grinding his teeth, Voldemort fought to suppress his rage. He didn't channel any more power into the wand. The black hands recoiled into the fissures in the ground. But the danger hadn't passed. Not even close. Go. Voldemort commanded. Kill them. Don't fail me again. The Death Eaters charged forward without hesitation, and Barty Crouch Jr. led the way, his wand aimed directly at the head of the Department of Magical Transportation, his own father. Avada Kedavra. The battle reignited. Everyone focused entirely on fending off the Death Eaters while pushing Harry farther back. They all knew they stood no chance against Voldemort. The only thing they could do now was protect Harry Potter, at the very least, not let him die here. Harry was jostled to the rear, pushed farther and farther from Voldemort, until he suddenly collided with someone. Potter. A familiar voice called out behind him, and Harry froze. He recognized it instantly, Snape. You. He barely had time to turn when a hand grabbed him, yanking him down forcefully. Let go of Harry. Ron and Hermione both raised their wands, but Snape didn't even react. He held onto Harry's collar tightly, not trying to harm him. Instead, he pulled out a small bottle. Take this, go to the headmaster's office. Harry had never seen Snape like this before, so resolute, so deliberate. But why was he telling him to go to the headmaster's office? And what was in that bottle? He got his answer soon enough. A silvery blue substance began to flow from Snape's ears, neither liquid nor gas, more like condensed wind. Harry knew exactly what it was. He'd seen it before. It was a physical memory, meant to be viewed with a pensieve. But why was Snape giving him his memories? Go to the headmaster's office, do what you're meant to do. Snape gave Harry a long, heavy look, then gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet before walking off in the opposite direction. Harry. Hermione and Ron ran up to him. That's weird. He didn't even try to grab you and hand you over to his master, Ron muttered under his breath. I know. I don't get it either, Harry said, frowning. None of them had seen Snape approaching. He could have easily taken Harry by surprise, even killed him if he'd wanted to. But he hadn't. Instead, he gave Harry a bottle of memories, and Harry had no idea what to make of it. Should I go to the headmaster's office, he muttered, staring down at the bottle in his hand. But right now, everyone was fighting Voldemort. How could he just walk away? Harry's heart was in turmoil. On one hand, he desperately wanted to understand what Snape meant, and what he had meant by do what you're meant to do. On the other hand, he didn't want to be a coward. He wanted to fight, to stand shoulder to shoulder with everyone else. Harry, the Death Eaters are closing in. Hermione's shout made the decision for him. No. He couldn't just trust Snape, an enemy, for a single cryptic sentence. What he should be doing, at least right now, was fighting alongside everyone. And destroying the Runespore Horcrux. Wait, where was the snake? Harry looked around but couldn't find any sign of the Runespore. It seemed like the snake had vanished ever since they returned through the secret passage back into Hogwarts. Still, Harry didn't dwell on it. He assumed Voldemort had hidden it again. As long as they could defeat Voldemort, they'd have time to hunt it down and destroy it. He quickly shoved the bottle into his pocket, drew his wand, and aimed at a Death Eater rushing toward him. Expelliarmus. A wand flew through the air, spun to the ground, and was immediately snapped underfoot in the chaos. Oh, Harry. I think in a situation like this, stunning spells are more useful than disarming spells. Hermione shouted to him in passing. Harry ruffled his hair. Sorry, habit. Stupefy. All around, the battle raged. Voldemort raised his wand again. He already understood the Elder Wand's limits, and now, he was ready to end this farce. As long as he didn't push it too hard, it would be simple enough. Avada, ah. No one saw what happened. Voldemort's incantation abruptly turned into a piercing scream. His entire face twisted in agony, as though he were being torn apart. The shock was so sudden that everyone, Death Eaters, Aurors, professors, students, froze and turned to stare at him. What just happened to Voldemort? It was the question on everyone's face. Harry watched from a distance as Voldemort collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently, and was instantly reminded of how Lucius and Draco Malfoy had writhed after being hit with the Cruciatus curse. But this was Voldemort. Who could cast Cruciatus on him? Before Harry could dwell on it, the ground split open again, but this time, there were no blackened hands. Instead, molten lava poured from the cracks. It spread fast, and it spared no one. Death Eaters and allies alike began retreating rapidly. In the center of the lava, Voldemort rose unsteadily to his feet. His face was contorted in fury, his eyes burning with hatred so intense it felt solid. The shattering pain in his soul told him exactly what had happened. One of his Horcruxes had just been destroyed. And it had been the one closest to him. Damn it. I'll kill you. I will kill you. Chapter 928, Chapter 928, This Isn't Fair. Kyle had no idea what kind of relationship Voldemort and Harry had now, but he had noticed something rather interesting. Whenever those two got together, they always ended up doing things that defied all logic. Take Harry, for instance. When he saw Voldemort, his first instinct wasn't to flee with his friends, but to hide and eavesdrop. Even when he realized there was a risk of being discovered, he just kept doing his own thing, ignoring the danger entirely. It was completely irrational, as if his curiosity and recklessness had been amplified to an extreme. Of course, that was just Kyle's take. When it came to Harry, behavior like this somehow didn't seem all that out of place. Voldemort, on the other hand, had changed in a way that was much more obvious. The moment Harry appeared, Voldemort's attention seemed to be instantly drawn to him, as if the two were magnets, locked onto each other with unshakable focus. When Kyle had followed Harry and the others outside, he'd been sure for a moment that he'd been exposed. But when Voldemort walked right past him at the entrance without even glancing his way, Kyle realized he was probably safe. It was as if Voldemort hadn't even noticed he was there. Which was bizarre. Kyle's invisibility spell wasn't particularly advanced, certainly nothing that should fool someone of Voldemort's caliber. With just a bit of focus, a wizard like him would easily detect the traces of surrounding magic. Yet Voldemort didn't bother. His gaze remained locked on Harry the entire time. And then there was the Rinspore, that snake Voldemort had been guarding like a prized possession. The moment Harry showed up, it was completely forgotten, cast aside without hesitation. That was a tough pill to swallow. Clearly, Kyle wasn't one to endure such tests. As soon as Harry rescued Hermione and everyone rushed in to confront Voldemort, Kyle decisively retreated back into the secret passage. On the other end, in a different room, he found the Rinspore Voldemort had abandoned. When Kyle arrived, it was drooling as it circled the Malfoy family. Lucius, Draco, Narcissa, 3 people, and it had 3 heads, perfect. All it needed was a word from Voldemort, and it would be feasting in no time. Lucius and Draco Malfoy were completely petrified, trembling and curled up on the ground, barely daring to breathe. Their faces and lips were as pale as the dusty wall beside them. Creak. A sharp noise broke the room's eerie silence. Someone had stepped on the wooden floor. In the room with the snake and 2 people, 5 pairs of eyes snapped toward the source of the sound. Sorry, I hope I'm not interrupting. Knowing he'd been discovered, Kyle ended the spell and slowly revealed himself. He'd planned a sneak attack, but hadn't expected the floor to creak underfoot. He wasn't sure if Sirius had overlooked that detail or if he'd deliberately left the floor that way, as a kind of makeshift doorbell. After all, if Harry were coming from Hogwarts, he'd definitely pass through here. A little noise could serve as a warning for Sirius. Not that it mattered anymore. At the sight of an unfamiliar wizard, the Rinspore instantly reared up, all 3 broomstick-sized heads opening their jaws wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Among magical creatures associated with snakes, the Rinspore is one of the more well-known species. With a danger rating of 4x, it's second only to the horned serpent and the basilisk, and is considered one of the most dangerous snake-related magical creatures a wizard might actually encounter. After all, the horned serpent and basilisk aren't something ordinary wizards are likely to come across. Typically, a Rinspore measures around 6 to 7 feet in length, but the one before him was anything but typical. From head to tail, it stretched nearly 20 feet, with a body thicker than an adult wizard's thigh. Rinspores of this size were extremely rare, even among 5x-rated magical creatures. As one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, this one clearly had its own unique traits. Kyle raised his wand. Stupefy. The 20-foot Rinspore was blasted into the air, crashing hard against the wall behind it, then went still. Long time no see, Malfoys. Kyle looked down at Lucius and Draco. Looks like your loyalty hasn't exactly earned you Voldemort's favor. Seems he'd rather turn you into pet food. Kyle. Draco Malfoy finally managed to speak, but fear had so overwhelmed him that he couldn't get out a full sentence. He just kept repeating. You promised me. You promised me. It wasn't me, it was Professor Dumbledore. Kyle gave him a glance. Draco looked utterly defeated. Well, I did come to fulfill his promise, Kyle said with a shrug. You're lucky you didn't die just now, otherwise Professor Dumbledore might have had to break his word. Kyle pointed his wand forward, and the door swung open, specifically, the entrance to Hogsmeade. The Death Eaters stationed there immediately noticed something was happening. But before they had time to react, a thick, sharp vine shot out from the wall of the nearby tea house, piercing straight through their chests. Then Kyle stepped out of the room. Maybe it was because of how close Hogsmeade was to the Forbidden Forest, but the village was full of trees and vines, which worked greatly to Kyle's advantage. He returned a few minutes later. You're free to go, Kyle said. Oh, and one more thing. He looked toward Lucius, and at Narcissa, whom he was carrying on his back. Make sure you report to the Ministry of Magic and give a full account of everything you've done. Don't think you can get away with the same tricks you pulled more than a decade ago. If you try it, I'll come looking for you. Lucius Malfoy didn't respond. He just gave Kyle a long, unreadable look, then turned and walked out. But as soon as he stepped through the doorway, he froze. As a Death Eater, he knew that Voldemort had left people behind to secure this area, and not just a handful. There had been at least 30 Death Eaters stationed here to help take over the shops quickly. Now, they were all dead. If he wasn't mistaken, Kyle had only been gone a few minutes at most. Lucius swallowed. If the Cruciatus curse earlier hadn't already emptied his stomach, he might have vomited on the spot. What are you waiting for? Kyle's voice came from behind. Move. Voldemort could be back any second. Lucius forced himself forward, each step feeling heavier than the last. The stench in the air made it almost impossible to breathe. To be honest, he was no longer sure who was more terrifying, Voldemort or Kyle. Probably still Voldemort. After all, Kyle hadn't killed them, at least not yet. He'd even let them walk away. I'll go to the Ministry of Magic, Lucius said hoarsely, coming to a halt. Whatever he'd thought before, at least now, or perhaps the moment he stepped out of that room, he truly did want to atone for the mistakes he'd made. I'll speak on your behalf, Kyle said with a flick of his wand and a slight smile. After all, Draco and I are sort of friends. Draco Malfoy flinched. At this point, he didn't even dare lift his head. That snake. Lucius suddenly paused again and turned back. That snake is important to the Dark Lord, to Voldemort. You'd better find a way to kill it. Thanks for the warning. I will, Kyle replied. Just then, the unconscious Runspore began to stir. The head on the far left opened its eyes first, then immediately bit down on the other two heads. The pain and venom quickly broke the effects of the stunning spell, but before the Runspore could fully rise, 3 strands of fiendfire had already coiled around its neck. In the next moment, the fiendfire tightened violently. Its red scales blackened and charred in an instant, like a red-hot knife slicing through butter. The fiendfire cut clean through the Runspore's body. Thud. 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 The 3 snake heads hit the floor one after another. From the severed neck, something began to ooze out, a twisted, thick, black substance. With a flick of Kyle's wand, the dying fiendfire flared back to life and leapt onto the tar-like sludge. Fiendfire didn't discriminate. In the blink of an eye, it had devoured the black substance completely, nothing remained, not even ash. As it vanished, Kyle faintly heard an almost inaudible, distant scream of agony, echoing from the fragment of Voldemort's soul. But that sound, too, was consumed by the flames. Serves him right, Kyle thought. Leaving a Horcrux here to tempt me, how could I possibly resist something like that? He shook off his wand and bent down to pick up one of the Runspore's heads. But just as he stepped forward, his chest tightened with a sudden jolt, like something terrifying had fixed its gaze on him. Well, who cares? It's not the first time. Kyle walked over, casually grabbed one of the snake heads off the floor, and turned back toward the secret passage behind him. Meanwhile, on the grounds of Hogwarts. The sudden change on the battlefield left everyone stunned. No one could understand how Voldemort, fine just a moment ago, had suddenly collapsed, writhing in pain as though suffering from some terrible affliction. A surprise attack. But who could possibly ambush Voldemort? The Death Eaters were especially alarmed. Barty Crouch Jr. tried to approach to ask what was wrong, but he too was blocked by the magical lava. His status as a so-called core Death Eater meant absolutely nothing at this moment. Scrimgeour's eyes lit up. He didn't know what had just happened to Voldemort, but this was an opportunity. A chance to strike. A chance to end him. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light shot straight toward Voldemort. Aurus never hesitated when it came to the unforgivable curses, especially against Death Eaters. From the day the war began, Death Eaters were no longer protected by the laws of the wizarding world. Let alone Voldemort. But Barty Crouch Jr. was just as quick. He raised his wand and flung another Death Eater directly into the spell's path. A flash of green light, and the Death Eater, still unsure what was happening, dropped dead on the spot. Voldemort slowly lifted his head from the pool of lava. He cast a cold glance at Barty Crouch Jr., offering neither approval nor praise. Then he raised his wand toward the newly opened passage, and from its tip erupted a killing curse, thicker and more forceful than Scrimgeour's. At the same time, he swung his free hand. The molten lava on the ground surged, coming alive and coalescing rapidly, until a massive, fiery red hand burst from below, grabbing the immobilized Scrimgeour in its burning grip. Ah! A scream rang out across the skies above Hogwarts. In the secret passage. Kyle hadn't even fully stepped out when a thick stream of green light, Avada Kedavra, cut across his path. Voldemort had clearly been waiting for him. Thankfully, Kyle had anticipated this. With a flare of fire, Fawkes spread his wings and used apparition to whisk Kyle from the passageway straight back into Hogwarts. A blaze of flame flickered, and Kyle appeared right in front of Voldemort. At such close range, Voldemort immediately noticed the snake head in Kyle's hand. His eyes turned a deep, furious crimson as he let out a roar of rage. You dare. Unforgivable. Blazing with fury, Voldemort lashed his wand at Kyle again, igniting the battle once more. Avada Kedavra. Sectum Sempra. The two spells collided in midair, and to everyone's shock, they locked in a dead heat. The invincible Voldemort had just met his match in a spell duel with Kyle. No one could believe what they were seeing. Even Chris, caught in the middle of battle, rubbed his eyes, certain he must be hallucinating. After all, this was Voldemort. But Kyle wasn't especially surprised. He'd sensed it earlier, Voldemort still felt dangerous, but nowhere near as terrifying as before. In fact, he seemed noticeably weaker than he had back in the Hebrides Islands. Looks like taking 3 serious hits in a row in such a short span isn't so easy to shrug off, is it? Kyle said, eyeing Voldemort as he suddenly raised his empty left hand. A stone spike shot up from the ground beneath Voldemort. Dual casting. Wandless magic. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick exclaimed at the same time, eyes wide with disbelief. Even though it was just a basic transfiguration spell, managing to cast another spell while in a direct magical clash was astonishing enough. At Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick was the only one capable of pulling off something like that. It was a classic dueling maneuver, technically difficult and of limited practical use. The thing was, wizards strong enough to manage it rarely needed it, and those too weak couldn't rely on it to win. It only made a real difference when both duelers were evenly matched. There was still a significant gap between Kyle and Voldemort, but that didn't help Voldemort much when he was already injured. The sharp stone spike pierced through the top of his foot, digging deep into his calf. Voldemort jerked in pain, his wand hand faltered, and the magical connection broke. The previously stable sphere of magical energy lost control and slammed straight into him. Ding! A clear, metallic ring echoed over the battlefield. The blast was stopped by a small silver shield, the same defensive magic Voldemort had used at the Ministry of Magic to block Dumbledore's attack. Kyle was slightly disappointed, but it was within expectations. Then, a grey beam shot in from the side. Ding! A matching silver shield appeared in front of Kyle, though his bore intricate rune patterns, far more refined than Voldemort's plain one. You stole my magic. Voldemort's eyes seemed to burn even redder, and he hurled a barrage of dark spells at Kyle, as though they cost nothing at all. He even felt a strange, simmering sense of grievance. He stole my basilisk, stole my spells, and this kind of wizard gets Dumbledore's favor. He becomes a professor at Hogwarts. Why not me? This isn't fair. Hey now, don't throw around accusations. Who said I stole your magic? Kyle called out as he fended off Voldemort's relentless barrage. This is authentic ancient magic, straight from Merlin himself. Has nothing to do with you, not even a Canute's worth. The ancient shield charm, he'd learned it on his 17th birthday from an old letter written by Merlin to his student. So really, it had nothing to do with Voldemort at all. If anything, Kyle had just instinctively modeled the shield's shape in a similar style while learning the spell. All right, if you don't like it, I'll switch it up, Kyle muttered under his breath. Though he was nearly overwhelmed just trying to keep up with Voldemort's spells, he still managed to find a brief moment to roughly transfigure the knight's shield in front of him into a round one, and called out loudly. Better now. Voldemort gritted his teeth, looking as if he wished he could drive his wand straight through Kyle's chest. But in his fury, his aim began to falter. One corrosion curse even veered several feet to Kyle's left, nearly shooting off into the sky. That gave Kyle just the smallest window to catch his breath. Still, it had to be said, Voldemort was something else. Hit twice by Dumbledore's spells, burned once by fiend fire, and now a Horcrux destroyed, his soul damaged, yet he was still this powerful. Kyle even suspected that, if he hadn't accidentally destroyed one of those Horcruxes in advance, Voldemort might have slaughtered everyone here despite his injuries. No, direct confrontation wasn't going to cut it. He needed a different tactic. Kyle tossed another runespore head to momentarily distract Voldemort, and at the same time, slipped a round, unassuming object into the flurry of spells flying between them. Foolish child. Voldemort didn't notice the trick, or perhaps he did, but simply didn't care. The gap in strength was too vast. Voldemort wasn't concerned with any petty trick Kyle might pull, he didn't think they could have any real effect. He admitted he'd underestimated Kyle a bit. The damage to his soul, the spike through his foot, the sting of Kyle's taunts, those had thrown him off enough to create an opening. But that wouldn't happen again. Confident as ever, Voldemort raised his wand to deflect Kyle's next spell and end the fight for good. He was done dragging this out. It was time to finish it. With a casual wave, Voldemort used a burst of magic to swat aside whatever Kyle had tossed his way. At the same moment, green light surged at the tip of his wand. Avada. Bang. A muffled explosion burst from the object the spell had touched. On impact, the small orb detonated. A yellow-green spray of liquid shot out, splattering Voldemort full in the face, reeking with an absolutely revolting, sour stench. Chapter 929, Chapter 929, the battle escalates, Voldemort is injured. Silence. In that instant, the chaotic battlefield fell eerily quiet. Both Professor McGonagall and the Death Eaters inexplicably lowered their wands, all eyes turning simultaneously toward the center of the battlefield. A gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a stench so overpowering it was like manure that had fermented in a cellar for a week and had just been unleashed into the open air. Ugh. Every wizard present felt their stomach churn, Professor Sprout included, despite her usual tolerance for such things. But they all held it in, especially the Death Eaters, whose mouths were clamped shut, expressions blank and unreadable. Because the stench was coming from the head of their great Dark Lord, and they had a very clear sense that if they dared to vomit right now, they'd probably die on the spot. As for everyone else, well, maybe they just felt it would be a bit rude to laugh out loud. Even the Dark Lord himself was momentarily stunned. He might not have a nose, but that didn't mean he couldn't smell. The stench was vicious, violently invasive, slamming straight into the crown of his head and stabbing at his fraying nerves. Puffed. Two snorts of laughter escaped from the crowd, despite efforts to contain them. Ugh. You dung bomb. That's brutal. Totally you, Kyle. Fred and George gave Kyle a big thumbs up, their admiration clear. They were genuinely impressed, completely floored. Over the past few decades, plenty of wizards had dared to face Voldemort head-on, Dumbledore, the Hogwarts professors, members of the Order of the Phoenix. Most of them had the guts to draw their wands against him. But throwing a dung bomb at Voldemort's head? Kyle was without question the first. And the most important part. He actually pulled it off. Fred and George instinctively looked over at Voldemort, their eyes locking onto the yellowish mess on his head. They had to admit, the stench was next level. Even they, arguably the most skilled dung bomb makers in the wizarding world, were shocked. This had to be Kyle's personal concoction. The primary ingredient, stinkweed, looked like it had been enhanced by some unknown potion, releasing a smell so vile that even the wind couldn't disperse it. And the color of the liquid after the explosion seemed upgraded too, an eye-burning yellow that even the pitch-black night couldn't hide. Ugh. Fred and George couldn't hold back anymore and vomited again. That sound was like the spark to a powder keg. Voldemort snapped. Wand raised, he pointed it at Kyle like a madman, green light swirling at the tip and starting to elongate. By Merlin's beard. Kyle jumped in fright. It was the first time he'd ever seen a killing curse like this, arcing in a wide, 10-foot semicircle. Wasn't the killing curse supposed to be a single target spell? This was practically an area of effect version. The range had increased by hundreds of times. There was no way he could dodge it. Cold sweat broke out on Kyle's forehead as he instinctively shouted, "Fox!" Almost at the same moment, the phoenix on his shoulder spread its wings and burst into flames. With a whoosh, the arc-shaped killing curse slashed through where Kyle had just been, sparks flying as it brushed the edge of his robes. But Fox had been quicker, managing to apparate and take Kyle out of harm's way just in time. The people behind Kyle weren't so lucky. Whether they were Death Eaters, Aurors, or hit wizards, they all collapsed like stalks of wheat under a scythe. A little farther away, Slughorn stared at the fading green light in front of him, his legs giving out as he dropped to the ground. 3 inches, that curse had missed him by only 3 inches. If he hadn't drunk that sip of Felix Felicis before the battle, he'd probably be lying in a heap with the others. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Slughorn raised his head with a trembling breath. In front of him lay at least 30 wizards, sprawled out in all directions, most of them Death Eaters. It looked like they had been trying to sneak around and ambush Kyle, and had been wiped out in one clean sweep. No, this place isn't safe. Slughorn scrambled to his feet. Both the Felix Felicis and his instincts were screaming at him to run, as far away from Kyle and Voldemort as possible, it didn't matter where. Slughorn was a man who knew when to listen, so he didn't hesitate for a second. He bolted toward the castle, all the while reassuring himself. Sure, the battle outside was important, but dealing with the Death Eaters inside the castle was just as urgent. He was simply changing the battlefield. On the other side of the field, Fawkes had just brought Kyle to a new position when a second arc-shaped killing curse came streaking after them. But compared to the first, this one seemed smaller, slower, less overwhelming. Kyle once again vanished just in time as Fawkes carried him away. Their coordination was nearly flawless. The third time, what came at Kyle was a standard killing curse. This time, he didn't even need Fawkes. He dodged it on his own. And that's when Kyle noticed something crucial. Voldemort's Elder Wand looked like it was breaking. Well, maybe not broken yet, but even he had heard a sharp crack. In the firelight, Kyle could clearly see two long cracks running down the wand's surface. Only about a third of the wand's shaft looked stable now, one more strong spell might shatter it completely. Under normal circumstances, a wand in that condition would be completely unusable. No wonder Voldemort had switched back to a standard killing curse. Kyle figured those two cracks must have formed when Voldemort cast the wide-range version. One more cast, and that wand would be finished, and Voldemort clearly wasn't ready to let it go. But Kyle had no such reservations. Sectum Sempra. Confringo. Flipendo. A barrage of spells flew at Voldemort, who instinctively raised his wand to summon a shield, blocking every one of Kyle's attacks. Crack. Another splintering sound, Voldemort's wand cracked again. Now only about a quarter of it was still intact. Damn it. Voldemort snapped, snatching a wand off the ground. Thanks to Kyle's careful spell work, quite a few Death Eaters had been caught in the crossfire of those earlier killing curses. Their wands now lay scattered across the battlefield, easy pickings. Reparo. Kyle watched Voldemort's movements, feeling a laugh rise in his throat. Using a standard wand to repair that wand, only Voldemort would try something so ridiculous. Oh, by Merlin's beard. Before Kyle's disbelieving eyes, the cracks in the Elder Wand began to close. Within seconds, it looked as good as new. That's not magic. Kyle shouted in his mind. How could an ordinary wand repair the Elder Wand? It was like trying to hammer a nail with a mallet made of tofu, it just didn't work. They were fundamentally incompatible. And yet. Kyle stared at Voldemort, a realization dawning on him. Could it be because of Voldemort himself? He was completely baffled, but raised his wand again nonetheless. Confringo. Avada Kedavra. The two spells collided in midair once more, sending up a brilliant spray of magical sparks. I'll admit, you're not entirely foolish, Voldemort said coldly, but this ends now. I'm going to kill you. Doesn't matter, Kyle replied indifferently. I saw it. That sludge ran right into your mouth. How'd it taste? Oh, and by the way, your followers might need a new name after this. Maybe Dung Eaters has a nice ring to it. There was more than a little schadenfreude in Kyle's voice. In truth, he hadn't seen any of the dung bomb's liquid actually get into Voldemort's mouth. The stuff had only lingered for a few seconds before Voldemort cleaned it up. But that didn't stop him from saying it. After all, it was just the two of them out here, who was going to call him out on it? Kyle figured even Voldemort himself might not be sure. The instant the dung bomb exploded, he'd been frozen in place, no way he could have noticed where every bit of it had landed. You, damn you. After a brief silence, Voldemort erupted once more, and a surge of magical sparks began streaking toward Kyle. Kyle instinctively raised his other hand. But this time, Voldemort was ready. He calmly sidestepped the spikes that erupted from the ground. You really think the same trick will work twice? Voldemort sneered. I know it won't, Kyle replied with a grin. That's why it was just a distraction. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a flower pot dropped from above, landing right in front of Voldemort. The leaves poking out of the pot twitched, as though something had grabbed them, and a grotesque, human-faced creature was yanked up from the soil. A moment later, the thing seemed to realize it had been pulled from its warm, comfortable earth, and its mouth opened wide. Aya! The Mandrake's piercing scream rang across the entire battlefield. Though muffled somewhat by the surrounding explosions and roars, the sound still felled many weaker-willed witches and wizards on the spot. Voldemort included. The Mandrake had let out its cry right in his face, he didn't even have room to dodge. His scarlet eyes went wide, his pupils scattering. Voldemort screamed in agony, and the magical sparks he had aimed at Kyle veered off course and slammed back into him instead. Unfortunately, Voldemort managed to cut off his spell at the last second and threw up a shield charm. Boom. A massive explosion followed. Voldemort stood in its aftermath, disheveled and gasping for air. It was clear the hastily cast shield charm hadn't fully absorbed the impact of the blasting curse. He was injured, blood dripped from his left hand, spattering onto the battlefield. Kyle didn't give him a moment's rest. Even before the smoke cleared, he flung another dozen pots of mandrakes at him. Voldemort swung his wand, conjuring a massive serpent made of fiend fire. The mandrakes didn't even get the chance to scream before they were reduced to ash. Fiend fire? I can do that too. Kyle's eyes lit up. A towering fiend fire dragon burst into existence above the flaming serpent's head and lunged at it. The two enormous creatures of cursed fire clashed mid-air, sparks flying in all directions, forcing the nearby wizards to retreat even farther. After all, this was fiend fire raining down, getting caught in it would be a nightmare. Voldemort's expression darkened. He'd known Kyle was difficult to handle ever since the Hebrides incident, but this time was different. Far worse. And now that his Horcrux had been destroyed, the pain of his soul being torn apart, especially at such close range, was excruciatingly real. It left him irritable and on edge. This couldn't go on. Dodging a snarl of twisting vines, Voldemort transformed into a cloud of black mist and rose into the air. From above, he issued a command to the surrounding Death Eaters. Kill him. Barty Crouch Jr. was the first to respond. Without hesitation, he abandoned his father and turned his wand on Kyle, firing a killing curse. The rest of the Death Eaters gradually followed suit, aiming their spells at Kyle. A downpour of magic came crashing toward him. Although Professor McGonagall and the others quickly engaged the Death Eaters, the assault still took its toll on Kyle. One of his legs was petrified, and a double-handed sword, at least 10 feet long, came slashing across the field, aimed straight for his head. Fortunately, at that critical moment, a massive figure leapt to Kyle's side. The sword barely managed to slice into the three-headed dog's thick hide before shattering on impact and vanishing entirely. Kyle seized the opportunity to lift the petrification curse from his leg. Bah, how shameless. Kyle spat in disgust, glaring at Voldemort hovering in the sky. You're supposed to be the Dark Lord. Can't even beat a young wizard who's not even 20, fine, but you still have the nerve to call for backup. You piece of trash. Voldemort remained completely unmoved by Kyle's taunts. Or perhaps the lingering effects of that dung bomb were simply too strong, his mood was surprisingly calm, so much so that Kyle's insults didn't bother him in the slightest. What mattered to Voldemort now was figuring out how to kill him. The earlier tactic had worked well. Kyle might be powerful despite being under 20, but he lacked experience. When surrounded by a large number of wizards, even someone like him couldn't possibly keep up. That made things simple. Voldemort glanced around and frowned. The Death Eaters nearby had all been pinned down. That last maneuver had been his limit, and now that Professor McGonagall and the others were on alert, there was almost no chance of targeting Kyle again through them. But that was fine, he had other options. Voldemort turned his eyes to the massive pillar of fire in the distance. A cruel smile slowly curled his lips as he said with a touch of delight, Kyle, I admit you've surprised me more than once, but you're still going to die. Because just like Potter, you have a weakness. Do you want to know what it is? Kyle blinked up at him, puzzled by Voldemort's sudden surge of confidence. Still, out of courtesy, Kyle put away the venomous tentacula in his hand, thought for a moment, and said, weakness, too kind. MMGH. Voldemort let out a guttural, twisted sound, as though he wanted to say something but forcibly swallowed it back. It was a while before he spoke again. You and Dumbledore, both shackled by worthless things. Such a pity. You should have killed them. In an instant, Voldemort raised his wand and aimed at the fiend fire cage encasing the Death Eaters not far away. A streak of orange light shot forth, and the raging fiend fire quickly began to die down, vanishing until only the thinnest layer remained. The trapped Death Eaters finally saw daylight again. They had been surrounded by the cursed fire and had no idea what was going on, let alone why it had suddenly begun to fade. Look. It's the Dark Lord, one of them cried, the first to spot Voldemort in the air. The rest of the Death Eaters erupted in cheers. Ha ha ha. It really is the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord came to save us. Ah. Kill. I'll kill every last one of you. They roared and howled in elation, celebrating their impending freedom. Voldemort hovered above them, face expressionless. Though he was clearly displeased that these useless underlings had been captured so easily, they were still useful to him now, so he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. The great Dark Lord commands you. Voldemort pointed straight at Kyle. Kill him. At any cost. Yes, Master. Oh. You're dead, boy. The Death Eaters turned their gazes on Kyle, waiting only for the last of the fiend fire to vanish before they charged in to tear him apart. Kyle stood there as if stunned, frozen in place, making no move to stop Voldemort. No, Kyle, run. Head for the castle. Professor McGonagall cried out in panic. There were far too many Death Eaters, and this was an open field. Their side didn't have nearly enough people to hold them off. The only option left was to retreat to the castle, where the narrow hallways and staircases could help neutralize the numbers disadvantage. Hurry! Don't worry about us. Chris shouted as well. One Auror even stepped forward, deliberately trying to draw Voldemort's attention. They had already realized it, Kyle was the only one with a real shot at defeating Voldemort. He had come so close, closer than even Dumbledore ever had. Got it. Kyle didn't waste time. He turned and sprinted toward the castle with everything he had. But whether from panic or unfamiliarity with the terrain, his path didn't aim directly for the castle. Instead, he veered closer to where the Death Eaters were still trapped. The battlefield was too chaotic for anyone to notice. You wish. There was no way Voldemort would just watch Kyle escape. He immediately raised his wand, and green light began to coalesce. But before the spell could fully form, the Elder Wand cracked again. Crack! A long fissure snapped Voldemort back to reality. Though it had been repaired, the Elder Wand now seemed even more fragile. He had a strong feeling that if he forced the spell, the wand would break for good. His face turned grim, but there was no other choice. He switched to a regular killing curse. A flash of green light burst forth, but Kyle twisted just in time and dodged it. The curse continued forward, striking the last remnants of the fiend fire directly. The nearly extinguished fiend fire reacted as if provoked, suddenly flaring up, and then, with a violent shudder, it exploded. Boom. The blast was even louder than the earlier blasting curse, sending a column of fire roaring straight into the sky. Voldemort turned his head stiffly, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. In an instant, half of the hundreds of Death Eaters were gone. The rest were so badly burned or wounded they could no longer fight. Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he whipped his head toward Kyle. Somehow, at some point, Kyle had stopped running, and was staring back at him. Chapter 930, Dumbledore, you bastard. It's you. Voldemort glared at Kyle with seething hatred, roaring furiously, what have you done? His rage was so intense that his body trembled slightly, but not because of the Death Eaters who had been killed. They were nothing more than cannon fodder, incapable even of basic flight magic, forced to charge Hogwarts on foot. Hardly worth a second glance from the Dark Lord. What truly enraged him was that those Death Eaters hadn't served their purpose. They hadn't eliminated Kyle, the one real threat. Don't slander me. Kyle said sternly, locking eyes with Voldemort. Everyone saw it, it was your spell that killed them. You're already guilty of countless crimes, don't try to pin this one on me too. Voldemort's vision darkened, he nearly plummeted from the sky. He, Voldemort, the most powerful Dark Lord, would care about how many people he killed. If he wanted to, he could slaughter hundreds, even thousands, of wizards without a second thought. No one could stop him. But the fiend fire explosion just now, it truly had nothing to do with him, not a thing. He would swear it on every dark magic accomplishment he had ever made. Fiend fire, though dangerously unstable, wouldn't spiral out of control just because of the killing curse. That curse was unique, driven more by malice than by magical force, so it wouldn't interfere with other spells at all. No one understood the killing curse better than Voldemort. In fact, in some cases, the killing curse could even act like a dispelling spell. When cast with enough power, its effects could rival finite incantatem itself. How could a spell like that possibly trigger a fiend fire detonation? It had to be Kyle. Voldemort realized it instantly. Back when Kyle had first encircled the Death Eaters with fiend fire, he must have done something, perhaps embedded a second spell within the flames, or subtly altered the fire's nature. Whatever the case, that explosion had definitely been under Kyle's control. His goal had been to ensure the Death Eaters couldn't pose a threat. What a brilliant move. Not only did he eliminate the danger to himself, he also pinned the blame on Voldemort, saving himself a mountain of trouble down the line. Well played. Voldemort's crimson eyes locked onto Kyle. He realized now that he'd underestimated him far too soon. He wasn't like Dumbledore at all. Not in the slightest. They were two completely different kinds of people. Avada Kedavra. Without warning, without another word, Voldemort unleashed the killing curse at Kyle once again. But Kyle had seen it coming. The moment Voldemort lifted his wand, he yanked a still-breathing Death Eater in front of him as a shield. Oh. Brother, you. I swear I'll avenge you. Kyle said with a trembling voice. Then, the instant the killing curse's effect faded, he hurled a ball of fiend fire at Voldemort. Caught off guard, Voldemort didn't dodge in time. The black mist cloaking his lower body ignited instantly. The fiend fire surged upward with the wind, threatening to engulf him entirely in the next moment. Despicable. Voldemort howled, forcibly dispelling part of the black mist with a charm and dropping to the ground as quickly as possible. Even so, one of his legs had been charred black, and his entire form now looked even more depleted. Voldemort being injured should have been cause for celebration. But everyone who heard his enraged shout wore oddly confused expressions. Did they hear that right? Did Voldemort just call someone else despicable? They had to be mistaken. Shaking their heads, they dropped the thought and focused instead on the Death Eaters in front of them. Voldemort wasn't the only one who wanted the Death Eaters to swarm Kyle, everyone else wanted to gang up on Voldemort too. Helping Kyle aside, this might be their best shot at winning the war. It was obvious to all that Voldemort was in a weakened state. If they attacked together, they might actually have a chance to finish him off once and for all. And if they could see it, so could the Death Eaters. Of course, they didn't want that to happen. If Voldemort fell, they were finished too. They only wanted Voldemort to quickly get rid of that bothersome Kyle so they could go back to slaughtering the even more irritating professors and Aurors, and then seize Hogwarts in one final strike. But for various reasons, the Death Eaters had already lost their numbers advantage. And after Voldemort's blunder, they were struggling even to fend off Professor McGonagall and the others. Helping Voldemort was no longer even a possibility. Barty Crouch Jr. suddenly felt a moment of disorientation. Why had he just thought about helping the Dark Lord? The Dark Lord was supposed to be invincible, he never needed help from his servants. That moment of distraction was all it took. A spell slammed into him, sending him flying and nearly into the Black Lake nearby. Barty Crouch, head of the Department of Magical Transportation, stepped out expressionlessly, raising his wand once more. Compared to 2 years ago, he looked as though he'd aged over a decade. His hair was graying and disheveled, his beard overgrown and unkempt, as if it hadn't been trimmed in ages. And yet, back when he worked in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, he'd been the most image-conscious of them all, shaving his beard twice a day, obsessing over the exact number and length of each hair. Ah, Father. Barty Crouch Jr. hissed like a snake, his tongue flicking out. Are you trying to kill me? Kill me, the one standing in your way of becoming Minister for Magic. I will atone for my mistake with my own hands. Barty Crouch Sr.'s voice was hoarse and indistinct, as though it hadn't been used in years, like the rasping sound of dragon hide scrubbing an old cauldron. But his face remained as expressionless as ever. Elsewhere, Professor McGonagall was directing splintered wooden fragments to slam repeatedly into Rodolphus Lestrange's head. They looked like broken wood at a glance, but upon closer inspection, it became clear, they were wooden suits of armor wielding all kinds of weapons. Judging by their design, they resembled the ornamental figures from inside Hogwarts Castle. It was one of Professor McGonagall's signature transfiguration spells, a simplified version of Pyre Totem Locomotor. Despite being a simplified version, it packed no less power. The wooden figures could reassemble almost instantly even after being smashed apart. Unless countered by the Fiendfire curse, they were incredibly difficult to destroy in a short time. What's more, the enchanted weapons they carried were harder than steel. Each strike left Rodolphus howling in pain, his face growing paler by the second. On top of that, he still had to fend off the spells Professor McGonagall occasionally fired his way. It wasn't long before he could barely defend himself. Professor McGonagall, don't you remember me? I was your student. Rodolphus tried to appeal to sentiment, but it only made Professor McGonagall's expression darken further. Her wand slashed through the air faster and faster. The battlefield was in total chaos. After the Fiendfire explosion, the Death Eaters fell into disarray, scattering in retreat, even Voldemort was pulling back. He was still shouting orders, trying to get his followers to take down Kyle first, but this time, not a single Death Eater responded. Instead, Professor McGonagall found an opening and hit him with a stunning spell. Then came Professor Flitwick's Incarcerus. Voldemort realized he had been surrounded. He began to retreat of his own accord, pushed back into the castle by the crowd. When outnumbered, using the castle's layout to stall the enemy, that principle worked for Death Eaters, too. Besides, if Voldemort remembered correctly, there should still be a group of Death Eaters inside Hogwarts, not the ones who hadn't gone out to reinforce, but the ones who had looped around to the wooden bridge on the far side at the very start of the battle. Judging by the timing, they should have already breached the castle by now. Oh, and there were those stationed on the perimeter, originally meant to stop students from escaping. But now, that hardly seemed necessary anymore. Voldemort raised his wand high and shot a prominent dark mark into the sky. Why are there still Death Eaters? Professor McGonagall stared at the black symbol overhead, breathing heavily. There's no helping it, they're just too good at manipulating people, said Professor Flitwick, shaking his head as he turned toward the school gates. I'll stay outside to hold them off. You lot get back to the castle. Harry, Kyle. At that moment, a booming voice rang out from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid had arrived, charging out with a massive force of reinforcements. There were Thestrals and Hippogriffs among them. Notably, almost everyone could see the Thestrals now. I'm over here, Hagrid. Harry shouted, waving his arms. Thank Merlin. Hagrid hurried over, eyes scanning the scene with urgency. Are you all right? What about the Death Eaters that broke loose, where did they go? Earlier, when Voldemort flew into the air and tried to release the trapped Death Eaters, Professor McGonagall had immediately sent Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest to gather reinforcements. Thestrals and winged hippogriffs could fly, maybe Kyle could have used them. But now, there was no need. Of course, Hagrid didn't know that. In his mind, Kyle was still in danger of being surrounded by Death Eaters. Where are those Death Eaters? It's all right, Hagrid, Harry said quickly. Voldemort killed them all. What? Hagrid stared at Harry, momentarily stunned. Had he heard that right? Voldemort killed the Death Eaters. Something about that didn't sound quite right. That's right, Hagrid, Hermione added. Voldemort originally meant to kill Kyle, but his spell went off course and accidentally ignited the fiend fire that hadn't fully burned out yet. If you ask me, they got exactly what they deserved. Ron said, unusually animated. And Voldemort ended up killing his own people. He must be fuming. Mem, you're not wrong, Hermione said, unable to suppress a slight smile. That scene had been incredibly satisfying, so much so that even Professor McGonagall had shouted out in excitement. Hermione had seen it herself. Is that so? Hagrid scratched at his wild, tangled hair. He still found the whole thing a bit too strange, neither logical nor magical, but if all three of them were saying it, it had to be true, right? How are you? Hagrid gripped Harry's shoulders, asking with concern. You're not hurt, are you? No. Harry shook his head, his face reddening slightly. Mostly, he was too embarrassed to admit that he'd spent the entire fight on the sidelines, not having fought any Death Eaters at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to, Harry had dreamed of going head-to-head with the Death Eaters, but he never got the chance. Professor McGonagall and the others had completely sealed the Death Eaters inside a perimeter, and by sheer bad luck, he, Ron, and Hermione had ended up outside of it. He couldn't get close to the Death Eaters, and trying to help from a distance risked friendly fire, so in the end, all they could do was watch. Honestly, the three of them had probably been the least busy ones there. That's good, that's good. Just make sure you take care of yourselves, Hagrid said before striding into the castle. He had already missed one fight, he wasn't going to miss a second. After Hagrid left, the three stood awkwardly in place, staring at each other. So, what now? Ron muttered. I still can't believe it. Kyle almost beat Voldemort. He's really only 1 year ahead of us. That massive killing curse from earlier, just seeing it from afar had made his legs go weak. He had no idea how Kyle had managed to deal with it. Yeah. Hermione and Harry both fell silent at his words. They were all about the same age, yet when facing Voldemort, they couldn't even mount a proper resistance, while Kyle had stood his ground and fought him. The sheer difference was staggering. None of them quite knew how to process it, let alone accept it. It felt like this was the first time they truly grasped Kyle's strength, and it felt surreal, like something out of a dream. But they had seen it with their own eyes, Voldemort being driven back, even retreating into the castle. Let's get back to the castle too, Hermione said, breaking the silence. If we've chosen to stay at Hogwarts, we can't just stand around. I refuse to believe I won't run into at least one Death Eater in there. I think there were some in the astronomy tower, Ron recalled. All right, let's head there, Hermione nodded. She'd already decided not to get anywhere near Voldemort. It wasn't just because it was dangerous, there honestly wasn't much else they could do there. They'd be more useful helping elsewhere. Harry, come on. Hermione turned and called back. You two go ahead, Harry said, still standing in place with his head lowered. Harry, you. Ron hesitated, then said quietly, don't be like this. Fred always said it, Kyle's not a normal wizard. There's no reason for us to compare ourselves to him. Yeah, Hermione agreed. As long as Voldemort is defeated, it doesn't matter who does it. That prophecy about the Chosen One. I mean, it was made by Trelawney. You know better than anyone what kind of person she is. Hey, what are you two going on about? Harry looked up, half laughing, half exasperated, at his two best friends. You don't seriously think I'm upset about not being the Chosen One, do you? You're not. Ron asked cautiously. Of course not, Harry said at once. I was thinking about this. He pulled a small bottle from his pocket. Remember this? Snape gave it to me and told me to take it to the headmaster's office. I think, now might be the right time. I'm not much help out here anyway. What if there's something important in this? You've got a point. What are we waiting for? Hermione let out a small sigh of relief, grabbed Harry's arm, and started running toward the castle. Come on, Ron and I will keep watch for you. The three of them rushed through the entrance hall and headed up the stairs. As they passed the Great Hall, Harry noticed that the battle inside was raging in full force. Just like outside, Kyle and Voldemort still dominated the center of the battlefield. More and more people were joining the fight. Harry spotted Charlie, Professor Slughorn, and even several shopkeepers from Hogsmeade. They had come too. But a wall of fiend fire burned at the entrance to the Great Hall, cutting everyone off from the inside. Though only 2 people were inside, the destruction rivaled anything happening outside. In just a few short minutes, the enchanted ceiling had been blasted apart, and the 4 long house tables lay shattered into pieces. The floor of the Great Hall was riddled with bottomless swamps and pools of corrosive liquid, all the handiwork of Kyle and Voldemort. But as time wore on, Kyle began to fall behind. It wasn't due to lack of power, but rather inexperience. Voldemort simply had far more of it. And really, that couldn't be helped. Kyle had only graduated a year ago. He glanced around in frustration, catching sight of the anxious faces watching from just beyond the flames outside the hall. He was looking for Dumbledore. They had a plan. Dumbledore would play along, using Malfoy to divert Voldemort's attention. Once Voldemort revealed himself, Dumbledore would appear at the right moment, and together they would strike, catching him off guard. With that plan, Voldemort wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. So where was he now? Kyle felt like he was moments away from taking Voldemort down, but where was Dumbledore? Asleep. His rising frustration made him miss Voldemort's subtle movement. A concealed Petrificus Totalis hit his left arm, paralyzing it. Voldemort seized the chance. Avada Kedavra. Confringo. The spells collided once more, but this time, with his left arm immobilized, Kyle couldn't follow up with a surprise attack like before. Voldemort gave a cruel smile and slowly curled his fingers. A sharp stone spike burst from the ground, hurtling straight toward Kyle's heart. Looks familiar, doesn't it? His eyes gleamed with twisted satisfaction. To draw out Kyle's despair, he deliberately slowed the spike's approach. Damn it. Kyle's expression changed. Inwardly, he was hurling every curse he could think of at Dumbledore. If he didn't show up soon, Kyle was done for. Stop right there, you bastard. Flipendo. A furious shout came from outside. The voice was familiar, but it wasn't Dumbledore. It sounded like McGonagall, trying to help. But it was no use. The fiend fire Voldemort had placed at the entrance was clearly some kind of dark magic. It could ignite spells themselves, never mind students' attacks. Even a professor's magic might not be able to pass through. Bang. Something shot past Kyle's vision, and then, in the blink of an eye, Voldemort was slammed by a full-speed charge from a giant, sent flying across the room. The connection between the spells shattered, and magic sparks exploded in every direction. The last intact Hufflepuff hourglass was obliterated, yellow gemstones scattering across the floor. Where's Voldemort? Kyle stood frozen, still processing what had just happened. What was that just now? It looked like a beam of light. Was that a spell? It probably wasn't, he muttered, trying to recall the scene, then shook his head, dismissing the idea. Kyle vaguely remembered the beam of light being almost as thick as an arm. What kind of spell was that thick? Not even Dumbledore would go that far. Chapter 931, Victory. Normally, when a wizard casts a spell, the thickness of the beam is fairly standard, about the width of a wand tip. Of course, there are exceptions. Take Voldemort, for instance. His killing curse was noticeably thicker than usual, which also meant it packed more power. But a beam as thick as an arm? Honestly, Kyle had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. That was far beyond the bounds of ordinary magic. And naturally, the result spoke for itself. It was just a simple knockback jinx, something any third-year student could cast with ease, yet it had left the Dark Lord himself utterly helpless. Voldemort was slammed into the wall of the Hogwarts Great Hall, tearing a gaping hole through it. And that wasn't even the end of it. He kept being pushed back, carving a trench nearly 50 feet long into the ground outside before finally coming to a stop. By then, he looked like an entirely different creature, limbs twisted, body caved in, and even his face had flattened out, resembling a bowtruckle that had been battered by a bludger for 5 minutes straight. The entire battlefield seemed to freeze in the wake of that shocking moment. All eyes turned to McGonagall standing at the entrance to the Great Hall, even Kyle's. He turned his head stiffly to look at McGonagall, who had collapsed from exhaustion, and subconsciously licked his dry, cracked lips. He had nearly forgotten Michael's special condition. McGonagall couldn't control his own magic. Especially during his first year, even a simple lighting charm had drained him to the point of magical exhaustion. He'd nearly become a squib. For a while afterward, he had to rely on magic-suppressing potions just to keep from being completely drained in class. During his free time, he studied under Professor Sprout to learn how to manage his magic. What came naturally to other wizards, McGonagall had to work tirelessly to master, and that had a direct impact on his performance in other areas, especially practical charm exams. Even among Hufflepuff, Michael's practical spell work scores were at the bottom. Fortunately, Hogwarts didn't have a system for repeating years. Otherwise, he'd never have made it to graduation. He'd probably still be stuck in third year. But it was also because of his uncontrollable magic that McGonagall developed a unique skill no other wizard could replicate. He could pour his entire magical reserve into a single spell, causing a dramatic surge in its power. Just like that knockback jinx. Kyle had no doubt, even if it had been Voldemort or Dumbledore at their peak, they'd still have been blasted back 10 feet. By Merlin's beard, thank goodness McGonagall only used a knockback jinx, Kyle thought with a surge of relief. If a knockback jinx could do that, what would have happened if it had been a blasting curse? He shuddered at the thought and didn't dare dwell on it any longer. Whether or not he'd have been caught in the blast was beside the point. If it had been a blasting curse, all of Hogwarts might have needed to be rebuilt from the ground up. Damn it, kill that guy, came a furious shout from a nearby Death Eater, snapping Kyle back to reality. Sectum Sempra. Kyle didn't spare a glance for Voldemort, who was still sprawled outside. He spun on his heel, raised his wand, and aimed toward the Great Hall doors. 2 Death Eaters who had been trying to ambush McGonagall collapsed instantly, blood pouring from the massive gashes across their chests. McGonagall, are you okay? Kyle walked over quickly. The force of the knockback jinx had dispersed the fiend fire near the entrance. McGonagall now lay limp on the ground, barely conscious. It was no surprise, magical exhaustion was like running 10 kilometers in a single second. Only his experience had kept him from passing out on the spot. Seeing Kyle approach, McGonagall slowly gave him a thumbs up. That was incredible, Kyle said with a smile. The school should give you a certificate for full marks in charms. What you just pulled off, not even Dumbledore could have done that. McGonagall didn't respond. He had already passed out. Professor McGonagall, having just stunned a Death Eater, made her way over through the crowd. Leave him to me. With a wave of her wand, a table rushed over and gently lifted McGonagall, carrying him off the battlefield. Only then did Kyle turn his eyes back to the gaping hole in the wall of the Great Hall, back to Voldemort, lying outside. Voldemort looked dazed, as if still reeling from what had just happened. Perhaps he never imagined that, aside from Kyle, Hogwarts was hiding someone like that. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, in that moment, he had truly felt the threat of death. Voldemort couldn't believe it, a knockback jinx, of all things, had nearly killed him. The last time he'd felt such danger was when he had faced that wave of fiendfire sweeping across the Hebrides. But fiendfire and a knockback jinx, it was like comparing the sword of Gryffindor to a butter knife, they weren't even in the same realm. Voldemort was afraid. This time, he was genuinely afraid. Afraid the boy would strike again. This time it had been a knockback jinx, what if next time it was the killing curse? And in his current condition, forget the killing curse, he might not even survive another knockback jinx. No. This had to be a plot. Dumbledore must have done something before he died, left behind some secret weapon aimed at him. Damn it. Voldemort clenched his jaw in fury, glancing at the battered Elder Wand in his hand. He was ready to retreat. One more reason for his failure this time, the wand. It was holding him back. If he could fully master the Elder Wand, not even the combined might of Hogwarts could stand against him. Yes. He needed to fully claim the Elder Wand first. Once again, Voldemort transformed into a cloud of black mist and shot toward the outskirts of the school. But Kyle burst out of the castle at that exact moment. A dragon made entirely of fiend fire reared up in front of Voldemort, forcing him to halt. Voldemort glared at Kyle in fury. Kyle stared back, unwavering. At this point in the battle, there was no way he could let Voldemort escape. He had already noticed that, although the black mist spell was tricky, it could be ignited by fiend fire. That changed everything. And with apparition blocked inside Hogwarts, there was no way Voldemort could get away. Do you think you've already won? Voldemort's scarlet eyes locked onto Kyle, his voice cold. Kyle didn't answer. More people were arriving now, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Chris. He couldn't handle this alone. But with so many of them together, they could kill Voldemort. Voldemort's face darkened, the hand gripping his wand tight with strain, veins bulging. I haven't lost yet. His voice was no longer clear and commanding, it had turned hoarse, filled with a serpentine hiss. It was true, he hadn't lost. There were still Death Eaters outside Hogwarts. He had already summoned them. Once they entered the fray, they would buy him the time he needed to escape. That was the plan. But where were they? Voldemort cursed them in his heart for their sluggishness. His dark mark had been burning in the sky for 5 minutes. And still nothing. Even a pack of muggles could have made it here by now. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his energy into defending himself against the onslaught of spells. His movements grew slower, more strained. Until finally, after what felt like an eternity, he heard footsteps. Attack together, kill them all. Voldemort shouted, exhilarated. But no one answered. The silence behind him was unnerving. He couldn't help but turn his head, only to realize there was no Death Eater force at all. From beginning to end, there had only ever been one person. A witch. You're Diana Shafiq. Oh, Mum. Voldemort and Kyle spoke at the same time. Yes, it's me, Diana replied with a smile, then turned to Voldemort. If you're waiting for reinforcements, sorry. They probably aren't coming. You killed them. Voldemort's expression shifted rapidly. No. There wasn't a soul out there when I arrived, Diana said evenly. I imagine they either got tired of this or realized you were going to lose, and ran. Impossible. Voldemort blurted out. He could smell it, that faint trace of blood on her. There was no way she hadn't encountered anyone. If you don't believe me, go check. There's no one out there. Diana lifted her wand and flicked it upward. The surface of the Black Lake surged, and a massive wave, 30 feet tall, rose out of nowhere and crashed down toward Voldemort. He dodged, but the wave slammed into the ground and instantly froze over. A burst of sharp ice spikes erupted in all directions, piercing toward him like a blooming, frozen thorn blossom. At the same time, the enormous fiend-fire dragon reappeared above his head. He had nowhere left to run. His shoulder and thigh were pierced simultaneously, streaks of bright blood smearing across the ice, only to be instantly melted and erased by the fiend-fire's heat. It's over, Kyle said, raising his wand again as the fiend-fire dragon dove toward Voldemort. Stone statues, rise. Professor McGonagall shouted. 7 or 8 shattered statues suddenly stood once more, swinging their weapons down on Voldemort. Then came Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout. Defendo. Confringo. Avada Kedavra. None of you will kill me. Voldemort screamed, his voice crazed. Avada. The Elder Wand suddenly burst with a flash of green, like a blazing sun. A massive killing curse, wider than any before, swept forward, wiping out all the spells flying toward him. But at the same time, a sharp crack rang out, the wand snapped clean in half, leaving only the core holding the two pieces loosely together. Let's see how many more of those you can take, Kyle panted, raising his wand again. Professor McGonagall, though clearly struggling, forced herself to her feet as well. But just then, a shadow flashed past from the side and crashed straight into Voldemort. Kyle saw it happen, but he was powerless to stop it. The fiend fire had vanished moments ago, and he'd already burned through most of his strength. At this point, just standing was difficult, let alone conjuring another massive fiend fire construct. With no fire to block him, and thanks to the sudden appearance of whoever had tackled him, Voldemort found an opening and escaped, vanishing into the sky as a cloud of black mist. Come back, you coward. Come back. Professor McGonagall roared after his fleeing form. She couldn't accept it. They had been so close to victory, and Voldemort had still slipped away. Let it go, Minerva, Diana stepped forward, trying to comfort her. Voldemort was ready to throw everything into this fight. If we'd kept going, maybe we wouldn't have been able to kill him completely, but we would have lost half the people here. I don't care. Professor McGonagall shouted. I wish I could have taken him down with me. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, standing nearby, nodded without hesitation. It was clear, they meant it. If they had the chance to take Voldemort with them, they wouldn't think twice. But Kyle had latched onto something Diana had said, kill him completely. Completely, of course. The Horcruxes. Kyle smacked his forehead. He'd gotten too caught up in the heat of the fight and completely forgotten that Voldemort still had Horcruxes. With those protections, even if he was burned to ash by fiend fire, he'd just do what he did years ago, turn into a drifting spirit and escape again. Maybe after another decade or so, he'd go and possess some professor, sneaking back into the Forbidden Forest to drink unicorn blood. Still, Kyle wanted to kill Voldemort. He rubbed at his numb face. He wasn't worried, or rather, he wasn't afraid, of Voldemort coming back. For one, nearly all of Voldemort's loyal Death Eaters had been wiped out. Without followers, resurrection would be nearly impossible. The ritual required a servant's flesh and his father's bones. Good luck finding that again. And even if, somehow, Voldemort managed to survive and dig up some new way to come back a decade later, Kyle was confident he could beat him into the ground without breaking a sweat. He wouldn't just stand still in the years to come. When the time came, handling Voldemort would be nothing. He'd hang him from the top of the castle tower. So if Voldemort resurrected again, all it would mean is another round of beatings, nothing more. But the fact that he escaped now still made Kyle burn with frustration. In his heart, he was cursing Snape nonstop. Because he had seen it. The person who ultimately helped Voldemort escape was Severus Snape. Kyle really wanted to ask him, did he actually think he was a Death Eater? So what, you wanted to stand by and watch Professor Minerva McGonagall and the others get killed? Of course not. Kyle lifted his head and looked at Diana, speaking quietly. I can't stand it. There was no other choice, Diana replied. Kyle sighed. But Mum, why are you even here? Yeah, said Chris, who had just run over. Unspeakables aren't supposed to get involved in, well, wars that could change the fate of the magical world, right? Did they change the rules? No, Diana said calmly. I quit. She clearly didn't want to linger on the subject. After exchanging a few more words with Kyle, she walked over to find Professor McGonagall. Kyle, meanwhile, made his way back into Hogwarts Castle. While they had been confronting Voldemort outside, the others had finished off the Death Eaters inside. People were now tending to the aftermath of the battle. Some had died, not just Death Eaters, but students, professors, and Aurors. Kyle spotted a small body lying motionless on the cold floor. He recognized him. Dennis Creevey, a fifth-year student. Someone his age definitely wouldn't have been allowed to stay during the battle. He must have snuck back on his own, without telling anyone. Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office, was also dead, only half of his body had been found. Several newly of age young wizards stood with blank expressions, showing none of the excitement or eagerness they'd had before the fighting began, even though they'd won. But that's war. Everyone thinks war is about passion, that courage alone is enough, until they see life slip away before their very eyes. And then, very quickly, they understand the truth. That all-consuming fear crushes every ounce of will, shatters it, grinds it down until nothing remains, no strength, no spirit, only collapse. They were lucky. Most of the Death Eaters had been kept occupied outside the castle, which allowed the professors to focus their full efforts on the enemies within. If that hadn't been the case, the toll would have been far worse, they might not have lasted until the end. Kyle spotted Lupin. He was in terrible shape, his body gaunt and shriveled, skin clinging to bone, wrinkled and brittle, he looked like a dried sprig of scorched rue. It seemed to be the effect of some dark magic. Fortunately, tonight was a full moon, and the werewolf's body granted him vitality and resilience far beyond that of a normal wizard. That was the only reason he was still alive. Tonks was tending to him. Beside her lay Daedalus and Hestia, both once members of the Order of the Phoenix. But they hadn't been as lucky. They lay still and silent. Kyle walked through the aftermath with a heavy heart. It might have been selfish, but he was deeply relieved, not a single familiar face, no close friends among the fallen. Cedric had made it through. Ryan and Mikkel had also escaped with their lives. Fred had lost an ear, but he didn't seem the least bit upset about it. On the contrary, he insisted it was reason enough for celebration. Now, at last, everyone would be able to tell him and George apart. I just had a brilliant idea, George said, slumped against a wall, too tired to lift a finger, but still talking non-stop. We could design a prosthetic unicorn ear. Trust me, it won't fall off even if you're wearing glasses. I think a three-headed dog's ear would be better, Fred replied, clearly enjoying the idea. Or elephant ears, Kyle chimed in. In a pinch, you could use them as weapons. Brilliant, Fred laughed. Just make sure they look decent, yeah. Ideally, they should work like extendable ears. Otherwise, all that size would be wasted. I'll do my best, Kyle grinned. But, have you considered getting the original reattached? Madame Pomfrey might be able to put it back. Forget it this time. Fred shrugged without a care. I've always wanted to try a new one anyway. Oh, Harry. I'm so glad you're alive. Neville's voice came from around the corner. Where are you guys going? To do something. Something that has to be done, Harry said. It's the only way we'll be able to defeat Voldemort. But. Listen to me, Neville. I need you to do something for me. But Voldemort's already. If you see a snake with 3 heads, you must kill it. Harry, what I'm trying to say is. They had already turned the corner. Harry froze as he looked at the activity unfolding inside the castle. What was going on? Why was everyone cleaning up the battlefield and treating the wounded? Where were the Death Eaters? Where were the spells flying everywhere? That's what I was trying to tell you, Neville finally said. Voldemort's been driven off. We've won. Chapter 932, Chapter 932 Dumbledore appears. What's wrong? Neville asked, puzzled, as he noticed Harry suddenly freeze. Nothing. Harry shook his head, feeling a bit disoriented. All he did was go to the headmaster's office. How had the war ended so suddenly? Hermione. I'm not dreaming, right? Ron asked, unable to help himself. We really defeated the Dark Lord. I think it's safe for you to say his name now, Hermione replied. She could hardly believe it herself. Of course, it wasn't that the end of the war wasn't welcome, it was just so unexpected. And more than that, Hermione had a strange feeling. It was as if they hadn't done anything at all. Even Neville beside them was covered in dust and grime, with dried blood still faintly visible. But when she looked at the 3 of them, Hermione couldn't see herself, but Harry and Ron, though their robes were filthy, still looked relatively clean. Standing next to Neville, they felt oddly out of place. As long as you're okay. Neville had no idea what Hermione was thinking. He, too, had spotted Kyle ahead and walked over to him with barely contained excitement. I heard all about it. You actually beat the dark, I mean. Voldemort. Neville shuddered but still forced himself to say the name, which left his face pale as a sheet. It wasn't just me. We all did it, Kyle corrected him. I alone couldn't possibly take on Voldemort. Without Michael's help, I'd have been dead in the Great Hall before it even started. Oh. Really? Neville blinked in surprise. He certainly knew the name Mikkel. The two of them hadn't interacted much, but that name had left a lasting impression. Because in potions class, the line he heard most often was, "Your talent for potions is even worse than Derek's." Derek, Mikkel Derek, was a name Neville had been hearing for 7 years. Of course it stuck. What he hadn't expected was that Mikkel was hiding that kind of power, strong enough to blast Voldemort clear out of the castle with a single spell. Neville hadn't seen the scene in the Great Hall himself. He had only heard about it from others. It all sounded unbelievable, but surely Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout wouldn't lie about something like that. Clicking his tongue in disbelief, Neville thought to himself that Hogwarts really was a place full of wonders. People bustled past in every direction, all busy with their own tasks. After exchanging a few brief words with Kyle, Neville headed upstairs, his expression somber. He still had to retrieve the bodies of those who had died inside the castle, a task no one could find joy in. After Neville left, Harry and the others began hearing from others about what had happened during their absence. The three of them listened, mouths agape, especially when they heard about everyone joining forces to attack Voldemort by the Black Lake. A wave of indescribable tension and inexplicable excitement swept over them. We really should have stayed, Ron muttered quietly. The final battle against Voldemort, and they hadn't even been part of it. If Harry, the boy who lived, had been there, maybe Voldemort wouldn't have escaped. Yeah, Harry agreed with a nod. He truly wished he had been there, right at the heart of the battle, so he could have stood in front of Voldemort and let him kill him. Because only then could Voldemort be destroyed completely. Harry couldn't help thinking back to the vision he'd seen in the pensive just minutes ago, what Snape had been trying to show him. He was a Horcrux. Yes, just like the diary, the Ravenclaw diadem, and the Slytherin locket. Voldemort's talismans. As long as he was alive, Voldemort could never truly be killed. It all went back to that night more than 10 years ago, when Voldemort was struck down by his own killing curse. A fragment of his soul was blasted free and latched onto the only living soul left in the collapsed house. And just like that, without Voldemort even realizing it, Harry became his Horcrux. Every time Harry thought about it, a cold shiver ran through him, like he was submerged in the Black Lake in winter, his very soul on the verge of freezing solid. He had told Hermione and Ron, but they had both urged him not to believe it, insisting that what he saw might just be one of Snape's tricks, trying to deceive him into sacrificing himself. But Harry knew it wasn't a trick. Deep down, he could feel it. Everything he had seen in the pensive was real. And after accepting that truth, so many things that had never made sense before suddenly became clear. Part of Voldemort lived inside him, that's why he could talk to snakes, why he could connect to Voldemort's thoughts. Because in some twisted way, they were the same. In fact, when he left the headmaster's office, Harry had already made up his mind to face Voldemort head-on, just like Sirius's younger brother. What was his name again? Oh, right. R.A.B. Regulus. Regulus had risked his life for a Horcrux, hoping Voldemort would one day be destroyed when he met his match. Harry believed he could do the same. But he never imagined that by the time he returned, the war would already be over. Hogwarts had won. Voldemort had fled in disgrace. So, did he still need to go through with it? Harry felt lost, as if he were standing in the middle of a long tunnel, unsure which way to go. Harry, what are you thinking about? Harry looked up at Kyle, hesitated for a moment, then gave a slight shake of his head. Nothing. It's nothing. Maybe it was selfish, but he didn't want too many people knowing he was tied to Voldemort. Part of him even wished he could go back a few minutes and knock his past self out before he told Ron and Hermione the truth. I see. That's good, then. Kyle didn't press him. He just gave Harry a thoughtful glance and walked away. Something about Harry seemed off, but Kyle couldn't quite say what. Maybe I'm just imagining things, he thought, shaking his head. Snape hadn't died in the castle, there was no way Harry could have found out he was a Horcrux. He was probably just like everyone else, still shaken from the brutality of the war. Later, Kyle made his way outside. Chris and Diana had already left, most likely returning to the Ministry with Amelia Bones. The section of the Black Lake that Diana had frozen still dominated the middle of the field. From a distance, it looked nearly as large as a Quidditch pitch. Professor Flitwick was nearby as well. As Kyle approached, he saw him staring absent-mindedly at a frozen fish in the ice. "Professor, what are you looking at?" Kyle asked. "Oh, Kyle." Professor Flitwick blinked, then said, "I was just thinking, this kind of large-scale freezing charm, probably only Diana could pull it off." "You're saying this was just a freezing charm?" Kyle blinked in disbelief. He knew the spell, it was standard 6th-year material. Useful for cooling off in summer or preserving food, sure. But freezing this much of the Black Lake? That seemed like pure fantasy. He'd always assumed it was some special kind of runic magic, like the firestorm spell. "Ah, it's not hard to understand," Professor Flitwick explained. "Some students just have a natural gift for certain spells. Harry Potter, for instance, is a master of the disarming charm. Mikkel Derrick has an instinctive command of the wand-lighting charm. And you've got your fiendfire, well, your summoning charm." At that, Professor Flitwick pursed his lips briefly, then continued, "And Diana's greatest talent is the freezing charm. I remember when she was still in school, she once froze the waters of the Black Lake surrounding the Slytherin Common Room. The Slytherin Common Room was at the very bottom of the castle, with windows looking out into the depths of the Black Lake. Not a single ray of sunlight ever reached that far down." "Wait a second." Kyle seemed to have just realized something. "If she froze the Black Lake around the Slytherin Common Room, what about the students inside?" "Exactly what you're thinking," Professor Flitwick replied. He seemed to recall something and couldn't help but smile. Nearly all the Slytherins called in sick that day. Madame Pomfrey and Professor Slughorn had to brew hundreds of bottles of pepper-up potion together. During dinner, the entire Slytherin table was shrouded in white mist. Kyle pressed his lips together, trying hard not to look too amused. And how did the professors handle it? Slytherin lost 50 points. That's it. Kyle couldn't believe it. She basically turned the entire house into a walk-in freezer, and they only lost 50 points. Was Hogwarts really that lenient back then? Nowadays, getting caught out after curfew would cost you 10 points. What else could be done? Don't forget, Diana was a Slytherin too. Professor Flitwick chuckled. If it hadn't caused such a stir, they might not have even lost the 50. Horace, well, he's always been very forgiving when it comes to talented students. Fair enough. Kyle nodded. Now he finally understood where Snape had learned his favoritism, from a long line of Slytherin heads. No, why am I thinking about that greasy git? Kyle quickly shook it off and changed direction. Professor McGonagall was examining the shattered stone suits of armor. After being destroyed by Voldemort, they'd been scorched again by fiendfire. Most were completely beyond repair, though a few pieces could still be salvaged with some effort. She stood there, heart aching. These were 1,000-year-old artifacts, how had it come to this? What if they needed them again one day? Well, maybe they wouldn't. Then again, most of the Death Eaters Voldemort had brought were never leaving Hogwarts. Even if he somehow returned, the school wouldn't need those statues just to make up the numbers. It was the British wizarding world that might be in for a major upheaval. There hadn't been many wizards to begin with, and now there were even fewer. No wonder Amelia Bones had rushed off with the others the moment things ended. But that was the Ministry's problem, not Hogwarts. And most of the fallen had been dark wizards anyway. With them gone, maybe the wizarding world would finally get a little better. Professor McGonagall conjured a cart and began loading the twisted suits of armor onto it, planning to try repairing them if possible. Kyle wisely kept his distance. After all, he was one of the reasons those suits were destroyed in the first place. As he made a loop back toward the castle, a sudden flash of silver caught his eye, a phoenix-shaped Patronus disappearing into the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow. A silver phoenix, a Patronus. Kyle stopped in his tracks and looked around. Students and professors bustled back and forth, busy with their own tasks. No one else seemed to have noticed that unusual Patronus. Narrowing his eyes, Kyle didn't hesitate. He stepped into the tunnel again, for the third time that night. The winding passage was familiar by now, and soon he saw a faint glow ahead. Voldemort had blown the door open, so from a distance Kyle could already see the light spilling from the room, and the person sitting quietly beneath it. Professor Dumbledore, Kyle said as he approached, his voice flat, "Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Dumbledore, seated across from him, looked slightly embarrassed. "Kyle, I can explain." "Go ahead, I'm listening," Kyle said. "But really, Professor, while you sit here eating ice cream, you send me, a freshly graduated, not yet 20-year-old wizard, to deal with Voldemort. Isn't that just a little over the top?" "But you did it," Dumbledore said, with sincere admiration. "You defeated Tom and protected Hogwarts." "That's only because I had help." Kyle snapped. "If it hadn't been for Mikkel, I'd have been dead ages ago." "Ah, I know," Dumbledore nodded. "Actually, I was there too, but Mr. Derrick acted faster than I did, and his execution was flawless." So I chose to handle something else. Something else. Kyle looked at him. What could possibly be more important than killing Voldemort? Well, nothing, Dumbledore admitted. But it did have something to do with you. With me. More precisely, with your mother, Diana. Dumbledore went on, you might not be aware, but unspeakables hold many secrets and wield certain powers that are not meant to be seen. They are strictly forbidden from taking part in major conflicts. That's an unbreakable rule. My mother already resigned, Kyle said. No unspeakable can resign of their own accord, Dumbledore replied calmly. Kyle frowned. But don't worry, Dumbledore said suddenly, smiling again. Tonight, Diana simply went out with a few colleagues to deal with some Death Eaters who were eyeing the Department of Mysteries. That's all. She didn't even have to take a pay cut. It was you. Kyle looked at Dumbledore. Ah, I'm still quite confident in my transfiguration skills, Dumbledore said with a light chuckle. No one would have noticed. Rest assured. And by colleagues, you don't mean Ariana, do you? Of course I do, Dumbledore replied, smiling. Even so, I still want an explanation. Kyle's voice remained firm, he wasn't about to let Dumbledore shift the topic. We gave everything we had, and in the end, all we did was drive Voldemort away. That's not enough. Don't forget, you also took down more than 70% of the Death Eaters, Dumbledore said, his tone deep and measured. He had been nearby the entire time, witnessing everything firsthand. Yet even so, part of him still couldn't believe what had happened. So many Death Eaters, nearly all of them, gone. Whatever else it was, this had been a victory. And after this, it would be far harder for Voldemort to make another return. The threat he posed had drastically diminished. No wizard, Voldemort included, could survive an onslaught of hundreds, even thousands, of spells. Not him, not Dumbledore, not even Merlin himself. That was why, the moment he came back, Voldemort's first priority had been to summon his Death Eaters. But after today, he likely wouldn't find many left. He's still a threat, Kyle said, eyes narrowing. And, Professor, you still haven't actually answered my question. Fine, then let me rephrase it. Before you went to the Department of Mysteries, what were you doing? I was hesitating, Dumbledore said with a sigh. When you destroyed Tom's Horcrux and struck the first major blow against him, a thought occurred to me. What thought? That maybe I didn't need to come back, Dumbledore said quietly. I realized I wasn't as essential as I'd believed. Hogwarts was still Hogwarts without Dumbledore. Everything ran just as it should. Without Dumbledore, you still managed to fight the Dark Lord, protect the school, protect the people you cared about. In fact, you did better than I did when I was here. If that's the case, then why should I return at all? Dumbledore's voice was soft, like a whisper carried on a breeze from far away. Faint and elusive, only by listening carefully could one truly hear him. Forgive my selfishness, Kyle. That was what I was thinking at the time. More than anyone, I wanted you to defeat Tom. That way, I could quietly enjoy my retirement, without being drowned in howlers. So I hesitated. I didn't step in right away to help. I kept convincing myself, just a little longer, telling myself maybe you could win. Kyle didn't say a word. One hand subconsciously gripped his wand, the other resting on the latch of the suitcase beside him. If he wanted to, he could open it instantly. Dumbledore remained silent as well, his head bowed, looking like a child who knew he had done something wrong. If that's your reason. Kyle narrowed his eyes. Even if that's true, when Voldemort was escaping, when Snape tried to take him away, you could have stopped them. Or at the very least, waited until they were outside Hogwarts grounds before acting. As he spoke, the hand behind his back quietly released the suitcase latch. I didn't stop them, Dumbledore continued. Because the Horcruxes weren't all destroyed yet. We couldn't kill him, not truly. At best, it would have turned everything back to what it was 10 years ago. And that would have meant nothing. Horcruxes. Kyle raised an eyebrow and paused his movements. The last Horcrux, Dumbledore said. It wasn't that Rinspor you killed, it's Harry Potter. Thud. A loud noise sounded from behind them, as if something had dropped to the ground. Kyle turned and saw Harry sitting at the entrance to the secret passage, his face frozen in horror. That sound just now had been him collapsing to the floor. Dumb, Professor Dumbledore. Harry practically shouted. He was completely stunned, like he'd seen a ghost. In an instant, all color drained from his face, and his lips went dry. By Merlin, he was looking at Dumbledore, who had been dead for so long. Was this a dream? He desperately wanted to ask someone, to make sure he wasn't imagining things, but Ron and Hermione, who had come with him, were in even worse shape. They stood there, completely dumbstruck. Chapter 933, Is Dumbledore a Ghost? Are you, really? After a brief moment of panic, Harry looked at Dumbledore with hope in his eyes and asked. You could say that. Dumbledore replied after a moment's thought. Harry looked a little excited. If Dumbledore had truly returned, he was sure everyone would be thrilled. Kyle stood silently to the side, watching them. In truth, ever since seeing Dumbledore, Kyle's doubts had only deepened, and it all stemmed from the flimsy excuse Dumbledore had given earlier. To be honest, Dumbledore wasn't a perfect wizard. In fact, at times, he could even be a bit cruel. Like when he left Harry to grow up alone for 10 years in the home of his aunt and uncle, who despised magic, just to keep him away from the fame and glory of the wizarding world. But to claim that Dumbledore stood by and watched students and professors be slaughtered by Death Eaters just so he could retire peacefully. Not even Kyle would buy that, let alone Ron. It was a terrible excuse. If Fawkes hadn't reacted, Kyle might have already let the basilisk kill this so-called Dumbledore. But Fawkes hadn't reacted, which meant the person before them really was Dumbledore. And if he were an imposter, there was no way he'd know that Harry was a Horcrux. And that was what Kyle couldn't make sense of. He'd been just about to ask when Harry and the others interrupted him. Harry, that's not Headmaster Dumbledore, Hermione said suddenly, snapping everyone out of their thoughts and drawing all eyes to her. What? Hermione, of course he is. He's clearly Professor Dumbledore, Harry said, confused. You said Polyjuice Potion can only be made with hair from someone who's still alive, so he can't be a fake, right? No, I mean, he's a ghost. Hermione pointed at him. Look, he doesn't have a shadow. A shadow. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Dumbledore. Kyle's pupils narrowed. The room was brightly lit. Under the light, 5 long shadows stretched clearly across the floor and walls. At first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but if you looked closely, one of those shadows wasn't a person at all. It was a long-legged stool, the very one Dumbledore was sitting on. As for Dumbledore himself, he didn't cast a shadow. The stool looked like it had been deliberately repositioned, its shadow stretched out unnaturally. If Hermione hadn't pointed it out, Kyle would never have noticed anything was off. Professor, you. Don't be nervous, Dumbledore waved a hand, cutting Kyle off. I'm still alive, for now. I just thought I could slip by unnoticed this time. Didn't expect Miss Granger to catch me. As he spoke, he stood and walked into the light. This time, it was unmistakable, he really had no shadow. And that only happened with ghosts. I know what you want to ask, Dumbledore said, turning to Kyle. I can only say that I'm in a rather unique state. Not exactly a ghost in the traditional sense. But you're not really alive either, are you? Kyle shot back. Dumbledore didn't answer, but his silence said enough. It wasn't until a long moment later that he spoke again, his tone half-joking. It's not that hard to understand, Kyle. Don't forget, time travel only takes someone back in time. It doesn't create extra time out of nowhere. I think you know what I mean. Now it was Kyle's turn to fall silent. Of course he knew. Dumbledore had once been rejected by time back in 1899. Who knew how many times he'd relived the same events, or how many years had passed? That time didn't just come out of thin air, nor could it simply vanish. In other words, Dumbledore was much older than he appeared, but he'd never mentioned it since his return, and Kyle hadn't wanted to dwell on it either. The silence between the two of them made Harry nervous. He looked from Dumbledore to Kyle, feeling completely lost. His head spun, he had no idea what they were talking about. I'll explain everything later. I won't hide anything from you, no matter what you want to know, Dumbledore said again. But right now, the most important question is, how can we completely destroy Tom? At those words, Harry finally snapped out of his daze. He didn't even care anymore whether Dumbledore was a ghost. He immediately raised his voice and asked, Professor, am I? A Horcrux, Dumbledore finished for him. That's right. In a sense, you are indeed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I'm sorry, my boy. I should have told you the truth a long time ago. I. Harry looked lost. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Hold on, Kyle stepped forward. Professor, if we can deal with the soul fragment inside Harry, can we get back to what we were talking about earlier? You could say that, Dumbledore nodded. But this isn't easy. Harry is different from the other Horcruxes, we can't just destroy the vessel to kill the piece of Tom's soul inside him. The only method I can think of is to have Tom himself do it, use the unique connection between the two souls to destroy the other. But Voldemort already escaped, Hermione pointed out. Yes, he did, Dumbledore said gravely. That was my fault. I stubbornly believed that only when Harry was ready to face all of this himself would he have the foundation to defeat Tom. I just didn't expect Tom to lose. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Forgive me. I really should have told you all of this sooner. Harry stood with his head down. It was clear he harbored some resentment toward Dumbledore, but the way they were meeting now was so unusual, he didn't know how to express it. It's just a soul fragment. No need to make it so complicated, Kyle suddenly said, breaking the awkward silence. You have a solution. Dumbledore looked surprised. I've asked around. Nicholas's method for purifying Horcruxes isn't suitable for Harry. That's not what I'm talking about, Kyle shook his head. Actually, when I first brought the diadem to Nicholas, we discussed various ways to deal with Horcruxes. He flicked his fingers, popped the lock on the suitcase, and leaned halfway inside. Honestly, Horcruxes might seem tricky, but there are plenty of ways to deal with them: fiendfire, basilisk venom, the killing curse, all valid options. His voice came from inside the suitcase, muffled by the space. All of those, without exception, affect the soul. So I thought, there's something else that targets the soul, and you've all seen it before. Oh, found it. Kyle stood up. At the same time, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, as if the air itself had frozen. Harry saw something float out of the suitcase. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, and it emitted a chilling, rattling sound. A Dementor. Harry clutched his chest as a tide of terrible memories crashed over him. Expecto. Expelliarmus. Hermione's wand spun through the air and landed in Kyle's hand. Don't panic, it's the key to solving our problem. Kyle handed the wand back to Hermione, then directed the Dementor toward Harry. Dumbledore seemed to understand what Kyle was thinking. His blue eyes lit up instantly. But Kyle didn't notice. He was still explaining to Harry. Remember what the Dementor's kiss does? Harry felt like he was frozen solid, but he still managed to stammer out, the Dementor sucks out the soul, and leaves behind a living body. Exactly, Kyle said. And a Horcrux is just a fragment of a soul. Now, everyone in the room, even Ron, understood what Kyle meant. They would use the Dementor's ability to extract souls to remove the piece of Voldemort's soul inside Harry. A brilliant idea. Dumbledore said sincerely. It was something that had never occurred to him. I've actually wanted to test this method for a while, Kyle admitted, but I was worried the Dementor might damage the diadem, since it carries a soul fragment. So I never had the nerve to try it. He stopped in front of Harry and said, this is the perfect chance to test my theory. Harry blinked. Something felt off. He was worried about the Dementor damaging the diadem, but not him. Was he seriously less important than a diadem? Wait, Hermione rushed to stop Kyle. You haven't tested this method yet. What if the Dementor ends up devouring Harry's soul? It's too dangerous. I don't agree. You're the best, Hermione. Harry was nearly in tears. That was exactly what he'd been trying to say. So you're saying it's less risky to let Voldemort kill Harry? Kyle shot back. I didn't mean that, I just... Hermione fumbled to explain. Stupefy. With a casual wave of his wand, Kyle stunned her without warning. Hermione collapsed to the floor, completely unconscious. Kyle, you... Stupefy. Ron dropped next. Perfect. Now no one's going to interrupt, Kyle said, fixing his eyes on Harry. Relax. It won't hurt at all. Harry's throat moved. He wanted to firmly refuse, to speak out, but when the words reached his lips, they wouldn't come. The Dementor was already leaning in. Harry felt like his throat had frozen solid, he couldn't utter a sound. In a haze, he caught a glimpse beneath the creature's hood. It was a gaping void, one that seemed capable of draining every last bit of happiness from the world. Harry had once believed he'd conquered his fear of Dementors, but he realized now he'd been wrong. The scream echoed again, just as it had the first time he encountered one on the Hogwarts Express. Only this time, the scream was clearer, like it was right beside his ear. Instinctively, Harry tried to cast the Patronus charm, but his fingers felt impossibly heavy. He couldn't even raise his wand. His gaze grew unfocused, his face turning as pale and lifeless as a faded photograph. He felt something being pulled from deep inside his throat. From the other's point of view, a glowing orb began to emerge, its color hard to define. It might have been white, or a pale yellow, or blue, or red. Its hue seemed to constantly shift, yet somehow stay the same. The moment that orb appeared, the Dementor visibly perked up, eager to consume it, but just then, a long silver thread appeared behind it. It was a jellyfish tentacle, wrapping tightly around the Dementor's neck. The creature instantly gave up on the feast and, instead, began to suck with even more force. Then, a second orb of light surfaced, this one noticeably smaller and dimmer than the first. That's it. Dumbledore called out excitedly. Yes, that's the fragment of Tom's soul. Eat it. The jellyfish released the Dementor, and its tentacle coiled protectively around Harry's soul. But the Dementor hesitated. For a brief moment, something like clear surprise flashed across its hollow, scab-covered eye sockets. Only after Kyle repeated the command did it finally lurch forward, the ragged hole beneath its hood aimed directly at the smaller, unprotected orb. Whoosh! It was like a sudden gust of icy wind swept through the room. The smaller orb was engulfed in a black mist, and eerie, blood-curdling screams echoed from deep within it. But in moments, the screams and the mist were drawn into the Dementor's maw. The soul fragment flickered weakly twice, then was extinguished completely. The Dementor hovered in place, radiating a strange sense of satisfaction. So. Kyle turned to Dumbledore with a puzzled look. Is that it? Is it done? It should be. I think, Dumbledore replied, sounding a bit uncertain himself. It had seemed too simple. After all, this was a fragment of Voldemort's soul. And yet it had been devoured just like that, like a piece of candy. Still, he could feel it. When the fragment was sucked into the Dementor's mouth, the lingering aura of soul magic vanished entirely. Who would have thought, a Dementor, one of the most vile and feared creatures, could so naturally counter one of the darkest magical forces, a Horcrux? I knew it would work, Kyle said, returning the Dementor to the suitcase. Then he walked over to check on Harry. Fortunately, once the Dementor vanished, the orb representing Harry's soul had slowly sunk back into his body. Harry's body jolted violently, and color returned to his face. He was still unconscious, but it wouldn't be long before he woke up. Now that he was sure Harry was all right, Kyle turned to face Dumbledore. All right. What do you want to know? Dumbledore still seemed shaken by the sight of the Dementor devouring a Horcrux, but he showed no sign of going back on his word. When did it happen? After I brought Draco Malfoy to Severus's office, Dumbledore replied. That was the day of your funeral, wasn't it? Well, a few days later, Dumbledore said. So you're the one who rescued Malfoy? Kyle asked. And you knocked out Professor Flitwick? That was Aberforth, Dumbledore corrected. He ambushed Filius. I had nothing to do with that. No wonder, Kyle narrowed his eyes. You vanished after that. It was like you disappeared off the face of the earth. I had no choice. I thought I could hold out until the final battle, Dumbledore said with a weary smile. Then what are you now? Kyle looked him over carefully. He might have said he was a ghost, but there was hardly any difference between this Dumbledore and the living version. That was why Kyle hadn't noticed anything strange at first. Call it a kind of price, Dumbledore said. That day, I encountered Lady Rowena Ravenclaw. I begged her for help, to let me carry out one final task for Hogwarts. She agreed. Kyle's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected Rowena Ravenclaw to be involved. What did she do? I'm sorry, Dumbledore said, but that's the one thing I can't tell you. Fine. Then what are you planning to do? Kyle didn't press him further and changed the subject. Help my mum. That was just a favor along the way, not part of my plan, said Dumbledore. Help defeat Voldemort. That was my initial idea, Dumbledore admitted. I wanted to conserve my strength, to step in at a critical moment and give you a hand, but later I realized, even without me, you were capable of defeating Tom. Then, was it to tell me Harry's a Horcrux? No, Dumbledore shook his head again. Now Kyle truly couldn't guess. It's about you, Dumbledore reminded him. Do you remember what we were talking about before Harry arrived? Of course, Kyle nodded. You said you wanted to retire, and that you let the Death Eaters run wild at Hogwarts on purpose. Exactly, Dumbledore said. Tomorrow, I'll appear before everyone and say those same things again. You'll be buried under a flood of howlers, Kyle said, lifting his head sharply. And with that fake funeral on top of everything else. Professor Dumbledore, you'll become the disgrace of the entire British wizarding world overnight. Ah, but that's exactly what I want, Dumbledore said cheerfully. If I can draw all the attention and hatred to myself, no one will focus on what you've done. Huh. Kyle pointed at himself. What did I do? The Death Eaters who died in the fiend fire, Dumbledore said. Plenty of people heard what Tom said to you. Once things calm down, they're bound to start asking questions. Oh, and that huge patch of chomping cabbages behind the castle, that was you too, wasn't it? Have you ever stopped to think about how many wizards you've killed in this war? Kyle pressed his lips together. He really didn't know. Aside from the scattered casualties, the two biggest incidents were exactly the ones Dumbledore had mentioned. The fiend fire explosion killed a bit over 100 Death Eaters, more were injured than dead. And as for the chomping cabbages, well, they were just plants. The Death Eaters weren't so clueless they couldn't run away. Surely it hadn't been that many. 260, Dumbledore said, finishing the thought for him. Roughly. That's why we need a large enough target, someone who can attract all the attention and all the hatred. Someone people will fixate on, so they unconsciously forget the rest. I think I'm the perfect fit. Chapter 934, Chapter 934, this damn Hogwarts, I can't stay here another minute. The early morning sunlight broke through the clouds and spilled over the rooftops of Hogsmeade Village. At some point, dawn had quietly arrived. Kyle had finally understood what Dumbledore intended to do, but his reaction was surprisingly calm, even indifferent. "There's no need for that, Professor," Kyle said, waving a hand dismissively. "I only did what needed to be done. The Death Eaters attacked Hogwarts, we had every right to fight back. And even if killing them wasn't wrong in the slightest, why should you be worried anyone would come after me for it?" "Kyle, this isn't about right or wrong," Dumbledore said seriously. "Even Tom never killed over 200 wizards in one go. That kind of unchecked power, whether just or not, will inevitably make others fearful, even hostile, even if they know you're not a dark wizard. Believe me, Kyle, no one understands this better than I do," Dumbledore added earnestly. It wasn't that Kyle didn't believe him. He knew exactly how the Ministry operated, better than most. "But I never killed that many Death Eaters," Kyle said. 260. "I'm not even sure I've killed 26. He pulled over a chair and sat down, glancing at Dumbledore. "The Death Eaters wrecked the school greenhouse, that's what let the Chomping Cabbages loose. What's that got to do with me? If they got themselves bitten, that's on them. And as for the Fiendfire, all I did was trap those Death Eaters. I never meant to kill them. Voldemort's the one who got angry at their incompetence and deliberately redirected the spell, lost control of the fire, and ended up roasting his own followers. Then he tried to blame me for it. That two-faced dark wizard, absolutely vile. But I believe in Minister Bones, she's fair and impartial. She'll see through his schemes and clear my name." Kyle's voice was calm, steady, but Dumbledore was staring at him in a daze. Especially with the way Kyle said it, so full of conviction. Someone who didn't know him might have taken every word at face value. But Dumbledore knew him well. And he'd seen the whole battle unfold. Not a word of it was true. First of all, even if the school's greenhouse did contain that many Chomping Cabbages, how could they have all bypassed the castle and avoided every Death Eater just to end up exactly where they caused the most damage? And Tom, in the middle of a war, sacrificing over 100 Death Eaters just to frame Kyle. Dumbledore thought even if Tom ground his soul into black pepper, he'd never come up with a plan that absurd. But Kyle didn't seem bothered. He continued, completely unbothered. "So what if he tried to pin it on me? He's a notorious dark wizard, the one responsible for tearing countless wizarding families apart. Who's going to believe anything he says?" "That doesn't mean everyone won't," Dumbledore finally interrupted, shaking his head. "All it takes is one dissenting voice to cause you trouble, especially from someone at the Daily Prophet. There are people there who love digging into the hidden sides of famous wizards." "The Daily Prophet?" Kyle paused, then burst out laughing. "Oh, Professor, if you're talking about Rita Skeeter, then you've got nothing to worry about." Dumbledore thought of his own past encounters. "I'm afraid you underestimate her. That woman always gets what she wants, and she doesn't care if you're a hero." "True enough," Kyle chuckled. "I admit, Rita Skeeter is excellent at what she does. But, Professor, there's something you probably don't know, something most people don't know. In a way, Rita Skeeter and I are actually partners." "Partners?" Dumbledore blinked, unsure he'd heard correctly. "Let me put it this way," Kyle said after a moment's thought. "I provide her with a steady stream of high-quality, exclusive information. So, at the moment, we're in a mutually beneficial relationship. Oh, and by the way, she's at Hogwarts too. She was here for the entire defense of the castle." Kyle suddenly remembered. "If I had to guess, she's probably in some corner right now writing up her report. Voldemort fled in disgrace, the Death Eaters were wiped out, I bet the next issue of the Daily Prophet is going to sell like crazy." Dumbledore listened, momentarily stunned. "What is going on?" "Rita Skeeter is at Hogwarts too. Anyway, that's how it is," Kyle went on. "Rita Skeeter may be questionable when it comes to character, but I can guarantee this, she won't betray a partner, and she won't publish anything that puts me in a bad light." He said it with absolute certainty. Dumbledore wasn't so sure. For a moment, it felt like he and Kyle were talking about two different people. He was aware of some cooperation between Kyle and Rita, but it was hard to believe that a witch so addicted to exposing secrets would simply leave Kyle untouched. Betrayal wasn't just in her nature, it was practically her brand. Still, Dumbledore said nothing more. Just then, Harry groggily pushed himself up from the floor. He clearly hadn't fully recovered from the effects of the Dementor. He looked like he'd just climbed out of the Black Lake in the dead of winter, his face pale, and he kept rubbing his arms for warmth. "It's so cold. What happened to me?" Harry sat on the ground, instinctively glancing to the side. "Ron, Hermione, you." "They're fine," Kyle said, waving his wand. An invisible force gently moved the two unconscious figures onto a more spacious patch of floor nearby. Since it was chilly in the early morning, Kyle thoughtfully conjured two sleeping bags for them. Why didn't you wake them up? Harry asked, puzzled. Because I didn't want to explain why I knocked them out in the first place, Kyle replied matter-of-factly. How are you feeling? Can you still connect to Voldemort's mind? That question brought it all rushing back, and Harry shivered again. The close encounter with the Dementor had been awful, especially when it had nearly given him the kiss. That sensation of his soul being pulled from his body still haunted him. Even just remembering it made him uneasy. If he could help it, he never wanted to go through that again. Harry, are you listening? Kyle's voice snapped him out of it, and reminded him there was still work to do. Oh. I'll give it a try, Harry said. He closed his eyes, focusing on the pain from his scar. He'd done it so many times before, the scar on his forehead acted like a second eye. As long as it flared with that familiar burn, he could see Voldemort's thoughts. But this time, nothing. No vision. No pain. Nothing at all. The scar, which used to sear like a branding iron, had fallen completely silent. If he didn't reach up and touch it, he wouldn't even know it was there. I don't know, Harry said reflexively. I can't feel anything. I don't know where Voldemort is. That's how it should be, Kyle nodded. He wasn't surprised, if anything, he looked relieved. If the Dementor had sucked out Voldemort's soul fragment and Harry still had access to his mind, then Kyle would have had no choice but to hand him over to test the killing curse. Luckily, it hadn't come to that. I forgot to ask, what are you doing here? Kyle asked, watching Harry try to wake Ron. Is everything at the school already wrapped up? No, Harry replied. We came here to find a Runespore. It's another one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He hid it here, along with the Malfoy family. I realized he didn't take it with him when he fled, so I thought I'd come back and try my luck. As he spoke, Harry glanced around the room. He didn't see the Runespore, and the Malfoys were nowhere in sight either. They must have fled before Dumbledore arrived. The realization left Harry deeply disappointed. He couldn't help but think, if he hadn't gone to the Headmaster's office to view Snape's memories, if he'd come straight back here, maybe he could have been the one to send the Malfoys to Azkaban. What a waste. He sighed. If the Horcrux you're talking about is a 30-foot-long Runespore, it's over there, Kyle said, pointing to a corner on the left. Harry turned his head and saw a scorched mark along the wall. That's the Runespore you mentioned, Kyle explained. If you look closely, you might be able to scrape together what's left of it. It's already dead. Harry looked stunned. But, no one else knew it was here, except us. Then why do you think I came here? Kyle raised an eyebrow at him. Next time, you or Ron should take some time to learn a concealment charm. Don't both squeeze under the invisibility cloak. It can't hide the two of you anymore. What? Harry nearly jumped. Don't tell me you've been. Yes, Kyle said calmly. I've been following behind you ever since you entered the passage. When Voldemort turned to chase you, it gave me just enough time to double back and deal with the snake. What about Malfoy? Did you see Malfoy? Harry asked urgently. No. I didn't, Kyle shook his head. When I came back, the snake was the only one here. I'd say they fled early. I see. Harry dropped his head again, looking gloomy. Don't worry, Kyle said, patting his shoulder. You'll get another chance to see Draco Malfoy. I'd rather not, Harry muttered. Fair enough, Kyle said. But we should head back. Everyone else is busy, and we're the only ones slacking off, it's not a good look. All right. Harry nodded, then glanced down at Ron and Hermione, hesitating. Oh, almost forgot. Kyle pulled out his wand and tapped it against a few nearby stones. Seconds later, the stones sprouted thick arms and legs, picked up the sleeping bags, and carried them into the passage. Oh, wait for me. Harry called out, hurrying after them. But Kyle, who had just suggested returning to the castle, remained standing where he was. Professor, he said, turning again to Dumbledore, Harry just reminded me, there's something I think I should tell you. What is it? It's about Nurmengard, Kyle said, and gave a brief summary of what he'd overheard earlier. After Professor Snape looked into it, he came to the conclusion that Voldemort still believes Grindelwald is the true master of the Elder Wand. Even though the wand is broken now, there's still a chance they might go to Nurmengard. What? Kyle didn't even catch how Dumbledore got to his feet. You mean they've gone to Nurmengard? It's just a possibility, Kyle shrugged. Now that the Death Eaters have basically been wiped out, Voldemort will need greater power to take revenge, like fully mastering the Elder Wand. And even though it's broken, the wand core is still intact, which means there's a chance it could be repaired. Damn it, I should never have told Severus about Nurmengard, Dumbledore muttered. Huh. Kyle tilted his head. You told Professor Snape. For certain reasons, he found out you'd been there, Dumbledore said as he turned toward the door. Need any help? Kyle asked, visibly eager. If it comes to that. Dumbledore said, but I think for now, it's better if you stay here. You must be exhausted. Fair point, Kyle nodded. After battling Voldemort for so long, his legs still felt like jelly. But if it meant going to Nurmengard with Dumbledore, Kyle was pretty sure he could squeeze out a bit more energy. Worst case, he still had potions. So leave it to me, Dumbledore said. Unfortunately, it was clear he had no intention of bringing Kyle along. He turned and made for the exit. But at the threshold, he paused, looked back, and said, I'll be back after dawn. Just like we agreed. No, Professor Dumbledore, I never agreed to anything. That was your own assumption, Kyle said, shaking his head. But. Relax, Professor, Kyle cut him off. Even if things turn out just like you said. I can always leave Britain. Dumbledore hesitated, watching Kyle closely. A subtle change crossed his expression. Professor, do you actually think I'd become the next Dark Lord? Kyle raised an eyebrow, half joking. Of course not, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. You're not like Tom. You have friends, you have family. You'll never become someone like him. But it's not impossible, is it? Kyle continued. Say the Ministry turns its wand on me, starts harassing me non-stop. You know me, Professor, I'm not like you. I'm not going to smile and turn the other cheek when they make trouble for me. I'll fight back. That, I can promise you. He stood up and paced the room slowly. And if I do fight back, the Ministry will have every excuse to label me an enemy. At that point, it won't matter what I want. I'll be the next Dark Lord in everyone's mouth whether I like it or not. Dumbledore fell silent. And there was something else Kyle hadn't said out loud. If he did become the next Dark Lord, without Dumbledore around, there was no one in the British wizarding world who could stop him. The few who might be capable, like Newt or Nicholas Flamel, were his close allies. Even the Department of Mysteries was deeply entangled with him. Diana was his mother. And Ariana, honestly, Dumbledore wasn't sure. If it came down to it, he couldn't say for certain Ariana wouldn't take Kyle's side. I think you're overthinking things, Professor. Or is this just how older wizards get? Paranoid and dramatic. Kyle gave him a wink. Before Dumbledore could answer, Kyle went on. The magical world isn't limited to Britain, you know. If I'm not welcome here, I can leave. France is great. Madame Maxime's been trying to get me to transfer to Beauxbatons for ages. To be honest, the offer's really tempting. I've nearly given in a few times. Dumbledore stared at him in silence, then finally murmured, I'm sorry, Kyle. It's only natural, Professor. I get it. Kyle smiled faintly, then sighed. And just so you know, I'm not saying that to comfort you, I really do want to go to France. Oh, why? Visibly flustered, Dumbledore even pulled his foot back inside and stepped fully into the room again. What's wrong with Hogwarts? If you're talking about that new alchemy class, once this mess with Tom is settled, you can start working on it right away. It's not that, Kyle said, waving it off. Any British wizard who's ever had proper French cuisine can't help but feel a little less attached to this place. Sure, the Hogwarts house elves were talented, but the food was always the same handful of dishes. Kyle had been eating them since first year, and frankly, he was tired of them. Something new sounded great. A few years in France. And once he was sick of French food, he'd go somewhere even better. The more he thought about it, the more doable it sounded. Settling in another country wasn't easy for a wizard, but Kyle had connections. Madame Maxime in France, he'd barely have to say a word, and everything would be handled. Then there were Newt and Nicholas. They knew wizards from all over the world. One letter and the problem would be solved. At that point, why would he care what the British Ministry thought? Kyle's steps quickened as he walked, already daydreaming about where he might live next. As far as he was concerned, he didn't want to stay in this damn Hogwarts a minute longer. Across from him, watching Kyle's eyes practically gleam, Dumbledore pursed his lips, and suddenly realized he might have made a very big mistake. Chapter 935, Neville's Big Help. Dumbledore had finally left Hogsmeade, heading to Nurmengard in search of Voldemort. Although he had made it seem like he was being completely transparent when they spoke earlier, Kyle could tell, Dumbledore was still hiding something. The Elder Wand, for example. Granted, that might have been because Kyle forgot to ask. Still, Voldemort's Elder Wand couldn't have cracked without reason. There had to be something else going on, something Kyle didn't yet know. Even Aberforth had said it, Dumbledore's things weren't so easy to steal. Which meant the wand had likely been rigged with traps. Maybe just one, or maybe several. The most plausible explanation was that the Elder Wand had already changed allegiance. Someone had claimed ownership of it from Dumbledore, even if they hadn't physically taken it. Which meant, no matter how much effort Voldemort had put into stealing it, he still wouldn't be its true master, and so couldn't wield its full power. But that raised two more questions. First, how had Dumbledore known Voldemort was going to make a move against him? According to the tales of Beedle the Bard, you had to defeat or kill the previous owner of the Elder Wand to become its true master. And that previous owner was Dumbledore. Beating him in a duel was virtually impossible for any other wizard. Unless, of course, Dumbledore had foreseen Voldemort's plan and deliberately relinquished ownership before it happened. Which wouldn't have been difficult. The Elder Wand was powerful, but it wasn't sentient. No thoughts, no will of its own. If Dumbledore had allowed himself to be disarmed, tossed the wand away after a disarming charm, that would have fulfilled the defeated condition. And that brought up the second question, who had defeated Dumbledore? Kyle made his way back through the secret passage, deep in thought. His first instinct was to suspect himself. During the battle, Voldemort's wand had been breaking spell after spell, eventually even snapping in half. That alone made it seem plausible. But then he remembered Voldemort's duel with Aberforth, where the wand had also refused to cooperate. That gave him pause. True, he had technically defeated Dumbledore once in 1899. But that timeline was murky. If they went by the standard flow of time, Kyle had used a time turner. By that point, Voldemort had already taken the wand, so any victory over Dumbledore afterward wouldn't have mattered. And by the timeline of that moment in 1899, Dumbledore hadn't even been the wand's master. Kyle puzzled over it for a long while but couldn't make sense of it. So he gave up and moved on. If it wasn't him, then the most likely candidates were Draco Malfoy or Harry. He recalled that during Draco's first infiltration of Hogwarts, when the Death Eaters got in, he and Harry had confronted Dumbledore atop the astronomy tower. Kyle had rushed over not long after, but he didn't know what had happened before he arrived. Should have just let Harry face Voldemort head-on, he thought. Would have saved me all this guessing. Still, it didn't really matter. Whoever the wand belonged to, so long as it wasn't Voldemort, that was enough. He stepped out of the secret passage. Daylight had fully broken by now. Up ahead, Harry was vigorously shaking two sleeping bags, trying to wake Ron and Hermione. Kyle didn't bother interrupting or asking why he hadn't just used a counterspell. Instead, he turned and walked off in another direction. A few minutes later, he arrived at the remains of the wooden bridge on the southern side of the castle. Dumbledore's earlier reminder had prompted Kyle to check the area again, not just to see if he could recover any of the chomping cabbages, but also to clean up anything that might point back to him. But Kyle stared at the immaculate ground, momentarily baffled. If it weren't for the remnants of the destroyed bridge, he might have thought he'd wandered to the wrong spot. The area had clearly been cleaned ahead of time. The open space leading back to the castle was spotless, not even dust. All the chomping cabbages and Death Eaters were gone. Kyle glanced around, he couldn't even find a single leaf. Just a few professors and students were left, busy repairing the ruined bridge. Oh, Kyle. You're here to help too. Sinistra, the astronomy professor, poked her head out from the crowd and called to him. Kyle noticed her arm was wrapped in thick bandages. As he approached, he could smell the sharp scent of Skeelgrow and healing potion. The combination meant only one thing: her arm had been broken, then reattached by Madame Pomfrey. It looked hastily done, the wrapping was a mess, but considering the whole castle was overflowing with injured, it was lucky she'd been treated at all. Yeah, I'm here to help, Kyle said, stepping forward and giving his wand a casual wave. Planks of wood flew through the air, slightly crooked, and began stacking themselves across the half-repaired bridge. Professor Sinistra, I'm really glad you're safe. Kyle said casually, when did you get here? Just now, about 10 minutes ago, said Professor Sinistra. But are you sure you're okay? Kyle glanced at the bandage on her arm. I really think you'd be better off resting back at the castle. Sinistra, however, waved it off without concern. If we all needed to rest over a few minor injuries, we might as well just stay holed up in the castle and let everything fall apart. Fair enough, Kyle said. Still, this place looks really clean. You all cleared it up that fast. Cleaned it? No. Sinistra shook her head. It was already like this when we arrived. Maybe Phileas and the others came by earlier. All we need to do is fix the bridge. She trailed off, then suddenly grew irritable. Those damn Death Eaters are only good at destruction. I don't get it, why blow up the wooden bridge and the astronomy tower? Did they think it'd make them look powerful? A bunch of ill-bred, barbaric wizards, dumber than flobberworms. Sinistra continued cursing the Death Eaters, listing off their crimes, while Kyle simply pressed his lips together and stayed silent. The astronomy tower, maybe. But the bridge? That had been blown up by the students. If he remembered right, it had gone something like, Neville baiting them in, Ginny calling the shots, and Seamus lighting the fuse. The Death Eaters hadn't been involved at all. If anything, they were the ones who'd gotten caught in the trap. Still, since Professor Sinistra didn't know, Kyle didn't see the point in correcting her over such a trivial mistake. He kept directing the wooden planks into place, glancing down over the edge as he worked. Now that he thought about it, the Death Eaters might have been thrown off the cliff. That would have been the quickest and most effective way to clear the battlefield. But whether it was the early morning cold or something else, all he could see between the towering cliffs was a thick layer of white mist. There was no way to tell what lay at the bottom. So Kyle couldn't be sure if the Chomping Cabbages or the Death Eaters were still down there. Kyle. Kyle. Professor Sinistra's voice pulled him from his thoughts, and he looked up quickly. Sorry, I just realized, she said gently, you really should be resting right now, not helping out here. She dropped her voice to a near whisper. Facing the Dark Lord in person must have taken a toll. Go get some rest, we can handle this. At first, Kyle didn't catch her meaning, until he looked up and noticed the row of planks in front of him, tilted at odd angles and completely misaligned. He quickly waved his wand. He must have been so deep in thought that he'd stopped paying attention to where he was placing them. My apologies, Professor. The wooden boards detached themselves and floated back into their correct positions. There's no need to apologize, Sinistra said firmly, shaking her head. You were facing someone whose name we couldn't even say. Well, all right, Voldemort. I really hope I get used to saying that soon. You were up against Voldemort, she repeated. That's on a completely different level than what the rest of us faced. Go get some rest. Leave the rest to us. With Professor Sinistra gently ushering him away, Kyle let himself be half-pushed from the scene. He'd actually wanted to check the bottom of the cliff, but after a moment's thought, he decided it wasn't worth the risk. Going down there now would only raise suspicion. Better to leave things as they were. He didn't know who had done the cleanup here, but whoever it was, they'd done him a favor. Kyle returned to the castle as if nothing had happened. The sun was slowly rising over Hogwarts. In the Great Hall, the shattered ceiling still clung to its illusion, holding firm. Twin beams of sunlight streamed in from outside, flooding the hall with warmth and light. People were mourning the fallen and celebrating the victory, their grief and joy tangled together in a blur of emotion. As soon as Kyle stepped inside, he became the center of attention. Everyone had seen him drive Voldemort away, and they instinctively saw him now as the hero of the war, the savior, the symbol, the guide. Everyone wanted to speak to him, to thank him. Kyle found himself surrounded, unable to move, stuck standing still as he accepted thanks and tried to comfort the families of the dead. This had always been Dumbledore's job. But now, somehow, it had become his. Professor McGonagall and the other teachers stood nearby, saying nothing, seemingly accepting this new arrangement without question. Kyle wasn't sure how long he'd been there. His lips were growing dry by the time the crowd finally began to disperse. He sank onto a nearby bench, and Neville came to sit beside him. But there was no joy on Neville's face. No trace of celebration, despite the victory. What's wrong? Kyle asked instinctively. My grandmother's here, Neville stammered, his nerves suddenly intensifying. Mrs. Longbottom. Kyle glanced at him. This was the final battle against the Death Eaters. Once the news got out, every student's parents were bound to show up, not just her. It's nothing unusual. I know. Neville clenched his fists tightly. But I didn't do anything this time. I didn't help at all. She's going to be so disappointed. What are you talking about, Neville? Kyle raised an eyebrow. You didn't do nothing. On the contrary, you did a lot. I can promise you, everyone here could vouch to Mrs. Longbottom that you're a true hero, no doubt about it. Really? Neville's eyes lit up. If you don't believe me, ask Ginny or Seamus. They'll say exactly the same thing. That seemed to boost Neville's confidence a bit, though he still didn't leave. He just stood there, visibly anxious. Is there something else? Kyle asked again. I'm sorry, Kyle. I think I really messed something up, Neville said, his gaze flickering. I lost your chomping cabbages. It's all right. Kyle blinked. Wait, did you just say chomping cabbage? Why yes. Neville drew a deep breath, then said solemnly, the chomping cabbages you left to slow down the Death Eaters, I lost them. But don't worry, I promise I'll make it up to you. That's not urgent, Kyle said, waving his hand. Just tell me what happened. Were you the one who cleaned up the clearing behind the castle? Kind of. Neville nodded, then explained, right after Voldemort fled, I happened to see the Ministry checking for any remaining threats, they were heading toward the bridge. It hit me that chomping cabbages are banned for large-scale cultivation, so I rushed ahead to hide them. As he spoke, Neville's face went pale. It was clear he was recalling something unpleasant. His throat bobbed as though he were about to be sick. But he'd already emptied his stomach the night before, there was nothing left to bring up now. Because, there wasn't much time, I wanted to gather the cabbages quickly. He paused for breath. but I screwed up. I aimed the sliding spell in the wrong direction, and by the time I realized it, all the chomping cabbages had fallen into the ravine. At some point, Kyle had straightened in his seat, staring at Neville in disbelief. He hadn't expected this at all. It wasn't Dumbledore who helped him. It wasn't Diana or Chris either. It had been Neville, accidentally erasing all evidence in one fell swoop. Kyle knew the sliding spell well. It was an old-school prank spell passed down by generations of students. Its effect was to turn a staircase into a steep slide, so slippery even Mrs. Norris would have lost her footing. But the joke had become so cliché, and used so often, that hardly anyone fell for it anymore. I should have seen this coming, Neville muttered, knocking his own head. I always mess things up, even with the simplest spell. Don't say that, Neville, Kyle said quickly, stopping him. You did great. You don't have to comfort me, Kyle, Neville said, visibly moved. I know I mess everything up. I'll make it up to you, I'll replace the chomping cabbages. No, Neville, don't say that, Kyle cut in. I swear on Dumbledore's good name, I'm not just trying to make you feel better. He gave Neville a firm pat on the shoulder. I mean it. You did really well. You know how difficult chomping cabbages are. They're not tame plants, it's nearly impossible to collect them all in such a short time. And like you said, large-scale cultivation is banned by the ministry. If they had found them, it would have been a huge problem. What you did was the smartest thing you could have done. Ah, really? Neville asked, dazed. Of course, Kyle nodded. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you did me a huge favor. The more he spoke, the happier Kyle seemed. In the end, he even pulled a flower pot out of his suitcase and forced it into Neville's hands. Inside was a plant he'd bought all the way back in 1899, not particularly useful, but beautiful, rare, and now nearly impossible to find. Kyle remembered that Neville loved magical plants. Herbology was the one subject he consistently excelled in, this made for a perfect gift. Neville stood there stunned. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to give the pot back, Kyle was already gone from the Great Hall. Mainly, Neville had reminded him that more and more parents would soon be arriving at Hogwarts. If Kyle stayed put, it was only a matter of time before he got surrounded again. Once was more than enough. Afterward, Kyle found the Weasley family. They were gathered in a second-floor corridor, where Fleur and Bill were in the middle of a heated argument. You don't want to marry me anymore, just because you lost an ear. Fleur's voice was loud, it echoed down the entire hallway. Bill, what do you think I married you for? Because you had 2 ears. Fred, who'd been sipping water nearby, spit it out immediately. He turned his head quickly, covering his mouth, only to see Kyle walking over. Oh, here comes our hero. Did they finally decide to let you go? Nope. I snuck out, Kyle said. What's going on here? As you can see, George chimed in, Bill lost an ear and now he's looking down on Fleur for still having both of hers. Huh. Kyle stared at him, sensing something wasn't quite right. You sure it's Bill who's doing the rejecting? Of course. That ear was taken by a Death Eater, it's practically a badge of honor, George said, completely serious. Then he lowered his head, radiating an unmistakable air of gloom, and muttered, it's not fair. Fred and I are the twins. I should be the next one to lose an ear, not Bill. This isn't fair. The jealousy in George's voice was completely unfiltered, and the truly unbelievable part was that Fred stood beside him, looking smugly proud. As if losing an ear was something to be celebrated. Honestly, even Merlin might have been baffled by this one. But what could you say? If it were anyone else, Kyle might have thought they'd lost their minds. But if it was Fred and George? Well, this was just business as usual. Chapter 936, Chapter 936, Snape's Memories. Kyle and the Weasley brothers were speaking loudly, naturally drawing the attention of those around them. Oh, Kyle. Mrs. Weasley rushed over and pulled him into a tight hug, sobbing. Dear, we've been looking for you, but the Great Hall was too crowded. It's all right, Mrs. Weasley, Kyle said. How are all of you? We're fine, it's just. She instinctively glanced at Bill, letting out a trembling sob. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Bill said, walking over. Mum tends to make a fuss over these things. Kyle noticed that Bill's right ear was missing, not like Fred's external injury, but as if the entire ear had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice and all but vanished. Is that dark magic? Yeah, a dangerous curse, Bill nodded. Actually, I was lucky. Fleur and Conna brought some potions from France, and among them was an antidote for a wide range of curses. Otherwise, I might have lost more than just my ear. By the way. Bill glanced toward the corridor behind him. Conna, did you find her? I did, Kyle replied. She's all right. Snape ambushed her, but she just needs a few more hours of sleep. Or I might go ask Professor Slughorn later if he has an antidote for the draft of living death. That's a relief. Bill, quick on the uptake, had already pieced things together. Snape probably didn't want Kana involved in whatever he was doing but couldn't bring himself to hurt her, so he simply gave her the draft of living death. Actually, I think it's better if you don't ask Professor Slughorn for the antidote, Bill said with a sigh. For Kana, having her only family suddenly become the enemy of all her friends, that's got to be torment. Bill tried to put himself in her position, imagining if Mrs. Weasley or Fleur had turned their wands on them during the battle. No. He shook his head sharply. He couldn't even let the thought stay in his mind for more than a second, it was unbearable. Especially Snape, that bastard, Charlie added nearby, his face flushed with anger. He went and saved Voldemort just when he was about to be destroyed. That damn traitor. He hadn't meant to speak that way about Snape in front of Kyle, but he just couldn't hold it in. If he had to name the person he hated most right now, Snape would easily be in the top two, maybe even above the Death Eater who left the scar on his chest. Only Voldemort ranked higher. And he certainly wasn't the only one who felt that way. At Hogwarts, practically everyone wanted Snape dead. Which was why, right now, it was better for Kana to stay asleep. That way, she wouldn't have to face the wave of hatred directed at Snape. Don't worry. I know what to do, Kyle said with a smile, choosing not to continue the topic. Want to grab a bite? I saw the house elves heading back to the kitchen just now. During last night's battle, the house elves had bravely joined the defense of Hogwarts. And the moment the fighting ended, they'd return to the kitchens right on schedule to prepare breakfast. Neither the scars of war nor the joy of victory could diminish their enthusiasm for their work. It was as if, in their eyes, work was above all else, and right now, that work was making breakfast. Which wasn't a bad thing. After a night of intense fighting, most people were famished. Getting a hearty breakfast now felt like a true blessing. You could see it clearly in Fred and George. They practically flew down the stairs. If Mrs. Weasley hadn't been standing nearby, Kyle was sure they would have just leapt straight from the second floor. Even Bill and Fleur had stopped arguing. By the time they reached the Great Hall, the professors had restored it to its original layout. The fallen from the battle were placed at the front, where the staff table used to be, facing the 4 long tables below. But today, there were no house divisions. Just tables. Students, professors, and returning alumni who had come to help all sat together. The house elves had already brought out trays of steaming buttered toast, but not many were eating. Maybe they just didn't have the appetite. For most, it was their first time experiencing war. Even with their stomachs painfully empty, they couldn't bring themselves to eat. Eventually, when they couldn't endure it anymore, they'd force down a few bites of bread under Madame Pomfrey's firm insistence, washing it down with invigoration draft. Of course, there were exceptions. Fred and George, for instance. It was their first time in battle too, but they didn't seem affected in the slightest, sitting there cheerfully devouring toast, freshly made sandwiches, and boiled potatoes. When they saw Kyle, they even waved enthusiastically. Come have some breakfast. Don't be shy. There's plenty more if you want. Seeing their enthusiasm, for a brief moment, Kyle felt like he was at the Burrow, not inside Hogwarts Castle. By contrast, Cedric seemed much more subdued. He sat motionless, blankly and mechanically shoveling potatoes into his mouth, like someone who'd had their soul drained away. Kyle walked over and sat down between them. The scene reminded him of a few years ago, when they were all still students, eating breakfast together like this. Different houses meant sitting at different tables, but sometimes Fred and George would come over to Hufflepuff, and sometimes Kyle and Cedric would head to Gryffindor. Kyle took a large bite of his sandwich and casually handed one to Cedric. Give that potato a break, it's practically been flattened. Oh, Kyle. Cedric was startled. He looked up and realized he was surrounded. Fred, George, when did you get here? Before breakfast, Fred said with a mouthful of mashed potatoes, his words muffled. If you just looked up. You wouldn't have asked such a dumb question, George finished for him. Sorry, Cedric opened his mouth, but for a moment didn't know what to say. No need to explain, just eat, Kyle said, taking another bite of his sandwich. As he glanced down at the food on the table, his mind drifted back to the question he'd pondered back at the Screaming Ice Cream shop. Sandwiches, boiled potatoes, toast. He remembered that his very first breakfast at Hogwarts, 7 years ago, had looked exactly like this. And now, somehow, it still did. Even the sandwiches hadn't changed much, still fried egg and bacon. Actually, no, today, the house elves must have been in a bit of a rush. The eggs and bacon were slightly overcooked, with a faint burnt edge. Thinking about how he'd still be eating this kind of breakfast now that he was a professor, Kyle suddenly felt like he'd been too quick to thank Neville. What used to feel like a passive choice now didn't seem so bad after all. So, what's next? George asked casually, just like he might have back in their school days. No plans at all, Kyle replied. I just want to find a place to rest, Cedric muttered, rubbing his pale face. The battle was over, and the exhaustion had overwhelmed any lingering joy. His arms felt heavier and heavier, and even the sandwich in his hand was becoming hard to hold. After an entire night of fighting, just being able to sit here felt like an accomplishment. Even George had asked the question out of habit more than anything else. He might seem upbeat now, but he was clearly running on empty too. If it weren't for that, with Fred and George's usual personalities, they'd have already set off a few crates of fireworks around Hogwarts to celebrate this hard-won victory. Oh, Ron, darling. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley suddenly shrieked and rushed toward the Great Hall doors, wrapping her arms tightly around Ron as he walked in. I've been so worried about you, thank goodness you're all right. Ron looked a little embarrassed at first, but it still felt good. Just as he reached out to hug Mrs. Weasley back, though, he felt himself suddenly go weightless. Mrs. Weasley had tossed him aside and thrown her arms around Harry, who was just behind him. And you, Harry, dear. I'm so glad you're alive. Ron shrugged and lowered his arms again. Well, he should have expected that. Still, at least she'd hugged him first. Until she saw them, Mrs. Weasley's heart had been in her throat. Now, at last, she could breathe again. And Harry's arrival brought fresh energy to the Great Hall. Kyle and Harry, one had defeated the current Voldemort, and the other had once killed the former one. The two saviors were both here now. It was a moment that filled everyone with renewed hope. Even if you know who comes back, we won't be afraid, someone blurted out. But the moment the words left his mouth, the warm, lively atmosphere in the Great Hall suddenly chilled, quieting in an instant. It was then that everyone finally acknowledged what they had been trying not to think about. Voldemort hadn't been killed, he had only been driven away. He could return at any time, could show up anywhere. In a heartbeat, the mood in the hall shifted. Those who had been shouting Voldemort's name fell silent, reverting once more to you-know-who. And at the same time, another name began to crop up more and more. Damn Snape. If it hadn't been for that traitor, we could have killed you-know-who this time. Shameful backstabber. Just like Charlie, most people loathed Snape, the man who had saved Voldemort's life. Everyone except Harry. By all rights, he should have hated Snape more than anyone. But that was before he saw the memory. Now Harry knew what Snape had really done, and that none of it had been to help Voldemort. It had all been to help them. More precisely, to help him. If Voldemort had died back then, Harry would have become the last remaining Horcrux. And no one could say what would have happened after that. Every time he thought about it, Harry's feelings twisted into a complicated knot. It was hard for him to keep hating Snape, but there was no way he could persuade the furious crowd. And whenever he tried to speak, Hermione would place a hand on his shoulder and gently shake her head. It's no use. No matter what you say right now, no one will believe you. Not far off, Kyle noticed the conflicted look on Harry's face and raised an eyebrow. He suddenly recalled the moment right after Voldemort had been driven away. He had run into Harry in the corridor, and at the time, he'd said a bunch of cryptic things to Neville. And Harry must have already known he was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. When he heard Dumbledore's words in the Shrieking Shack, he'd looked a bit confused, but not at all surprised. Aside from Dumbledore, the only other person who would have known that was Snape. Could Snape have given Harry his memories? Kyle paused for a moment. But how could that be? Why would Snape give Harry his memories while he was still alive? But Kyle looked at Harry again. Right now, he wasn't joining the others in cursing Snape, not even Ron, who usually had the worst temper, was saying a word. That was far from normal. Kyle's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stood. He realized that if he wanted to help Conna, there might be no need to track down Snape. There was a much easier solution. Where are you going? Fred asked, puzzled. To the headmaster's office, Kyle replied. Oh. All right then, Fred said, immediately losing interest. He thought Kyle was about to pull off something grand. Kyle didn't respond. He quickly left the Great Hall and made his way up to the 8th floor of the castle. There was no way Harry had taken the memories with him. If his hunch was right, Snape's memory should still be in the headmaster's office. He easily found the stone gargoyle. After everything that had happened last night, the statue was miraculously intact, hadn't moved an inch. Lucky. I don't know the password, Kyle said, but I have something important I need to do inside. It was worth a try. If it didn't work, he'd just have to grit his teeth and ask Fawkes to take him in. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. Go ahead. No password today. The gargoyle, seemingly understanding his intentions, stepped aside and revealed the passage. Thanks. Kyle stepped forward, climbed the spiral staircase, and pushed open the oak door to the headmaster's office. Creak. It was like stepping into a raucous pub. The moment he opened the door, a wall of deafening noise hit him. The portraits of the former headmasters were celebrating the victory with boisterous cheers. Kyle spotted a bearded wizard banging on a drum. Beside him stood a rarely seen medieval wizard, clearly a past headmaster, waving his wig in the air with excitement. Dilly's Derwent had completely cast aside her usual elegance, laughing and crying at the same time. And as for Armando Dippet and Phineas, well, they were draped over each other's shoulders like old drinking buddies, bounding from one frame to another, singing and dancing. Headmasters. Kyle cleared his throat and called out loudly, Voldemort has only been driven off. He'll be back sooner or later. Isn't it a bit too early to celebrate? The room fell abruptly silent. Everyone turned to look at Kyle, the one who had ruined the mood. I do hope someone invents a wand that works in portraits, Armando Dippet muttered. So I can shut you up before you even speak. Sorry, Kyle said with a smile, but I'm just stating the truth. If you really want something to celebrate, we need to find Voldemort and finish him off. As he spoke, his gaze drifted, perhaps intentionally, toward the portrait behind the chair. It was Dumbledore's. But the old headmaster seemed determined to ignore him, turning his head away. A moment later, he disappeared from the frame entirely, off to who knows where. Fair enough. Kyle shrugged. He hadn't expected to get much from the portrait anyway. So be it. He made his way to the desk. He had spotted it as soon as he entered, the old, weathered pensive sitting right on top, clearly used recently. Kyle approached. Sure enough, wisps of memory glowed faintly blue within the basin. As he drew near, the strands began to spin, forming a swirling vortex inside the pensive. His hand paused as he reached for the bottle. His gaze lingered on the surface of the memories, hesitant. Snape's memories. Just one look wouldn't hurt, right? He told himself it was only to verify they were real. Kyle didn't take long to convince himself. He leaned forward and dipped his head into the pensive. He fell headfirst into sunlight, and before his feet could touch the warm ground, his perspective flipped, his entire world turned upside down. Bang. A moment later, Kyle stumbled back a few steps, wrenching himself out of the pensive and returning to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. No need to double-check, these were definitely Snape's memories. Most likely the part Harry hadn't finished watching. And judging by what little he saw, it was the worst of it. Good thing he'd pulled out in time, Kyle thought. The moment he sensed something wrong, he covered the runes around the basin and forced himself out of the memory. Otherwise, he might have just relived a Levi Corpus experience, or something even more humiliating. When the image flipped, he'd seen several familiar faces, one of them was Sirius Black. Back then, Sirius had looked so much younger, brash, spirited, and arrogant. If Kyle remembered right, Snape had fully fallen out with the Marauders after they used Levi Corpus to hang him upside down, and then pulled down his pants. The Marauders. Levi Corpus. That made 2 out of 3 conditions already met, and Kyle had no desire to confirm the third. Even if it was just a memory. He glanced at the pensive again and couldn't help but sneer. Honestly, Sirius really had been asking for a beating back in school. It was a miracle Snape had tolerated them all the way to graduation. If it had been him, well, he might have just killed them. Kyle narrowed his eyes, pulled out his wand, and carefully lifted the memory from the pensive, storing it in a glass vial. Chapter 937, helping to keep the pensive. Ever since the news of Voldemort's defeat and escape had spread, Hogwarts had become a hive of activity. More and more people, some familiar, most not, were pouring in from every direction. Among them were students' parents, some just looking for information, and even a few bold enough to come purely out of curiosity. After all, anything involving Voldemort wasn't the kind of spectacle most people dared to get close to. But once these visitors arrived and confirmed that the rumors were true, that Voldemort had really fled, they would immediately rush to spread the news further. This only brought more and more people to the castle, and before long, a large crowd of wizards had gathered, making the place feel chaotic and noisy. If there was any corner of Hogwarts that could still be called quiet that day, it was probably the Forbidden Forest, where bright sunlight streamed through the thick canopy, falling softly onto a bed of fallen leaves. Dragons soared overhead, but they didn't disturb the nearby Hogwarts castle at all. The people there seemed completely unaware, still chatting, celebrating, and going about their business as usual. As you can see, this is the truth. In the garden, Kyle looked at Kanna, who was quietly crying, and said gently, Professor Snape wasn't a Death Eater through and through. He was actually on our side, and in an even more dangerous position. Kanna had woken up half an hour ago. She'd been sitting there ever since, hollow-eyed, lost in thought. It was then that Kyle had arrived, carrying the pensive, and let her see the truth, or rather, part of it. Before returning here, Kyle had taken time to edit Snape's memories, trimming out the less flattering parts, like the one he'd nearly witnessed himself. He figured Snape probably wouldn't want Kanna seeing the grudges and humiliations of his school years, the darker bits of his past. At first, Kyle had thought about simply splitting the memory in half, cutting away the school-era drama. But that proved impossible. Too much of it hinged on a single key figure, Lily Evans. Without the context of Snape's school life, his later decision to become a double agent would have made no sense at all. It would have seemed abrupt and unconvincing, lacking any emotional or logical foundation. So Kyle had to abandon that seemingly easy plan and settle for a far more tedious one. It had taken considerable effort, but in the end, he managed to put together a version of the memory that was both coherent and, at least somewhat, respectful of Snape's dignity as an elder. Otherwise, he'd have returned much sooner. Honestly, after going to this length, if Snape still held a grudge against him in the future, then there really was something wrong with the man's character. Of course, that was assuming Snape survived. Kyle turned toward Kanna, just as she looked up and met his gaze. I kind of already knew, Kanna said, wiping her reddened eyes. The first time I saw him at the astronomy tower, that's what I felt. But I didn't dare believe it. I thought I was just imagining it, what I wanted to believe. Is it possible that it was just what you wanted to believe? Kyle asked cautiously, watching her face. Professor Snape stayed undercover among the Death Eaters for over 10 years without being exposed. Do you really think you could see through him with just a glance? Maybe. I don't know, Kanna said quietly, her eyes fixed on the pensive. I didn't really see through him. I just thought, his eyes didn't look like the others. His eyes? Yeah. She nodded. When he looked at Bill and the others, his gaze was calm. None of the hatred or madness you see in the other Death Eaters. Is that so? Kyle pressed his lips together, unsure how to respond. He honestly couldn't say whether she was right or not. He hadn't seen Snape on the battlefield, and even if he had, he wouldn't have been staring into the man's eyes. Even back in school, that wasn't something he made a habit of doing. Staring into the eyes of a legilimency master. That was just asking for trouble. Only people who'd ever done that, willingly or not, were Kanna and Harry, back in his first year. Well, if you say so, Kyle said with a small smile. But still, deciding he was a good person and chasing after him based on just one look. What if he was a Death Eater? What if he decided to kill you for the sake of the cause? I wasn't really thinking at the time. I just wanted an answer, Kanna replied. Uncle Snape wouldn't kill me, and anyway, I was right, wasn't I? That was just luck, Kyle said, unable to help himself. Look at the Crouch family. Barty Crouch Jr. went to ridiculous lengths trying to kill his own father, like it was the only way to prove his twisted loyalty to Voldemort. And in the end, he still. Kyle trailed off with a sigh, shaking his head slightly. When it comes to Death Eaters, family doesn't count for much. Yeah. I understand. Kanna's voice softened, as if sensing Kyle's mood had shifted. What's wrong? It's nothing, Kyle said with a shake of his head. Just feeling a little conflicted. Because of Barty Crouch? Yeah. I always thought he got what he deserved. But when I saw him so broken, trying again and again to die along with Barty Jr., I couldn't help feeling sorry for him. Kanna stayed silent. She had never met Barty Crouch and didn't know him well, so she had no idea how to comfort Kyle. Forget it, let's drop the subject. Kyle shook his head, took a deep breath, and said half-jokingly, wizards tend to live pretty long, after all. Bartemius Crouch surviving this time around still makes him relatively young. If he can sort himself out, there's plenty of time to start fresh with a new identity. Let's talk about you. Kyle turned back to Kanna. Do you remember what happened after you followed Snape? Most of it, though I doubt any of it's particularly useful. Kanna paused, thinking carefully. Looking back now, Uncle Snape could have easily shaken me off halfway through, but he didn't. Instead, he kept just enough distance, like he was deliberately leading me somewhere. Where? The corridor to the North Tower, Kanna said. The one we used to get to divination class, opposite the Quidditch pitch. It's really remote. Hardly any students or professors go there under normal circumstances. Even when I was chasing after Uncle Snape, not a single person was around. Meticulous planning, Kyle muttered under his breath. What did you say? Kanna didn't catch it. I said Snape must have led you there on purpose, Kyle replied. He wanted you to spend the battle in a safe place. He even risked leaving you with his old rival, Sirius. Though he probably didn't expect Sirius to run into a few Death Eaters trying to sneak around, and end up getting chased straight onto the Quidditch pitch nearby. Death Eaters trying to sneak around. Ah, just a minor episode, not important. What matters is that you know Snape isn't a Death Eater. Kyle waved it off and smoothly changed the subject. Seriously, a lot of wizards out there have a real problem with him right now. If you hear something unpleasant, don't let it get to you. They don't know the truth. All they saw was Snape saving Voldemort. I know what to do, Kanna nodded. The memory had come just in time, allowing her to finally let go of a heavy burden. Without it, she really didn't know how she would have faced the others. Do you remember anything else? Kyle asked. No, Kanna said after thinking for a moment. When I caught up with Uncle Snape, I had a ton of questions I wanted to ask. But before I could say anything, he hit me with a stunning spell. When I woke up, I was already here. She looked around, her gaze pausing on the Romanian longhorn lying nearby, then drifting to the iron belly beside it, missing half a wing. This is your suitcase. Why does it look different? Seeing so many dragons, her first instinct was that they were inside Kyle's suitcase. But something felt off. She vaguely remembered it not being this large, or this plain. She recalled there being a cliff near the forest where time was reversed. During the day it looked like night, and you could watch the mooncalves dance. But now, everything was dense forest, lush and deep, tall trees and short ones stretching endlessly into the distance. It looked nothing like what she remembered. Ah, yeah, I did put you in the suitcase at first, Kyle explained, but later I found this place and thought it was just as good. Where is this? Kanna asked, curious. The Forbidden Forest, Kyle said. After I became a professor, I applied to set up a garden here. The school approved. The Forbidden Forest? No way. Kanna blurted out, if dragons are flying over the forest, Hogwarts would definitely see it. Well, it's a long story, Kyle said, not bothering to explain. Instead, he led her in another direction, until she could see the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle not far off. That was more convincing than anything he could have said, and Kanna immediately accepted that they were indeed in the Forbidden Forest. That's incredible, she murmured, her eyes returning to the pensieve in her hands. You've already watched it twice, Kyle reminded her. Instead of a third time, I think we should head to the Great Hall for lunch. You haven't eaten all day, have you? It was nearing noon on the second day now. Kanna had been unconscious the entire time and hadn't had a bite to eat. Including the pre-battle preparations yesterday, it had been close to a full day without food. Right, okay. Kanna actually did want to watch the memory one more time, but after Kyle's reminder, she realized she was genuinely hungry. Reluctantly, she lifted her head and handed the pensieve back to Kyle. Kyle took it, first pouring the memory strands back into the glass bottle, then carefully tucking the pensieve into his suitcase with practiced ease. He had no ulterior motives. He simply wanted to entrust this valuable alchemical item to Dumbledore for safekeeping. Right now, Voldemort had only just been defeated, and Headmaster Severus Snape had vanished. If the Ministry refused to let Professor McGonagall resume her position and randomly appointed some new headmaster, what then? An item like this had to stay with someone trustworthy. Once Dumbledore returned from Nurmengard, Kyle would give it back. Yes, he was just holding onto it temporarily. Just to make sure no one else got their hands on it. That was all. With that justification firmly in mind, Kyle handled the pensieve with even greater confidence. Afterward, he led Kanna out of the garden and started walking toward the castle. Kanna showed a lot of interest in Kyle's wooden house, though she couldn't shake the feeling that the furniture looked oddly familiar. Ah, of course. The dormitory. The setup was identical to their old dorm room. You'd never guess a professor lived there. I'm just being nostalgic, Kyle shrugged. The dorms are pretty nice, aren't they? Kanna smiled softly but didn't say anything. They strolled leisurely toward the castle. Along the way, Kanna started to speak several times but hesitated each time. It wasn't until they passed Black Lake and were nearly at the castle gates that Kyle finally noticed and turned to her. Is there something you want to say? No, it's nothing. Kanna instinctively shook her head, but after a pause, she looked conflicted and quietly asked, those memories you showed me, were they all real? Of course. I've told you that plenty of times already. Kyle kept walking without turning around. They were the memories Snape gave to Harry. I just stumbled across them and brought them back. Why would they be fake? So. Kanna's voice grew even quieter. Uncle Snape, he really liked that witch named Lily Evans. Kyle stopped in his tracks, the corners of his mouth lifting. Now that's a question for the right person. Ask whatever you want, I know it all. That's the question I just asked. It's absolutely true. No doubt about it, Kyle said. Think back to that scene in Dumbledore's office. Snape summoned his Patronus. Remember what he said? Kanna thought for a moment. Uncle Snape said his Patronus had changed. Exactly. That's the proof, Kyle said. A Patronus only changes in the wake of deep emotional upheaval or trauma. Take Tonks, for example. After she fell in love with Lupin, her Patronus changed from a hare to a wolf. And Lily Evans's Patronus was a doe, the same as Snape's. Or rather, Snape's became the same as hers. But. Kanna looked troubled. She's Harry Potter's mother. They weren't when they were students, Kyle said casually. Does Harry Potter know? Of course, Kyle replied, glancing at her. Like I said, these were Snape's memories for Harry. I just found them by accident. They were sitting right in the pensive, and it was obvious someone had already watched them. "Oh," Kanna murmured, clearly distracted. "What's wrong?" Feeling a little unsettled, Kyle asked, grinning. "Of course not." Kanna shook her head quickly and said seriously, "Uncle Snape was an adult wizard. He had every right to choose who he wanted to protect. It's just, the way he treated Harry Potter always felt so off. He was clearly protecting him, but in the end, everyone thought they were enemies. Snape's dislike for Harry had always been out in the open. Any wizard with half a brain could see it. And with the number of points Snape took from Harry every year, most students probably didn't lose that much in all 7 years combined, and still had some to spare. That was what Kanna couldn't wrap her head around. "Who knows," Kyle said. "Maybe Snape didn't want Harry to know the truth. I still think it's unbelievable." "That's because you haven't seen enough of the world," Kyle said. "I suggest you hang out at the Three Broomsticks more often." "Why? What's that got to do with anything?" "It broadens your perspective and toughens your nerves," Kyle said as he stepped onto the castle's stone steps. "If a story like this reached the Three Broomsticks, there'd be a second version circulating in 5 minutes." "A second version?" Kanna blinked. "What kind?" "Snape and James Potter's legendary grudge, Lily Evans caught in the middle, stealing hearts left and right," Kyle said with a mischievous grin. "You have no idea how bizarre the imagination of drunk pubgoers can get. What sounds shocking to you about Snape and Harry? To them, that's just another Tuesday. Stick around long enough, and you'll find yourself reacting to the craziest stories without batting an eye." "You're serious?" Kanna clicked her tongue. "Dead serious," Kyle replied. "But how do you know all this?" Kanna looked at him as the two of them entered the castle and paused near the entrance to the Great Hall, which was packed wall to wall. There were a lot of outsiders inside, and most claimed to be there to help Hogwarts, worried Voldemort might return. So even if Professor McGonagall wasn't thrilled about it, there was no way she could kick them out now. It was a matter of etiquette. Still, the Great Hall was a bit too overcrowded. "Let's head to the kitchens," Kyle suggested. "Or the Hufflepuff common room. Either one's better than staying here." "I agree," Kanna said almost instantly. She wasn't too keen on eating lunch surrounded by a bunch of unfamiliar wizards either. It felt odd. "You never answered my question," she said again as they headed toward the kitchens. "How do you know so much about all these secret things?" "Secret? I wouldn't call them that," Kyle muttered. "I know because I've lived through them myself." "Lived through them?" Kanna's expression suddenly grew serious, and she shot Kyle a suspicious look. "What exactly were you doing at the Three Broomsticks? Is there something special going on there?" "I wasn't living at the Three Broomsticks," Kyle replied. "Who told you that?" "No." "Then what were you saying just now?" "Oh, I wasn't talking about the Three Broomsticks," Kyle said with a grin. "I meant another place called the Valley Bar. I stayed there for a month." "The Valley Bar?" Kanna frowned, thinking hard, but she was sure she'd never heard of it. "It's in Godric's Hollow," Kyle explained, still smiling. "A bar in a wizarding village, same kind of place as the Three Broomsticks." Chapter 938, Rita Skeeter's Gift. Thank goodness, I wasn't wrong. Kyle and Kanna had just reached the staircase and were on their way to the kitchen when they saw Professor McGonagall hurrying toward them, a look of visible relief on her face. "Professor McGonagall, is something wrong?" Kyle asked, glancing quickly around. Everything was quiet, no screams, no cries for help, so it probably wasn't another Voldemort attack. "It's about the Ministry of Magic," McGonagall said as she approached. "They want you to go there as soon as possible." "The Ministry?" Kyle frowned. "Why can't they just come to Hogwarts?" "Bones didn't say," McGonagall replied with a shake of her head. "She only sent an owl with a letter. It doesn't seem urgent, so you can take your time, go when it's convenient." "Oh, right, here it is." She pulled a letter from her pocket and handed it to Kyle. "This was meant for you, but the owl delivering it seemed to get lost and brought it to me instead." Kyle accepted the letter without much surprise at the mention of a lost owl. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. It was probably due to the alchemical mist. Whenever he stayed in the garden, owls would circle around like they were caught in the effects of the Fidelius charm. Of course, the alchemical mist wasn't nearly as powerful, it only confused the more inexperienced owls. For seasoned messengers, it was just a minor inconvenience. They'd usually find the correct path again before long. Normally, Ratton would handle it. He'd stand guard outside the wooden hut, figure out which owl was bringing a message for Kyle, and guide it in the right direction. But Ratton wasn't here right now, he'd gone elsewhere. Kyle opened the envelope and unfolded the parchment inside. The message was brief. Aside from the usual greetings and pleasantries, the rest said exactly what McGonagall had already told him, that he should go to the Ministry as soon as possible. I understand, Professor McGonagall. Kyle folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. If you need help, let us know, McGonagall said with a smile. And if you don't want to go, that's fine too, I can refuse bones for you. You can do that. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Why not? McGonagall said. You defeated Voldemort and stopped him from taking over Hogwarts. He won't just let that go. In your situation, staying at Hogwarts is far safer. I'm sure Bones will understand, especially since she's seen for herself that Voldemort isn't dead. I see. Kyle thought for a moment. It's fine, Professor. I'll go, but not right now. He added, the most important thing at the moment is lunch. Kanna hasn't eaten anything in nearly a day. Miss Prince. McGonagall finally noticed Kanna standing beside him. I heard everything from Sirius. I'm so glad you're all right. How are you feeling? Do you need to see Poppy again? But she might not have the antidote for the draft of living death. You should probably see Slughorn instead. Oh, and those potions you brought, they saved a lot of people. Since this morning, folks have been asking me to pass along their thanks to you. For some reason, Professor McGonagall suddenly seemed like a different person, almost chatty. She rambled on about all sorts of things, even complaining about the weather, which was unlike her, especially considering how busy she looked. But it made sense. The Death Eater attack had just ended, and the school had suffered heavy damage. Even the castle's magical protections had been blasted to pieces by hundreds of spells. In times like this, as acting headmistress, McGonagall couldn't possibly have much free time. Still, she talked, and if Kanna hadn't cut in, she might have kept going. I'm really fine, Professor, Kanna said with a smile. And I didn't do much during the battle. Bringing those potions was just something small I could help with. Who told you that you didn't help? McGonagall's tone shifted. Bill told me you saved at least 2 people in the astronomy tower and stopped more than a dozen Death Eaters from getting up there. How can that not count as helping? She spoke quickly, as if afraid Kanna wouldn't believe her, even citing Bill as proof. But she wasn't wrong. Kanna had only collapsed and left the battle after Snape arrived. Before that, she had been standing her ground in the astronomy tower, fighting alongside the others. Still, McGonagall's reaction did seem a bit over the top. Professor, Kanna said, watching McGonagall hesitate as though struggling to speak, her expression conflicted. It's okay, just say what you want to say. Was I that obvious? McGonagall frowned, then sighed. All right, I just don't want you to overthink things, Kanna. You're a good girl, and you're nothing like that Trey, sorry, I mean, you're not like Severus Snape. What he did has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't punish yourself for his actions, it's not worth it. And if you hear any rumors or gossip, ignore them. Leave all that to the professors. Of course, Professor, Kanna said with a smile. If McGonagall had said this earlier, it might have helped a bit. But now, well, it still helped. Being cared for and valued felt good, no matter the timing. Only, Kanna already knew the truth. She knew Snape hadn't betrayed anyone, so she wasn't upset anymore. As for what others thought, that didn't matter to her. She was never going to be close to those people anyway. Professor McGonagall, Professor, I already said something like that to Kanna just a moment ago. Kyle stepped forward, cutting off whatever Kanna had been about to say. Kanna glanced at Kyle, seemed to realize something, and instinctively nodded along. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Kyle went on and on, I'm starving just from listening to him. That's good then, that's good. McGonagall looked at the two of them, especially at Kanna, and only relaxed when she was sure Kanna wasn't forcing a smile. Weren't you on your way to lunch? Why not go to the Great Hall? Too many people, Kanna replied. And most of them are wizards we don't know. It's a bit overwhelming. And, Kyle added, if I show up in the Great Hall right now, I doubt I'll get a proper meal. I really should have brought Harry with me. Potter. McGonagall blinked, not immediately understanding what Harry had to do with it. If I throw him out there to draw attention, maybe I can enjoy a moment of peace, Kyle said, spreading his hands. Gotta admit, the title of The Boy Who Lived really comes in handy. So you're going to find Potter now? McGonagall gave Kyle a look of mild exasperation. No, not really. Kyle shook his head. We're just planning to eat somewhere else. If I don't want to draw attention, there are other ways, like staying out of sight. The kitchen's a good spot. That's where we were headed. Plenty of space, and we can order whatever we want. Honestly, it's more convenient than the Great Hall. The Hogwarts kitchen. McGonagall frowned, clearly not thrilled with the idea. Yes, the kitchen didn't have other students around, but it did have house elves. And with their level of enthusiasm, they'd be checking on you every few seconds, asking if you needed anything. Eating quietly. Not going to happen. Don't ask McGonagall how she knew that. A few years ago, she had gone to the kitchen to deliver a message from Dumbledore about hosting a feast. From the moment she stepped into the moment she left, barely a few minutes, her arms had been stuffed with cookies, bacon, and cake. In some ways, the house elves were even more enthusiastic than the students in the Great Hall. "Conna, come with me," McGonagall said directly. "The school kitchens can deliver food straight to the professor's offices, and I've got quite a few things I'd like to discuss with you." "Okay," Conna agreed without hesitation, following after her. "Wait, Professor McGonagall, what about me?" Kyle remained in place and pointed at himself. "Aren't you going to invite me too?" "Sorry." McGonagall turned back. "But I think you ought to head to the Great Hall instead. Those wizards came a long way just to catch a glimpse of the two saviors. I don't think you should disappoint them." "Savior, huh? That's easy." Kyle blinked. "I'll go fetch Harry." "Note that I said two saviors," McGonagall repeated. "One is Potter. The other is you, Kyle. They're all well-known wizards, and they came from far and wide to see the person who defeated Voldemort. I'd say that's a fair reason. You should consider it, it could benefit you," she added, then turned and left with Conna. Kyle watched them go, rubbing his forehead. Of course he understood what McGonagall meant. He had defeated Voldemort. Well, there was a lot more nuance to that than people realized, but most didn't know the details. All they saw was Voldemort getting beaten and fleeing Hogwarts in disgrace. Naturally, they gave Kyle the credit. If he used this chance to connect with those visiting wizards, his name in the wizarding world would rise even faster. And reputation could be a powerful thing. With an opportunity like this, it was no surprise McGonagall didn't want him to miss it. But she hadn't insisted, either. Ever since Voldemort had fled, Kyle's name had already spread across the magical world. Mingling with those wizards now would just be the icing on the cake. Helpful, yes, but not essential. It all came down to what Kyle wanted. And Kyle certainly had no plans to go. What was the point? Was he going to become Minister of Magic? Or Hogwarts Headmaster? Not a chance. His age alone made that impossible. Unless he could slay Voldemort at full strength in front of an audience, even the smallest possibility was off the table. So if he wasn't going to be Minister or Headmaster, he wasn't interested. He turned and made his way alone into the lower corridor, heading toward the kitchen. But just as he reached the corridor near the Hufflepuff common room, big news, huge news. An excited, trembling voice rang out behind him, nearly making Kyle jump. A beetle buzzed through the air, swelling rapidly in size until, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a witch wearing flower-framed glasses. "Rita Skeeter." Kyle looked at her. "I thought you'd be busy putting together tomorrow's Daily Prophet." "Technically, it's today's," Rita Skeeter corrected him. "The delivery owls will be arriving at every wizarding household any minute now. Something this big can't wait until tomorrow. If we held it back, we'd be torn apart." "So, you already made a trip back to the office?" "Of course. The moment you defeated you-know-who, I had the front page laid out in my head." Rita lifted her chin proudly, radiating confidence. While she was widely known for publishing gossip about famous witches and wizards, and often criticized for it, that didn't mean she lacked skill. On the contrary, no one knew how to craft a front page better than Rita Skeeter. By the time Voldemort had fled Hogwarts, a headline capable of shaking the entire wizarding world had already gone to print. The only reason she'd taken this long to return was because they were trying to print as many copies as possible. "And this?" Rita pulled out a camera. "I want to buy it. Name your price. If I can afford it, I won't haggle." That camera held the greatest story of her career, and if she could help it, Rita wanted to keep it forever. She was even prepared to bankrupt herself for it. "It's yours." "What? What, didn't you hear me?" Kyle repeated. "It's just a camera. It's yours. Consider it an early promotion gift. I might be coming to you to publish something one day." As the exclusive reporter who had covered the final battle between the Death Eaters and Hogwarts, Rita Skeeter's fame was already guaranteed. So giving her an early promotion gift wasn't so far-fetched. But Rita wasn't some clueless novice. She knew full well what that camera meant to her, and Kyle clearly did too. By handing it over for free, he was making it clear that its value wasn't in galleons. The promotion gift was just a pretense. As for what it really meant, Kyle had made that perfectly clear. "Thank you." Rita Skeeter hesitated for only a second before tucking the camera carefully away. Chapter 939, The Loophole in Name Magic. As expected of the chosen one who defeated the Dark Lord, Rita Skeeter said as she placed the camera back into her handbag. "Thank you for your generosity." "What does generosity have to do with defeating Voldemort?" Kyle shrugged. "Besides, it's just a joke. Don't write that in the newspaper." Rita Skeeter didn't hear the rest of Kyle's words. In fact, when she heard that name, she instinctively shuddered and took 2 steps back, only stopping when she bumped into the wall of the corridor. You really should learn to adapt, Kyle remarked, glancing at her. It turns out Voldemort isn't that terrifying. And now that he doesn't have any Death Eaters fighting for him, you can say his name without any worries. Maybe you don't know, but many students have already started calling him Voldemort, instead of that ridiculous, the one who can't be named. Kyle seemed to remember something, then suddenly laughed. Maybe after a while, Voldemort will regret casting that name magic spell he was so proud of. Although Kyle couldn't follow Voldemort and Snape all the way to Nurmengard, that didn't mean he couldn't do anything. Taking advantage of Voldemort's escape, he could finally test his theory about name magic from a few years ago. Specifically, whether Voldemort could clearly hear every voice that called his name. Kyle knew he couldn't conduct this experiment alone. After all, he couldn't go around chanting Voldemort's name all the time. That would be too absurd. Luckily, he had a group of like-minded friends. After hearing Kyle's plan, Fred and George eagerly joined the effort. Using the Weasley brothers' influence among the students, combined with their natural social skills, they quickly gathered a team of over 50 people. The group would be divided into several teams to ensure that throughout the entire day, someone would be chanting Voldemort non-stop. Fred was writing the phrases to follow the name. Kyle had taken a quick glance at it before. It was pretty crude. The you-know-poo that had been stuck on the window before seemed downright civilized compared to this. By now, the first group should have already started. Kyle thought to himself. Across from him, Rita Skeeter's eyes brightened. Her years of experience told her that Kyle was thinking about something that would shake the wizarding world. But she quickly realized that it probably had something to do with he who must not be named. Well, she didn't really want to know the details, and for a long time now, the front page of the Daily Prophet had been reserved for news about this war. No matter how explosive the other stories were, they would only fit into the corners of the newspaper. She was Rita Skeeter, and her articles were supposed to be front-page news. Anything that required turning the page was an insult to her journalistic abilities. That's right, it was just like that. Rita Skeeter muttered to herself, trying to convince herself that she wasn't afraid of the one who cannot be named. I think you should try it, Kyle suddenly said, with a hint of encouragement. Try shouting at Voldemort. Trust me, it's a totally new experience. You'll find it hard to stop. Next time, next time. Rita Skeeter mumbled, then quickly changed the subject. What do you mean by the nickname in the newspaper? It's the nickname, the chosen one, Kyle said. You didn't use it in the paper, did you? Not in this issue, Rita Skeeter replied. This issue, what do you mean? The article is written in a step-by-step manner. When she spoke about her area of expertise, Rita's expression became much more serious. The battle between the evil Dark Lord and the forces of good at Hogwarts. Such a huge event that shook the entire wizarding world cannot be covered in just one issue of the paper. As the most important first issue, we need to give everyone the full story. So everything in it is exactly what I saw, without any embellishment. It's the absolute truth. Kyle was stunned, never imagining he'd hear the words, without embellishment, come from Rita Skeeter. Hey, what's that look on your face? Rita Skeeter said, clearly displeased. Although this isn't my area of expertise, that doesn't mean I can't handle it. I didn't get into the Daily Prophet by relying on gossip. All right, Kyle clicked his tongue. You're right. That's the way it is, Rita Skeeter continued. The nicknames you mentioned will show up in the next issue, in a piece analyzing the details of the war. Don't worry, as my partner, you'll definitely be the most important one. Rita Skeeter said confidently, I've already planned the article. I guarantee that you'll end up replacing Harry Potter, the former chosen one, and become the hottest figure in the magical world. Good thing you didn't, because that's exactly what I wanted to say. Kyle rubbed his forehead. It's fine if you write about me, but please don't give me any nicknames in the article, especially that so-called chosen one. Why? Rita Skeeter asked, confused. This is a rare opportunity to make your name known throughout the magical world. If someone else had defeated he who must not be named, even if it was just by casting a charm from a distance, they would be dying to claim all the titles for themselves. Besides, this kind of fame is very useful. After you replace the chosen one, it's almost like having one foot in the office of the Minister for Magic. But I don't want to go to the office of the Minister for Magic. There's nothing special about it. Kyle stopped in front of a large painting of fruit, expertly reaching up to scratch the big pear. The pear let out a squeaky laugh and, to Rita Skeeter's astonishment, transformed into a doorknob. Kyle pushed the door open and stepped into the Hogwarts kitchen. Several house elves were busy, but when they saw Kyle, they all rushed toward him. It's an honor to see you again, Mr. Kyle, said a house elf with a white beard, speaking respectfully. I feel like you've become more polite, Kyle said, smiling. As a Hufflepuff, he visited the kitchen almost every other day, so he was familiar with the house elves who worked there. The one in front of him was very familiar. Was he the head chef here? Kyle wasn't sure if the house elves had a leader, but this one was clearly the oldest and had the most authority. You drove away that evil wizard and saved Hogwarts, the house elf said, his voice trembling. And you saved our jobs. Kyle's eyes wandered. Saving jobs didn't sound like something to be praised. But he knew the house elves didn't have all the complicated layers of meaning. When they said, thank you, they meant it. You helped too, didn't you? Kyle said. But right now, I'm a little hungry. Could you get me 2 lunches? Of course, sir. It's our honor, the house elf squealed before running off. Is this the Hogwarts kitchen? Rita Skeeter asked, looking around curiously. As you can see, Kyle said. Didn't you know? I thought you'd already discovered all these secrets when you were in school. The Hogwarts kitchen is a secret. Even if I hadn't joined the Daily Prophet, I wouldn't have wasted my time on something like that. No one cares what the Hogwarts kitchen looks like. They're more interested in whether the new defense against the dark arts professor is a murderer, a smuggler, or a member of St. Mungo's Department of Magical Maladies and Injuries. Magical maladies and injuries. Kyle looked at her in surprise. Was defense against the dark arts that exciting back then? Hasn't it always been like that? Rita Skeeter replied, as if it were obvious. Kyle had no way to argue with that. But do you really want to miss the chance to be the chosen one? Rita Skeeter pressed again. The debate over the real and fake chosen one was far too tempting, and it would be a shame to let it slip away. Besides, most of her future articles would revolve around the new chosen one. Kyle suddenly gave up, and she would have to come up with an entirely new article. For someone used to writing with a quick quotes quill, this wasn't going to be easy. I'm sure, Kyle said. If you want to write about me, just use my name. Don't add those ridiculous nicknames. Why? Rita Skeeter still couldn't understand how someone could give up such a great honor so easily. Like I said, I don't want to move to the Minister for Magic's office, nor do I have any interest in overthrowing Amelia Bones. So, the so-called honor of being the chosen one means nothing to me. And never mind, that's all. Perhaps it was just a habit, but whenever Kyle heard the words chosen one, he couldn't help but think of Harry. This made the title of chosen one seem a little silly. He felt that wearing that title would probably lower his IQ, and that was a little dangerous. Rita Skeeter wanted to say something else. Fortunately, just then, the house elf who had just left returned at an even faster pace, placing plates of fried pork chops, pies, and roast beef onto the small stone table in front of Kyle. When the table couldn't hold any more, the house elf stacked the plates on top of each other. Kyle realized that he had only ordered one lunch, but what was before him could feed an entire house. That's enough, really. Kyle quickly stopped the house elves who were still bringing more food. What? Is this enough? One of the house elves asked. This is more than enough, Kyle muttered under his breath. Because the house elves were so overly enthusiastic, Kyle and Rita Skeeter quickly finished their lunch and left the kitchen. What are you going to do next? Kyle asked Rita Skeeter as they walked down the hallway. What else can I do? Rita Skeeter replied irritably. Naturally, I need to revise the article I need for tomorrow. Remember to highlight the other people more, Kyle said. It'd be best if it's as realistic as today's. Rita Skeeter's eye twitched. Such high demands were really putting her in a difficult spot. If she didn't edit it a little and add some personal touches before publishing it. Well, she could get away with doing this once, but doing it repeatedly would affect her personal style. Never mind, just don't exaggerate too much, Kyle said when he saw how troubled she looked. It wasn't a big deal anyway. By the way, do you have any news from the Ministry of Magic? Kyle asked. No, Rita Skeeter shook her head. Her attention had been focused on Hogwarts, so she didn't know what was happening at the Ministry of Magic. If there's anything you want to know, maybe I can help. I can find out anything, Rita Skeeter said confidently. And it's all free, as a thank you for the camera you gave me. Ah, never mind, don't bother, Kyle said, rejecting her offer. I'm just heading to the Ministry of Magic later, so I was just asking. You're going to the Ministry of Magic? Rita Skeeter asked, surprised. Yes, the minister sent me a letter, Kyle replied. Then you need to be careful, Rita Skeeter warned. What do you mean? Kyle asked, gesturing to the crowd around them. I'm practically a hero now. The Ministry of Magic can't possibly lock me up as a Death Eater. That's true, unless Bones wants to step down, Rita Skeeter replied. What I mean is, they probably want to use you. Use me? Kyle raised an eyebrow. To be more specific, they want to use your reputation, Rita Skeeter explained. By having you speak for the Ministry of Magic, people will subconsciously think you're on their side. It's the best way to restore the ministry's credibility after the war. She continued, and this isn't the first time the ministry has done this. For example, Cornelius Fudge was always using Dumbledore's name to achieve his own ends. Yeah, I know, Kyle nodded, recalling how Cornelius Fudge had shown up at Hogwarts late at night when he was still in office, and it hadn't been just once. But this time, things were different. Even if what you're saying is true, it doesn't matter. Kyle shrugged. Helping the Ministry of Magic regain its credibility and authority quickly is a good thing, and I'm happy to help. Then I have nothing more to say, Rita Skeeter said, staring at Kyle, slightly confused. She could see that Kyle's personality was completely different from Dumbledore's, and he wasn't the type to care much about his reputation. Yet, even so, he was willing to give up the opportunity to become famous in the wizarding world without hesitation. He didn't even mind using his own fame to help the Ministry of Magic. She couldn't understand it. She really couldn't. Rita Skeeter sighed, not saying anything more, nor pressing the matter further. While Kyle's actions fit all the criteria she looked for in a potential target, famous, popular, and exhibiting strange behavior, she had never thought about investigating him. It wasn't because of their fragile cooperative relationship, but because she believed she had already seen the real Kyle. As the only one recording the war, Rita Skeeter had been closely observing the battlefield, especially Kyle. She had seen him unleash hundreds of chomping cabbages and witnessed him use the Fiendfire curse to trap hundreds of Death Eaters and kill them with Voldemort's help. Rita Skeeter saw all of this, but she said nothing, wrote nothing in the newspaper, and even helped cover it up. Because at some point, she had already placed Kyle and Voldemort in the same category, people who were absolutely not to be messed with. Only pick on the weak. This was also the rule that had allowed Rita Skeeter to survive up until now. After all, who else would be so skilled at using the Fiendfire curse? Fiendfire was infamous for being chaotic, violent, and uncontrollable, yet Kyle could shape it into various forms as if it were clay. She even suspected that Kyle's control over Fiendfire might be greater than Voldemort's. In addition to Fiendfire, the flying dragons in the sky also seemed to be linked to Kyle. Fortunately, the two were currently cooperating, and Rita Skeeter didn't mind helping Kyle a little, within her power, to strengthen their alliance. Oh, right, Kyle suddenly said. When the next issue of the newspaper is published, could you run an advertisement for me? It doesn't need to be in a prime spot, just a corner will do. An advertisement. Rita Skeeter hesitated for only a second before agreeing. No problem, but you'll need to send me a photo of the promotional item in advance. That might not be finished yet, Kyle said, thinking of Fred, who was still racking his brains to write a sentence. The parchment in front of him was quite large, so he figured it would probably take until the evening to finish. Wait a bit longer. I'll send you the flyer later, and you can publish it according to the content. Okay, no problem, Rita Skeeter said, unaware of anything being off. It was just an advertisement, what could be the big deal? It wasn't like it was meant to provoke the Dark Lord, right? The two returned to the Great Hall on the first floor. Kyle carefully scanned the Great Hall but didn't spot Kanna. She was probably still in Professor McGonagall's office. Fred and George, on the other hand, sat with serious expressions, flipping through books and looking up information. From a distance, they looked like studious students. Tisk. Kyle rolled his eyes, turned, and left the Great Hall, heading for the Ministry of Magic. Just as Rita Skeeter had mentioned, Amelia Bones really did want him to help restore the Ministry of Magic's reputation, which had been severely damaged. There was no other choice. Nearly half of the staff had been replaced and controlled by Death Eaters, and the Minister of Magic was completely unaware. Someone had leaked the information, causing a wave of fury among the wizards, even overshadowing the victory over Voldemort. When Amelia Bones returned to the Ministry of Magic, she wasn't met with flowers and applause, but with angry letters from all directions. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this oversight could have gotten Amelia fired a dozen times over, but she had acted quickly to remedy the situation and helped win the war, which was why she wasn't immediately dismissed. The only thing she could do now was pin her hopes on Kyle, hoping he could restore her plummeting approval ratings, or rather, restore the ministry's credibility in the eyes of the people. Kyle was very cooperative. Aside from a few principal issues, he had agreed to almost everything and readily accepted the interview arranged by Bones at the Ministry of Magic. The interviewer was also from the Daily Prophet, but it wasn't Rita Skeeter. Instead, it was a wizard Kyle had never seen before. Not only had he never seen him, but this wizard also had no reputation. So, Kyle figured the content of this interview wouldn't make it to the front page. A few hours later, Kyle left the room. Amelia Bones was already waiting outside. To be honest, since Amelia became minister, Kyle had never seen her so enthusiastic toward him. It was almost as if she was making sure he was comfortable. As we discussed earlier, Minister Bones, Kyle said, already knowing what she wanted to ask. He glanced at the Daily Prophet reporter behind her, then continued. I believe the Death Eaters replacing the staff was a well-planned move by Voldemort. They used the Imperius Curse to control the department heads, then gradually manipulated those in lower positions. At the time, we were focused on fighting the main force of the Death Eaters and dealing with Voldemort, so it was inevitable that we overlooked other aspects. Ah, yes, that's correct. Bones immediately nodded in agreement. We really shouldn't have focused solely on Voldemort and neglected other matters. Fortunately, we stopped Voldemort's plan to attack Hogwarts in time. Otherwise, I don't know how I would have faced everyone. As she spoke, a rustling sound came from behind her, the sound of the automatic quill writing. Chapter 940, Chris's Proposal. Kyle sometimes wondered if there was some kind of magical power associated with the position of Minister of Magic. He had started seeing a bit of Cornelius Fudge in Amelia Bones, the decisive and energetic minister. Though it was only a little bit, she was definitely different from before. However, Kyle was still willing to help her. After all, in the previous decisive battle, Amelia Bones hadn't hidden behind and given orders. She was always at the front, fighting on the front lines. This was the quality that a qualified Minister of Magic should have. In comparison, any minor changes in her personality seemed less important. So, Kyle cooperated and completed the visit, hoping to help Amelia restore some of her reputation. Kyle wasn't sure if it would work. He wasn't Dumbledore, he didn't have that kind of influence. But at least Kyle was certain of one thing: with his help, Amelia shouldn't be immediately ousted from office. This buffer period would give her enough time to make a lot of progress. What happened afterward, however, had little to do with Kyle. Only Dumbledore could change most people's perceptions of the Minister of Magic with a single sentence. Kyle didn't have that kind of pull yet, but securing some time for her was already a victory. Later, Kyle visited the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures but couldn't find Chris. According to Cedric, Chris had been dealing with the Dementor issue since noon. Dementors. Kyle sat in the director's office chair, confused. Those creatures are causing trouble again. Haven't they learned their lesson yet? A few years ago, when the Dementors had rebelled, they had been wiped out once. Kyle and Cedric had killed nearly 100 of them. Afterward, Sirius had offered a large reward, sparking a wave of Dementor hunting. Moreover, Dumbledore and Newt had also caused trouble for them, leading to a sharp decline in their numbers. Now, there were probably fewer than 50 left, huddled miserably in the old Azkaban. Yes, the old site. Since the Dementor rebellion and the mass escape of the Death Eaters, Azkaban had lost its original function. The Ministry of Magic had grown too wary to imprison prisoners there anymore, and Azkaban had gradually become a mere relic. Kyle was also puzzled. Were those Dementors really so forgetful? No, it's not what you think, Cedric shook his head and explained. The remaining Dementors are quite obedient, but their numbers have suddenly surged, from 39 to 239. What's going on? Kyle asked, surprised. All I know is that the new Dementors suddenly appeared on the island of Azkaban, Cedric said. According to the minister, Dementors are the embodiment of all evil, and as long as dark magic and dark wizards exist, they can't be completely wiped out. Then why did he go there? He must have gone to negotiate, Cedric lowered his voice. I just heard, that the minister suggested rebuilding Azkaban. Dad wants to rebuild Azkaban. Kyle muttered under his breath, quickly realizing Chris's intentions. It was still because of the Dementors. Since these creatures couldn't be destroyed, the best solution was to contain them and keep them far from other people. Azkaban seemed like the best option. Firstly, it was so remote that almost no one would venture there. Secondly, while the Dementors would be guarding the prisoners, they could also solve the food problem, preventing riots over hunger, killing two birds with one stone. Well, actually, this was the only viable option. Apart from rebuilding Azkaban, Kyle couldn't think of anywhere else to house so many Dementors. Although it was possible to kill them one by one, there were too many uncertainties, and Dementors didn't appear alone. It was impossible to station dozens of wizards on Azkaban Island. The Patronus Charm was a powerful spell that only a select few Aurors knew. Sending dozens of them to a deserted place at once was simply unrealistic. Has the ministry agreed? Kyle asked. Not yet, Cedric replied. A lot of people are against the director's proposal. They think Dementors are unreliable and are suggesting we follow the French model, using alchemical constructs to guard the prisoners. Are they insane? Kyle blinked. Alchemical constructs capable of containing hundreds of dark wizards. Do they even know how much that would cost? Or are they finally ready to open their vaults and make a generous donation to the ministry? Kyle had never been to the French wizarding prison, but he'd heard about it. It was considered the most secure prison outside of Azkaban. Every part of the facility, including the walls and floors, was said to be part of a massive alchemical construct. Rumor had it that Nicholas Flamel himself contributed to its design. Kyle wasn't sure if that part was true, and he'd never bothered to ask. But one thing was certain, the French prison had overtaken Azkaban by far. Naturally, such a colossal alchemical creation didn't come cheap, the cost was astronomical. Given the current financial state of the British Ministry of Magic, there was no way they could afford something like that. They probably couldn't even afford to alchemize a single floor tile. Come to think of it, rebuilding Azkaban was probably the most affordable option. What does the minister think? Kyle asked as he stood up and headed out of the office. He had a feeling he might be able to help. If he went to Amelia Bones now, she'd probably give him enough courtesy to hear him out. Minister Bones is likely inclined to support the director, Cedric said, walking alongside him. She's just a bit hesitant because of the last mass prison break. That's why the director went to Azkaban Island, to try and resolve that issue. Hearing this, Kyle realized there wasn't much he needed to do. Minister Bones and Chris were already on the same page. What remained was addressing the risk of another Dementor rebellion and convincing the others. That shouldn't be too hard. After all, rebuilding Azkaban was the only plan that didn't require additional funding. The two stepped into the lift and rode it up to the grand, gold-adorned atrium. Are you coming back to Hogwarts with me? Kyle asked, turning to Cedric. Fred, George, and I have organized a very interesting recitation club. You might like it. Cedric froze for a second, trying to make sense of what Kyle was saying. The war had just ended. Most people at Hogwarts probably hadn't recovered from the emotional whiplash of victory and loss. A recitation club at a time like this. Was it meant to honor the fallen? But, something that meaningful and uplifting didn't really sound like Fred and George. And, to be fair, it didn't sound like Kyle either. Cedric knew the three of them too well. He'd trust them with his life in a crisis. But outside of danger, he wouldn't dare turn his back on them. In other words, now that the war was over, those three might be the biggest threat Hogwarts had. No matter how he tried, Cedric just couldn't picture them in a choir. I'll stay at the department, Cedric said, shaking his head and turning down Kyle's invitation. With half the staff gone, the remaining employees were being pushed to the brink just to keep the magical world running. Cedric was no exception. Since his return, he'd taken on 3 roles. Besides his regular duties, he had to keep an eye on smugglers trying to exploit the situation, and occasionally fill in with the accidental magic reversal squad to wipe Muggle memories. Escorting Kyle out had just been a chance to catch his breath. Cedric did want to go to Hogwarts, to be with friends. But he couldn't, not when there was work to be done. Someone had to hold the line, or the British wizarding world would fall apart. Of course, that didn't mean things were easier at Hogwarts. There, they might have to face a returning Voldemort. Everyone had their part to play. Seeing Cedric shake his head, Kyle didn't press the matter. He returned to Hogwarts via the Fleur network. To make it easier for families of the fallen to arrive, and to allow for quick evacuation in case of danger, the school had set up a temporary Fleur connection in Professor McGonagall's office fireplace. However, since it hadn't been used in a while, Kyle stirred up quite a bit of dust as he emerged. It's you, Kyle. Professor Flitwick, who was stationed there, gave a wave of his wand and instantly cleaned the area around him. How did it go? All done. I heard a lot of people want Bones removed over the Ministry's infiltration. She sent you there for that, didn't she? Yeah, that's right, Kyle said. But I chose to support her. Once the detailed reports of the war are published and people see that she was fighting the Death Eaters the whole time, it should help restore some of her support. The school can help too, Professor Flitwick said. Minerva and I have discussed it. Bones is a good minister. At the very least, she won't hold us back until Voldemort is completely defeated. Then maybe Professor McGonagall should meet with Minister Bones more often, Kyle suggested. I remember Professor Dumbledore did something similar. It helped Fudge, who wasn't exactly popular, hang on to his position. But Minerva isn't Albus, Flitwick said with a sigh. But she is the headmistress of Hogwarts, Kyle said with a smile. That's true. Just then, the fireplace behind them rustled with another burst of flames. Kyle knew someone else was arriving, so he turned and left the office. Ah, look at this rotting, moldy, maggot-infested piece of cheese looks just like Voldemort's head. Kyle had just stepped out of the office when a loud, clear voice rang down the hallway. It sounded like someone had dug up an ancient piece of cheese that had been festering in a corner for years. Another voice followed immediately after, equally serious, equally loud. Don't insult Voldemort like that. His head doesn't look like cheese at all. I think Voldemort's head looks more like a house elf's butt. Wow. Every sentence had to include Voldemort. Kyle instantly understood, these had to be recruits Fred and George had found. And judging by the commentary, especially the part about comparing Voldemort to a house elf, Fred clearly knew how to get under someone's skin. Good thing they were still at Hogwarts. Anywhere else, Kyle wasn't sure Voldemort wouldn't come storming in to kill them on the spot. As Kyle continued walking, he quickly realized it wasn't just those two. Apparently, while he had been away at the ministry, Fred and George had recruited an entire group of like-minded participants. Now, as he walked through the Hogwarts corridors, he could hear Voldemort's name echoing from every direction, never kindly. Some of it was unmistakably Fred and George-style banter. Others had added their own flair, but it was just as brutal. Kyle sincerely hoped Voldemort would just disable the passive effects of the name magic. Otherwise, at this rate, the men might drop dead from sheer rage. Even Kyle, who considered himself fairly even-tempered, found some of the lines maddening. For someone as violent and thin-skinned as Voldemort, it was practically psychological warfare. Kyle returned to the Great Hall, where he finally spotted Kanna. She was helping Madame Pomfrey treat the injured. There were too many patients, and even with Slughorn assisting, there still wasn't enough blood-replenishing potion or antidote to go around. When Kanna learned of it, she volunteered to help. She had brewed plenty of those potions before, both healing and detoxifying, and now she was so practiced she could manage 5 separate cauldrons at once. Slughorn, watching her, was stunned. He could only handle 3, and even then only if they were brewing the same potion. Not convinced, he checked the potions she was making. They weren't top tier, but they'd easily earn an outstanding on a NEWT exam, and they fully met Madame Pomfrey's standards, which, given the circumstances, was more than enough. Right now, efficiency clearly mattered more than perfection. When Kanna saw Kyle, she gave a quick wave before hurrying off with Madame Pomfrey to tend to more patients. Kyle also spotted Fred and George. They were still seated in the corner of the Great Hall, brainstorming new lines. Nearby sat Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Because the Chosen One hadn't exactly lived up to the title in this war, Harry was surrounded by a noticeable chill. Not that Harry seemed to mind. In fact, he almost looked relieved. At the moment, he was rubbing his forehead and excitedly talking to Ron, while Hermione sat beside them, flipping through a massive book. Every so often she glanced up at Harry, her face full of confusion. "You're saying, there was a fragment of Voldemort's soul inside you? And the Dementor sucked it out? That's impossible." Hermione flipped frantically through the soul spell work, unlocking the mind, trying to find something, anything, to make sense of this. Harry was alive. How could he possibly be a Horcrux? And as for the Dementors, Hermione simply couldn't believe those creatures would be so kind-hearted as to remove only Voldemort's soul fragment and leave Harry's intact. It made no sense. It was like a wizard breaking into a Gringotts vault, ignoring all the piles of galleons, and walking out with a chipped Canute. These were Dementors. Compassionate? Impossible. And Harry's explanation, that the Dementor didn't hurt him because it was under Kyle's control, only made her more skeptical. Hermione had never heard of anyone controlling Dementors. Even the guards at Azkaban had only ever managed basic communication, not actual command. They certainly didn't treat them like trained Kneazles. In fact, no wizard had ever successfully commanded Dementors. There wasn't a single documented case, outside of Voldemort's recent assault on Hogwarts. But even that wasn't true control. Voldemort had simply unleashed them. Everything they did afterward was driven by their primal instinct to feed on joy. Hermione closed the book and set it aside, then grabbed another one. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. She flipped quickly to the section with the illustration of a Dementor. The text was very clear: if you encounter a Dementor and can't cast the Patronus charm, your only option is to run. There was no third method. No loophole. Even the renowned Newt's commander hadn't found a way to control them. So how could anyone else? And once she thought about Kyle again, Hermione couldn't help recalling how he had stunned her out of nowhere at the Screaming Ice Cream shop. That only added to her frustration. Swish, swish. Hermione flipped the pages louder and louder, while Harry and Ron's voices gradually died down. Kyle listened for a while, then quietly turned and left the Great Hall without interrupting. Chapter 941, Mad Eye's New Home. After leaving the Great Hall, Kyle didn't head anywhere else. He went straight back to his wooden cabin beside the Forbidden Forest. He'd just come through a night of fighting, hadn't even had an hour of rest, and had been running around again from the early morning until evening, dealing with all kinds of trivial matters. He was already beyond exhausted. Back at the cabin, he didn't even bother changing his clothes before collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep. But not everyone wanted to let him sleep, especially those scheming wizards. They came from all sorts of backgrounds and professions. During the battle between Hogwarts and the Death Eaters, they'd been nowhere to be seen, but now that the war was over, they were suddenly crawling out of the woodwork, wandering through the castle and fussing over the injured with exaggerated concern. As the one who had fought Voldemort head-on, Kyle had naturally become a key target. But until now, he'd been too busy for them to find an opportunity to approach him alone. Now, though, things were starting to quiet down. So, with their various ulterior motives, these people made their way to the cabin, eager to get close to Kyle as soon as possible. Most of them were stopped by the alchemical mist etched into the cabin door. But a few managed to get through. Seeing the others spinning in circles outside, they were quietly thrilled. That smugness didn't last long, though. A pair of glowing purple eyes lit up inside the dark cabin. In the next moment, they turned around stiffly and joined the crowd wandering in circles, only to be chased off by Hagrid, who came over after hearing the commotion. When Kyle finally woke up, it was nearly noon the next day. The moment he stepped outside, he saw Hagrid working in the pumpkin patch. The Death Eaters had destroyed it completely, and he'd only just planted new seeds the night before. Next to the patch was someone talking nonstop. It was a wizard Kyle didn't recognize. Judging by the annoyed expression on Hagrid's face, he clearly wasn't a welcome guest. Before Kyle could say a word, the men spotted him, or perhaps, he'd been watching Kyle's cabin from the corner of his eye the whole time while chatting with Hagrid. "Oh, isn't that Kyle?" He strolled over enthusiastically, wearing a broad, beaming smile. For some reason, Kyle was suddenly reminded of a former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. He, too, always had that same toothy, picture-perfect smile plastered on his face. But unlike this man, Lockhart's smile at least looked more natural. "Don't recognize me, do you?" the men said, catching Kyle's puzzled expression and speaking with a practiced familiarity. "Chris and I go way back. Fudge used to talk about you all the time. Everyone was jealous he'd found such a brilliant assistant." Kyle raised an eyebrow. There was no doubt the man was from the Ministry of Magic, though it wasn't clear which department. But he was painfully fake. Kyle couldn't believe Chris would be friends with someone so insincere. Oh. Kyle had barely opened his mouth when the man suddenly shrieked like he'd been stepped on by a three-headed dog, jumping in place. His cry was loud enough that even Hagrid, some distance away, paused and looked over. The sudden outburst startled Kyle. In a flash, images of last night's duel with Voldemort surged in his mind, and his instincts kicked in. He drew his wand. Bang. A muffled thud followed. The man was blasted backward, crashing headfirst into the pumpkin patch. "My mixed fertilizer." Hagrid's voice trembled with distress. "You idiot. I worked so hard to get that from Pomona, and you wasted the whole bucket." He bent over, frantically trying to salvage what he could, but from where Kyle stood, it was hard to see what exactly he was doing. Still, from what he'd just heard, Kyle could piece together the gist. Sorry. Kyle thought silently, not sure if the apology was meant for Hagrid or the unfortunate wizard he'd sent flying. "Ha! Useless idiot," came a cold scoff from behind him. "The ministry's full of trash like that. No wonder the Death Eaters replaced half of them without breaking a sweat." The voice was familiar. Kyle turned around, and exclaimed in shock, "Mad Eye, you're alive." And just like that, he understood why the men had screamed. If he worked for the ministry, of course he'd know Alastor Moody. But as far as anyone knew, the legendary Auror had long been dead. He might have even attended his funeral. Seeing someone believed to be dead suddenly appear would have been terrifying for anyone. Someone with a weaker constitution might have fainted on the spot. Unfortunately, his startled reaction had frightened Kyle too, who responded by instinctively blasting him with a spell. In a way, he was lucky. Because Kyle had just woken up, he'd instinctively chosen the least harmful of his familiar spells, the knockback jinx. Had he been a bit less fortunate, it might have been one of the more destructive ones instead. "Long time no see, Kyle." Alastor Moody tapped his magical eye with a finger and asked, "Who told you I was dead?" "No one," Kyle shrugged. "But someone saw the body of the dead leader of the Wandering Wizards, the one you were impersonating." "What was his name again, Lex?" "Lennis," Moody corrected him. "You don't even remember your opponent's name. That's not very professional of you." "It's not important," Kyle waved it off. "I'm just a regular ancient runes professor, not an Auror. Why would I need to remember every opponent's name? Besides, he's dead now." He sighed suddenly. "When I first heard the news, I thought it was you. But when I couldn't find you and no one saw you, I figured you must have been taken away with the other dead Death Eaters by the ministry." "That obviously wasn't me, it was the real Lennis," Moody said calmly. "Lennis incited the Wandering Wizards to betray the Death Eaters and dealt them a fatal blow from behind. It's not surprising he was killed in retaliation." "Oh, Merlin." At that moment, Kyle felt the ground tremble slightly. Hagrid came sprinting over from the pumpkin patch, holding a wooden spoon. Even from a distance, a pungent stench carried on the air. "Is that Mad Eye? By Merlin's beard, is it really you? They all said you were dead." "Hello, Rubius," said Moody. "Yes, it's really me." He made no attempt to conceal the truth and, with just a few words, convinced Hagrid that he had faked his death in order to carry out a secret mission for Dumbledore. "Don't tell anyone else," Moody warned. "My mission's not over yet." "Don't worry," Hagrid said, thumping his chest. "My lips are sealed. I won't breathe a word." Kyle looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and sighed quietly. Harry and the others probably won't care much about the wandering wizards or Moody. If no one asks him directly, Hagrid really might not spill anything, hopefully. After a quick greeting, Hagrid agreed to keep watch outside while Moody followed Kyle into the wooden cabin, picking up where they'd left off. "You killed Lennis, didn't you?" Kyle asked. "I did," Moody replied. If someone had looked into it carefully, they would have noticed that Lennis had been acting out of character for a while. To win over his followers and betray the Death Eaters, he made far too many promises, most of which were impossible to keep. So the Death Eaters killed him. It really was them. It was. What about the remaining wandering wizards? Some died, but not many, Moody said with a sigh. I'd hoped to get them to take the Death Eaters down with them, but I overestimated Lennis's influence. The thing is, wandering wizards are fundamentally different from Death Eaters. They don't have a cause, they only follow galleons. Lennis managed to tempt them into betrayal with empty promises, but he couldn't keep them going. Once they sensed real danger, they scattered immediately. I only had time to send out the Death Eaters' attack route before the battle, and during the chaos, I took care of a few who were trying to sneak into the castle from the Forbidden Forest side. Isn't that enough? Kyle looked at him. Wandering wizards might not have been elite fighters, but they were still stronger than most of the cannon-fodder Death Eaters. Anyone paired with them had to be at least somewhat capable. If they'd managed to breach the castle, the casualties would have been far worse. What Alastor Moody had done on his own was already remarkable. I just feel like I could have done more. Moody tapped his magical eye again. Only then did Kyle notice the motion. He frowned slightly. Wait, isn't that thing supposed to be buried in a grave? Don't tell me you dug it out. Of course not. This is a different one, a spare I tried making myself, Moody said. His tone grew more irritable. But the materials were crap. It keeps jamming. Damn it, stuck again. He jabbed at the eye, which gave off a harsh creaking noise. Kyle leaned in and noticed that the blue eye in Moody's socket had none of the vitality of the original. It was stiff and lifeless, more like a polished stone sphere than a proper magical artifact. Clearly, the material wasn't the only issue. The craftsmanship also left a lot to be desired. And Kyle seriously doubted that someone like Moody, an aura famous for his brute strength, had any real talent in alchemy. Odds were, he really had just carved it out of a rock. Forget your magic eye for a moment, Kyle said, unable to bear the creaking sound any longer. He deliberately changed the subject. What are you planning to do next? I happen to know someone at the Daily Prophet, I could arrange a solo interview for you. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Something like, the hero who walked alone in the shadows. Then you could make a public return. But to his surprise, Moody turned him down. No. I don't think that's necessary. I know you're not fond of the people at the Daily Prophet, but if you show up like this, you'll scare people, like that guy just now. Who was he, anyway? Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Director of the Office for Magical Emergencies, Moody replied. I don't know him well, just that he used to be one of Cornelius Fudge's people. Oh, all right, Kyle said casually, then turned back to Moody. How about this, there's no need for you to come forward at all. Just tell me what's happened during this time, and I'll take care of the rest. You're misunderstanding. I meant that I prefer things as they are now. Moody glanced out the window at the distant silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. I've played the hero plenty of times. One more or less doesn't matter. And this way, I avoid a whole lot of trouble. You mean, you're not going to clarify that you're still alive? Exactly. Moody nodded. That's why I came to you. I figure, if Alastor Moody is dead, then there's no point pretending he came back. Besides, I'm getting a bit too old for this. Retiring like this suits me just fine. As he spoke, Moody pulled back the collar of his cloak, revealing a long scar near his neck. He had plenty of scars, but this one was new, still bleeding. Yet Moody seemed unfazed and casually closed his collar again. I've nearly died several times, he said, his tone so calm it was as if he were talking about someone else. My wand's broken too. He pulled out a fractured wand, the core exposed at the break. Honestly, this isn't a bad way to retire. I still think you should reconsider, Kyle said. It wasn't that he didn't want Mad Eye to retire, he just couldn't ignore Moody's notoriously paranoid nature. Up until now, the Ministry had averaged 8 visits to his home per week to deal with issues including, but not limited to, magical explosions damaging trash bins, chimneys, pipes, or street lamps, treating traumatized Muggle neighbors, and modifying their memories. Alastor Moody, with his chronic suspicion, was practically a walking catastrophe. Wherever he lived, trouble followed. Though troublesome, the Ministry had long since grown used to helping this legendary aura navigate the difficulties of daily life. But what if something like that happened again? Kyle seriously doubted Moody could change his ways. If some unsuspecting ministry employee came knocking and found Alastair Moody, supposedly long dead, standing in front of them, that would cause serious complications, and it wouldn't be easy to explain. I know what you're thinking, Moody said, glancing up at Kyle with a gravelly voice. I'm saying this for your own good, Kyle shrugged. As long as you keep up those paranoid habits, you won't be able to keep this a secret. I've thought about it. Someone like me doesn't belong in a quiet neighborhood. That kind of life just isn't suited to me. You've got a point, Kyle admitted, then suggested, how about St. Catchpole? If you really want to retire this way, just move there. There are some muggles in the village, but they live on the other side. You could stay with us. I appreciate that you're willing to take in someone as troublesome as me, Moody said, but I don't want to go. Why not? Kyle asked, puzzled. Because I found someplace even better, a retirement haven that feels tailor-made for me. Moody suddenly grinned, his scarred face contorting into something almost frightening. Ah. Where? Cornwall. The Wandering Wizard's Dock. Moody's gaze grew distant and dreamy. I've realized I'm in love with that place. That familiar feeling, that's where I should retire. Hold on, Kyle interrupted. I get how you feel, but Lennis is dead. How are you planning to go back? There are still plenty of wandering wizards left. Moody seemed resolute. As he spoke, he stood and made his way toward the door. The wandering wizards have always undermined the stability of the British magical world, and it's one of the biggest hotbeds of dark artifacts. I'll send you some information from time to time. Don't worry about the details. You don't need to help me, or rather, don't get in my way. What if you end up in danger? Kyle asked. Then it'll definitely be because you did something, Moody said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Kyle's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know what to say to that. The runes on your door are pretty decent, Moody said as they stepped outside. He turned to glance at the wooden door. Just not deadly enough. This is Hogwarts, Kyle replied helplessly. But by then, Moody was already gone. It wasn't apparition was forbidden at Hogwarts, but he had vanished all the same, just as mysteriously as when he'd arrived. Kyle had no idea how he did it. Chapter 942, Disappearance. Hey, Kyle, where's Mad-Eye? Hagrid asked as he walked over, carrying 2 bottles. He glanced at Kyle's wooden hut, then looked around the empty field. I don't know where he is, Kyle shook his head. But he did say he wanted to go home. Home. Oh, yes, a lot of people want to go home after the war, Hagrid's voice dropped, growing much quieter. Grop's the same. I saw him sitting there this morning, just staring off into space, but he can't go back. His mother won't welcome him. Of course, she won't welcome me either. Mad-Eye should go back. I was planning to find him, have a drink, and celebrate his resurrection. But he should go back. Hagrid muttered to himself, and despite having brought 2 bottles of alcohol, he didn't waste them. After confirming Kyle didn't want any, he poured them all into his own mouth. Hagrid, you. Kyle watched him, hesitating, unsure whether to speak. I'm fine, Hagrid shook his head. Giants only like kids tall enough for them. I've gotten used to it, but Grop, he needs a little more time. Let's not talk about that, he said, stuffing the 2 empty bottles into his coat pocket. So Mad-Eye really is alive, and I wasn't dreaming, right? He never died, Kyle said. But he has other missions to complete. So, don't you dare tell anyone. I understand. It needs to be kept a secret, right? Don't worry, Hagrid patted his chest. Then, as if something occurred to him, he suddenly froze in place. Mad-Eye isn't dead, does that mean Professor Dumbledore is also? Oh, what am I thinking? That's impossible. No one found Mad-Eye, but Dumbledore was real. He carried him over himself. Hagrid's face grew solemn again. He wanted to drink, but all he found were 2 empty bottles. Hagrid, Hagrid. Kyle called twice more, but Hagrid didn't respond. It wasn't until the 3rd call that Hagrid slowly turned to him. Sorry, Kyle, I didn't hear you. It's okay, Kyle said, not knowing what Hagrid had been thinking. He assumed Hagrid was still mulling over his giant brother. I'm heading to the castle for lunch. Want to join me? Kyle asked. You go ahead. I want to stay with Grop, Hagrid shook his head, declining. With that, Kyle went to the castle alone. Compared to yesterday, the castle felt much emptier today. Most people had already left, and fewer than 100 students remained. Even at lunchtime, the long tables weren't filled. Someone will be here soon, Fred said with a mouthful of fried pork chop, his words muffled. This morning, I heard the professors discussing whether or not to resume classes. You know, there's still some time left before the end of the school year. George's voice came from the other side of Kyle. If classes do resume now, we should still be able to take the OWLS for the 5th years and the NEWTS for the 7th years, those important exams. I think they'll be pretty disappointed when they hear that, Kyle couldn't help but comment. This time, I'm fully behind Professor McGonagall's decision. Fred finally swallowed the last of the fried pork chop in his mouth. Exams are the most important experience in a wizard's life. How could they cancel them just because of something as insignificant as Voldemort attacking Hogwarts? That would be such a shame. Hogwarts can't do this. It's irresponsible to all the students. Watching the two of them go on with such righteous indignation, Kyle almost believed them. If they hadn't already graduated, he would have found it impossible for them to say such things. Hey, we're not gloating. Seeing Kyle's speechless expression, George immediately clarified, we're doing this to build up our choir. The choir. Kyle blinked, momentarily thinking of the Hogwarts Toad Choir. It's your idea, Fred explained. We just gave it a more detailed name, the first wave of wizards united to speak out against Voldemort. That name is way too long, Kyle frowned. Are you serious? We agree, the name's a bit long, Fred said with a grin. So we gave it a shorter version, the chorus. George lifted the pumpkin juice on the table and gently clinked it with Fred's. Okay, Kyle sighed and slowly accepted this ridiculous, but in a strange way, fitting name. Fred and George, whatever decision they made would never surprise him. We take this activity seriously. That's right. But then we realized, even though there are a lot of people in the castle, not many actually agree with us. The adults just think we're messing around. So far, we've only recruited about 80 members, which is way too few. But we've figured out that it's not hard to solve this problem. As long as Hogwarts reopens. Then we'll have hundreds of reserve members. By now, Kyle understood. It was because his ideas had been new and unfamiliar to many, and not everyone was willing to accept them right away. Fred and George could, since they were unconventional and didn't have much fear of Voldemort. But for the adult wizards, having lived through the First War, their fear of Voldemort was not something that could fade easily. Perhaps they could try to change the names in more crowded places, but they would struggle to speak too freely. It was instinct. Fred and George had only recently realized this and had turned their focus to the students who hadn't experienced the First Wizarding War. However, there were only a few who came to Hogwarts to help, and after the war, many were hurriedly taken away by their parents, leaving fewer than 100 behind. All of these people have been contacted. The number is still too small. But if we want to recruit new members, we'll have to wait until school starts. The two of them sighed, their faces showing clear frustration. In their plan, 80 people just wouldn't be enough. If they wanted to maintain continuous greetings to Voldemort, they would need at least 200 people. To be honest, gathering that many wasn't difficult. They had countless ways to rapidly expand their team in a short time. But they hadn't done that. Or rather, they had imposed the most important restriction on themselves. When making statements against Voldemort, they had to be on Hogwarts grounds. This was to ensure the greatest level of safety for the participants. After all, Voldemort wasn't a gracious person. Even though he was defeated and had fled, his terrifying power still remained. Once he became enraged and humiliated, no one could escape his pursuit. Unless everyone stayed together at Hogwarts, where Voldemort wouldn't dare to return. That was why their numbers hadn't increased. After all, there were only so many people in the school, and everyone who could join had already done so. Right, Kyle, I just remembered, you're a professor, too. George suddenly slapped the table. Go ask if Hogwarts can reopen. Right, how could I forget? Fred also caught on. And it was your idea, so we can't be the only ones busy while you do nothing. It's time for you to contribute. Kyle hadn't even set down his utensils before Fred and George pushed him away from the table. Kyle had originally planned to finish his lunch before talking to them, but seeing the serious expressions on Fred and George's faces, he gave up that idea. With a sigh, he made his way toward the professors. Since the school year hadn't officially started yet, Professor McGonagall and the other teachers weren't sitting at their usual places but were gathered at the front of the Gryffindor table. As Kyle approached, they were in the middle of a discussion about whether to reopen the school, and no one noticed him. No, it's too dangerous, Sprout clearly opposed the idea. No one can guarantee that Voldemort won't return. If he does, we won't have time to organize another evacuation. Pomona, your worries are unnecessary. Professor Flitwick, sitting opposite her, had an entirely different opinion. I don't think Voldemort will return. He should know very well that without his Death Eaters, he has no chance against all of us professors working together. If he's smart, he won't come back. I agree with Phileas, said Professor Sinistra, the astronomy professor, speaking softly. And from what I know, the Aurors have been searching for Voldemort and Severus, that traitor Snape. If they dare return to Hogwarts, it would be like walking into a trap. Throughout the discussion, Professor McGonagall remained silent. Although she took the exams very seriously, Her primary concern was the safety of the students, which made it difficult for her to make a decision. However, after hearing Professors Flitwick and Sinistra, she seemed to be somewhat persuaded. She, too, didn't believe Voldemort would return to Hogwarts to cause trouble after losing all his Death Eaters. Perhaps one professor alone couldn't stand up to Voldemort, but if all the professors worked together, it would be Voldemort who had to flee. Therefore, Professor McGonagall believed that even if Voldemort wanted revenge, his first move would likely be to rescue the captured Death Eaters, rather than come to Hogwarts alone. As long as they kept a close eye on the situation at the Ministry of Magic, they should be able to evacuate the students before Voldemort returned. "All right, let's vote," Professor McGonagall said, clearing her throat and interrupting the discussion. "Those who agree to reopen the school, raise your hands." Including Professors Flitwick and Sinistra, several hands were raised immediately, about half of the total number. Kyle raised his hand as well, but since he was sitting at the edge, he wasn't sure if his vote counted. "Very good." Professor McGonagall lowered her hand and spoke again. "Now, those who disagree with reopening the school, raise your hands." A few more hands were raised, but clearly fewer than before. Some, like Sybil Trelawney and Slughorn, didn't raise their hands at all. "Then the result is clear," said Professor McGonagall. "Phileas, please inform the students that Hogwarts will officially reopen tomorrow." "No problem." Professor Flitwick skipped lunch, immediately jumping out of his seat and walking toward the Great Hall. But he quickly turned back. "Minerva, should we activate the Hogwarts Express?" "No." Professor McGonagall paused for a moment before shaking her head. "The train takes too long. Have them go directly to Hogsmeade. They can apparate or take the night bus. Remember to tell them how to summon the night bus. It's a bit uncomfortable, but it's very fast. Even from the farthest corners of Britain, it won't take long to get here. It's very convenient." "No problem." Professor Flitwick hurried off, heading towards the Ollery. The simplest and most straightforward way to communicate at Hogwarts, sending messages. "Pomona." Professor McGonagall turned to Professor Sprout. "Please go check the rest of the castle. I'm worried there may still be traces of dark magic left behind by the Death Eaters. They need to be cleaned up before the students start classes." "I understand." Although Professor Sprout had been opposed to starting school now, she couldn't say anything more when most of the professors agreed. She also stood up and left the Great Hall. Several other professors accompanied her. After all, checking for dark magic was a tedious task, and one person couldn't manage it alone. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, everyone quickly received their assignments. "Professor McGonagall, what about me?" Kyle asked from the corner, pointing at himself. "You don't need to do anything." Professor McGonagall paused for a moment. Initially, she had planned to have Kyle ready to face Voldemort again at any time, just like yesterday. But after hesitating, she changed her mind. "You can decide for yourself. You can help Phileas or Pomona, but make sure to rest first." "Don't worry, Professor McGonagall, I'm fine," Kyle said. He then returned to Fred and George to deliver the good news that Hogwarts was about to reopen. Though he had done very little to help with the matter, Fred and George didn't know that. They only knew that Kyle had gone to the teacher's table, and the decision had been made. They were full of admiration for him. "It's nothing, just a small matter," Kyle said calmly. "But be careful when the time comes. Your script isn't suitable for first- and second-year students." "Of course we know that. Don't worry, we won't corrupt those little ones." The two of them assured him, though it was unclear how much credibility their words held. It should be fairly high, since most of the products at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes had age restrictions. And if they corrupted the younger students, Professor McGonagall would be the first to punish them. Fred and George would never take such a risk. After a quick lunch, Kyle was ready to find Professor Sprout. There wasn't much he could help with for Professor Flitwick. The school owls were specially trained and far more capable in both flight and endurance than regular mail carriers. There were hundreds of students who needed letters delivered, but for the owls, it was just a few extra trips. As for the letters, they could be handled with a duplication charm. Professor Flitwick could do that on his own without needing assistance. Leaving the Great Hall, Kyle headed for the stairs. But just then, Fawkes, who had been quiet since the end of the war, suddenly flew out of his box and landed directly on Kyle's shoulder. The appearance of the Phoenix immediately drew the attention of everyone, including the professors who hadn't yet left. Although they knew that Fawkes had been with Kyle during the battle, helping him fight and using special apparition to dodge 2 killing curses, seeing it up close was still incredible. After all, everyone knew that Professor Dumbledore had a Phoenix. And now it was perched on Kyle's shoulder. Was this Dumbledore's choice? Some people instantly imagined a scene of old and new wizards passing the torch, with Fawkes as the token. Unlike the professors, the students were much simpler in their thoughts. They just thought the Phoenix was beautiful, and Fred even took out his camera, preparing to take a photo to feature in their upcoming promotional flyer. He had already decided on the name, the Boy and the Phoenix. It should attract quite a few people. Bang. A burst of purple smoke rose, and Fred looked at the photo in his hands, frowning slightly. It showed only a bright flash of fire, and nothing else. When he pressed the shutter, Kyle was already surrounded by fire, vanishing completely. Chapter 943, Back to Nurmengard. Neither the professors nor the student council could have anticipated what just happened. The flames still burned around them, but Kyle had vanished without a trace. Even Kyle hadn't expected Fawkes to suddenly appear and whisk him away too. Wait, where was this place? Looking up at the towering trees surrounding him, Kyle felt a strange sense of familiarity. It had to be a forest, but he couldn't say exactly where. All he could be sure of was that it definitely wasn't the Forbidden Forest. Wait, forest. A thought suddenly struck him. Fawkes wouldn't have brought him here for no reason. Someone must have sent the Phoenix, and Fawkes had been inside his suitcase all this time, without contact with anyone else. That left only one possibility, Dumbledore. A Phoenix could sense Dumbledore's situation and appear when he was in need. And Dumbledore had gone off because of Voldemort. Oh no, could this place really be Nurmengard? Kyle's heart gave a sudden jolt. Nurmengard was surrounded by forest too. And now that he looked more closely at the trees around him, the environment looked more and more like the one etched into his memory. He'd been chased by Rosier and the others through this very kind of forest, an entire night of running. No way. Kyle turned to confirm with Fawkes. But the Phoenix had already vanished. Instead, he saw someone falling from the sky, hurtling straight toward him. Wingardium Leviosa. Kyle didn't have time to think. He reacted on instinct, swinging his wand. The fallen leaves on the ground rose in an instant, piling into a thick cushion just in time to catch the falling figure and keep him from hitting the ground outright. It was an elderly wizard, very old. Kyle glanced at him and couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was sure now. This was definitely Nurmengard. He recognized the men. The memory was vivid. When he'd first come seeking Grindelwald, this man had been beside Rosier, one of the group that had hunted him down. He'd only been stopped by a Nundu in the end, becoming little more than a prop to buy Kyle some time. Kyle flicked his hand, and the cushion of leaves burst apart. The men crashed heavily to the ground with a sharp crack. Judging by the sound, something had definitely broken. Not that it mattered, Kyle didn't care in the slightest. That man had chased him for a whole night. Kyle had never been pushed to such desperation. The fact he hadn't killed him on the spot was already merciful. If he'd known, he wouldn't have helped him land safely at all. Standing there, Kyle hesitated for a moment, then turned and bolted without a second glance. The moment he realized he was in Nurmengard, all he wanted to do was run. Voldemort, Grindelwald, Dumbledore. Just hearing those three names together spelled disaster. He had no intention of getting involved. He just wanted to go back to Hogwarts. But sadly, apparition was blocked around Nurmengard. And with Fawkes nowhere to be seen, Kyle had no choice but to rely on the most basic method, running. Going forward was out of the question. Wouldn't it be better to just stay in the castle, attend some classes, raise a few dragons? Why get tangled up in the decades-old grudge between Dumbledore and his two greatest rivals? Fawkes really should have come on his own. Why drag Kyle along? He was just a newly graduated, completely unremarkable Hufflepuff. What had he done to deserve being dragged into all this? And besides, it had already been an entire day since Voldemort and Dumbledore had left Hogwarts. For wizards of their level, a day was more than enough time to accomplish a lot. They might already have reached Grindelwald. Even though Nurmengard's location was supposed to be a secret, Dumbledore's anxious reaction at the time made it clear, it wasn't a secret that couldn't be discovered. In other words, Voldemort might have found this place, and that was why Dumbledore was so on edge. So what now? Had Voldemort already killed Grindelwald to fully claim the Elder Wand? It wasn't out of the question. Grindelwald had been imprisoned for who knew how many years. Without a wand, weak as he was, he might be no stronger than an old Muggleman. He might not stand a chance against Voldemort. And from the way that wizard had fallen just now, it seemed like Voldemort may have already made his move. With that thought, Kyle picked up his pace again. Right now, all he wanted was to get outside the anti-apparition barrier and head straight back to Hogwarts for reinforcements. Alone, he was far too weak. Ideally, he'd bring all the professors with him. Facing Voldemort would feel a lot less terrifying with a full staff backing him. The only downside was that flying made you too visible. Otherwise, he'd already be soaring through the air on a broomstick. Kyle's pace quickened even more. Finally, through the endless sea of identical trees and leaves, he thought he caught a faint, flickering blue light. But why blue? Oh, Merlin. Boom. Before Kyle could react, a massive dragon formed from blue fire exploded above his head. Countless tongues of blue flame scattered in all directions, many of them flying straight at Kyle. Damn it, Fiendfire. There was no time to wonder why Fiendfire had appeared here. Kyle instantly raised his wand. Incendio Totalum. A burst of flame shot from his wand tip, spinning into a vortex in midair that drew all the blue Fiendfire toward it. Everything in front of him was obliterated, and at last, Kyle saw what was going on. Two figures were suspended in the air, facing off against each other. One of them was Dumbledore, who had left Hogwarts just yesterday. Kyle had expected the other to be Voldemort, but what he saw instead was a figure as gaunt as a skeleton. Grindelwald. Kyle blurted out instinctively. What made his scalp prickle even more was that Grindelwald had a wand in his hand. This couldn't be right. He had to be overtired, still dreaming. There was no way Grindelwald could have escaped from Nurmengard. Trying to act casual, Kyle took 2 steps back, then turned to leave. Oh! Look who's here. Came a mocking voice from behind him. We meet again. Why so eager to run off? If I remember correctly, you still owe me something. Kyle froze mid-step, then bolted, tearing his firebolt out of his suitcase as he ran. Grindelwald seemed surprised by how decisively Kyle fled. He blinked, then turned to Dumbledore. Albus, this is your reinforcements. A coward. Kyle's no coward, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. I suspect he just doesn't want to get caught up in all this. All this? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. You mean, me? Yes. You are the biggest problem, Dumbledore said gravely. Albus, let's not forget, it was your people who tried to release me, Grindelwald said. I always assumed that decision came from you. This time, Dumbledore remained silent. You wanted to free me too, didn't you? Grindelwald pressed, a hint of amusement creeping into his voice. I never thought of doing that. Liar. I swear, as headmaster of Hogwarts, I have never once considered letting you out. Grindelwald stared at him. You're still as cutting as ever, Albus. The next second, both men raised their wands at once. A beam of golden light shot toward Grindelwald. But he seemed to have anticipated the move, and with a slight turn, evaded it effortlessly. At the same time, a nearby tree seemed to come alive, spiraling toward Dumbledore, only to disintegrate midair into a cloud of dust, as if it had struck an invisible barrier. Even though Kyle had already run some distance, the battle between the two still affected him. His firebolt suddenly wobbled and dropped from the sky, as if something had disrupted its flight. I have to stop him. Kyle vaguely heard Dumbledore's voice, distant but distinct. Only you can save him now. Kyle looked up. Dumbledore wasn't anywhere in sight, but the voice had been real. Dumbledore wanted him to save someone. Who? Kyle quickly thought of Snape. It had to be him. After all, even if Snape had once saved Voldemort, he'd also told him the true master of the Elder Wand was Grindelwald. If Voldemort had come here, he'd surely have brought Snape with him. Realizing this, Kyle let out a sigh. So Fawkes hadn't made a mistake after all. It had brought him here on purpose. Had Dumbledore given it instructions in advance? Or had Fawkes simply sensed that bringing him would help? Kyle looked at his broomstick, now completely grounded, and sighed again. He'd been running away, how had he ended up right in the middle of the storm? Getting out now seemed nearly impossible. And honestly, even without Dumbledore's voice, Kyle had already stumbled straight into another battlefield. At the center stood a familiar figure, Rosier, the witch, and several elderly wizards. Voldemort was among them. They appeared to be enemies, locked in a fierce magical duel. Not far away, Snape lay motionless on the ground. He was probably still alive, otherwise, Dumbledore wouldn't have asked Kyle to save him. Kyle had planned to circle around the edge, but he'd underestimated just how popular he was. He'd barely taken 2 steps before he was spotted. We meet again, Rosier said coolly, still floating in midair. She didn't miss a beat, hurling an Avada Kedavra at Voldemort mid-sentence. Grindelwald had ordered her to kill the Dark Wizard, and after nearly 70 years, it was the first order she'd received. She wasn't about to disobey. Avada Kedavra. 2 equally powerful killing curses collided in midair, and the resulting explosion instantly snapped several trees clean in half. Watching the scene unfold, Kyle muttered under his breath, usually it's Voldemort casting the killing curse on others, this might be the first time he's ever had to face one himself. Voldemort's primary opponents had always been Dumbledore and members of the Order of the Phoenix, people who generally avoided using the killing curse. Those who used it often were Death Eaters, and thinking about it that way, Voldemort really hadn't had much experience dealing with someone casting that spell at him. But now, he'd come up against Rosier, a dark witch who'd earned her name decades ago. In fact, when she was slinging killing curses, Voldemort had still been playing pretend with Muggle children in the orphanage. Though Voldemort had long since surpassed her, Rosier was no ordinary Death Eater. Having just suffered a defeat and without a proper wand, Voldemort actually found himself at a loss against her, for the moment, at least. Of course, it wasn't easy for Rosier to kill him either, especially after he killed Tinos and got hold of his wand. Even an ill-suited wand became a deadly weapon in Voldemort's hands. At this point, he had already killed 7 of their fighters. Thinking of this, Rosier's expression darkened. She raised her wand again and hurled another killing curse at him. Kyle glanced at Snape, still lying motionless on the ground, then looked back at Voldemort. He didn't know what had happened here before he arrived, but judging by the current situation, this looked like a real opportunity. An opportunity to kill Voldemort. "Madame Rosier, let's work together," Kyle shouted. "Get lost and stop dragging me down." Rosier snapped irritably. She didn't believe for a second that Kyle could be of any help. If it weren't for Grindelwald's orders, she might have killed this fool for daring to use fiend fire on Ermengarde. But Kyle wasn't fazed by her coldness. If anything, he would have loved the chance to settle the score for that night she hunted him through the forest. Still, they had a common enemy now. Kyle didn't wait for Rosier's response. The moment he shouted, his wand was already raised. They were in a forest, he might as well consider it his home turf. The trees around him began to stir, rolling and writhing toward the heart of the battlefield. Rosier turned, startled. She hadn't expected this Hogwarts student to be capable of such a large-scale spell. And its power wasn't insignificant. The writhing branches rapidly spread across the battlefield, surging forward and tightly constraining Voldemort's movement. At first, Voldemort dismissed it all as little more than a cheap trick, until a slender vine coiled around his leg. He hadn't expected the thin strand to be so strong. It nearly crushed his bones. The searing pain distracted him just long enough that Rosier's killing curse came dangerously close to landing. He barely dodged it at the last second, and nearly wrenched his body out of joint doing so. From that moment on, Voldemort was forced to divert some of his focus to fending off the increasingly aggressive branches and trunks. More than once, he was tempted to incinerate them all with fiend fire, but each time, he held himself back. After so many encounters, Voldemort had come to understand Kyle's strengths, and he didn't believe for a moment that Kyle was unaware of plant magic's weaknesses. This had to be a trap, to lure him into casting fiend fire. Voldemort instinctively thought back to the Hebrides, where Kyle had stolen his fiend fire right out from under him. And at Hogwarts, Kyle had slowly guided him into slaughtering over 100 Death Eaters, an act that had turned the tide of the battle. This boy was far too cunning, nothing like the direct, predictable Dumbledore. Voldemort couldn't afford not to overthink things. So this time, he held back. He would rather expend more time and effort than make the mistake of torching the plants too easily. That decision, however, gave Rosier the breathing room she needed. Where she had previously struggled to hold her ground against Voldemort, now, with Kyle's support, she was starting to gain the upper hand. As for Kyle, he wasn't overthinking things. While casting a few spells at Voldemort, he focused on controlling a tangle of vines, trying to drag Snape off the battlefield. It wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. Kyle had assumed it would be a simple task. After all, in the middle of a chaotic battle, who would waste time watching over an unconscious man? But he tried twice, and failed both times. It was as if Voldemort had suddenly developed feelings. He kept a close eye on the unconscious Snape, and each time Kyle tried to move him, a spell came flying in to stop him. More than once, Voldemort even risked taking one of Rosier's attacks directly, just to keep Kyle from taking Snape away. That wasn't normal. Kyle frowned. Voldemort should never care so much about a Death Eater, not even one who'd once been his most trusted, not even one who had saved his life. Voldemort had no emotions. That was the price he'd paid for creating Horcruxes. To him, every Death Eater was just a tool. And he would never risk injury to protect a tool. Chapter 944, Chapter 944, Voldemort and the Basilisk. Voldemort's obsessive guard over Snape forced Kyle to temporarily abandon his rescue plan and focus entirely on fighting him instead. For a while, curses flashed non-stop across the battlefield. With 2 opponents to deal with, Voldemort gradually began to lose ground. He narrowly avoided Rosier's killing curse several times, barely scraping by. A freshly graduated student and a washed-up failure who should have retired from the magical world long ago had actually forced the Dark Lord himself into this humiliating state, even driving him to roll across the ground. Voldemort's eyes were icy. The moment felt disturbingly familiar, like being dragged back to the decade he'd spent as a drifting soul, clinging to life by possessing disgusting snakes and vermin. It had been the lowest point in his existence, and now it was happening all over again. Aside from being suppressed by Kyle and Rosier, what angered him even more was Dumbledore's attitude. Voldemort could accept losing to Dumbledore, he was used to it. Ever since their first clash over a decade ago, he had never truly defeated him. But being ignored by Dumbledore, that was unacceptable. When he first saw Dumbledore alive again, he had been genuinely startled, he'd even thought, for a moment, that Dumbledore had created a Horcrux. Panic had followed. Fear. Voldemort knew all too well that in his current state, he was no match for Dumbledore. Even escaping would cost him dearly. In that moment, he had considered everything. He gritted his teeth and mentally prepared to go back to being a formless spirit, again, for decades, if necessary. Then Grindelwald walked out of the tower. And suddenly, he felt like a matchstick broken by a first year in Transfiguration and casually tossed aside. Dumbledore didn't even spare him a glance, his eyes remained fixed on Grindelwald from the very beginning. There wasn't even the dramatic confrontation Voldemort had envisioned. Dumbledore didn't lift a finger. He'd simply called someone else to deal with him. That was what Voldemort couldn't bear. Grindelwald. A man who had failed decades ago. He was nothing. Voldemort was Dumbledore's true rival, his fated enemy. Ah. Voldemort let out a furious scream and slashed his wand through the air. A blinding flash burst forth, followed by a loud crack as the wand shattered into pieces. The wand he had seized by force had broken, but not before releasing one final spell. The solid ground beneath them liquefied into a swampy mire, swallowing everything it touched, stones, leaves, trees, all were sucked down into the earth at alarming speed. Rosier took to the air immediately, not even glancing at Kyle. Fortunately, the firebolt finally sprang back to life and shot up from the ground. Kyle caught it just in time and soared upward. Lucky, Rosier said coolly, though her tone hinted at disappointment. You're the lucky one, Kyle replied as he swung onto the broom. I was just about ready to bolt. Believe me, I may not know flight magic, but I could have made it out of the spell's range in time. If the firebolt hadn't come when it did, you'd be facing Voldemort alone right now. Well then, Madame Rosier, Kyle raised an eyebrow, do you actually think you can take Voldemort on your own? Before she could respond, he went on. I doubt it. And you're decades older than him. TSK. Rosier's expression darkened, and her eyes glinted with murderous intent as she looked at him. What, planning to attack me now? Kyle stared back, unflinching. Watch your tone. I'm here to help. If you had even the slightest sense of etiquette, you'd thank me instead of glaring like that. He's your British problem, Rosier said coldly, enunciating each word. Not ours. Oh, so what, you're saying he didn't come all this way to kill Grindelwald, but to have a picnic? Kyle's voice rose with sarcasm. He had no fondness for Rosier to begin with, and seeing her act all high and mighty only made him more blunt. He came here looking for Grindelwald. That makes it your problem. If you don't like it, leave, who's stopping you? You. Don't start. I'm not stopping you, Kyle cut her off. Or I could just go back to Hogwarts, save you from the trouble of dragging me along. Would you dare? Rosier finally snapped back. Dumbledore told you to stay and face him. Do you dare leave now? I think you've misunderstood something. Kyle waved a finger. The reason I chose to stay and help you is because I also want to kill Voldemort. Not because Dumbledore ordered me to. And with that, Kyle really did fly higher into the air, casually striking a pose like a spectator at a show. Good luck, Madame Rosier. Don't worry, if you die, I'll make sure to avenge you. Rosier's chest heaved with rage. She could tell Kyle wasn't bluffing, he really didn't intend to help. He'd even pulled out a bottle of butterbeer. Who the hell drank butterbeer in the middle of a life-or-death battle? Rosier felt a vein pulsing on her forehead, but she didn't have time to argue. While she and Kyle had been talking, everything within a dozen feet had already been devoured by the swamp. Then, countless sticky, white, bloated heads rose from the liquid ground, there must have been hundreds. And then came the skeletons, just as many. The moment they emerged, they charged in a relentless, surging tide. Ha, pathetic. A flicker of disdain crossed Rosier's face. Even if she could sense a special curse on those skeletal corpses, so what? She could fly. No matter how powerful the curse was, it couldn't reach her in the air. Oh, damn it. To her shock, Voldemort also transformed into a cloud of black mist and shot into the sky, right alongside a skeleton that leapt upward, its pallid bones faintly glowing with a trace of green. Rosier couldn't be sure whether that green light was the killing curse, but she wasn't about to take chances. She blasted the skeleton to pieces on the spot. It was easier than she'd expected. The bones were brittle, and under her spell, they shattered instantly. But at the same moment, the green light entwined around the skeleton surged outward, hurtling straight at her. Fortunately, Rosier's reflexes were sharp. She dodged just in time, and now she was certain. That was the killing curse. It had been planted on the skeletons in advance by some special enchantment, lying in wait to strike down whoever destroyed them. Truly insidious. If she'd hesitated even a second, she might have been hit. And looking down at the hundreds of identical skeletons and corpses below, many of them already crouched, ready to leap, Rosier felt a chill crawl across her skin. Even if only half of them were booby-trapped with that curse, there was no way she could handle it. And that wasn't even counting Voldemort, who was far more dangerous than all of them combined. What a shame, came Kyle's voice from above, wistful. How'd she manage to dodge that? Rosier snapped her head upward. Kyle's sigh served as a warning. Not wanting to become a sitting target, she immediately veered in his direction. But Kyle had been ready for that. A light breeze swept through the air, and Rosier froze mid-flight. The tree nearest her right hand suddenly split into 3 clean sections, sliced through with eerie precision. What do you think you're doing? She asked coldly. Looking out for myself, Kyle replied matter-of-factly, already ascending higher. Voldemort watched their exchange, a flicker of delight crossing his face, though it vanished as quickly as it came. Excellent. So there was friction between them. That was more like it. They were both dark wizards, after all, no reason for Kyle to single him out. Voldemort could see a path to victory now. If they worked together, he didn't stand a chance. But if they turned on each other and fought separately, then he would be in control. He glanced down and swept his gaze across the battlefield. With a casual flick of his finger, a new wand flew into his grasp. He'd killed plenty of old wizards just now, 7 or 8 at least, all on Rosier's side. There were more than enough spare wands to go around. Avada Kedavra. With perfect timing, Voldemort acted as though Kyle didn't even exist. Every spell he cast was aimed solely at Rosier. Damn it. She had no choice. Furious though she was, Rosier had to abandon the idea of using Kyle as a shield. She threw herself wholly into evading Voldemort's relentless assault, and the occasional leaping skeleton. The cursed corpses were so light that, with just a bit of force, they could practically fly like they'd been hit with a levitation charm. She couldn't strike back. She couldn't dodge everything. Rosier was seething with frustration. Bloody hell, are you just going to sit there and watch? She shouted. Kyle shifted his pose on the broom, half reclining, and gave her a casual wave. Good luck. I've got faith in you. Without Kyle's support, the fight quickly turned one-sided again, only this time, Rosier was the one being overwhelmed. Furious over being ignored by Dumbledore, Voldemort unleashed a fury even greater than before, throwing killing curses at her with reckless abandon. But on his 6th casting, he suddenly whirled around and aimed his wand behind him. A green and a red beam collided in midair. You really thought I'd fall for that? That I'd buy into your pitiful little performance? Voldemort sneered, facing off against Kyle now. A sudden betrayal during battle. Did they think he was an idiot? Even a fool could tell something was off. Fair enough, Kyle said with a helpless shrug. It was all improvised, pure instinct and guesswork, and I'd say it turned out pretty well. At the very least, you fell for it, didn't you? He raised his wand, pouring all his effort into maintaining the magical tether between them. So, what are you going to do next? Avada Kedavra. The words rang out almost in unison. A flash of green light shot straight at Voldemort from above. In his current state, there was no way he could dodge, unless... Voldemort made a split-second decision. Without the slightest hesitation, he let go of his wand. The beam of energy connecting them instantly wavered and veered off course, right into the killing curse. Boom. The explosion rocked the clearing. All 3 were caught in the blast. Voldemort lost yet another wand. Rosier, already worn down by age and exhaustion after the prolonged fight, couldn't react in time. The shockwave flung her backward. Kyle, being the farthest away, got off easy, only a fresh coating of dust on his robes. He absently patted the front of his cloak with his wand hand. The wand tip swayed, and so did the 2 flower pots he'd just pulled from his suitcase. But Voldemort didn't notice the subtle shift. Instead, he dove downward, clearly aiming to seize another wand. Under Kyle's command, the 2 pots containing mature mandrakes floated right to Voldemort's ears, smoother than he'd hoped. Apparently, it wasn't just Rosier's reflexes that had dulled. After several brutal battles, Voldemort was also approaching his limit. Normally, he'd never miss a detail like that. But this wasn't normal. Invisible magic yanked the 2 mandrakes from their pots. The moment they were free of the soil, the roots writhed, and opened their mouths. A shrill, ear-splitting scream erupted. But it wasn't just sound, it went deeper, cutting straight into the soul. Kyle had seen it before, back at Hogwarts. Voldemort's soul, tattered and splintered, was particularly vulnerable to mandrake screeches. Even his vast magical power couldn't block it out entirely. So Kyle had chosen to play the same card again. And the result was better than expected. Voldemort's body spasmed, then dropped like a stone, crashing hard into the ground. Avada, Rosier reacted on instinct, ready to finish him off. But the swarm of skeletons Voldemort had summoned immediately surged forward, surrounding his fallen body and blocking her line of sight. Damn it. I can't see him anymore. Rosier shouted. We need to clear those wretched things out first. No need, Kyle said, flicking his wand downward. A wave of red fiend fire burst across the ground, spreading with terrifying speed. Watching it burn, Rosier couldn't help but recall the first time she'd met Kyle. He'd used the same fiend fire curse to incinerate Nurmengard Tower. Even now, she still struggled to comprehend how someone could act so completely outside the norm. Who would have thought he'd use Grindelwald as leverage to threaten her? Her thoughts drifted far as the flames roared higher, engulfing the skeletons and corpses. The monsters Voldemort had summoned were incinerated in an instant, reduced to ash by the roaring fiend fire. The earth turned a glowing red. Hundreds of faint green lights shimmered amid the blaze. Careful, those creatures are rigged with a tracking spell, Rosier muttered, clearly unsettled. Kyle didn't respond. In truth, the moment those killing curses lit up, he'd already been preparing. One hand clamped tightly around his suitcase, he shouted with all his might. Fawkes. The next instant, hundreds of green streaks shot toward him. And with them, Fawkes appeared. The flame-colored phoenix seized Kyle by the shoulder and disappeared with him in a burst of fire. You can't run. Voldemort's voice rang out behind them, warped and snarling. Blackened by the heat of the fiend fire, his body was charred, but his eyes still burned, glowing crimson with madness. The tracking curse. As long as you still have magic in you, you'll never get away. He laughed, manic and triumphant, as if he could already see Kyle being struck down by a barrage of killing curses. This was meant for Dumbledore, his ultimate trump card, but using it on Kyle wasn't a waste, not anymore. And he was quickly proven right. Though Fawkes had carried Kyle to another location, the killing curses still followed, vanishing midair for a stretch, mimicking the distance of an apparition jump exactly. Fawkes tried again and again to apparate Kyle to safety, but no matter where they went, whether he chose the place or Kyle did, the curses kept coming. There was no escape. Strange, isn't it? How things suddenly got so much harder. Want to know why? Too bad, I'm not telling you. Voldemort's frenzied laughter echoed in the air, shrill and grating. What else could it be? It was deliberate, he'd lured Kyle into thinking the killing curses were easy to dodge. And Kyle had taken the bait. Who would have guessed those curses could track a wizard, that not even apparition could shake them off? He should have sent Rosier instead. Kyle had tried several times to redirect the killing curses toward Voldemort, but it was no use. Voldemort was ready, he didn't give Kyle a single opening. After repeated attempts, Fawkes began to falter, his movements growing sluggish. Then he opened his beak wide and planted himself in front of Kyle, clearly intending to swallow the incoming curses himself. Kyle stood behind him, tense, conflicted. Could Fawkes even survive that? Then, like rain falling from the sky, the killing curses came streaking down. Only to halt in shock. Fawkes hadn't burst into flames. He hadn't gone into a phoenix's rebirth. Not because the curses had failed, but because, at the last moment, Kyle had flung open his suitcase, and a massive creature had surged out to stand between them and the deadly spells. The basilisk. Hundreds of curses slammed into its immense body. In seconds, its scales turned a sickly gray-white. With a thunderous crash, the serpent collapsed, unmoving. Even the most powerful of dark creatures couldn't withstand that kind of assault. No. Voldemort's reaction came hard and fast, far stronger than Kyle's. He hadn't expected this. Kyle had used the basilisk as a shield. The basilisk. Salazar Slytherin's basilisk, an emblem of supreme honor and the purest lineage. How dare he? How could Kyle command it? That creature should have been his. Rage and envy surged within him, twisting his thoughts. The sight of the basilisk dying, his basilisk, sent Voldemort into a stunned stupor. At that exact moment, Kyle's eyes flashed. He had been watching Voldemort closely, waiting for this. He inhaled quietly. His fingers tightened around his wand, then flicked it with precision. Behind Voldemort, a flickering ember, barely clinging to life, suddenly roared back into flame. The fire surged upward, and for a split second, it formed the shape of a blade. It drove straight through Voldemort's back. Incendio totalum. Whoosh. Chapter 945, Chapter 945, Transfer of Consciousness. Voldemort lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the sudden flare of flame in front of him. In a way, the firestorm charm combined with fiend fire was like the sharpest blade imaginable, capable of slicing through any obstacle with ease. Back in the Hebrides, that same combination had effortlessly cleaved through an entire island. This time, while the scale wasn't nearly as grand, Voldemort's body was certainly no island. Just as he was still reeling from the basilisk's death, a flash of scarlet fire streaked across his chest. Voldemort finally snapped out of it, stumbling backward as he looked down at the blazing red flame now burning through him. Moments later, cracks began to spread across his body, like sun-baked earth dried and fractured under intense heat. Soon, the fiend fire dissipated, but the cracks only deepened, glowing faintly with red light from within. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only broken, muddled whimpers came out. His crimson eyes flared even brighter, the light completely swallowing the narrow slits of his pupils. With a heavy thud, Voldemort's body collapsed, crashing to the ground. Tom Riddle lay sprawled in the dirt like a poorly made statue, motionless. The forest fell silent. Rosier, who had been content to watch from the sidelines, now wore a stunned expression. She hadn't expected it. Kyle had actually killed Voldemort. How had he done it? Ugh, NNNH. A sudden moan shattered the silence. It came from Snape, lying not far away. His body trembled violently, as if no longer under his control. His eyes rolled back, his mouth parted slightly. In the distance, so faint it almost seemed imagined, Kyle thought he heard a series of piercing, agonized screams. Snape's convulsions grew more intense. His whole body jerked, nearly lifting off the ground. Voldemort did something to him. Rosier, oddly calm and almost pleased, offered Kyle a passing remark. If you want to save him, now's your chance to do something. Kyle frowned. Easier said than done. He didn't even know what Voldemort had done. He asked Rosier, but she just hovered there silently, offering no further help. Left with no alternative, Kyle rushed forward. A few thick tree branches snaked out, coiling tightly around Snape to hold down his spasming body. But then, Kyle hesitated. He had no idea what was happening to Snape, which meant he had no idea how to stop it. Maybe, he could bind him up, throw him in the suitcase, and have Fawkes fly them both to St. Mungo's. Kyle weighed the idea. Honestly, he didn't want to get dragged into whatever complicated mess existed between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. This could be the perfect excuse to leave the forest with a clear conscience. Yeah. That would work. He turned toward Fawkes, but before he could speak, he caught something in the corner of his eye. Snape's unconscious gaze flickered. A brief flash of crimson glowed in his irises. Kyle froze. If he wasn't mistaken, that crimson glow, it looked exactly like Voldemort's eyes. Did he turn Snape into a Horcrux? No, that couldn't be. Horcruxes were meant to keep Voldemort alive, not allow him to possess someone else. Wait. Kyle's thoughts jolted. He suddenly remembered, years ago, when the Death Eaters had broken into the Department of Mysteries, trying to steal the prophecy orb containing information about the Chosen One. They'd failed, and Voldemort had appeared at the Ministry himself, clashing with Dumbledore in a fierce duel. At the end of that fight, Voldemort had used a peculiar spell, one that let him project his consciousness into Harry's body. And at the time, Harry's condition looked exactly like Snape's now. Could Voldemort have just transferred his consciousness into Snape? The more Kyle thought about it, the more likely it seemed. It would also explain why Voldemort had been so desperate to stop Kyle from taking Snape away. He'd needed a vessel nearby to transfer into. Kyle certainly wasn't an option that had been proven at the Ministry. Voldemort had tried him first and failed, only then turning to Harry. Rosier. Even less suitable. A seasoned dark witch like her. Who knew what tricks she had up her sleeve? Which left only one viable choice, the unconscious Snape. The violent struggle just now, it must have been Voldemort's consciousness clashing with Snape's occlumency. On instinct, Kyle yanked a Dementor from the suitcase, ready to unleash it and have it administer the kiss. But then he froze. Does consciousness count as a soul? If it didn't, and the Dementor sucked out Snape's soul instead, what then? That single moment of hesitation was all it took. Voldemort broke through. Snape's eyes turned fully red. Feeling proud of yourself? Snape said. You nearly killed the great Dark Lord. So it is you, Kyle sighed. And what if it is? Why can't you ever just save us all sometime? Kyle raised his wand. If I can kill you once, I can kill you again. What's the point of dragging this out? Then go ahead, Voldemort said, as if amused. I'm curious, will you really kill Severus? You're welcome to find out. I learned something rather interesting, Voldemort went on, seemingly talking to himself. You and a witch named Prince seem quite close. And Prince's only living relative is Severus. So, will you kill him? His smile widened. Come on, I'm waiting. Kyle didn't move. You're hesitating, aren't you? Snape began to thrash against the thick branches binding him, struggling to break free. You don't dare kill Severus. Pathetic sentiment. Ha. Just like Dumbledore, weak, sentimental. Who says I don't dare? Kyle took a step back, face blank. If someone cast the killing curse on Snape right now, wouldn't that kill you for good? Would you really do it? Voldemort shot back. You didn't deny it. So I'd say that confirms it. Kyle narrowed his eyes, took another step back, then glanced toward Rosier. I'm not exactly great with the killing curse. I'll leave it to you. You sure about that? Rosier raised a brow. I have to admit, you British wizards really are something. If I heard correctly, this man is your wife's only remaining family, and you're asking me to kill him. She's not my wife yet, Kyle corrected her. That's the part you want to focus on. Rosier's voice turned cold, and her gaze toward him grew openly scornful. Spare me the commentary. If you don't want to kill Voldemort, then pretend I never said anything. Avada Kedavra. Rosier didn't hesitate for a second, swinging her wand down hard. She couldn't care less about their relationships. British wizards or not, she'd kill any of them without blinking. Damn it, why? Voldemort was stunned. He hadn't expected Kyle to be so eager to kill him. Even while he was occupying Severus's body, Kyle's only mercy was to let someone else cast the curse. Weren't Dumbledore's people supposed to value emotion and loyalty above all else? But this Kyle. He didn't even hesitate. Now, Voldemort was truly afraid. Just as Kyle had said, if Snape were killed by a killing curse right now, then so would he. And this wasn't some bluff. Voldemort could see it clearly, Rosier had used the real thing. No, he couldn't die here. As the killing curse descended, Voldemort finally snapped. He tore himself free from Snape's body and shot straight toward Kyle. Kyle calmly raised his wand. It's no use, Voldemort's voice echoed from every direction, tinged with hysteria. Even fiend fire can't kill me now. Understandable, after having his plans foiled by Kyle time and again, anyone would start to unravel. I'm going to kill you. The voice grew closer, almost right in front of him. Kyle's lips curled slightly. Then he shut his eyes and swung his wand with force. 2 orange eyes flew from the dead basilisk's head, whirling through the air like searchlights. And then, Voldemort's agonized scream tore through the forest. Ah. You should, you. Moments later, the voice vanished, as if it had never existed. Voldemort was dead, truly dead this time. Though it wasn't Dumbledore who ended him, it was still better than how things went a dozen years ago, when he'd been killed by the rebound of his own curse. At least this time, it wasn't quite so humiliating. Avada. Before Kyle could exhale in relief, a flash of green light shot down from above, but he dodged it just in time. Kyle opened his eyes and looked up at Rosier. What the hell was that? You really don't know. Rosier said coldly. The basilisk's eyes. You were trying to kill me too, weren't you? Of course not, I warned you, Kyle replied. I gave you a hand signal to shut your eyes. You just didn't see it. Warned me. Rosier let out a sharp laugh. Do you think I'm an idiot? She was certain Kyle had meant to kill her. If she hadn't known about the basilisk in advance and stayed alert, she might have looked straight into its eyes. And who would have thought that thing would still be dangerous even after death? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She was ready to blast Kyle to pieces right then and there, but then a different idea came to her. All right, she said suddenly. I believe it wasn't intentional. Caught off guard by Rosier's sudden shift in tone, Kyle blinked before replying, good. We may have been enemies once, but right now we're allies. Why would I deliberately kill you? It makes no sense. No need to explain. I get it, Rosier said. So I hope you'll also understand if I happen to mention later that you killed Severus Snape. Don't twist things. Twist. Rosier's voice turned mocking. You think just because you didn't do it yourself, it doesn't count? Let me guess, you're planning to explain this to that witch. What's her name again? Conna Prince, Kyle replied helpfully. And I don't see what I'd need to explain, Snape isn't dead. Ha. You've lost your mind. Rosier sneered. No one survives the killing curse. She had seen it clearly. Even though Voldemort's consciousness had fled, the killing curse had struck that wizard named Snape squarely. She couldn't be wrong about that. Strange. Kyle shrugged. Harry Potter survived the killing curse. Perfectly plausible. That's not the same, Rosier snapped. If you don't believe me, why not take a closer look? Kyle said with a smile. See for yourself, has Snape really died? Rosier couldn't understand why Kyle kept insisting the man wasn't dead. She had cast the killing curse herself, she would know whether she held back or not. So she looked up at Snape, ready to shatter Kyle's foolish fantasy. What is this? Her eyes went wide, the wrinkles on her face stretching taut in disbelief. Snape was still alive. No, that had to be an illusion. Rosier flew over at once, heading straight for Snape to get a better look. Kyle didn't stop her. He just stood nearby, watching calmly as her expression shifted by the second. He's really not dead. That's impossible. How is this possible? Rosier had never seen anything like it, someone surviving a direct hit from the killing curse. If it were just hearsay, she could explain it away, maybe the spell was altered, maybe a trick was used. But she'd witnessed everything firsthand. She was the one who cast the curse. There was no chance of a miscast or a decoy spell. So what in Merlin's name was going on? Veins pulsed at her temples, and her head felt like it was going to burst. She instinctively wanted to report this to Grindelwald. But just as she turned to leave, something caught her eye. On Snape's wrist, 2 silver phoenixes shimmered in flight. One of them was fading, its color draining away bit by bit. By the time she focused on it, that phoenix had vanished completely. The remaining one returned to Snape's wrist, shrinking into a small, silver ornament, plain and inconspicuous. It was Kanna's. Or more precisely, something Nicholas Flamel had reforged using alchemy after receiving her phoenix potion, then returned to her. Its effect was as blunt as it was effective, it could block 2 killing curses. Kyle had noticed Kanna's bracelet was missing back at Hogwarts, but he hadn't expected to find it here, on Snape. Strange. So it can be removed. Maybe because of their blood relation. Kyle shook his head. No need to overthink it. That was why he had let Rosier cast the killing curse, because he'd seen the bracelet. He had no idea how to expel Voldemort's consciousness. So he gambled, betting Voldemort wouldn't risk his own life. That before the curse landed, he would abandon Snape's body. And it turned out he was right. Even knowing escape was impossible afterward, Voldemort still fled. Then Kyle finished him off, using the basilisk's eyes. Rosier didn't know the full truth, but she could tell the silver phoenix-shaped charm wasn't ordinary. Maybe it was because of that item that Snape had survived the killing curse. Her eyes gleamed. Without thinking, she reached out to grab the bracelet-like charm. If it really had blocked a killing curse, its value was beyond estimation. Grindelwald would definitely want it. Hey, Madame Rosier, that's not yours. A tree branch extended in front of her. Another one swept in from the side, lifting the unconscious Snape away. Look all you want, but trying to take it's a bit much, don't you think? Stop. Put him down. Rosier instinctively raised her wand, pointing it toward the direction of the retreating branches. What exactly are you doing, Madame Rosier? Kyle raised his wand as well, his expression grave. Should I take this to mean the fight between us is back on? Of course, not. Seeing clearly who stood across from her, Rosier's expression shifted once more. She took a long breath and narrowed her eyes. I'm just curious about alchemy, she said coolly. I wanted a closer look at his trinket. Oh, I see. Looks like I misunderstood. Kyle replied as he guided the branches, placing Snape safely into the suitcase. Chapter 946, Chapter 946, Threatening Rosier. Are you keeping your guard up against me? Rosier asked, tilting her head slightly as she watched Kyle's movements. Yeah, Kyle replied bluntly, without hesitation. As a righteous wizard, is there something wrong with me being cautious around a dark witch from decades ago? I thought we worked quite well together this time. That was temporary, and it wasn't really working together. At most, we just had a common enemy, Kyle said. Besides, have you forgotten? A few months ago, we were on opposite sides. But you're still alive, aren't you? That's only because I was careful. It had nothing to do with you. As he spoke, Kyle kept his eyes locked on Rosier, watching her every move. Fortunately, although Rosier did feel it was a pity, she didn't seem too fixated on the alchemical item that could block the killing curse. Part of it was because Kyle was clearly watching her, but also because, after thinking it over, she realized the artifact might not be as valuable as it seemed. Sure, the ability to resist the killing curse sounded tempting, but in reality, Grindelwald wouldn't have much use for it. After all, his opponent was Dumbledore, a wizard who had almost never used the killing curse. In fact, Rosier had never seen Dumbledore cast it. The same went for the Cruciatus Curse and the Imperius Curse. Even during the fiercest years of the war 70 years ago, Dumbledore had never once used an unforgivable curse. That, perhaps, was exactly why he was known as the greatest wizard. It was true back then, and it certainly still held now. So Rosier saw no point in risking herself to steal an artifact that wouldn't benefit Grindelwald anyway. Not to mention, she was still wary of the spells Kyle had used earlier. With that in mind, Rosier began slowly backing away, subtly shifting her position. If you're thinking of going to help Grindelwald, Kyle said suddenly, you'd better drop that idea. Neither of them would welcome you, not one. Rosier stopped and studied him carefully, narrowing her eyes. Oh. And what exactly do you know? I don't know anything. Just talking. Kyle shrugged. Call it an excuse. I don't want to help Professor Dumbledore, but I also don't want you running off to help Grindelwald, so I figured I'd say something to stop you. And if I insisted? Rosier kept her eyes on him. Would you stop me? No. Kyle answered instantly. He also glanced off to his left. That part of the forest was still quiet, as if nothing had happened at all. Which was clearly suspicious. Either they hadn't made a move, or they'd gone elsewhere, or they'd used some kind of special magic. Whatever the case, Kyle had no intention of getting involved. But, he added, I also can't just sit back and let you cause trouble for Professor Dumbledore. What's that supposed to mean? Rosier returned to the ground, watching him with interest. It means if you go help Grindelwald, then I'll go pay a visit to the wounded wizard still hiding nearby, Kyle said calmly. When they were chasing me through the forest, they showed no mercy. I remember. And now that I've got some free time, I figure, why not pay them a little visit? I doubt Voldemort killed them all. Since you're the only one here, I'm guessing the rest were injured and forced to retreat. If that's the case, they can't have gone far. Rosier's expression grew steadily colder. Kyle was right. Those wizards had been injured, and they were hiding not too far from here. Back when Kyle hadn't yet arrived, they had underestimated Voldemort and overestimated their own strength. They'd been caught completely off guard by 2 sweeping area of effect spells. Some were killed outright. Most of the rest suffered various degrees of injury and had no choice but to withdraw. In their current condition, if Kyle really found them, there was no way they could hold their own. Does Dumbledore know what you're doing? Rosier asked coldly. Nope. He's not here. Kyle shrugged. And even if he did know, what could he do? Like I said, I respect Professor Dumbledore, but that doesn't mean I follow his every word. But we just helped you kill Voldemort, Rosier said, her tone shifting slightly. If I remember right, he was the most dangerous dark wizard in Britain. He destroyed countless wizarding families, left people too afraid to even speak his name. We helped you bring him down, at great cost, and now you're threatening to kill us. Does that really seem fair? You didn't help us, Kyle corrected. You helped Grindelwald. That's not quite the same thing. Whatever the reason, we still contributed, didn't we? Rosier pushed back. If you'd been alone, if we hadn't risked our lives to drain Voldemort's strength, do you really think it would have been that easy for you to kill him? Easy? Kyle arched a brow. He had to admit, the former Black Rose of France, once a dominant force in Europe, was no pushover. And with that kind of speech, if someone who didn't know the full story overheard, they might genuinely believe Kyle was turning on his allies. But was that really the case? Not quite. Before arriving here, Voldemort had already fought the Hogwarts side all night long. If anyone had worn him down, it wasn't Rosier's group. Most of them had only lasted a few minutes before being knocked out. If anything, their biggest contribution was adding some flair to the scene. And Kyle had even sacrificed the basilisk. What had Rosier done? Well, she had helped. But not by much. You're right. Kyle suddenly let out a quiet laugh and said calmly, no matter what your reason was for going after Voldemort, you still helped us in the end. As a British wizard, I really shouldn't burn bridges like that. But I can't just pretend nothing happened. That was the first time I'd ever been chased around like that, of course I have to get revenge. So what are you going to do? Rosier asked. Pick a middle ground. What do you think? Kyle said with a smile. You go help Grindelwald, and I'll go settle the score, but I won't kill them. Sound fair? Good, you. Rosier had just started to speak when she caught the look on Kyle's face and abruptly closed her mouth. She'd caught a flicker of mockery in Kyle's eyes, and she could clearly sense that what he'd just said wasn't at all what he really meant. Not kill them. That was far too vague. In a way, it was meaningless, might as well have said nothing at all. Rosier frowned slightly. The tactics she'd used before against Newt and Dumbledore suddenly seemed to have lost their effect. Kyle, sitting across from her, didn't look the least bit anxious. If Rosier truly went off to help Grindelwald, he'd definitely go find someone else. But Kyle was a man of his word. If he said he wouldn't kill them, then he wouldn't. Kyle ran his fingers over the suitcase. He could faintly feel a biting chill seeping into his hand. After all, as long as the body was alive, it was still alive, wasn't it? Missing a bit of soul at most, and he had professionals for that. Ones who were 100% clean and efficient, or maybe just had a way with words. But none of that really mattered. What mattered was that he really wouldn't kill them. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Rosier had figured out what Kyle was thinking, everything except the Dementors. Not that Kyle had tried to hide it. They were both being perfectly frank. Rosier suddenly let out a short laugh, smoothed out her black robes, wrinkled from the earlier fight, then waved her hand and transformed a nearby tree branch into a vintage wide-brimmed hat, placing it on her head. That gesture made it clear, she was no longer going to help Grindelwald. More precisely, she'd already given up on that idea back when Kyle first warned her. As one of Grindelwald's closest followers, how could Rosier possibly be so oblivious? Especially when she'd stayed loyal to Grindelwald even after his defeat. She hadn't been able to find Nermangard's location, so she'd waited in the forest, waited for Grindelwald to escape and lead them back into battle across Europe, and maybe the entire wizarding world. But that wait had lasted 70 years. And Nermangard? That prison tower had been designed by Grindelwald himself. There was no way he hadn't been able to escape for 70 years. The only explanation was that he'd never intended to, because of Dumbledore. And besides, the two of them hadn't seen each other in ages. Rosier knew Grindelwald well. She understood that right now, the only person he wanted to see was Dumbledore. She glanced at Kyle again, then turned and walked off to the far side of the forest, disappearing quickly from sight. Kyle figured she'd probably gone to check on the wounded from earlier, so he didn't stop her. As long as Rosier wasn't going to help Grindelwald, he didn't care. He had more important things to deal with anyway. Kyle stepped over a cracked, ugly statue and hurried to the basilisk, now drained of all color, turned to a lifeless gray. He stood there, his heart aching so badly it felt like it might bleed. It was a basilisk, and not just any basilisk, but the only one of its kind left in the entire wizarding world. Now it was dead. To say he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. But there had been no other way. In that moment, killing Voldemort as quickly as possible had been the only option. The second Kyle saw Voldemort summon those skeletons with a flick of his hand, he knew Voldemort had mastered all sorts of dark magic, and trying to kill him through normal means was nearly impossible. The fact that Lily Evans had managed to kill Voldemort over a decade ago was a miracle. Even Dumbledore hadn't been able to do it, but she had. That's why Harry's title as the Chosen One carried so much weight. But Kyle wasn't Lily Evans. And he didn't have her unique magic that could rebound the killing curse. So after thinking it through, he realized the only way to defeat Voldemort was through a surprise attack. But Voldemort wasn't like those Hogwarts students with no real combat experience. Especially after suffering several setbacks, there was no way he'd ever let his guard down during a fight. If he did get distracted, it would have to be over something that struck him deeply, like the fact that he, Voldemort, who prided himself on being Slytherin's heir, had just killed the basilisk, the very symbol of that inheritance. So Kyle gritted his teeth and released the basilisk, letting it shield him from the hundreds of killing curses flying his way. Sure enough, Voldemort's attention was drawn, and he was distracted, just for a moment. But that moment was all Kyle needed to strike the killing blow. Honestly, luck played a role in it too. In that split second, Voldemort just happened not to see Kyle's movements, and Kyle just happened to be standing near a small burst of fiend fire that he could use as a conduit. If he had to do it all over again, Kyle couldn't guarantee he'd succeed a second time. If the fight had dragged on any longer, Voldemort most likely would have chosen to flee again, find another hiding place, and bide his time. Everything would have gone right back to how it was before. Thinking about it that way, sacrificing the basilisk to eliminate the threat of Voldemort didn't seem like such a bad trade. Well, maybe not for others. For Kyle, it was a devastating loss. A basilisk. He still couldn't quite accept it. Who knew if he'd ever find another one? With that in mind, Kyle let out a sigh, opened the suitcase, and carefully packed the basilisk's body inside. Even though it had taken hundreds of spells, they were all killing curses, which left no physical damage, so the basilisk's body remained an incredibly rare and valuable specimen. Oh, and there was one more thing. The most important part. Kyle unclenched his tightly closed right hand. Between his fingers, a faint, dull orange glow flickered. The basilisk's eyes, also a crucial tool in destroying Voldemort's consciousness. In a way, they worked much like the killing curse, capable of acting directly upon the soul or mind, those intangible things. He wasn't familiar with the killing curse, but this was even better. It didn't require an incantation or a wand. When he needed it, he could just take it out and use it. Fast, convenient, and effective, though with the small risk of taking himself down in the process. After all, no one could completely control their line of sight. Not even Kyle. A gust of wind could shift his gaze unintentionally. And if he happened to catch a glimpse of the basilisk's eyes, even just from the corner of his eye, he could still be affected. That's why Kyle had kept his eyes closed the entire time, during the fight and even now. Tilting his head back, he turned a pile of fallen leaves into several thick, wide-mouthed black bottles, and carefully transferred the two intact basilisk eyes into them. The dark glass shielded them from view, and only then did Kyle let out a faint breath of relief. Thankfully, the basilisk's eyes had been preserved. He could bring them to Nicholas Flamel later and see if there was a way to forge them into a weapon. Or maybe they could serve as wand accessories, discreet, decorative, and functional. Mounted on his wand, they'd not only be difficult to detect, but would also compensate for his lack of skill with the killing curse. All gain, no loss. Now that he thought about it, it was truly remarkable. The basilisk was completely, undeniably dead, yet its eyes remained intact. Not only untouched, but still carrying their cursed power even after being severed from its head. Kyle didn't know how long that power would last, but it was already beyond extraordinary. It was as if the eyes had never really been part of the basilisk's body at all, but rather separate weapons, like a blade or a wand, something you could just pick up and use. Unnatural, and yet, somehow fitting. Anyone who'd seen fantastic beasts and where to find them knew that basilisks were artificially created. A dark creature engineered for war. Every part of its body was crafted for that purpose, including, of course, those cursed eyes. Chapter 947, Chapter 947, What made you so favored by Dumbledore? Ugh. Where am I? Snape didn't know how long he'd been unconscious, but he finally came to. He wasn't fully alert yet, still lying down, staring blankly at the spotless blue sky overhead, slightly dazed. It wasn't until something stepped across his arm that the memories came rushing back. Wait, he was supposed to be in Nurmengard. But where was this? Nurmengard couldn't possibly have such a clear sky. And snow-capped mountains. No way. Hold on, by Merlin's beard. Why could he see snow-capped mountains next to a forest? Snape thought he must be mistaken. He tried to sit up, struggling against the pain that suddenly surged through his body like needles piercing every nerve. His neck barely lifted before it dropped back down again. His movement startled the small creature perched on his arm. The Niffler looked up nervously, locking eyes with Snape. Man and Niffler stared at each other. Despite being caught in the act, the brazen little Niffler didn't back off. It kept digging at Snape's wrist with stubborn determination. Give it up. You're not getting that off, came a voice from the side. Snape instinctively turned his head and saw Kyle expertly grab the Niffler by the scruff. He made a clean, practiced motion and flung it far away like he was throwing a quaffle. Don't worry, Professor Snape, Kyle said as he walked over, speaking casually. The item Kana gave you is still perfectly safe. That little guy didn't steal it, he couldn't even if he tried. Snape's expression grew stern. The moment he saw Kyle, he had instinctively tried to stand. The pain was so intense, he didn't even hear what Kyle had said. Why are you here? And, where is this? What happened to me? You've got a lot of questions, Professor Snape. Kyle gave him a look, then waved a hand to conjure a chair behind him, complete with a soft cushion, thoughtfully added. Snape didn't acknowledge the gesture. He didn't even glance at the chair, let alone sit down. Kyle didn't seem to mind. He simply looked at Snape and asked, first things first, do you really not remember what happened? What happened before? Snape frowned instinctively, letting out a low grunt. It felt like his consciousness had been yanked and twisted, leaving his memories a chaotic mess. But at least it was only confusion, nothing was missing. Snape forced himself to calm down and began carefully piecing the fragments of memory back together. As he did, his expression grew increasingly grim. Where is this place? His voice was low, tinged with an urgency he couldn't hide. This is my suitcase. Think of it as a magically expanded tent with plenty of space, Kyle explained. Why are you here? Snape pressed. What about the Dark Lord? Fawkes brought me. I think Professor Dumbledore wanted me to help out, Kyle said after a brief pause. As for the Dark Lord, he's dead. Impossible. Snape's pupils contracted sharply. Nothing's impossible. And I've got no reason to lie about something like that, Kyle replied with a shrug. Since there wasn't much else to do, Kyle went ahead and gave a brief account of what had happened after Fawkes brought him here. Snape didn't interrupt. He listened in silence, frowning from time to time. But when Kyle mentioned that Voldemort had transferred his consciousness into Snape's body before dying, Snape's breathing audibly quickened. That part, he remembered with painful clarity. In fact, Snape had already regained consciousness back then, but his mind was trapped, encircled by a creature with glowing red eyes. He was locked tight, with no way out. And yet, he could feel everything. Through the pain, he felt his jaw move, taunting Kyle, even mentioning Kana's name. He had always gone to great lengths to hide Kana's existence from Voldemort, even using memory charms on certain Death Eaters at great personal risk. But Voldemort still found out. Snape's heart tightened, but soon, the rest of the memories came surging back. He remembered Kyle's solution, and the fear he sensed from the red-eyed creature. It was Voldemort who was afraid. Because Kyle's plan was correct, using the killing curse to obliterate both consciousnesses inside the body at once. Even Snape had to admit, it was the most sound and effective choice. Then came the green flash, that must have been the killing curse. And the red-eyed monster. Voldemort abandoned him and fled. The memory ended there. After Voldemort left him behind, Snape fell unconscious again, and then came everything that had just happened. He lifted his hand and tried to move it. Strange. Why was he still alive? From the angle and trajectory of the killing curse in his memory, Snape couldn't imagine how he'd managed to survive. And it wasn't just him, Voldemort clearly hadn't expected it either. Otherwise, that monster wouldn't have fled in such a panic. But Snape instinctively clenched his fists, and that piercing, needle-like pain surged through him again, a pain that came from deep within his soul, the kind of wound left behind when Voldemort forcibly tore his consciousness out. It was even more unbearable than the pain in his body. Snape gritted his teeth hard, barely managing to keep from crying out. But even that small movement tugged at the muscles in his face, making it hurt even more. Still, Snape forced himself to endure it. His lips were pressed into a tight line. Even if he shattered his own teeth, he would never disgrace himself in front of Kyle. He trembled all over, and it took a long moment before he managed to steady himself. "You didn't seem surprised just now, Professor," Kyle said, lowering the camera in his hands with a hint of disappointment. "So I take it you already knew everything I said was true, didn't you?" Snape didn't respond. It was several minutes before he finally opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "I remember, you had that witch cast the killing curse on me." He looked down at his body. "So what am I now?" "Oh, you're still alive," Kyle interrupted before he could finish. "Congratulations, Professor. You've achieved the same miracle as the boy who lived, surviving the killing curse head-on." "That's impossible," Snape said firmly. "No one survives the killing curse. The so-called the boy who lived only lived because Lily, someone, used a special protective charm on him." "You mean Lily Evans, right?" Kyle spoke as though he hadn't noticed Snape's expression growing steadily colder. "Isn't it possible that you, like Harry, survived the killing curse because you were protected by some kind of special magic?" "That's impossible." Snape's voice faltered. He looked at Kyle with a conflicted expression. "Don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't me, definitely not me," Kyle said quickly, waving his hands. "It was Kanna who saved you." "Kanna?" Snape immediately stiffened, his whole body tense as he scanned his surroundings in alarm. "She's still at Hogwarts." "She's safe," Kyle said first, then continued, "Do you remember when the two of you crossed paths in that corridor at Hogwarts?" "What are you getting at?" Snape frowned. Of course he knew what Kyle was referring to, but he didn't want to revisit what had happened there, or more precisely, the look of disbelief in Kanna's eyes when she saw him. "Actually, even back then, Kanna already knew you weren't truly a Death Eater," Kyle said, reaching out to point at Snape's wrist. "So, before she lost consciousness, she gave you that?" Snape instinctively raised his hand. On his arm were several distinct scratch marks, and a few short black hairs. "Ah, yeah. Niffler instinct." "Couldn't be helped," Kyle said awkwardly. Snape said nothing. His eyes had already fallen on the silver phoenix-shaped charm on his wrist. He was certain he'd never owned such a thing, much less worn it. "Kanna gave that to you. It's an alchemical artifact that can repel the killing curse." "What did you say?" Snape snapped his head up. "Repel the killing curse. I think she believed you were in more danger on the inside, among the Death Eaters. So she gave it to you, hoping it would save your life at a critical moment. You're sure you're not lying to me?" Snape still found it hard to believe. But how could Kanna have something so valuable? "Well, that's actually because of you, Professor," Kyle said, spreading his hands. "Remember that Christmas a few years back, when we planned to visit Nicholas Flamel together? That had indeed been years ago." "Right," Kyle continued. "Back then, you gave her a bottle of Phoenix Potion to give to Nicholas as a Christmas gift. I'm guessing you wanted Nicholas to remember her through the gesture. After all, Phoenix Potion is rare, even for someone like Nicholas, who's lived over 6 centuries. Snape didn't say anything, which was as good as confirmation. There was no shame in admitting it. Most wizards in the magical world dreamed of meeting Nicholas Flamel. It was a rare opportunity, and it only made sense to prepare something special. Especially considering his own unusual circumstances, he had more to think about than most. "You still don't really understand Nicholas," Kyle said with a sigh. "He's seen just about everything the world has to offer. How could he possibly accept such an expensive gift from a child?" Snape's eye twitched slightly. What was this boy saying? Of course he didn't understand Nicholas Flamel. He'd never even met him. In the entire British magical world, take Dumbledore out of the equation, and the total number of wizards who'd met Nicholas Flamel probably still wouldn't match how many times Kyle had. Snape truly couldn't figure it out, why both Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel placed so much trust in Kyle. Especially Dumbledore. From the very beginning, Dumbledore had always focused on Harry. Snape knew that better than anyone. The hidden chamber protecting the Philosopher's Stone in Harry's first year had been designed specifically for him, a training ground tailored by Dumbledore. But at some point, Dumbledore's attention had gradually shifted toward Kyle. Lately, Harry had been all but left on his own. And then there was this time. They were supposed to be dealing with Voldemort, yet Dumbledore had only sent Fawkes to fetch Kyle, without even mentioning Harry. What happened to their fated rivalry? Snape shook his head, pushing the thought aside. "Kanna told me Nicholas accepted the potion." "He did," Kyle replied. But later, Nicholas turned that phoenix potion into an alchemical artifact and gave it back to Kana as a Christmas gift. An alchemical artifact. Snape instinctively looked down. Right, the one on your wrist, Kyle said. Kana's been wearing it ever since. She couldn't take it off, no matter how she tried, just like that Niffler couldn't pull it off your wrist earlier. At first, I thought it only worked for Kana, but now it seems like it might be tied to bloodline or origin. After all, you're the one who brewed that phoenix potion. Wait, how do you know it can't be taken off? Snape's ears twitched slightly. He wasn't concerned with why the artifact was on him. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at Kyle. Don't tell me you had your eye on it, he asked coldly. I didn't, Kyle said, twitching at the corner of his mouth. No matter what, he'd never go after something that belonged to Kana, especially not something Nicholas gave her for protection. Then how do you know? She tried to lend it to me once, but couldn't take it off. There, so you did want it. I told you I didn't. Kyle rubbed his forehead, not understanding why Snape was suddenly hung up on this. Fawkes was with me at the time. I didn't need some alchemical trinket to fend off a killing curse. Ha. Says you, Snape drawled. Kyle suddenly regretted saving him. He should have let Voldemort stay inside him just a little longer. And now really wasn't the time for this nonsense. There were far more important things to figure out, like what Snape and Voldemort were doing here, and why Grindelwald had left Nurmengard. That thought made Kyle pause. Professor Snape, are you trying to change the subject? He asked quietly. To distract me from asking about Grindelwald. Snape's expression went cold in an instant. You don't need to know. And I won't be telling you. Actually, I'm quite curious myself, came a voice from behind. Oh, Kyle, you've been hard to track down, Dumbledore said as he approached. He looked Kyle over and couldn't help but comment, what were you thinking, letting a wampus cat run through the forest with your suitcase? It was safer that way, wasn't it? Kyle explained. Not much is faster than a wampus cat. Even if you lost. Grindelwald would. He stopped short, mouth snapping shut. Someone else was walking up behind Dumbledore. Go on, Grindelwald said with a half-smile, eyes narrowing. What about me? You look great, Kyle said, forcing a smile as he glanced helplessly at Dumbledore. What was going on? They weren't fighting anymore? They'd made up. That couldn't be right, it didn't fit Dumbledore at all. Or maybe. Dumbledore had forgiven Grindelwald because Ariana was still alive. Ah, there was no helping it, Dumbledore said with a resigned sigh, clearly picking up on Kyle's confusion. He raised his hand and waved it forward casually. His hand passed straight through Kyle's arm. I can't even hold a wand anymore. There's no point continuing. I see. Kyle quietly stepped back 2 paces. Relax. Let go of your wand. I've no intention of attacking you, for now, Grindelwald said mildly. I do hope you'll take my advice. If not, I'm not opposed to changing my mind. Kyle moved his hand behind his back, slipping his wand back into his sleeve. It wasn't fear that held him back, just that Grindelwald was an old man who'd spent 70 years locked away. He could afford to give him a little dignity. But why, Professor? Kyle finally turned to Dumbledore. If you wanted to find me, you could have just sent Fawkes. Why come all the way here? I should clarify, it wasn't me, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. I never said a word. Grindelwald found the wampus cat. He opened the suitcase. He knows Newt, so he's very familiar with these magical devices. Wait, what about my wampus cat? Kyle asked nervously. Don't worry, he's fine, Dumbledore assured him. But before Kyle could relax, Grindelwald's face appeared directly in front of him. It looked like he'd made an effort to clean up. His previously gaunt face now had a healthier glow, and his messy hair had been trimmed neatly. I have a question, he said, scanning Kyle from head to toe. Albus Dumbledore never told anyone the location of Nurmengard. You're the first person to find it. Tell me, what was it that earned you his favor? Chapter 948, Chapter 948, The Deal with Grindelwald. What exactly is it that made him favor you so much? As Grindelwald spoke, Kyle felt as if something had dropped out of the sky and landed squarely on his head. Looking closer, it was a giant barrel filled with vinegar. It was the kind of feeling you'd get if a Hufflepuff tried to return to the common room, got the password wrong, and ended up drenched in vinegar. The entire space inside the suitcase, an area nearly half the size of the Forbidden Forest, was now thick with the stench of jealousy. It was overwhelming. Kyle instinctively took a step back, trying to put some distance between himself and Grindelwald. Maybe it's because I'm a student. Kyle said, eyes flickering as he tried to keep his voice steady. A kind-hearted, high-achieving student is always bound to win the headmaster's favor, isn't he? High-achieving, perhaps. Grindelwald said, pacing gracefully in a slow circle around Kyle. I happened to see some very interesting memories from the gentleman who gave me my wand. Want to know what I saw? Sir, peeking into someone else's memories is highly inappropriate, Kyle said carefully. Grindelwald paused for a moment. Even his voice turned a bit rough, but only for an instant before returning to normal. He continued circling Kyle, speaking softly. Many people see me as an evil dark wizard, the one who started the Wizarding War. But do you know when I first used the killing curse on an enemy? No, I don't. 17, Grindelwald cut in before Kyle could finish. I was still studying at Durmstrang. Sure, I was obsessed with dark magic and experimented on classmates, but I never intended to kill any of them. Then they expelled me, and I no longer had the chance. He seemed to drift into a nostalgic tone, recounting stories no one had asked for. Well, except Dumbledore, who was listening quite intently. Kyle had no interest in hearing it, but it didn't feel right to interrupt him. Grindelwald completed another circle and continued, and then there's that so-called Dark Lord, that hideous creature. When did he first kill someone, he asked, directing the question to Dumbledore. As far as I know, it was in his 5th year, Dumbledore said after a brief moment of thought. Moaning Myrtle, that was likely the first time he deliberately killed another wizard. He would have been about 16. 16, not exactly young, Grindelwald said thoughtfully. But I know someone who was only 11, just started school, and killed an illegal animagus in the forest. Oh, and over the holidays, he also killed a werewolf. He fixed his gaze on Kyle, all but calling him by name. That wasn't me. I didn't do it, don't make things up, Kyle protested immediately. That animagus rat was killed by Orin, it had nothing to do with me. And the werewolf, I was just defending myself. Besides, it was only injured. It didn't die. Ah, so it had nothing to do with you, just self-defense. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes. An unshakable justification. And what about that professor in your 2nd year? Quirrell. Grindelwald continued, not even glancing at Snape, who was now sweating nervously at the side. Maybe he noticed, but he clearly didn't care. Let me guess, you had to kill him for the sake of self-defense, too. That honestly had nothing to do with me, Kyle insisted, shaking his head quickly. He tried to drag all of us down with him and cast a wide-area fiendfire curse. Thankfully, Dumbledore showed up in time and saved both me and Harry. I can vouch for that, Dumbledore said with a nod. Quirrell did die from fiendfire. At that time, Kyle didn't even know that spell. You're too trusting, Albus, Grindelwald snorted. He didn't argue, but he clearly wasn't convinced. And in 3rd year? Nothing happened in 3rd year, Kyle said quickly. Some people were injured, yes, but everyone survived. Even Professor Lockhart just lost his memory. No one died. Then what about that other animagus in your 4th year? Peter. He got what he deserved. Another unshakable justification, Grindelwald said with meaning, though this time, he didn't challenge it. As for your 5th year, the Triwizard Tournament, I don't even need to bring it up, do I? He stepped forward, his slightly clouded eyes fixed on Kyle. You were even brought to trial at the Ministry of Magic. And most importantly, after that, you completely dropped your mask. Especially after graduation, the number of wizards you've killed keeps growing. Looking at it this way, you might be more terrifying than either me or that Tom. Grindelwald glanced deliberately at Dumbledore. At least when I was 11, I hadn't killed anyone and hadn't planned to. I've already said, Pocky, that animagus rat, was killed by Orin, Kyle repeated with a sigh. He wasn't going to take the blame for that. And I don't know where you got those bizarre, jumbled memories. Kyle locked eyes with Grindelwald. But I can tell you plainly, before the Battle of Hogwarts, my magic was as pure as untouched snowfall in winter. You don't need to remind me of that, Grindelwald said with a smile. I noticed it the last time you came here. And that's what makes it truly frightening, isn't it? He added, giving Dumbledore another meaningful look, like he was trying to plant seeds of doubt. Merlin, give me strength, Kyle thought, twitching at the corners of his mouth. But Dumbledore's expression remained completely unchanged. He knew the truth. Grindelwald's words weren't enough to shake him. And at this point, when he couldn't even hold a wand, what Dumbledore thought didn't seem to matter much anymore. Even if Kyle really did become the next Dark Lord, there was nothing he could do to stop it. Let's make a deal. Seeing that Grindelwald was about to continue speaking, Kyle quickly reached out and pulled out 3 photographs. Only, he held them the wrong way around, so all Grindelwald could see were the handwritten notes on the backs. Heartbroken. Surprised. Marriage certificate. Pick one. After that, we dropped the subject. Deal. Kyle said. What's this? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. Your photo diary. I'm not interested. I think you are, Kyle replied confidently. In fact, I'd wager that once you see what's on the photo, you'll be dying to snatch the other two. But let me be clear, you can only pick one. I'm not handing over the rest. You sound pretty sure of yourself. Grindelwald stared at the cards, but Kyle shifted his hand slightly, revealing a glimpse of yellow beneath the top one. Grindelwald immediately averted his gaze. All this fuss over a few pictures. These are treasures, Kyle said with a grin. You can never be too careful. Fine. I'll take this one, Grindelwald said dismissively, grabbing the top photo labeled, Heartbroken, and flipping it over casually. In that instant, his pupils visibly contracted, and his once steady breathing turned ragged. Give me the rest. He lunged toward Kyle. But Kyle had anticipated this. The moment Grindelwald looked at the photo, Kyle had already taken several quick steps back. Grindelwald's hand grasped at nothing. He instinctively moved forward. And Kyle's fingers flared with crimson fire, the flickering flame hovering less than an inch from the remaining photos. Don't move, Mr. Grindelwald. Take one more step, and I'll burn them all. You're threatening me, Grindelwald said coldly, eyes locked on him. Yes, I am. Kyle was completely unbothered. And I'm not afraid to tell you, I took these photos myself. There's no way you'll find another copy. Especially this one. He lifted the photo labeled, Marriage Certificate, and waved it slightly. I'm sure you figured it out by now, I've been to 1899. I knew it, Grindelwald said in a low voice. When you came to Nurmengard last time, I realized that wasn't our first meeting. In Godric's Hollow, you told Bathilda Bagshot you liked history of magic. Do you remember what I said to you then? You said. I knew we'd meet again, Kyle recalled softly, thinking back to that day in Nurmengard. That's right. After seeing you, a lot of memories suddenly came flooding back, along with a few bold theories. And lucky for me, I'm usually right. I don't buy it, Kyle said. For example, Albus's foolish sister, the one who haunted him all his life, Grindelwald said with a hint of smugness. If he had the chance to go back, I'm sure he'd try to save Ariana. But that's impossible. Trying to change the past only gets you trapped in it, lost to time. But I have memories of you in my past. Which means someone did go back. Tell me I'm wrong. Kyle fell silent for a moment. What makes you so sure it wasn't me who went to 1899? Because you came to me, Grindelwald replied calmly. And I heard the frustration in your voice. You came to me because of Albus. Just because I mentioned Professor Dumbledore. Kyle said, incredulous. In that short time, you figured out the truth, and even guessed what I was about to ask. If you want to bring Albus back, you'd need to find him first, Grindelwald said, inching forward another 2 steps. And I told you, I'm quite talented in some areas. In a sudden movement, he lunged and snatched the photo labeled, surprised. But Kyle reacted instantly, lifting his hand again. The fiery plume leapt dangerously close to the final photo, so close that one corner had already begun to curl and yellow. Stop. Grindelwald recoiled in a panic, stumbling several steps backward. Only then did Kyle pull the fiend fire away. I'll admit it, you're the most calculating wizard I've ever met. Maybe even terrifying. But I'm no slouch either. He flicked the flame back and forth near the last photo. To be honest, I took this one in 1899. The location. A barn. Grindelwald's expression changed instantly. Give it to me. Name your price. Dumbledore's face shifted as well. 1899, the barn. Thinking back to everything that had happened, along with Kyle's ever-present camera, he suddenly understood. You. I'll have to think about it, Kyle said. No. I want it now. You too. It's in my hands. I make the rules. Kyle and Grindelwald ignored Dumbledore, eyes locked in a silent standoff. Then Kyle gave a subtle wave. A small, furry creature popped out from nearby. Before Grindelwald could react, Kyle slipped the photo into the Niffler's pouch. Eat it if things get dangerous, Kyle said. In the blink of an eye, the Niffler disappeared into the ground once again. A vein pulsed sharply on Grindelwald's forehead. He raised his wand on instinct but didn't act. His expression shifted several times before he finally lowered it. I hate Nifflers. I quite like them, Kyle replied with a grin. They're adorable, and incredibly capable. The comment stirred up some unpleasant memories for Grindelwald. He had once owned something of great importance, something that had been stolen by a Niffler. Those magical creatures were small and fragile, lacking any means of offense, yet their survival instincts were unmatched. And their special talent, downright unreasonable. They could snatch something without anyone noticing, a natural-born thief. Yes, even he hadn't noticed it. Otherwise, the vessel containing the blood pact would never have been taken. It remained one of the most frustrating regrets of Grindelwald's life. And now, yet another item tied to the blood pact had ended up in a Niffler's paws, and worse, he couldn't be certain he'd be able to catch it quickly. In some ways, Nifflers were more troublesome than Wampus cats. "What do you want?" Grindelwald asked again. "I told you, I need to think about it," Kyle said. "Something this valuable deserves a proper price. That thing is worthless to anyone else." "Which is exactly why I'm only extorting you," Kyle replied matter-of-factly. The vein on Grindelwald's forehead twitched harder. For a moment, he genuinely wanted to stab Kyle with his wand. No spells, just stab him. The standoff stretched on for nearly 10 minutes, the tension between them growing increasingly sharp. "Let's not forget, we still have more important matters to deal with," Dumbledore finally interjected, breaking the heavy silence. He didn't understand how a matter so deeply tied to him had ended up with him standing on the sidelines, unable to intervene, not even allowed to voice an opinion. Sure, he wasn't technically alive, but still, being ignored like this. And to top it off, Kyle had just used his photo to strike a deal, right in front of him. It was a bit much. Dumbledore was furious, so he decided to change the subject. What else could he do? If he'd had the strength to cast even the simplest Lumos, there's no way he'd have just stood there watching Kyle and Grindelwald posture like that. More important matters. Kyle looked at Dumbledore and blinked, puzzled. "So, you weren't here for me?" "Not initially," Grindelwald said, eyes narrowing. "But that's changed. Those photos, you've got more than 3, don't you?" "That depends on your interpretation," Kyle said. "Personally, I enjoy collecting photos that carry special meaning. But I'm not giving them to you. 2 is enough for me to enjoy privately." He added with a smirk, which made Grindelwald grind his wand between his fingers in frustration. He had once thought Newt Scamander was the most insufferable person alive. He was wrong. And this Kyle, he was connected to Scamander too. That suitcase was all too familiar. Yes, not killing Scamander back then had clearly been a mistake. Grindelwald said nothing, focusing instead on calming himself. Dumbledore seized the moment to step between them, trying to diffuse the tension as he shifted the topic. "Kyle, you're right, we didn't come here looking for you. We're looking for someone else." "Someone else?" Kyle instinctively glanced at Snape. Aside from him, Snape was the only other person present. Suddenly, Kyle realized just how quiet Snape had been during their entire exchange. And when he'd seen Grindelwald, he hadn't shown the slightest hint of surprise. That was not like him. Wait. Grindelwald had mentioned the person who gave him the wand. The one who let him see those memories. It had to be Snape. Kyle couldn't help but look toward Dumbledore. The old wizard was staring at Snape with a solemn expression. "Severus," he said quietly, "can you tell me why you gave your wand to Grindelwald?" Chapter 949, Chapter 949, The Forgotten Orin. The air inside the suitcase turned tense again. Snape stepped back once more, silent, staring at Dumbledore with a gaze full of layered emotion. "You're not dead." His voice was dry, brittle, laced with the anger of betrayal. "So that funeral was fake too. You lied to everyone, including me." Grindelwald frowned, visibly annoyed by Snape's tone. "I don't like that, Professor. Albus is far too soft. At Durmstrang, no teacher would dare speak to the headmaster like that." Anyone else witnessing this would have been shocked by Grindelwald's words. That he would speak up for the men who had once defeated him, rather than for Snape, the one who had let him walk free from Nurmengard. But Kyle wasn't surprised in the slightest. The last time he'd visited Nurmengard, he'd found a letter in the top floor corner, written on a torn piece of bedsheet, unsent. "You know I'll write back when you want me to, just as you know I've loved you since the day we met." There was clearly a reason that letter had never been sent, though perhaps Nurmengard simply didn't have owls. That was also why Grindelwald had been so wary of Kyle's photographs. Kyle had spent years carefully curating those rare images. Like the one of Dumbledore breaking down in tears when he reunited with Ariana, an exclusive, deeply personal moment that only Kyle had captured. For the first time, Dumbledore had shown his vulnerable side in front of someone else. The value of such a photo was self-evident. No one but Kyle would ever see Dumbledore like that. Then there were the precious memories from 1899, of a young, ambitious headmaster and a driven Grindelwald in Godric's Hollow, united by the spark of friendship. Yes, Kyle had more than just 3 photos. Much more. His original plan had been to fill an entire album. 3 pictures were nowhere near enough. As he absently touched his moleskin pouch, the movement didn't escape Grindelwald's attention. For someone who had spent 70 years locked away, Grindelwald still had the mind of a master manipulator, and his powers of observation remained razor-sharp. He didn't say anything but watched Kyle with interest. "I'm sorry, Severus," Dumbledore said after a long pause. "I know you don't want to hear any explanations right now, but I can assure you, the funeral wasn't entirely a lie." His voice was soft, tinged with guilt. It only made Grindelwald more irritated. But because Dumbledore was still present, he managed to keep his temper in check. Not entirely fake. What does that mean? Snape asked, frowning, unaware that someone nearby was itching to kill him. Seeing what I am now, surely you can guess. Dumbledore spread his arms wide. A gust of wind blew through him, scattering a few dead leaves. A ghost. Snape murmured, then quickly shook his head. No. Dumbledore wouldn't become a ghost. I'm glad you hold me in such high regard, Dumbledore said with a chuckle. Ghosts were, after all, just traces left by wizards too afraid to pass on, echoes of lives that once were. They stood in direct contrast to Gryffindor's symbol of courage. Dumbledore probably took it as a compliment. Snape, in his own way, had just acknowledged him as someone brave enough to move on. A true Gryffindor. Truth be told, that made him quite happy. I'm not a ghost, Dumbledore clarified gently. To be precise, I'm a memory, one stored in a pensieve. Snape instinctively glanced down at the ground beneath Dumbledore's feet. There was nothing there, no stone basin carved with runes, nothing. It's a metaphor, Severus, Dumbledore explained. A special kind of magic has replaced the function of the pensieve, allowing this memory to appear here in full. That's not how you looked earlier. Snape shook his head. Even with the haze of unconsciousness earlier, he could still remember Dumbledore's first appearance, grave expression, unleashing powerful weather magic that sent Voldemort into a swearing frenzy. The Dark Lord had shrieked accusations, calling Dumbledore a cheat for secretly preparing a Horcrux. Casting spells. That wasn't something a mere memory could do. Severus, I was never supposed to be here. I should have been at Hogwarts, explaining everything to the students and professors myself. Dumbledore sighed. I have to admit, I made a mistake. I should have trusted you more. Or at least left you clearer signs when I sent Draco to you. Draco? That was you. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. I thought if we let him stay locked up in that classroom, the Ministry would take him. That wouldn't have been fair to the boy. And what about me? Was it fair to me? I'm sorry, Severus. Oh really? Snape let out a cold, bitter laugh. He was still holding on to his resentment, you could hear it in his voice. Grindelwald took a step forward without thinking. Easy now, easy. Kyle leaned in, whispering, this really was Professor Dumbledore's mistake. Snape has every right to be angry. Oh. Grindelwald shot Kyle a sideways glance. Faking his death, hiding, planning a surprise attack in secret. Doesn't really sound like something Albus would come up with. Maybe. Professor Dumbledore's just, you know, adapting with the times, Kyle said solemnly. It has been 70 years since you two last saw each other. So what? Even if it had been 100 years, I'd still know him. Grindelwald said, narrowing his eyes. Kyle said nothing more. The way Grindelwald was looking at him made him, more than a little uncomfortable. Let's take a step back, I think you should be thanking Snape, Kyle said stiffly, changing the subject. After all, he's the one who got you out of Nurmengard. You really think that tower could hold me? Grindelwald replied with a pointed look. Or that without my wand, I'd be helpless. That's not what I meant, Kyle said, shaking his head. And he hadn't. Wandless magic was among the most difficult to master, but this was Grindelwald they were talking about. There was no way he didn't know how to use it. Do you know what he told me? Grindelwald said, twirling the wand that had once belonged to Snape. He said Dumbledore was dead. He should consider himself lucky to still be breathing after feeding me a lie like that. Grindelwald made no effort to lower his voice, so everyone in the room heard him clearly. No one thought he was joking, least of all Snape. From the moment they walked into the room, Snape had known Grindelwald wanted to kill him. The way Grindelwald looked at him was like he was staring at a burnt steak. That invisible pressure was suffocating. Only during the brief struggle with Kyle had it eased somewhat, but now, that feeling was back. This was my fault, Dumbledore stepped forward. Severus didn't know I was still alive. In a way, he didn't lie to you. Kyle curled his lip and took a step back. Honestly, if Dumbledore truly wanted to help Snape, the best thing he could have done was shut up. Defending him now was only making things worse. Didn't anyone notice how Grindelwald gripped his wand tighter the moment Dumbledore spoke? But Kyle couldn't exactly say that out loud. If Grindelwald got embarrassed, the first person he'd take it out on would probably be him. And Kyle had no intention of being on that list. As silence fell, the tension only thickened. I just wanted to kill the Dark Lord in my own way, Snape finally said. But we agreed beforehand. Harry Potter can't kill the Dark Lord, Snape cut him off. I used to believe you, that the Dark Lord would fall to Potter again, like before. Until I fought in the Battle of Hogwarts myself. I still don't know how Potter could possibly kill him. And this time, no one is going to use ancient protective magic on him. Then what does that have to do with you coming to Nurmengard? To find someone who could kill the Dark Lord, Snape said, turning his eyes to Grindelwald. I remember you saying that as long as Harry lives, no one can kill him. That's right. Dumbledore said. Because Harry is one of the Horcruxes. Oh. I see. Dumbledore's voice sharpened. So when you rescued Tom from Hogwarts, I thought you didn't want him to die along with the professors. But now, it seems you didn't want anyone discovering that Harry was a Horcrux. You were worried someone would try to kill Harry once they learned the truth. Snape didn't answer. He just turned his head away, avoiding Dumbledore's eyes. Even if someone did find out, Minerva would never go that far, Dumbledore said with a sigh. But what about everyone else? Snape said. You can't guarantee everyone shares your affection for students, Dumbledore. And I know the Dark Lord. He'd never fight to the death. Even if I hadn't saved him, he would have found a way to escape. So instead of waiting for him to vanish again, why not try my method? Your method is Grindelwald. Exactly, Snape said. I hadn't planned on coming here, until that battle between you and the Dark Lord happened. It was in Austria, not far from here. I never understood why the Dark Lord chose to fight you here, until I happened upon an old newspaper. And what it said finally made sense of everything. Everyone knows Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald and saved Europe. But few know that, in their youth, the two were once the closest of friends. Dumbledore and Grindelwald both fell silent. It was true. Very few people knew. And though it was a fact, it sounded too much like rumor to be believed. After all, Dumbledore had earned the Order of Merlin, first class, for defeating Grindelwald. Close friends. Who would believe that? So many years had passed, now, even if someone did speak the truth, no one would buy it. At the time, I didn't give it much thought, Snape continued, looking at Dumbledore. But then you were suddenly killed, and by chance, I learned about the legend of the Elder Wand. And that's when the plan came to me. Let me take care of that fellow named Tom. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. Exactly, Snape said. If the two of you were really that close once, maybe, just maybe, you'd avenge Dumbledore after learning the truth. You said it yourself, once, Grindelwald said with a faint shake of his head. He defeated me. Locked me away in Nurmengard for 70 years. We may have been friends once, but now we're enemies. Why would I avenge him? Snape froze. He seemed genuinely caught off guard by the possibility. Grindelwald watched him for a moment, then chuckled. A very clever Confundus charm. What did you say? Kyle frowned at him. Someone used the Confundus charm on him. Want to know? Grindelwald held up 3 fingers. Kyle's mouth twitched. He pulled out a photo. That's all I've got. Take it or leave it. Deal. Grindelwald glanced at the photo, then tucked it away with satisfaction. Now will you talk? Let that fool think about it, Grindelwald said lazily. All those little accidents and coincidences, don't they all seem to involve a particular person? Maybe there was no direct contact, but they've definitely met. A particular person. Snape lowered his head in thought. After a moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. It looks like you figured it out, Grindelwald continued. I'm certain, whether it was the newspaper or the Elder Wand, at least one of them was deliberately placed in your path. In other words, your identity as a spy had already been exposed. Who was it? Kyle asked. You should be asking him. Both Kyle and Dumbledore turned to look at Snape. Orin, Snape said hoarsely, naming someone they both knew, though had nearly forgotten. He fell into thought. Orin was the first to notice that the Dark Lord's wand had changed. He seemed to know a great deal about the Elder Wand's origin, and he enthusiastically shared stories about its legend with others. Later, when the Dark Lord realized his wand wasn't fully responding to him, I remembered what Orin had said, about the Elder Wand once being loyal to Grindelwald. That made this trip to Nurmengard feel like the natural next step. If everything went as planned, I'd accidentally mention that Dumbledore had been killed, and carelessly drop a wand. Hold on, wait a second. Kyle raised a hand. So you're saying Orin knew, a long time ago, that Voldemort didn't fully control the Elder Wand? That's a bit much, isn't it? I don't know, Snape replied, shaking his head. But if we go by what Mr. Grindelwald is saying, then Orin is definitely the most suspicious. The Elder Wand's rejection of a wizard is actually quite obvious, Grindelwald said suddenly. If someone knows the Hallows well enough, they'd be able to spot the signs. You can see that. Kyle blinked. This was the first time he'd heard of anything like that. Want to know how? Grindelwald raised his whole hand, 5 fingers extended. No. I don't want to know. Kyle rejected the outrageous offer without hesitation. What a pity, Grindelwald said, though he didn't push the matter. Like most wizards, you're unwilling to invest the time and effort to track down clues tied to something as fairy tale-like as the Hallows. But it just so happens that some of the finer details about the Elder Wand are buried in those very scraps of forgotten folklore. Orin used his role as a minstrel to travel across countries, which made it easier for him to smuggle magical creatures. And no one hears more fairy tales than a minstrel. He played the part perfectly, Dumbledore said softly from the side. No one ever saw through him. That explains a lot, Grindelwald said, eyes fixed on Snape. Oh, and I think I may have been mistaken. The magical residue on you isn't from a confundus charm. It's more like a kind of hypnotic suggestion. What do you mean by that? I mean a suggestion planted through specific phrasing, so that certain people would become aware of my existence. Just like him. Grindelwald pointed at Snape. Before all this, he likely had no idea who I was, let alone the thought of asking me to help deal with Tom. Fascinating, Grindelwald said, chuckling. He must have used this kind of subtle suggestion on several people. That way, when something went wrong with the wand, someone would inevitably guide Tom's attention to me. I'm starting to want to meet him, this clever, cunning wizard. Chapter 950, it can prove your innocence. When Grindelwald chose his followers, what did he value most? That's right, power. In that regard, he was much the same as Voldemort. Whether it was Rosier, Barty Crouch Jr., or Bellatrix, each had been hailed as a prodigy, standing out among wizards of their generation. But the difference was that, beyond strength, Voldemort emphasized loyalty and pure-blood status, whereas Grindelwald valued intellect. He never lacked for loyalty, so he preferred wizards who were clever and quick-witted. What Orin did to Snape happened to align perfectly with his standards. You want to see him, but he might not want to see you, Kyle muttered quietly. What did you say? Grindelwald glanced over. Nothing. You misheard, Kyle replied casually, while recalling what Snape had said earlier. Morris Orin. The last time he'd seen that former professor was in the vaults of Gringotts. Orin had tried to manipulate the goblins into breaking into the Lestrange family vault, but Kyle, who was with him, had stopped him. Even if he had managed to get inside, he wouldn't have found what Voldemort was after. Still, Kyle was more than happy to cause trouble for the Death Eaters whenever possible. And on top of that, he had managed to squeeze tens of thousands of galleons out of Gringotts for the incident, definitely a win from his perspective. Of course, that was just his perspective. If you ask the goblins, you'd have to factor in the cost of repairing the vault, the tracks, and the release, intentional or not, of a fully grown dragon. That bill would be much higher. Bill had picked up some gossip from his goblin friends. Word was, the British goblins once considered changing the inscription at Gringotts' entrance. The one every visitor sees, the long-standing warning carved into the stone. They wanted to change the third line, seek not to take, for nothing is free, to Kyle and Death Eaters forbidden entry. With Kyle's name even listed first. Of course, that was just drunken goblin gossip. Gringotts officially and firmly denied the rumor, stating the inscription had stood for nearly 1,000 years and would never be changed under any circumstances. After the news of Voldemort's defeat at Hogwarts spread, Gringotts went so far as to publish 3 statements in the newspaper, assuring Kyle the rumors were false and that Gringotts would treat all wizards equally. As for the truth of that claim, Kyle found it just as laughable as the idea that Gringotts had existed for nearly 1,000 years. He vaguely recalled that Gringotts wasn't even older than Nicholas. The only structure in the British wizarding world that had stood unchanged for 1,000 years was Hogwarts. But none of that mattered, it was just a minor side note. Kyle shook his head and refocused on Snape, unable to resist asking, do you know where Orin went? No, Snape said, shaking his head. But he should have gone to Hogwarts with the rest of the Death Eaters. This time, the Dark Lord held nothing back, he summoned every last Death Eater to the battle. No, I don't think I saw him during the battle at Hogwarts, Kyle said, searching his memory carefully. From their earlier encounters, it was clear that Orin held a high rank among the Death Eaters, almost on par with Barty Crouch Jr., and was far stronger than the average professor. For someone like that to take part in the battle, there was no way Kyle wouldn't have heard something. And now that he thought about it, in the days following the battle, people talked endlessly about the well-known Death Eaters, some boasting about narrowly escaping Rodolphus, others claiming to have landed a stunning spell on Barty Crouch Jr. from behind. But Morris Orin, the former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, was never mentioned. Not once. You saw him enter Hogwarts? I don't think so, Snape admitted, frowning. All I can say is that on the way to Hogwarts, he was definitely there. As one of Voldemort's most trusted Death Eaters, if Morris Orin had vanished, someone would have noticed. But the Dark Lord said nothing, so he must have still been with the main force at the time. Then he disappeared during the attack on Hogwarts, Kyle said with a sudden laugh. Rodolphus was turned to stone and blown apart by Mr. Weasley. Barty Crouch Jr. was left for good on the grounds by the Black Lake. Goyle was beaten by Mr. Weasley and left hanging from the ceiling. The Malfoys ran for their lives. Even Voldemort's dead, yet Orin came out of it spotless, probably didn't even get his robes dirty. That. Kyle raised an eyebrow at Snape. You were both undercover, but he definitely got the better deal. Orin was undercover. Snape looked at Dumbledore with displeasure. Something that important, and you never told me. If I said I didn't know either, would you believe me? Dumbledore sighed. What do you think? Snape said flatly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what Kyle had said. In fact, it echoed his own thoughts. Encouraging everyone before the battle, then vanishing during it, that alone said plenty. And before the fighting began, none of the Death Eaters thought they would lose. Snape had felt the same. In their eyes, Dumbledore was dead, and Voldemort was invincible. They didn't even need to win, just hold the line long enough for Voldemort to pick off the troublesome opponents one by one. Victory was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. And for someone like Orin, one of Voldemort's most extreme and fervent followers, there was no reason to sit out a battle where the rewards were practically guaranteed. Unless he had been tipped off in advance. That, say, Dumbledore wasn't actually dead. At that thought, Snape's expression darkened. It was one thing for Kyle to know Dumbledore had survived. But for Orin, someone who had only joined midway, to know as well, while he himself had been kept in the dark. Did Dumbledore really trust him that little? If so, then why risk his life sending him back to Voldemort's side, and Orin had done just fine. Better, even. Faced with Snape's shifting expression and the flood of silent curses in his eyes, Dumbledore could only look more helpless. I swear on my position as headmaster of Hogwarts, Orin was not someone I placed there. But you're not headmaster anymore, Kyle reminded him quietly. Then in the name of the Board of Governors. Everyone knows the board's word is like Michael's potions homework. What do you mean by that? It's all rubbish, Snape cut in without hesitation. Exactly, Kyle shrugged. The board had made more than its share of awful decisions, like expelling Dumbledore or squeezing ghost professors without paying them, but when Umbridge and the Ministry ran wild at Hogwarts, they all played dumb and kept their mouths shut. Calling them trash wasn't wrong in the slightest. Kyle just hadn't expected Snape to be so cooperative. Dumbledore's expression stiffened. Then in Ariana's name. Will that do? No problem. That's convincing. Kyle nodded without hesitation. After being interrupted by Kyle twice in a row, Dumbledore took a moment to collect himself before continuing. In any case, what Orin did had nothing to do with me. I've never communicated with him on any of it. The only thing I do know is that he once wanted to kill all werewolves. Werewolves. Snape frowned. He had a grudge against them. But he was never bitten by one, I'm certain of that. I've never smelled wolfsbane potion on him, and I've seen him several times during the full moon. My father once saved him from a werewolf, Kyle suddenly said. I remember you mentioning that. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. The werewolves were toying with him, making him run in fear until dawn. Just before moonset, they planned to bite him, but they ran into Chris, who was out tracking werewolves and giants. Chris saved him, but only him. Snape's eyes flickered. That experience sounded a lot like what happened to Remus Lupin, targeted by werewolves for revenge. Only, where Lupin became a werewolf and nothing else changed, Orin took the opposite path entirely. No wonder he wanted to kill them. Indeed. It's possible Orin joined the Death Eaters for that very reason, Dumbledore said. He must have known that Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf leader, would inevitably side with the Death Eaters. But he didn't expect Greyback to be killed. Dumbledore glanced at Kyle. Greyback had been among the Death Eaters during the first assault on Hogwarts, but he was later killed by Kyle in one of the castle corridors. What he couldn't have expected was that the rest of the werewolves would soon withdraw from the Death Eaters entirely and vanish. His plan fell apart before he even had the chance to carry it out. Kyle thought about it. Yeah, that did have something to do with him. After killing the werewolf leader, he and Newt had gone to the Black Forest to find the rest of the werewolves. After a calm and reasoned talk, and treating them to some grilled skewers, the werewolves realized the error of their ways and promised never to help Voldemort again. That was the end of it. From then on, the number of werewolves in the Death Eaters' ranks dropped sharply. Only 2 or 3 remained, lured in from Knockturn Alley. During the Battle of Hogwarts, there were still a dozen Dementors even after several rounds of purging, but only one werewolf appeared. He was chased down by Lupin and then taken out. And even that werewolf didn't seem all that strong. Without the full moon to boost him, he probably couldn't even beat Oliver Wood. After that, Kyle didn't see any more werewolves. Lupin didn't count. But if it's really like you said, Snape suddenly spoke up, then after discovering there were no more werewolves among the Death Eaters, why didn't he leave? Why did he choose to stay loyal to the Dark Lord? I don't know, Dumbledore replied. As I said, I never really understood Orin. He shook his head. Maybe he wanted revenge on Tom, who had ordered the werewolves behind the scenes. Or maybe he genuinely wanted to start a war. No one can predict what verse a bard will sing next, just as no one knows where the wind will blow in the next moment. To receive such high praise from you. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes. Now I'm even more interested in this Orin. It's not praise, just a fitting phrase that came to mind, Dumbledore explained. I read it in a book. Thought it was appropriate here. Don't you think so? After all, Maurice Orin really was a bard. Forcing metaphors, Grindelwald said bluntly. Dumbledore looked a bit deflated. He'd liked that book quite a lot. Grindelwald snorted. Now that you've asked all your questions, can we finally go back to the conversation we were having earlier? Wait, just a moment more. He turned to Snape. There's some good news. Tom likely won't be coming back this time. What did you say? Snape's expression changed in an instant. But you clearly told me before that only if Harry willingly gave up his life could we truly kill the Dark Lord. Severus, on that point, I owe you an apology, said Dumbledore, his expression tinged with embarrassment. I truly believed that only Tom's own killing curse could destroy the fragment of his soul that had unknowingly lodged in Harry. You believed? What do you mean? Snape frowned. I mean, we found a better way. Dumbledore turned and glanced at Kyle. After you took Tom away from Hogwarts, Kyle resolved the issue of the Horcrux in Harry, and it took less than 5 minutes. That's impossible, Snape said incredulously. I've read countless books. Horcruxes aren't something that can be dealt with so easily. Do any of those books mention Dementors? No. I read books about Horcruxes, not dark creatures. But I am talking about Horcruxes, Dumbledore said quietly. Kyle used the Dementor's kiss to extract the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Extracted it. What? Snape blinked, still processing, and instinctively turned to look at Kyle. Grindelwald did the same. But unlike Snape, Grindelwald wasn't all that familiar with Dementors. For various reasons, he'd rarely set foot in Britain before, and other countries didn't have such creatures at all. Still, he had heard of them, these strange beings that fed on joy and devoured souls. He had once even tried to capture a few and send them to Nurmengard to keep, but something had come up that delayed the plan. By the time he thought of it again, Nurmengard had already become his personal stronghold. Perhaps he should be thankful for that delay. If he'd actually brought them in. But to be able to harness the traits of magical creatures so skillfully, and to use them in ways that even Dumbledore couldn't have imagined, honestly, it was exactly what Grindelwald looked for in his followers. And yet, he found himself liking Kyle even less. Maybe because, 70 years ago, someone else had used magical creatures to steal from him what he valued most. And more importantly, both Kyle and that person had won Dumbledore's trust, his approval. 2 damn magical creature tamers. What was so special about them anyway? Grindelwald stared at Kyle. Maybe he needed to take a different approach, look deeper, from the inside out. Kyle, still watching Dumbledore, didn't notice Grindelwald's gaze. He just felt a chill pass behind him and instinctively hunched his shoulders. Weird. Why was there wind inside his suitcase? Could it be blowing down from the snowy mountains behind them? Yeah, maybe that was it. Fortunately, the feeling passed quickly. Mainly because Grindelwald remembered that Kyle still had a photo he was very interested in. Until he had that photo in hand, he'd be a little more tolerant toward Kyle. As for what he'd do afterward, well, that was a matter for later. Are you finished yet? I'm starting to lose patience, Grindelwald said, finally tearing his gaze from Kyle and urging again. Almost. There's one more thing I have to say, Dumbledore replied, giving Kyle a glance before turning back to Snape. What is it? Snape asked. I've already told you everything I know. It's not about that, Severus. This is something else, Dumbledore said. You should remember, on the 8th floor, in the headmaster's office where the pensive is kept, there's a place for storing memories. Even if you don't remember, it's fine. You'll find it when you get there. It's a box, 3 tiers. The top layer holds only a single vial, while the other 2 are filled with memories. That one vial contains the memory of the moment, 17 years ago, when you decided to help us fight Tom. Give it to Minerva. It can prove your innocence. Chapter 951, Chapter 951, The Phoenix will punish everyone who looks down on apparition equally. Dumbledore, TSK, what a good man. Kyle couldn't help but sigh. Dumbledore had really done right by Snape, he'd even thought ahead to what would happen to him afterward. Back at Hogwarts, although most people didn't know the full story of Voldemort's escape, those who were nearby at the time, like Professor McGonagall and Amelia Bones, were well aware of what had happened. They knew Snape had helped Voldemort escape. If the Ministry of Magic had moved quickly, his name would probably already be posted on shop doors throughout Diagon Alley, wanted by the entire wizarding world. Snape might not have cared about a wanted notice back then. At the time, all he wanted was to kill Voldemort, nothing else mattered. Besides, as a potions master, he certainly wouldn't be short on Polyjuice Potion. If he wanted to hide, he could have lived right next to an aura and still never be caught. But now, things were different. Snape had to think about Kanna's feelings. In a way, he was just like Sirius. Sirius had gone from not caring to willingly confessing and being locked in Azkaban, and then, after breaking out, desperately trying to clear his name, just so he could live with Harry. Snape was in the same situation now, only his was even more complicated than Sirius's had been. Back then, no one knew Sirius was Harry's godfather. So even if the truth hadn't come out, Harry could have secretly stayed at 12 Grimmauld Place. But now, everyone knew Kanna was related to Snape. That meant she might end up under aura surveillance, or face judgmental stares from others. Of course, if it really came to that, Kyle would never just sit back and do nothing, but that wasn't what Snape wanted. Dumbledore's arrangement was meant to bring Snape back into the light. Kyle hadn't seen what was inside that bottle of memories, but he figured it was probably a scene from 17 years ago, Snape begging Dumbledore to protect Lily Evans. Or maybe it was Snape trying to protect Harry after Voldemort's fall. If Dumbledore intended to use it to clear Snape's name, he'd likely done a bit of artistic editing, cutting some parts to make the memory seem brighter, more favorable. Dumbledore was always doing things like that. Just like a few days ago, when he'd wanted to jump out and draw everyone's attention away from Kyle. In Dumbledore's view, he never cared much about his own reputation anyway, so why not make the most of it? At least he could help make life a bit easier for those still alive. That was so very Dumbledore. "How much longer are you going to ramble?" came Grindelwald's impatient voice from beside him. "Didn't you want me to take you back to Nurmengard? Go ahead, beg me. I might think about it." "Oh." Kyle felt a wave of discomfort, like a sudden toothache, and couldn't help frowning. He seriously wondered if the person in front of him was really Grindelwald. That kind of awful line wouldn't even make it into one of Lockhart's books, though it might turn up in a fan letter from one of his crazed admirers. But before Kyle could say anything, he caught Grindelwald's icy stare. Right, right. Kyle instinctively shrank his neck and wisely decided not to voice his thoughts. Only then did Grindelwald withdraw his gaze. A few minutes later, he and Dumbledore left the suitcase without so much as a word of goodbye, just as they'd entered, without asking the owner's permission. Kyle didn't mind. He followed them out. He'd almost forgotten there was something he had to check. Outside, it was still forest, though he had no idea exactly where. By the time Kyle stepped out, Grindelwald and Dumbledore were already gone, which made him breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Grindelwald had put way too much pressure on him. It was a completely different feeling from facing Voldemort. Maybe it had something to do with personality. Kyle understood Voldemort would never be friendly with him. So the moment he saw him, his mind had immediately jumped ahead to what would happen next, and he prepared himself in advance. He'd definitely been nervous, but not overly so. But with Grindelwald, it was different. Kyle didn't know him or what to expect from him. Even though Grindelwald had seemed relatively friendly inside the suitcase and hadn't done anything extreme, when he got angry, it was all just bluster, and he made sure not to embarrass Dumbledore, but Kyle still didn't dare lower his guard. After all, just standing there doing nothing, Grindelwald still made you break out in a cold sweat. It really was more comfortable like this. Kyle glanced around and quickly spotted the Wampus cat in a nearby tree. The poor thing had already passed out. All 6 legs, along with its head and tail, were tightly bound in some glue-like substance, completely immobilized. But it was still alive. Grindelwald had at least kept his word. He'd only restrained the Wampus cat, not killed it. Having just lost a basilisk, if the Wampus cat had died too, Kyle probably wouldn't have been able to sleep for days. He hurried over and tried to peel the glue off its body. But no matter how many scouring charms or dispel charms he cast, nothing worked. That's a binding spell from the Middle Ages. Ordinary spells won't affect it, came Snape's voice from behind. He had come out too, looking at Kyle with a complicated expression. "If you need help, I could." Finite incanted him. Before he could finish, Kyle plunged his wand, glowing with a soft orange light, into the ground. A plume of golden flame erupted from the wand's tip and swept over the Wampus cat. It wasn't hurt at all, not a single strand of its soft fur was singed, but the restraints began to dissolve in the golden fire. Within seconds, the Wampus cat rolled over and leapt down from the tree, rubbing its big head against Kyle's arm with a low, rumbling purr. It's all right, Kyle murmured reassuringly. That guy was Grindelwald. The only creature likely to escape from him is a phoenix. He scratched the Wampus cat under its chin, then suddenly paused, realizing something. He turned around. Professor Snape, or, well, sir, what were you saying just now? Nothing. I didn't say anything, Snape replied, exhaling deeply. He'd nearly forgotten, Kyle could use finite incantatum. He didn't need any help. All right, Kyle said simply. They stared at each other in silence, and the air grew awkward once again. Kyle had no idea what Snape was thinking. As for himself, he truly didn't know what to say. He couldn't just say congratulations, could he? Well, maybe he could. After all, Voldemort was dead, and Snape had achieved what he'd always set out to do, avenging Lily. He hadn't delivered the final blow, but he'd certainly played a part. Still, considering Orin nearly conned him out of something so personal, saying congratulations now just feels off. Almost like a slap in the face. Not to mention, Snape was probably still wanted by the authorities. Best to wait until they got back to Hogwarts and sorted things out before saying anything like that. Speaking of which, how much was Snape's bounty, anyway? The thought popped into Kyle's mind automatically. Sirius had been worth 10,000 galleons, since he was the first dangerous fugitive to escape Azkaban. That had been the highest bounty the Ministry had ever offered. But Snape had just helped Voldemort escape. That was arguably even more dangerous than a prison break. There was no way the reward was any lower than Sirius's. Kyle gave Snape a thoughtful look. Maybe they could work together, collect the bounty first, then clear his name afterward. A win-win. Sure, Snape probably wasn't short on galleons, but who would complain about having too much gold? 10,000 split 2 ways was 5,000 each. And they wouldn't even need to lift a finger, it'd be practically free money. But then Kyle remembered the current state of the Ministry's finances and quickly dismissed the idea. Forget it. The Ministry probably couldn't cough up 10,000 galleons, maybe not even 1,000. Whatever little they had left would be used for Auror and Hit Wizard funerals, death benefits, or keeping what little remained of the system running. If Kyle really turned Snape in, the most he'd get was a pat on the back, and an IOU. Not that Kyle minded. As long as the galleons were guaranteed, he'd be willing to wait a year or two. But Snape probably wouldn't want to wait a year or two before clearing his name. What a shame. As Kyle suddenly sighed, looking like he'd just lost a fortune, Snape had the strange feeling that something was very wrong. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Professor Snape, if you don't mind me calling you that, Kyle broke the silence. Before I got here, you'd already been expelled from Hogwarts. Is that so? Snape said, his expression dimming. He had always believed he didn't care about being a Hogwarts professor, or head of Slytherin, or any of that. But now, maybe that wasn't entirely true. Hearing that he'd been expelled left him momentarily dazed. Of course, it's only temporary, Kyle continued. Once Professor McGonagall sees your memories, she might withdraw the expulsion notice. You could still be a professor. For some reason, every word Kyle said felt oddly awkward, or maybe just unfamiliar. Thinking about it, he and Snape had never spoken like this before. They were always sniping at each other, never having a calm, civil conversation. No wonder it felt so strange. Kyle rubbed his arms, opened the suitcase to let the Wampus cat inside, and did his best to make his voice sound as normal as possible. I'm going back to Hogwarts. Now. Snape frowned. Dumbledore is still here, and you're just leaving. What else should I do? Kyle shrugged. It's not like Professor Dumbledore can die a second time. The words sounded a little disrespectful, but they were true. Dumbledore wasn't exactly dead, but he wasn't really alive either. He couldn't even hold his wand. How could anyone expect him to be struck by magic now? Besides, Kyle continued, if you're just worried about Professor Dumbledore, trust me, there's no need. He's safer now than he's ever been. Instead of worrying about him, you'd better think about how to get into the Headmaster's office and retrieve Dumbledore's memory. Kyle shut the suitcase and called out loudly, Fawkes. The fire-red phoenix flew swiftly from a distance and landed neatly on Kyle's shoulder. See? Even Fawkes knows there's no need to protect Dumbledore right now. Kyle looked at the silent Snape. Coming with me. I can ask Fawkes to give you a lift. But you'll have to pay, at least 3 herbs as your ticket. Ticket. It's only fair. Not just anyone gets to be transported by a phoenix. That's a privilege reserved for Professor Dumbledore. No, that won't be necessary. Snape shook his head, declining Kyle's offer. It wasn't that he couldn't spare 3 herbs, he just didn't want to be around Kyle any longer than he had to. Honestly, herbs were the last thing he lacked in his private storeroom, common, rare, even restricted ones, he had them all. Thinking of that, Snape's mind wandered slightly. He wasn't sure whether that storeroom still even existed. It had probably been cleared out. After all, he was a known Death Eater now. The school would hardly continue storing his possessions. I still think it's better if we go together, Kyle said after thinking it over. Hogwarts is on high alert right now. Even Peeves is carrying a bottle of revealing potion. It'll be nearly impossible for you to reach the Headmaster's office unnoticed, but I can help. I doubt you can get me past Minerva's inspections, Snape replied with a shake of his head. He knew his colleague well. A serious-minded Professor McGonagall wouldn't let a single suspicious person near the castle. Even if Kyle managed to distract her somehow, there were still Phileas and Pomona to deal with. Help you into the headmaster's office? I don't recall saying I needed to do that, Kyle blinked innocently. It's just a memory bottle. There's no rule that says you have to retrieve it. Why can't I go get it instead? Snape went silent. Right. His only goal was to deliver the memory containing the truth to Minerva. He wasn't trying to storm the headmaster's office. It really didn't have to be him. Although, deep down, he didn't like the idea. To Snape, if there were any other way to get it done, no matter how troublesome, he'd rather take that than ask Kyle for help. Kanna is waiting for you too, Kyle continued. She's always believed in you. Even based on an unconfirmed suspicion, she was willing to entrust you with something that could save her life. Now that the truth has come to light, you owe her an explanation, don't you think? All right. This time, Snape didn't hesitate. He stepped over beside Kyle. I'll go back with you, but on one condition. Name it. I'm not grabbing your arm. Ever. Kyle took a deep breath and blurted out, you don't need to remind me. I wouldn't let you grab it anyway. Just picturing Snape grabbing his arm made Kyle feel like he'd rather face Voldemort again. Good. Snape came to stand beside him. So what do I do? Nothing. Just relax and stay still, Kyle said. But I should warn you, the process might not be as pleasant as you expect. That's totally normal. Don't overreact. I won't. No need to worry, Snape said coolly. It's just apparition, after all. It wasn't like he hadn't done it before, why the warning? Kyle glanced at Snape's indifferent expression, then at Fawkes. His lips twitched upward slightly before flattening again as he forced himself to act casual. He looked up and said, Fawkes, please take us back to Hogwarts. The phoenix spread its wings, gripped Snape by the shoulders, and extended its tail toward Kyle. Kyle reached out and took hold. In the next moment, both of them vanished from the forest. When they reappeared, they were standing on the grounds by the Black Lake at Hogwarts. Kyle had specifically instructed Fawkes to bring them here, to ensure. Ugh. A harsh, retching sound came from beside him. To ensure that Snape wouldn't throw up on the castle floor. Kyle rubbed his temples. Traveling thousands of miles from the forests of Austria to Hogwarts wasn't easy. Even for him, someone who'd already been through it once, it was uncomfortable. Let alone for Snape, who had just experienced Phoenix travel for the first time. The Phoenix would punish everyone who underestimated apparition equally. Snape was now sprawled on the ground, struggling to stand. But his limbs weren't cooperating, as if they had minds of their own, like newly attached parts refusing to work together. In the end, Snape couldn't get to his feet. All he could do was lie there, slowly dragging his head toward the edge of the Black Lake. Click. Chapter 952, Chapter 952, Two Silly Boys. What was that sound just now? Tell me what that sound was. Snape, still recovering, struggled to his feet, bracing himself against a nearby tree with his left hand. His eyes locked not on Kyle's face, but on something he was clearly hiding behind his back. There was no sound. You must have imagined it, Kyle replied calmly. I don't make mistakes like that, Snape said firmly, confident in his senses. He hadn't even been able to stand a moment ago, but the second he'd heard that sound, instinct had kicked in, he'd turned his head on reflex. And in that exact moment, he'd seen Kyle quickly tuck something behind him. Maybe it was an owl flying past, Kyle said, his expression unchanged. You know how many letters Hogwarts gets, especially these days. Everyone in the castle and outside wants updates. Naturally, that means more owls. Then show me your hand. Snape tried to lunge forward and grab it, but he was still too shaky. The moment he took his arm off the tree, his body tilted and nearly collapsed. Even so, he kept his gaze locked on Kyle. He was reminded of the time inside the suitcase, when Kyle had handed Grindelwald a few photos. Snape hadn't seen what was in them, but he remembered the sound. And what he'd just heard was almost exactly like a camera shutter. Why don't you believe me? Kyle said, sighing as he brought his hand out from behind his back and waved it in front of Snape. See? Nothing. Snape eyed him suspiciously, then staggered around to his back, scanning carefully with a furrowed brow. Nothing on the ground. Nothing hidden under his robes. And he was certain Kyle hadn't touched the moleskin pouch, he'd been watching closely. That meant there was no chance to stash anything away. Was it possible he'd imagined it? Or maybe it really had just been an owl. Even Snape began to doubt himself. The Phoenix's apparition had been intense. His head was still ringing. Hearing non-existent sounds didn't seem entirely out of the question. What were you trying to hide just now? Snape asked suddenly, hoping to catch him off guard. Huh? Kyle blinked, looking genuinely confused. What did you say? Snape stared at him for another moment, then said, nothing. We should head back to the castle. Okay then, weird, Kyle muttered, turning and walking toward the castle. Snape watched for a moment to make sure he didn't turn back or hesitate. Once he was certain, he staggered after him. He must have misheard, Snape told himself. If only he'd walked a little faster, he might have seen the look of relief on Kyle's face. Thank Merlin he hadn't fully locked the suitcase, that had given the Niffler just enough time to sneak out the camera. No wonder Snape had survived for years as Voldemort's top undercover agent. His instincts were sharp. Even when he was practically retching his guts out, he'd still noticed something wasn't right. If he'd actually caught Kyle taking that photo, well, actually, maybe it wouldn't matter. Come to think of it, with how weak Snape was right now, even if he had realized what Kyle was doing, there wasn't much he could do to stop him. The only real risk was that he might ask Kana for help. And honestly, if Kana came to help him get the photo back, Kyle would be heartbroken. Because that photo, it was a masterpiece. A one-of-a-kind shot of the always stoic Snape squirming on the ground, crawling, retching into the Black Lake. Once developed with some revealing solution, it would easily make the top 3 in Kyle's personal collection, right behind the legendary, irreplaceable, barn wedding license. Thank goodness he hadn't noticed. Kyle quickened his pace without thinking and stopped at the castle entrance. When Snape finally caught up, one foot dragging behind the other, breath still uneven, Kyle cut him off before he could speak. Leave the rest to me. Kyle said, Kana should be in the hospital wing helping Madame Pomfrey. You'll probably find her there. Snape gave him a long, unreadable look, said nothing, and turned to go. Remember to change your appearance. Though Snape was as rude as ever, Kyle still offered a friendly reminder. If you go to the hospital wing looking like that, Madame Pomfrey will probably kick you out, and trigger the castle's defense systems. You don't want to get thrashed by Professor McGonagall in front of Kana, do you? Shut up. I don't need you telling me what to do, Snape replied without so much as glancing back. Watching him walk off, Kyle shrugged. He hadn't really said it for Snape's sake anyway, he just didn't want to make another trip to the Ministry's temporary prison to bail someone out. Rumor had it the place was worse than Azkaban. At least with Dementors around, you never had to worry about the temperature. Or food spoiling. In fact, Azkaban's food never had the chance to go bad, in more ways than one. Kyle wondered how the plans to reopen Azkaban were coming along. He lingered in place for a bit longer, only heading up the steps once Snape had completely disappeared around the castle courtyard. There seemed to be even fewer people in the castle than when he'd been taken away. In the Great Hall, just a few former members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were catching up. Oliver Wood was chatting with Harry, while Fred was joking with Angelina Johnson. As for how Kyle could tell it was Fred and not George, wasn't it obvious? George had never asked Angelina to the Yule Ball. Harry, look, it's Kyle. Hermione, sharp-eyed as ever, was the first to spot him at the entrance. She rushed over. Thank goodness. When you disappeared, the professors were frantic. We've been looking everywhere, Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, you name it. But there was no sign of you. Oh, and your dad showed up too. But after hearing you'd been taken by the Phoenix, he left again. She rattled it all off at lightning speed, like pouring out a bag of beans. Though some parts were a bit unclear, Kyle managed to piece together a general idea of what had happened while he was gone. It's fine. No need to panic, Kyle said. Fawkes just got a little emotional. I was about to explain everything to Professor McGonagall. You lot carry on. Oh, Kyle, glad you're okay. Oliver Wood came bounding over, practically shoving Hermione aside in his excitement. He looked Kyle up and down, rubbing his hands eagerly. Interested in joining Puddlemere United? We could really use a chaser like you. Puddlemere United. I'm their keeper now. Officially, Oliver said with a proud grin. Congrats, Kyle said with a smile. Oliver was only in his early 20s. Becoming a full-time player at that age was impressive. Not everyone could be Victor Crumb, after all, competing internationally right out of school. But I'll have to pass on joining Puddlemere for now. I'm not really looking to go pro just yet. That's a shame, Oliver sighed. We're seriously short on a strong chaser. Why not ask Angelina? I did. But she wants to join the Holyhead Harpies. Well, can't blame her, Kyle said, spreading his hands. They chatted a while longer before Kyle made to head toward the headmaster's office. But he'd barely taken 2 steps when he felt someone tug at his robe. Hermione. Kyle glanced back. Something else? No, not really. Hermione pressed her lips together, looking nervous. It's just, there's something we've been meaning to ask. We've always wondered. Actually, it's not just us. People have been talking. Yeah, we just heard it from others. Harry and Ron, standing nearby, seemed even more flustered than she was. The three of them stammered and fidgeted, but still couldn't form a complete sentence. What is it you're trying to ask? Kyle said, beginning to lose patience. If you haven't figured it out, just wait and ask me later. As Kyle turned to go again, Hermione suddenly bit her lip and blurted out. We just want to ask, is Professor Dumbledore still alive? Kyle froze mid-step. To be honest, the question made him tense up. For a moment, he seriously wondered if someone had gone and opened Dumbledore's tomb. But he quickly regained his composure. Why would you think Professor Dumbledore is still alive? He asked calmly. You were there the night he was killed, weren't you? I know how it sounds, ridiculous, even, but it's not impossible. Why? Because of the Phoenix, Hermione said, pulling out a thick book. I've read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It says a phoenix only obeys Dumbledore's commands. So, you think it was Professor Dumbledore who told Fawkes to take me away? Kyle raised an eyebrow, finally letting out a breath of relief. But it was interesting, Hermione had guessed the truth. In a way, her insight really was sharp, and her thinking bold. Most people wouldn't see a phoenix and immediately leap to the conclusion that Dumbledore was still alive. Just look at Harry and Ron beside her. Hermione must have shared her theory with them beforehand, but they hadn't believed her, hence all the awkward stammering. To them, the idea probably felt as absurd as asking Snape why a cauldron couldn't be used to fry eggs. Maybe Hermione had thought the same at first. But still, she asked. Did she trust her judgment that much? Or was it just plain stubbornness? No, it doesn't, Kyle said after a brief pause. But the Phoenix? I think you've misunderstood something. Kyle gave a casual flick of his finger. The copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them in Hermione's arms flipped open on its own, stopping at the page with the illustration of the Phoenix. I suggest you read that part again, carefully. Kyle waved his hand once more, underlining 2 lines of text. It says that a phoenix appears when Dumbledore is in need. Notice, it just says Dumbledore, not Albus Dumbledore. There's an essential difference between the two. Hermione stared at the words, her expression slowly turning blank with realization. The owner of the Hog's Head, Kyle continued. His name is Aberforth Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Hermione murmured. That's right. Exactly what you're thinking, he's Professor Dumbledore's younger brother. Oh, I get it now. Ron said, snapping his fingers. It must have been him who sent the Phoenix to pick you up. He turned triumphantly to Hermione. Told you. There's no way Professor Dumbledore is still alive. We literally saw his ghost, back in Hogsmeade. Harry didn't say anything, but from the look on his face, it was clear he agreed. Sorry, Hermione muttered, her cheeks turning red. I misunderstood. It's all right. Not many people even know the Hog's Head's owner is also a Dumbledore. It makes sense you'd jump to that conclusion. And besides, Kyle added softly, you weren't entirely wrong. As long as you remember Professor Dumbledore, he won't truly be gone. Yeah. Hermione managed a small smile, though it was clearly forced. She mostly felt embarrassed, especially with Ron and Harry right there. Ugh, why had her brain immediately jumped to Dumbledore might still be alive just from seeing the Phoenix? Kyle didn't explain any further. He simply cast a glance, half disdain, half exasperation, at Harry and Ron, who looked completely unbothered, as if none of it had happened. Well, fine then. That's just how it is. This time, no one stopped him. Kyle left the Great Hall and climbed the stairs to the 8th floor, arriving at the entrance to the Headmaster's office. The stone gargoyle, upon seeing Kyle from a distance, promptly stepped aside and leapt out of the way. Is Professor McGonagall inside? Kyle asked. Yes. She is. No password. There have been too many visitors lately. The password's been temporarily disabled. Huh. Kyle clicked his tongue. For a moment, he thought maybe he was the only one granted special access, but it turned out no one needed a password right now. Understandable, really. With so many people coming and going, even the stone gargoyle seemed fed up. Disabling the password made things easier. He just hoped there wasn't already someone else inside. Kyle stepped onto the spiral staircase. Luck was on his side. As he pushed open the oak door, the previous guest was just on their way out. It was a middle-aged wizard Kyle didn't recognize, plump, balding, and from a distance, almost a dead ringer for Professor Slughorn. Kyle, I heard from the portraits that you were back, said Professor McGonagall, emerging from behind her desk. You disappeared without a trace from Hogwarts. I had no idea how to explain that to Chris. But he seemed convinced you weren't in any danger. Came to check in, then left again to go back to work. There was both concern and a touch of irritation in her voice. Of course, the irritation wasn't directed at Kyle, it was aimed at Chris. When Kyle had vanished, she'd been caught completely off guard and had no idea how to face Chris or Diana. But Chris's laid-back attitude had been a bit too much. He hadn't shown the slightest worry about whether Kyle might be in danger. Probably because Chris already knew Dumbledore wasn't dead, Kyle thought to himself. "Where did the Phoenix take you?" Professor McGonagall asked, clearly still concerned. "To a forest, probably somewhere Dumbledore frequents," Kyle answered. He had intended to tell her about Grindelwald leaving Nurmengard, but decided to hold off. Better to wait until there was official word from Dumbledore. Who knew, Grindelwald might decide to return to the tower after all. No need to stir up panic just yet. Though she found the explanation a bit odd, Professor McGonagall didn't press the issue. Kyle's safe return already lent plenty of credibility to his story. Besides, she didn't know much about phoenixes, only that they were deeply connected to Dumbledore. Maybe this was just one of their unique traits. "I'm just glad you're safe," McGonagall said. "Oh, and if you're planning to stay at Hogwarts, I suggest Chris send a letter." "I'll make sure he does," Kyle replied. "But actually, Professor McGonagall, I came for another reason." "Oh? What is it?" "It's about Snape." At the mention of that name, McGonagall looked up sharply, her lips pressed into a tight line. "You know where that coward is?" It was clear from her tone she was furious. Kyle decided not to waste time trying to explain first. He walked over to a nearby cabinet, the one that used to house the pensieve. Or rather, used to. He found a finely crafted, tower-shaped pedestal next to it and retrieved a small glass vial no bigger than a finger. Then, after a brief moment of reluctance, he pulled the pensieve out of his suitcase and poured the memories inside. "Kyle, what are you doing?" McGonagall asked. "Is that Albus's memory?" "That's right," Kyle nodded. "These are memories between Professor Dumbledore and Snape. I don't really know how to explain it, but I think you should see them for yourself." Chapter 953, Memories. The headmaster's office vanished. Professor McGonagall felt as though she were flying through a whirlwind of shifting shapes and colors before finally landing back on solid ground. Then Kyle appeared. He was just as curious about what memory Dumbledore had left behind to redeem Snape. If Snape were here, he would never allow them to view this, it was practically a piece of his dark past. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the headmaster's office at the moment, which was one of the reasons Kyle had agreed to help. Whether by coincidence or design, they materialized directly in front of Snape. He was standing atop a bleak, windswept mountain, gripping his wand tightly as though waiting for someone. Professor McGonagall stood opposite him in silence, her expression grave. If this weren't a memory, she probably would have punched Snape on the spot. "Kyle, what exactly do you want me to see?" Suddenly, a blinding white flash streaked across the sky like lightning. Snape collapsed to his knees with a thud, his wand falling to the ground beside him. "Don't kill me. That's not my intent." Kyle instinctively reached into his pocket, only to realize a moment later that he was inside Dumbledore's memory. He didn't have his moleskin pouch on him. Not that he'd planned to do anything anyway. He casually pulled his hand back, pretending nothing had happened, not that it mattered. The only person who could see him, Professor McGonagall, was completely focused on Dumbledore, who had just operated in. Dumbledore stood before Snape, his robes billowing in the wind. The light from his wand lit his face from below, casting a menacing glow. "Well, Severus, has Voldemort sent you with a message?" No message. I came on my own, about the prophecy." Trelawney. Snape was visibly anxious, stammering and unclear, though it might have been due to the sheer pressure Dumbledore was exerting on him. At that moment, Dumbledore looked like he genuinely wanted to kill him. The light at the tip of his wand hadn't dimmed in the slightest. Professor McGonagall muttered something under her breath, but Kyle couldn't make out the words. He guessed she was urging Dumbledore to just deal with the traitor already. But as the conversation continued, her expression gradually began to shift. "He thinks the one in the prophecy is Lily Evans. Please, hide them, keep them safe, I beg you. In return, I'll do anything." The wind atop the mountain grew fiercer, so loud that it drowned out their voices. Even as Kyle leaned in closer, all he could hear was the howling wind. By this point, Kyle realized Dumbledore had likely altered the memory, concealing whatever had been said next. Professor McGonagall frowned beside him. She seemed to have a guess, but wasn't certain. Just then, the mountain disappeared, and they were back in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Snape sat slumped in a chair, like a wounded beast, sobbing in pain. "I thought you would keep her safe. She and James trusted the wrong person." Dumbledore's face was equally grim. "But her son survived. I want you to help me protect him. He doesn't need protection. The Dark Lord is dead." "The Dark Lord is not dead. One day, he will return." The image darkened for a moment, then quickly lit up again. It was still the headmaster's office, but it seemed many years had passed. He's back. He's really back, I can feel it. Snape said, agitated, pulling up his sleeve to show Dumbledore the vivid dark mark on his arm. He took Harry, while everyone was watching the third task. The image vanished once more. That arrogant, conceited fool. Why can't he ever learn? Can't he see the Dark Lord lured him to the Department of Mysteries on purpose? He's as mediocre and arrogant as his father, only more stubborn. He can't see the bigger picture. Does he think he's you? That he can defy the Ministry? In that regard, he's not even as good as that insufferable Kyle. Kyle raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Dumbledore's memory to include a mention of him. But insufferable. What was that supposed to mean? He thought he was rather well liked. The swirling colors resumed, and this time the scene shifted from the headmaster's office to a different place, a desolate, gravel-covered road. Dumbledore appeared to be injured, limping along. The faint outline of a footprint was visible on his robe. You saved me, Severus, but I don't think you really needed to go that far. I didn't have time to think, Snape replied. He seemed to be in a good mood, walking with a light step. If I'd known you had a magical contract with Kyle, I wouldn't have bothered helping you. Yeah, I didn't expect Kyle's binding magical contract to end up saving my life. But I still have to thank you, you snapped me back to my senses. Let me keep that ring. I have to refuse, Severus. It's for your own good. Without the protection of a magical contract, resisting its temptation would be difficult. So you don't trust me? This has nothing to do with trust. I simply know how powerful its allure is. The narrow path gradually became shrouded in thick fog. Once they passed through it, the scene shifted again. That Kyle, he's far too careless. And that stupid dog. Don't they realize how important the thing they took was? Snape spoke angrily. The Dark Lord assigned me to deal with it. I erased that goblin's memory, but I don't know if it'll be enough to fool him. It should be, Dumbledore said, seated across from him. Tom's attention has been elsewhere lately. But still, Severus, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to help Kyle. I just didn't want his carelessness to ruin the original plan, Snape replied. Have we found all the Horcruxes? If the count is correct, we should be close, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Aside from what we discussed earlier, keep an extra eye on Tom himself. My guess is he'll keep the final Horcrux close for protection. What is it? I don't know, Dumbledore shook his head. I had a theory, but someone took her away from Tom. But knowing Tom, he'll likely choose another snake-like magical creature. Maybe a horned serpent, or a runespore. After the image faded, Professor McGonagall slowly rose from the pensieve. A moment later, she was back on the floor of the headmaster's office, her expression a complex mix of shock and disbelief. She had never imagined that Snape had been a spy working against Voldemort. Up until now, she had never questioned his loyalties, and had been utterly convinced he was a Death Eater. Clearly, Snape's disguise had been flawless. But that was also what had kept him hidden from Voldemort all this time. Professor McGonagall tried to reason through it, but the more she thought about it, the more agitated she became. By Merlin's beard. How could Snape possibly be on their side? Was that classic Death Eater behavior of his all an act? She even began to suspect that this memory might be a fake. You've known about this for a while, haven't you? She asked, looking up at Kyle. More or less, Kyle said. Professor Dumbledore hinted at it before, but I only understood what he meant recently. In situations like this, blaming everything on Dumbledore was the safest bet. Whatever she said, it wasn't like he could jump in to contradict him now. Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together, not doubting Kyle's explanation. Dumbledore's hints. They really could be impossible to understand. And without a clear explanation, even she couldn't have guessed Snape was actually undercover. Then what about this bottle of memories? She asked after a moment. You seem to know exactly where to find it. Who told you, Severus? No, it was Professor Dumbledore, Kyle replied calmly. After the war, Fawkes told me everything. Is that so? Professor McGonagall didn't question it. Fawkes was very close to Kyle, something that wasn't exactly a secret among the professors at Hogwarts. With the intelligence of a phoenix, that kind of connection wasn't hard to form. What Professor McGonagall couldn't understand was why Dumbledore hadn't just told her directly. After thinking it over without reaching any conclusions, she turned to look at Dumbledore's portrait on the wall. But just like the other former headmasters, the Dumbledore in the portrait had his eyes closed, feigning sleep. When Professor McGonagall stared at him, his eyelids even twitched slightly now and then. Getting an answer out of him seemed impossible. McGonagall let out a sigh. Technically, this memory should be enough to clear Snape of being a Death Eater. With this as evidence, all warrants for his arrest could be dropped. If he wanted to stay at Hogwarts as a professor, there would be no issue. The wizarding world needed heroes right now, and she figured Amelia would be more than happy to publish Snape's story in the papers, divert public attention and keep them from dwelling on the Ministry's past mistakes. But all of that hinged on one crucial thing. Snape had to reveal where he'd taken Voldemort, and he had to explain why. Without a clear explanation, this memory would lose most of its weight. And more importantly, where was Snape now? Whether to clear his name or restore his status, they had to find him first. A single memory wasn't enough to convince everyone, not without a thorough and meticulous interrogation. But right now, every Auror and Hit wizard was searching for him, practically turning the UK upside down. They'd already raided 17 locations linked to Death Eaters, including Malfoy Manor, their main headquarters, and come up with nothing. It was as if Snape had vanished into thin air with Voldemort. Why would he do that? Now that she knew the truth, McGonagall felt even more confused. If this was just part of a cover, did it really need to go that far? The Death Eaters were nearly wiped out. Voldemort was on the brink of being captured. Jumping in to rescue him at that moment, wasn't that a bit too committed? That was why she still harbored doubt. But none of that mattered right now. As she kept saying, they needed to find Snape. Once they did, everything else would come to light. Professor. Kyle's voice snapped McGonagall out of her thoughts. What is it? Were you thinking about where to find Severus Snape? What, you know where Severus is? McGonagall looked at him, puzzled. Well, it was a coincidence, Kyle said, lowering his voice. On my way back, I happened to spot him just outside the school grounds. What did you say? McGonagall turned sharply toward him, then narrowed her eyes, clearly skeptical. That convenient. So many Aurors and Hit wizards had been dispatched and found nothing, and Kyle just happened to stumble across him. At Hogwarts, no less. If she remembered correctly, there were at least 5 Aurors and 30 Hit wizards stationed around Hogsmeade and the castle, sealing it off completely. Kyle had managed to return unnoticed thanks to Fawkes' help. The anti-apparition wards around Hogwarts didn't affect him. But what about Snape? How had he slipped past the Aurors, the Hit wizards, and the Sneakoscopes? There was only one possibility: he had never left Hogwarts at all. And if that were the case, then the Voldemort he rescued hadn't left either. Oh, damn it. McGonagall instinctively drew her wand. Kyle flinched in surprise. Professor, what are you doing? I asked you a question, McGonagall said sternly. When you saw Severus, what was he doing? Was there anyone else with him, or any animals nearby? Kyle quickly understood what she was getting at. No, he shook his head. When I saw Snape, he was alone. And he was looking for you. Looking for me? That's right. Kyle pointed to the pensieve on the table. I'm guessing he wanted to explain this. But I figured it wasn't appropriate for him to show up in the headmaster's office before you saw the memory, so I convinced him to wait somewhere else. Well, I have to say, that was the right call. McGonagall gave Kyle an approving glance. If Snape had come straight here, she might not have bothered watching the memory first. She rubbed her fingers along the rim of the pensieve. Kyle, could I trouble you to bring him here? No, never mind. I'll go to him myself. She remembered there were still others in the castle. If Snape were spotted on his way here, it could trigger a battle instantly. After all, the contents of the memory hadn't been made public yet, and in everyone else's eyes, Snape was still very much a Death Eater. Waltzing into Hogwarts like that would be no different from walking to his death. Where is Severus? Professor McGonagall stood up. In the hospital wing. I suggested he speak with Connor first, and he agreed, Kyle replied, pulling open the oak door beside him and stepping out. Miss Prince. McGonagall halted mid-step. Kyle waited by the door for a while, but when he heard nothing, he leaned back in to check. Professor McGonagall, weren't you going to find him? Yes, of course. McGonagall gave a small nod and finally exited the headmaster's office. The two of them made their way through the castle, and along the way they ran into Slughorn, who was just returning from outside. After exchanging a few words with him, McGonagall changed direction and led Kyle off to the other side. Poppy's treating a few wizards who were hit with dark magic. They needed a more spacious, well-ventilated area, and Miss Prince is helping out there as well. The location she mentioned was near the Quidditch pitch. When they arrived, McGonagall quickly spotted Kanna, and beside her, a middle-aged wizard she recognized immediately as Snape in disguise. She knew that wizard. He should have left the school 10 minutes ago. Transfiguration. Or Polyjuice Potion. McGonagall stood there in thought. Aren't we going over? Kyle asked in a quiet voice. There's no need to rush now that we've found him, McGonagall replied with a shake of her head. If anyone deserves to hear the truth first, it's Miss Prince. Severus will likely be busy for a while after this. Before that happens, we should give him a bit of time to explain everything to Miss Prince properly. She turned away, surveying the area around them. And we still need to carry out a thorough check of the castle. Kyle, could you find Sir Poppington and the Fat Friar for me? I'd like them to lead the other ghosts in inspecting the castle and the surrounding grounds. Also, go speak with the Aurors in charge of security. Have them ease off on Hogsmeade for now and focus their attention on checking the Forbidden Forest. Understood. Kyle knew McGonagall was worried that Voldemort might still be nearby. He was fairly sure that was impossible, but how was he supposed to explain it? Tell them Voldemort had been killed by him and Rosier, a dark wizard from 70 years ago. Or that Grindelwald had left Nurmengard and resumed his decades-old conflict with Dumbledore. There were too many tangled characters involved. Even if someone had seen it with their own eyes, they might not believe it, let alone just hear about it secondhand. By the time he got through explaining all that, the Aurors and Hit Wizards would probably have finished sweeping the forest anyway. So best leave it for now. Or let Snape do the explaining. Kyle didn't have much else to do in the coming days. Professor, anything else? Kyle asked. That's all, McGonagall said quietly. I need time to think about how I'm going to explain all this to Amelia. The last Death Eater turned out to be one of us. It's almost too incredible to believe. Chapter 954, Pretty Accessories. Patrol the castle. Of course, no problem. When Kyle found nearly headless Nick in the third-floor corridor, the ghost accepted the task without hesitation and immediately floated up through the ceiling. But he quickly drifted back down again. But may I ask why, or if there's anything I should pay special attention to while patrolling? Just keep an eye out for anything suspicious, Kyle said after thinking for a moment. Professor McGonagall suspects Voldemort might still be in the castle, so... He was cut off by a sudden shriek. Oh, by Merlin's beard, did you just say you know who's in the castle? Kyle couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but nearly headless Nick looked even paler than before. Don't panic, Sir Poppington, Kyle said quickly. Voldemort definitely isn't in the castle. Professor McGonagall's just being cautious. It's like checking the doors locked before you leave the house. And besides, Sir Poppington, I don't understand why you'd be scared anyway. Even if Voldemort were here, he couldn't exactly hurt you, could he? Nearly headless Nick paused. That was true, he was a ghost. What was there to be afraid of? Well, even if I don't need to open doors to pass through rooms, I suppose you've got a point. Trying to regain his dignity after his outburst, Nick straightened up and adopted a more serious tone. In that case, I'll gather my friends to help out. You know, I have many ghostly acquaintances, we can check every corner of the castle quickly, and without any safety concerns. Of course. Everyone knows Sir Poppington of Hogwarts has a wide social circle, Kyle said with a smile. Ghosts loved a bit of flattery. In an instant, nearly headless Nick forgot his earlier embarrassment and happily soared back through the ceiling to rally the spirits. Kyle then headed to the school gates. Kingsley, I didn't expect you to be the Auror stationed at Hogwarts. Lucky, isn't it? Kingsley said with a grin. My current assignment is far easier than what the others are dealing with at the Ministry. That's true enough. I heard you disappeared from the castle earlier, Kingsley added. What happened? Even Chris showed up. Nothing serious, just a misunderstanding. Well, as long as you're all right. Kingsley nodded. So, what brings you here? Professor McGonagall wants the Aurors and Hit Wizards to search the Forbidden Forest again, see if anyone might have slipped through the cracks. Having learned his lesson earlier, Kyle didn't mention Voldemort at all this time, no point stirring up unnecessary panic. Sure, that's fine. Kingsley agreed without hesitation. I'll leave a few people here to keep watch. But Minerva should arrange for a professor who knows the forest well to guide us. No problem. Just go find Hagrid, he lives in a cabin right on the forest's edge. Oh, the one with the pumpkin patch in front. Kyle suddenly remembered that he was technically Hagrid's neighbor now and quickly added, right, that one. I know it, Kingsley said with a nod, then turned and headed off toward Hogsmeade. Honestly, patrolling the perimeter was getting dull. With McGonagall finally giving him something more hands-on, Kingsley was almost eager to get moving. Especially since the mission involved the Forbidden Forest. There wasn't a single Hogwarts graduate who wasn't at least a little curious about what lay inside. This was a rare chance to enter the forest officially, and experience what they'd never been allowed to explore as students. Once Kingsley had left, Kyle made his way back toward the Quidditch pitch, where Professor McGonagall was waiting. She seemed to be expecting him. When she saw Kyle, she didn't say a word, just gave a slight nod and resumed walking forward naturally. Neither of them made any attempt to hide, so it wasn't long before the others spotted them. Professor McGonagall. Kanna stood up nervously. You don't need to say anything, Miss Prince. I already know everything. McGonagall shook her head gently, signaling her not to worry. She then looked past her to the middle-aged wizard standing behind. Severus. It's me, Snape replied after a brief silence. McGonagall opened her mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated. After a long pause, she finally looked directly at him. Your transfiguration really isn't very good. So many flaws. I don't understand, why didn't you just use Polyjuice Potion? I meant to. Snape hadn't expected her first remark to be a critique of his transfiguration skills. But when he passed by me, I couldn't get any of his hair. Kyle instinctively glanced at the top of Snape's head. A bit more hair than Slughorn, but pulling one out would still be rather cruel. He pressed his lips together tightly to keep from laughing. Even McGonagall's mouth twitched slightly before she regained her composure. Still, the ice was broken, and the two skipped right past any formal greetings. I just reviewed the memories Albus left behind, McGonagall said directly. So there are some things you don't need to explain to me. I know about the messages you were passing on his behalf. I owe you an apology. Until now, I truly believed you were a traitor to Hogwarts. There's no need to apologize, Minerva, Snape said, shaking his head. Because I was a traitor. It's not the same, McGonagall replied. She reached out her hand. I'm glad we didn't end up on opposite sides. Welcome back, Severus. Thank you. They shook hands, just like they were meeting for the first time. But Severus, there are some things I need to say in advance, consider it a professional courtesy. Professor McGonagall's tone was firm. First of all, that memory proves your innocence, but only that. There are still questions it doesn't answer, and we'll need you to fill in the rest. I think you know what I'm referring to. Yes, I do, Snape nodded. What else could it be but the matter of him rescuing Voldemort? Snape had already prepared an explanation for that. Good. McGonagall didn't press further. Before coming here, I asked Everard to use his portrait at the Ministry to inform Amelia. She should be waiting for us in her office, though it might also be the interrogation room. Are you ready? As she spoke, she glanced again at Kanna. Or we can delay a bit, if you prefer, but best not keep her waiting too long. No, that's not necessary. Snape shifted back into his true form, prompting a wave of startled gasps from those nearby. They had already noticed Professor McGonagall and Kyle's arrival and had been watching them closely. When the middle-aged wizard transformed into Snape, everyone stared in disbelief, some even drew their wands. That alone made Snape's position clear. After revealing himself, staying here any longer was no longer an option. Since you've made your decision, very well, McGonagall said quietly. After seeing the memory, her feelings towards Snape had become deeply conflicted. She had wanted to feel sympathy for him, he had seemed so helpless in those early memories, and his shattered state after learning Lily was dead was genuinely painful to watch. But she also knew who had caused it all. If Snape hadn't revealed the prophecy, Voldemort never would have targeted Lily in the first place. And with that thought, her sympathy evaporated. Yet she couldn't deny that Snape had worked tirelessly to atone. That effort had dulled the edge of her resentment. Let's go, McGonagall said. I sincerely hope we can still be colleagues, Severus. I hope so too. So, need a hand. Kyle, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. Word's probably spread by now, people are already heading this way. To keep from getting surrounded, I can have Fawkes take you there. Just 3 herbs, and you'll be at the Ministry instantly. Not a bad deal. Besides, no one else gets this kind of ride. Fawkes. McGonagall tilted her head in thought. That could work. No. Snape practically leapt on the spot like he'd been burned. I'd rather walk to the Ministry than let that phoenix carry me again. McGonagall blinked in surprise at his outburst. Severus. Trust me, Minerva, I don't mind walking all the way to the school gates. Snape met her gaze seriously. And unless it's absolutely unavoidable, never, never, let the phoenix apparate you. And don't ask what happened, he added quickly as McGonagall opened her mouth. Just think of it as friendly advice, from one colleague to another, stay far away from phoenixes. McGonagall didn't understand what he meant, but judging by the look on his face, like he was remembering something truly awful, she decided not to ask. Kyle, however, looked visibly annoyed. How could Snape speak that way about Fawkes? That was incredibly rude. If Fawkes hadn't flown him into that forest, he might not have made it back alive. What a shame, Snape's refusal meant he wouldn't get the new photo he'd wanted. With a sigh, Kyle tucked the camera he'd prepared for Fawkes back into his pouch. Still, Snape had a point. Ever since he'd revealed himself, more and more people had begun gathering nearby. If McGonagall hadn't been present, they would have swarmed already. More were on their way, Kyle could see aurors and hit wizards approaching. At this rate, they'd be surrounded within minutes. No other choice, then. I'm not sure it'll work, but let's try, McGonagall said, drawing her wand and murmuring a spell under her breath. A moment later, something shimmered faintly. Then she grabbed Snape's arm firmly. Crack! With a sharp, echoing pop, both of them vanished on the spot. Apparition. That's impossible, someone cried out. You can't apparate inside Hogwarts. To prove the point, he tried it himself, his face turned beet red with the effort, but he didn't move an inch. Exactly, apparition was forbidden at Hogwarts. So how? It's a privilege of the headmaster, Kyle explained to Conna, who stood nearby, still stunned. The headmaster of Hogwarts has the authority to temporarily lift the restriction in certain areas. For example, 6th-year students practice apparition in zones where the anti-apparition wards are lifted. I see. Conna nodded. She looked at Kyle. My uncle told me everything. Thank you. Thank me. You saved him. I know you did. Conna glanced in the direction Snape had vanished. He won't admit it, but I'm sure it was you. So, thank you. Kyle shook his head and glanced at Conna's wrist. Strictly speaking, it was you who saved him. The Phoenix bracelet had already been returned by Snape, and now it rested once again on Conna's wrist. But of the original 2 Phoenixes, only one remained. I really didn't expect you to give it to him, Kyle said. But it's a good thing you did, otherwise, he wouldn't have made it back so easily. Back then, only soul-targeting magic could have expelled the fragment of Voldemort clinging to Snape. Without it, Snape might have ended up like Quirrell, with a second face growing out the back of his head. The problem was, Kyle's options were limited. The only soul-affecting spell he knew, if it could be counted as one, was Fiendfire. Fiendfire did burn souls, that had to count, right? But there was no way he could use that on Snape. And if the killing curse wasn't an option either, he would have had to let Rosier try the Cruciatus curse. Voldemort's soul was already fragile, it wouldn't have held up for long. But Snape would have suffered for it, and if it dragged on, his own soul might have started to unravel too. The killing curse was still the best option, fast, clean, and with fewer complications. Just a little extravagant. I just wanted to give it a try. I didn't think it would actually work. Conna glanced at her wrist. I tried to give it to you several times before, but I could never get it off. Probably because of the potion, Kyle said, shrugging. Its main ingredient is Phoenix Potion, Snape brewed it himself. Bit of a shame, though. Now it'll only protect you from one more killing curse. That's fine. Conna lowered her arm again. Even if both uses get spent, it doesn't matter. Like you said, the Phoenix Potion was brewed by Uncle Snape, so in a way, it's gone back to its rightful owner. And... She looked up at Kyle, paused, then added softly, with you around, I never have to worry about curses, do I? So for me, it's just a pretty accessory. Nothing more. Chapter 955, Feasts and Revelry. Hogwarts had resumed classes, and the very first day back was already devoted to exam prep. To be honest, for a brief moment, when the owls delivered the news to every young wizard's home, the surge of collective resentment almost drowned out the joy of having defeated Voldemort. To the students, Voldemort was terrifying, but those multi-foot-long homework assignments were even more horrifying. Especially for the 5th and 7th years. We defeated Voldemort, Ron grumbled in the Great Hall. Can't results that impressive earn us an O on our NEWT reports? Though his voice lacked conviction, Ron did manage to say Voldemort's name in full. That change made Harry genuinely happy. He'd always believed that to defeat Voldemort, one had to first conquer the fear of him. Ron used to tremble just hearing the name, never mind saying it out loud. So this was a welcome shift. Of course, Harry was pleased, but that didn't stop him from throwing cold water on Ron's enthusiasm. Let's be fair, he said, patting his friend on the shoulder. We didn't defeat Voldemort. Kyle and the professors did. Yeah, that's true, but we were part of it too, showed a lot of courage. Ron stretched his neck and began listing how many Death Eaters he'd taken down during the battle, and how many times he'd barely escaped with his life. He made it sound thrilling, but Harry and Hermione looked completely uninterested. Even Neville, who was usually the most supportive, turned his head away. They'd already heard this story a dozen times over the past few days. At this point, Hermione could probably recite it from memory. Stop, Ron. We really don't want to hear another word about your Death Eater stories, Hermione cut him off mercilessly. And I have to tell you, the decision to reopen the school was made jointly by Headmistress McGonagall, the Board of Governors, and the Ministry of Magic, and most of us support it. Oh, Harry, what did she just say? Ron opened his mouth wide and let out a strangled cry. Most people support it. Can't she see she's the only one here who does? Hermione's expression grew steadily darker. Harry wanted to be considerate of his friend's feelings, but he just couldn't bring himself to say something so blatantly false. The others all turned their gazes elsewhere, only Ginny stood by Hermione's side. That probably had something to do with her being in 6th year. 6th years didn't have any particularly crucial exams, and Ginny's grades were solid enough that she wasn't worried about finals, so whether school resumed or not didn't really matter to her. But none of that was important. The decision to reopen wasn't up to the students. Even if they all voted against it, the Hogwarts Express still departed right on time and arrived at Hogsmeade Station that evening as scheduled. Minerva McGonagall, who had been constantly busy these past few days, made a special trip back for the occasion, standing at the Great Hall entrance to greet the returning students. In the crowd, one round figure stood out more than the rest. Slughorn puffed up the stone steps, panting, and reached the Great Hall doors. "Minerva, what's with the sudden decision to bring the students back?" He'd only just gone home yesterday, and now he'd taken the train back with the students. Judging from the frosting still clinging to his collar, he'd probably booked out the dining car again. He'd foregone the far more convenient method of apparition, opting instead to take the full-day train ride with the students, proof enough that the Slughorn standing here was the real one, not someone disguised with polyjuice potion. "The students should return to their studies, Horace," said Professor McGonagall with a glance. "But that man. Voldemort isn't coming." She cut him off before he could finish. "We received reliable information before making the decision to reopen. There's still a bit of time before the feast starts, Horace. I suggest you go change your clothes." "Oh. Right." Slughorn clearly hadn't grasped the full meaning behind her words. Why wouldn't Voldemort come to Hogwarts? Had the Ministry learned something new? Had they found him? Why hadn't anyone told him? Slughorn wanted to ask more, but just then a crowd of students surged through the doors, and he was pushed along into the Great Hall. Although the banquet had been put together quickly, it didn't feel the least bit lackluster. Nearly all the professors were present, along with the likes of Bill Weasley, Oliver Wood, Cedric Diggory. Each had played a notable role in the recent war and had been invited back as distinguished alumni. Fred and George were there as well, but during the peak of the celebration, they spent over 20 minutes advertising Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, until Professor McGonagall, finally fed up, magically sealed their mouths shut. But even so, their ridiculous pantomime had the whole hall roaring with laughter. Combined with the store logos flashing periodically on their chests, Fred and George quickly drew in a crowd of new customers. Professor McGonagall turned a blind eye, pretending not to see any of it. The banquet wasn't just to welcome students back, it was also a celebration of their first true victory over Voldemort. Because of that, McGonagall extended everyone the greatest degree of leniency. In fact, if Fred and George had been a bit quieter and stayed in one place, they probably wouldn't have been magically silenced at all. Spurred on by the Weasley twins, more people joined the revelry. After everything they'd been through, they needed this, a proper celebration to wash away the shadow Voldemort had cast. Everyone was in high spirits. Cheers and laughter rolled like waves, nearly shaking loose the freshly repaired enchanted ceiling. Well, everyone except Slytherin. It was an odd sight in the Great Hall. 3 of the house tables were alive with chatter and celebration, while the Slytherin table was so quiet, it might as well have been a history of magic lecture. Slytherin also had the fewest students return. Nearly half the seats were empty, and many of those missing students had, whether openly or in secret, once supported Voldemort. Of course, Professor McGonagall hadn't excluded anyone based on rumors or assumptions. As long as a student hadn't taken any direct action to harm their peers, she sent them an owl like anyone else. As for those who didn't return, whether they hadn't received the letter, or stayed away for other reasons, no one could say for sure. The remaining Slytherins, for one reason or another, kept to themselves. Too awkward or ashamed to join the celebration, they simply watched from the sidelines, deepening the uncomfortable atmosphere around their table. Still, no one paid them much attention. Everyone understood that just because Professor McGonagall chose to overlook it didn't mean the rest of them could forget. Not a single Slytherin had joined the battle, and people remembered. And had the war gone the other way, they were certain Slytherin would be celebrating even more wildly than anyone else. The only reason no one had marched over to start a fight was because the professors were keeping a very close eye on things. McGonagall personally intercepted 5 of the Weasleys' magical fireworks aimed at the Slytherin table, including 3 of their infamous dung bombs. As the name implied, these fireworks exploded in a spray of special mud that splattered indiscriminately. It was labeled special because Fred and George had thoughtfully removed the stinkweed from the mix, knowing people still had to eat. Otherwise, it would have been a turbocharged dung bomb. Even this tamer version was confiscated without mercy. McGonagall would never allow Slytherin students to become the targets of everyone's frustration. Yes, some of them had made poor choices, but that didn't mean all of them had, and it certainly didn't define Slytherin as a whole. Slughorn had been involved in the war from start to finish. So had Severus Snape. And Diana, the unspeakable who had arrived later, was also a Slytherin alum. In a very real sense, Slytherin had made its own contributions to the victory. The banquet lasted longer than any Hogwarts feast before it. Trays of desserts, cookies, and little cakes kept coming, one after another. And just when things were winding down, the surprise appearance of Minister of Magic Amelia Bones sent the excitement surging all over again. It seemed she'd heard about the celebration and had come to make a brief appearance. She didn't stay long, just enough to eat a slice of cake and clink glasses of pumpkin juice with McGonagall, before taking her leave. By the time the feast finally ended late into the night, the Great Hall was in complete disarray. That was brilliant. We should do this more often, Fred said, standing outside and clearly not ready for the night to end. George, Kyle, Conna, and Cedric stood with him, a small reunion back on Hogwarts grounds. Are you heading back or staying the night? Kyle asked. If you want to stay, I can have the house elves bring some extra beds to my cabin. Forget it. We're not staying in that shabby cabin, Fred replied, giving Kyle a deliberately dramatic look of disgust, though it was hard to tell if it was aimed at Kyle or the cabin itself. We've got more important things to do, said George, shaking the thick stack of parchment in his hands. These are all new orders we just picked up. The customers are already eager to receive their favorite products. We promised delivery by tomorrow. So tonight, we might be having another Christmas. At least 100 owls will be needed to deliver all this. They rubbed their temples, wearing expressions that were equal parts pained and delighted. In that case, why not use an undetectable extension charm? Conna suggested, standing beside Kyle. You could pack everything together first, then have people help deliver them to the customers. It shouldn't be too hard for you. You already have a team. If you hired Ron, it'd only cost you 2 galleons. Great idea, said Fred, but it takes away a lot of the surprise. Surprise. That moment of excitement when the little customers see an owl flying toward them, George explained. That thrill is part of what they're buying. All right then. Conna didn't quite understand how an owl delivery differed from Ron handing something over, but if they said it mattered, well, it must. And the most important reason we stick with owls. Fred said mysteriously. George caught on immediately. Even if it only costs 2 galleons, we're not giving them to Ron. Hey. They both flashed identical mischievous grins. Ron being your little brother really is karma, Kyle muttered, tugging at the corner of his mouth. He suspected that was the real reason behind it all. No, you've got it wrong. It's luck, Fred corrected, wagging a finger. It's special treatment from his older brothers, George said with mock solemnity. You have to understand, for Ron, we're willing to spend 10 times as much. Good thing Ron's not here, Cedric couldn't help adding. But by now, he was long used to the Weasleys' unique brand of sibling affection. And it seemed to be hereditary. He still remembered when he first arrived at Hogwarts and Charlie had been training them as beaters, using real bludgers. Normally, beaters in their first training sessions would use bewitched quaffles. But Charlie, faced with 2 first-years who weren't even on the team, had pulled out actual bludgers. Apparently, Fred had even set the record for being knocked the farthest, nearly 30 feet. Yes, Fred the beater had been blasted 30 feet by a bludger. And not only was he not upset, he bragged about it for ages afterward. That, Cedric supposed, was just the Weasley way. After Fred and George left, Kyle turned to Cedric. I've got to head back too, Cedric said with a shrug. There's still loads of work at the ministry, I can't leave it all to my dad. And I have to pick up Cho from St. Mungo's first thing tomorrow. Wait, what did you just say? Conna froze. Why is Cho at St. Mungo's? I thought she and her family left Britain. What, I never told you. Cedric blinked. No, you didn't, everyone else said in unison. Oh. Well, Cedric shrugged again, that was the plan at first, but later Cho's parents changed their minds and decided to stay. But I don't remember seeing her at Hogwarts, George muttered. Did I just miss her? No, Cho never came to Hogwarts, Cedric explained. When the battle at Hogwarts broke out, Minister Bones launched a simultaneous attack on the traitors in the ministry. Cho and her mother happened to be there on some business. I see, Kyle said with a nod. That did explain the ministry's delayed involvement at the start of the battle. How's Cho doing? Conna asked, clearly concerned. She's fine, Cedric said, shaking his head. It's her mum who was injured. After that, Minister Bones had Cho stay at the ministry to take care of her. Can we go visit her? If you want to, of course. Chapter 956, 100 Galleons. After a night of celebration, Hogwarts officially resumed classes the following morning. Although the war had caused a few days' delay, it wasn't a serious setback. Voldemort hadn't only just returned, Hogwarts had long since begun preparing for a conflict that could erupt at any moment. That included accelerating course schedules for young wizards and multiplying their homework several times over. By Christmas, the professors had already finished teaching all the required spell work. Everything that followed focused solely on extra self-defense training, which had nothing to do with the exams. Even so, the professors remained on edge, none more so than Professor McGonagall. Her responsibilities were greater than anyone else's. She not only had to teach Transfiguration to all 7-year levels but also serve as headmistress, managing every issue large and small. On top of that, she represented Hogwarts in the ongoing investigation into Snape's true identity. Unfortunately, Hogwarts didn't have a duplication spell, so Professor McGonagall had to constantly rush back and forth. Thankfully, her authority as headmistress allowed her to temporarily lift the school's apparition restrictions. Otherwise, every time she returned to teach, she'd have to dash across the enormous grounds on foot. While the other professors were running themselves ragged, Kyle, also a professor, was free to stroll out of Hogwarts and head to London with Conna. They were going to visit Cho. As agreed the day before, Cedric was waiting outside an old red brick shop in the middle of the street. It was the entrance to St. Mungo's, its dusty front door bearing a large sign that read, "Closed for renovation." That sign had supposedly been hanging there for nearly a century, yet none of the passing muggles ever thought twice about it. Before long, Cedric spotted two familiar figures, Kyle and Conna, stepping out of a similarly run-down telephone booth not far away. The booth was a designated apparition point for wizards. Like the red brick storefront, it was protected by a muggle-repelling charm to prevent any unwelcome interruptions. "I'm over here," Cedric called out, jogging over. "Where are Fred and George?" Kyle glanced around. "Didn't they say they were coming too?" "They'll be a while," Cedric shrugged. "Apparently, they got another batch of skiving snack box orders last night." "Big sale." "Skiving snack box. Sounds like it came from Hogwarts," Kyle raised an eyebrow. "Trying to skip class right after the war." He had to admit, this year's young wizards were hopeless. Hopefully no one would be foolish enough to throw up in his class, Kyle thought. After all, his class was already among the lightest, 1 lesson a week, and just a foot-long essay for homework. If someone still wanted to cut corners, well, that was on them for choosing the wrong subject. Kyle had been involved in the entire production process of skiving snack boxes, he knew them inside and out. Including how to render the antidote ineffective. "Let's head in." "No point waiting for them," Cedric said, walking up to the shop window. "I already got it cleared, we can just go straight in." Kyle and Conna followed closely behind. The three of them vanished into thin air, and reappeared a second later on the other side. All around them came the constant murmur of voices and scattered groans of pain. "Ever since the war ended, this place has been packed," Cedric said casually as he led the way up the stairs. But Minister Bones spoke to the hospital director and arranged a room for Cho's mother. The minister came in person. Conna looked surprised. "Didn't you say it wasn't serious?" "It wasn't," Cedric replied. "A hex that makes you imitate a gorilla, plus a twisted ankle. Not exactly life-threatening." "Then why did Minister Bones show up herself?" "Oh, could she be close with Cho's mum?" "Not that I've heard," Cedric thought for a moment. Maybe they only met, or got to know each other, during the war. As the two of them talked, Kyle was focused on something else entirely. A gorilla mimicking hex. Are Death Eaters really getting this creative? What kind of hex even is that? Well, technically, by magical standards, it counted. It might not affect Kyle personally, but for most wizards, getting hit by a hex that left you howling like an ape meant you couldn't cast spells at all. After all, gorillas don't speak spells. It was nearly as troublesome as a langlock. Trust the Death Eaters to come up with something so ridiculous and malicious. "I don't actually know why Minister Bones came to St. Mungo's herself," Cedric added, "but I'm guessing it was to show that she takes it seriously." It wasn't crowded either, so it wasn't a hassle. Not crowded. Yeah. The battle at the ministry broke out without warning, and we didn't have any formal plan in place. But the hit wizards and Aurors were all on our side, and the enemy wasn't the Death Eaters' main force, so it was over pretty quickly. We only had a few injuries, and those were just people crashing into each other because they were running too fast. Well. Conna nodded. Now that Cedric explained it, it really didn't seem like much. No wonder they'd been able to leave St. Mungo's so soon. The group soon reached the 5th floor. Spell damage ward. It was even more crowded than the lower levels, with the corridors packed wall to wall. But as Kyle glanced at the patients on either side, he couldn't shake the feeling that they looked oddly familiar, like he'd seen them somewhere before. Clang. An iron bucket suddenly fell from someone's hands up ahead, crashing loudly against the floor. Kyle instinctively turned his head and caught sight of them and staring at the three of them in panic, then turning to bolt down the corridor. "Stop." Someone around the corner immediately gave chase. "Why's he running?" Kyle frowned. "Are they with the ministry?" No, Cedric hesitated. He didn't answer right away, waiting until they reached a less crowded stretch of hallway before lowering his voice. "Actually, they're all Death Eaters. See the people over by the corridor?" And those standing near the stairwell with wands. They're Aurors and Hit wizards, assigned to guard the Death Eaters. At the mention of their identity, any trace of sympathy in Kanna's expression vanished instantly. The Ministry's being awfully generous, not interrogating them first. Well, Cedric looked even more awkward, stammering, that's probably because they're not worth interrogating. They didn't take part in the battle at Hogwarts. They did, but in a way, they didn't, Cedric said, glancing at Kyle. Kyle got it instantly. Wait, don't tell me they're the ones Exactly. They're the ones who got trapped in the fiend fire, Cedric said, his voice even lower now. Most of them barely made it into the school before they were pinned down. That's why there's not much to question them about. That explains it. Kyle's mouth twitched. No wonder they looked familiar. There'd been quite a few Death Eaters caught in his fiend fire trap, it wasn't like he could remember them all. Recognizing even a few faces was already impressive. Ah, we're here. Cedric stopped in front of a door and knocked. Mom, that must be Cedric. Cho's voice called from inside, and the door opened. I told you, you really didn't need to. She clearly hadn't expected Kyle and Kanna to be standing there too. For a moment, she froze in place. Then she reacted quickly, slamming the door shut again. Kyle had to tug Cedric back, or he would have walked straight into it. Hey, Cho, it's me. Cedric called out, confused, but there was no response. Kyle had a pretty good idea what was going on. In a balanced war, getting hurt was a badge of honor, but in a completely one-sided battle, not so much. Especially one as lopsided as this, anyone who got injured would probably feel humiliated. Cho must not have expected Cedric to bring Kanna along. Fred and George probably figured out the situation too and made up an excuse not to come. Of course, this kind of special treatment only applied to Cho. If it had been Cedric in her place, they'd probably have started laughing the moment they reached the red brick storefront. Kyle shook his head. The earlier conversation about the Death Eaters had distracted him from seeing this coming. Still, it wasn't too late. He quickly glanced around, trying to think of a reason to leave naturally, and just then, he spotted Director Sykes approaching from a distance. So glad you all won the war, Sykes said warmly as she spotted him. Same here, Director, Kyle replied. Mind if we talk somewhere else? Sykes blinked in surprise. She'd only intended to say hello, but since Kyle suggested it, she didn't decline. Besides, seeing him had reminded her of something she'd meant to discuss. Let's head to the 6th floor. St. Mungo's 6th floor housed the tea room and the hospital's shops, a space meant for conversation and visitors. Come on, Kanna. Kyle tugged lightly at her sleeve. The sharp-witted witch immediately caught on and followed without question, leaving Cedric standing there alone, completely bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be here to check on Cho together? Fred and George skipping out was one thing, but now Kyle and Kanna had gone off to do something else. We're heading out soon. Are you two coming back? He called after them. But Kyle only let out a sigh and didn't respond. Let's just hope Cho goes easy on him. The three of them arrived on the 6th floor, to Sykes' private tea room. As they sat down, Kyle suddenly realized the atmosphere had turned slightly awkward. In his rush to find an excuse to leave earlier, he hadn't actually thought of what he'd say to Sykes once they got here. Maybe he could ask if she'd had lunch. I happened to run into you, and I'd like to ask a favor, Sykes said first, breaking the silence. Kyle blinked. No need for formalities, Director. If it's something I can help with, I certainly won't say no. What if I need the tailbone of the basilisk? Sykes sighed. I know it might sound excessive, it would involve damaging the basilisk's body, but I found a rare potion formula, and basilisk bone is the most essential ingredient. No problem. I understand it puts you in a difficult, wait, what did you say? I said it's no problem. I'm not troubled at all. But. Sykes hesitated now, thrown off by how readily Kyle agreed. The tailbone isn't like venom or shed skin. You'd be taking an actual piece of its skeleton. It's important for mobility. It could affect the basilisk's movement. Oh, that's not an issue, Kyle said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Even if you needed its heart, it'd be fine. It's already dead. What? Sykes shot to her feet, staring at Kyle in disbelief. The basilisk is dead. That's a basilisk we're talking about. Who could kill such a powerful creature? Voldemort. Who else? Kyle replied casually, but Sykes' expression shifted through a storm of reactions. Well. Voldemort could kill a basilisk. Still, the thought made her heart ache. As long as it was alive, the basilisk could continually produce venom and blood, both of which, once properly diluted, had proven exceptionally effective in counteracting dark magic. Especially when it came to petrification curses. Potions brewed from basilisk venom were even more potent than mandrake restorative draft. But now the basilisk was dead. Which meant all of her prior research was, wait. Suddenly, Sykes realized, if the basilisk was already dead, then why was she still obsessing over collecting tiny quantities of venom? Kyle. I was thinking of selling the basilisk to St. Mungo's. What do you think? Kyle spoke before she could, as if he'd guessed her thoughts. And to be fair, this had been his plan all along. What Kyle needed was a living basilisk, not a pile of expensive potion ingredients. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sykes' breath caught. Her eyes lit up, though there was a nervous flicker in them too. How many galleons would you need? She tried to keep her excitement in check. I know a basilisk is worth a fortune, but St. Mungo's doesn't have limitless funds. If possible, could we pay in installments? I suppose that's fine, but I didn't expect St. Mungo's couldn't even manage 100 galleons, Kyle sighed, then offered, how about this, 1 galleon per year? No interest. Creak. Sykes' chair gave an agonizing groan as she shifted sharply. How much, she asked, staring at Kyle like she couldn't believe her ears. 100 galleons, Kyle repeated. Sykes fell silent. Honestly, if Kyle, who was known to be a little money-minded, had named some ridiculous figure, she wouldn't have been surprised. But 100 galleons. Paid off at 1 galleon a year. That was practically a gift. And yet, Sykes didn't accept the offer immediately. She looked at Kyle, picked up her teacup, set it down, picked it up again, then finally stood up altogether after repeating the gesture several times. Let's talk somewhere else. I suddenly don't feel like tea. How about the 3 broomsticks? Kyle suggested. They've got the most authentic butterbeer. Fine, Sykes said, and with a flick of her wand, something around the room shimmered and vanished. A moment later, so did she. Apparition. Kyle raised a brow. As far as he knew, St. Mungo's, like Hogwarts, had strict anti-apparition enchantments. But then again, she was the hospital's director. If the headmistress of Hogwarts could temporarily suspend restrictions, so could the director of St. Mungo's. Want me to bring you along? Kyle asked, holding out an arm to Kanna. I'll wait for you in Hogsmeade, Kanna replied with a faint smile, and promptly vanished as well. Kyle followed suit, apparating to Hogsmeade. The village was slowly returning to normal, and the 3 broomsticks had reopened for business. As soon as he arrived, Kyle heard a wave of exclamations coming from inside. Madam Sykes. By Merlin's beard. Isn't that Director Sykes? Apparently someone had already recognized her. Even Madame Rosmerta looked overwhelmed with excitement. After all, it was Sykes who had helped free her from the lingering effects of the Imperieuse curse. Welcome, Director. She said breathlessly, hurrying to clear out the other patrons. If Kyle and Kanna hadn't obviously arrived with Sykes, they likely would have been asked to leave as well. What would you like to drink? Please, allow me to treat you. Kyle was a bit taken aback by Rosmerta's enthusiasm. Not even when she'd met Dumbledore or the Minister of Magic had she seemed this thrilled. Mead, thank you. I need something a little different today, Sykes replied. As Madame Rosmerta bustled off to pour drinks, Sykes turned to Kyle and said softly, this isn't St. Mungo's, right? Kyle nodded, unsure where she was going with this. Then, if I were to buy the basilisk from you in a private capacity, would you still agree? She asked, looking him straight in the eye. You can name a higher price, if it's reasonable, I won't object. No need at all, Kyle said with a smile. Whether it's Madam Sykes or Director Sykes, I still think 100 galleons is a perfectly fair price.